Alright, you and I are diving into pure madness. Speeding down the road, this guy wakes up in a total panic. At first, Ujin thinks he is having some weird fever dream, but nah, he quickly figures out he is back in his old body. And get this, the scenery outside is the exact same terrifying setup he survived way back in his past. Path. The truck is just cruising along when the driver suddenly slams the brakes hard. Why? Because a whole ugly pack of orcs just spawned right in the middle of the road. The driver desperately smashes his fist against the back of the truck, screaming his head off. He yells that orcs are blocking the road, telling everyone to grab their weapons and get out. Faster than lightning, all the guys around Ujin grab their guns and jump out the back. On the flip side, those ugly monsters spot them immediately and charge forward like absolute maniacs. The leader yells at the group to listen up. Ammo is super low, so nobody shoots unless they have a completely guaranteed hit. The oldest guy speaks up, looking like the only one with actual combat experience here. But seriously, the exact second he finishes his sentence, bang, a loud gunshot rings out. The whole squad freaks out, turning their heads to see which impatient idiot fired too early and broke the rules. But then their jaws drop. They realize that single shot just totally headshot the leading orc with absolutely zero hesitation and insane, flawless accuracy. And the guy holding the smoking gun? Our boy Kim Gujin. Seeing their buddy drop dead just makes the rest of the horde completely lose their minds. But Ujin, he stays totally chill, looking bored as he just keeps firing away. This time, 2 shots pop off back to back, and both are dead on. The 4th orc gets super close, way too close to actually use a gun safely. Good thing Ujin has crazy veteran combat experience, swiftly sliding backwards to dodge the deadly strike. Anyone else would have been instantly crushed into paste by that massive weapon. But right after making enough space, Ujin casually pulls the trigger again. That 4th bullet? Yep, another perfect hit. He even fires the shot while literally jumping through the air. It just proves Ujin has an absolutely broken 100% hit rate. Only one single monster is left standing, but obviously it cannot escape the same brutal fate as its dead friends. Just like that, Ujin soloed the entire group of orcs. Meanwhile, that whole squad of terrified rookies probably could not have killed them even if they teamed up. Because of this crazy flex, every single person is just standing there with their mouths hanging open in pure utter disbelief. It makes total sense, right? How could any of them ever imagine Ujin easily wiping out 5 whole orcs completely by himself? As for Kim Gujin, after wrapping up that super quick and dirty little fight, he slowly starts believing this is not just some crazy illusion anymore. Honestly, if this is a dream, the combat feels way too incredibly real right now. Suddenly, the older guy from before stomps right over to Ujin. But instead of praising our boy for saving them, he loudly starts yelling and throwing a fit. He screams out, "Hey Kim Gujin, what the heck are you doing? Are you trying to kill us all?" Ujin totally ignores the old fool. Why? Because his brain is still buffering, trying to fully process the absolute insanity that he actually regressed back to the past. So Ujin just keeps his head down and silently walks forward like a boss. Seeing him completely ignore the scolding makes that boomer even more furious. He yells at him to at least answer when spoken to, calling him a brat. Ujin acting this weird starts causing a huge commotion among the whole squad. They start whispering, curiously asking each other what in the world is wrong with him today. First, he solo fights the horde and totally steals everyone else's spotlight, and now he is just crouching in a corner, clutching his head like a weirdo. But how could these clueless guys ever understand his mental breakdown? Even Ujin himself is struggling hard to accept the crazy fact that he really regressed. Because just a few literal seconds ago, Loon and that absolute snake Parent H teamed up to sneak attack him in the final war. If the heavens really gave him a second chance at life, then this time he will definitely make sure those 2 scumbags suffer the most brutal deaths imaginable. Right at this moment, stick with me here, Ujin gets a sudden notification that he finally awakened as a player. Instantly, 3 class options pop up in front of him: Immortal Warrior, Emissary of the Underworld, and the completely stealthy Silent Hunter. Come to think of it, this exact same day in his past life was his awakening too. But wait, these 3 class choices are totally different from his previous life. Out of the 3 floating in front of him, the Emissary of the Underworld seriously catches his full attention. It just screams danger. It is a dark class gifted with the nasty power to use all kinds of lethal poisons and vicious curses. Plus, it lets the player literally create an entire shadow army by raising dead monsters right from the grave. Because this class gets absurdly overpowered, highly biased abilities compared to those boring holy light classes out there, it led to the crazy result where only one single player ended up monopolizing almost all of its dark power. In his past life, Yan Jie, who was also terrifyingly known as the 5 Poison King, once received the absolute favor from the Underworld Emissary. He hoarded all these crazy powers to become the strongest player. Back then, if Lee Se-jun was the shiny hero, Yan Jie was an absolute nightmare monster. And to kill that specific monster, Gujin had to desperately research and heavily analyze every single detail about this class. He never expected that after reviving, he would actually stumble onto this exact terrifying class himself. Without even hesitating for a single second, Ujin instantly chooses it. You and I know what is coming. He has decided. This life, he becomes the monster instead of Yan Jie, ready to slaughter every last one of those hypocritical bastards. Alright, buckle up guys. When these players popped up, a shiny new concept followed: guilds. Basically, they are just fancy little clubs designed to rake in sweet benefits for players. Back then, the Phoenix Guild did literally everything shady you can imagine to hoard cash and power, clawing their way to Korea's #2 spot. Next to Phoenix's supervillain vibe, the Noble Messiah Guild led by Lun looked like absolute glowing angels. So what does our boy Ewan do? He makes an incredibly wild, totally opposite choice. In his past life, he strutted right into the Phoenix Guild. The suit across the table slapped down a contract packed with crazy terms, plus a fat promise. Clear a dungeon, get a sweet bonus paycheck every single time. Uzin read that paperwork like a hawk. Honestly, the cash wouldn't even cover his shopping list, but hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Why couldn't he just join the Messiah Guild instead? And how exactly do you prove you're a player anyway? Can't you just look at my status window? Ewan asked. The guy flashed a super creepy smile, dug into his jacket, and dropped something on the desk. He claimed it was an exclusive scroll meant only for the emissary of hell. Ewan just had to pick one and rip it. That way, the guy could verify his player status with his own eyes. Ewan eyed the scrolls and locked onto one called Blood Poison. The catch? You needed that edgy emissary of hell class. This nasty little skill literally turns the player's own blood into a deadly poison. Higher level and skill rank, deadlier blood. So this is where I get the good stuff, Ewan thought to himself. Blood Poison is tricky. The skill itself is simple, but combo it with Golem Blood, absolute maximum damage. A seriously overpowered combo you definitely want in your pocket. So Uzin grabbed that Blood Poison scroll and completely tore it right in half. Boom, skill acquired instantly, which meant Uzin just successfully proved his player status and his secret job class to this dude. And just like that, Ewan officially joined the Phoenix Guild, kicking off his fresh dungeon raiding journey in this life. Later that night, he had a crazy dream. Wynn dreamt of his old past life teammates. Back then, they slapped him with a brand new nickname, the Hound. Didn't exactly fit his holy vibe. But honestly, every time he raided a dungeon, he acted exactly like a bloodthirsty rabid beast. That insane energy made every single one of Ewan's teammates completely terrified of him. That day was no different. While his squad was busy gossiping about his ugly nickname, Ewan's voice suddenly cut through the air, scaring them half to death. Our little hunting trip has officially started. Get yourselves ready. Sure, those hunts were grueling, but they slowly helped Ewan build up his actual trust in other human beings. Too bad it was all just a dream. He woke up right before dawn. Checking his phone clock, Ewan remembered the whole dying and reviving thing. Since he time-traveled, those absolute scumbags who betrayed him were still out there chillin'. Ewan I know Gujin was seriously impatient, wondering when he'd bump into those losers again. The next morning, time for his very first dungeon raid of this new life. The meetup spot was One Moon Park, a 5-man party, and the other 4 nerds had already shown up super early. Among them was this bald dude named Josie. 4 hunts under his belt meant the other 3 totally worshipped the ground he walked on. Seriously, when is this guy showing up? Jose asked. Right on cue, the screeching sound of tires absolutely shredded everyone's eardrums. All 4 heads whipped around, only to see the most busted ancient junker car rolling up to the scene. First ever hunt for the kid and he's dead last. Absolutely zero respect for the rules. The blonde guy in the squad clicked his tongue, sounding incredibly annoyed. Ewan finally stepped out. For real, he should be begging us for letting him join. And what is that ugly trash car? The only woman in the party totally roasted him. Looking at him, he probably didn't even get proper guild support items. Even for his first hunt, he's probably just gonna hide in a corner so he doesn't get instantly slaughtered. Whatever, ignore him, let's go. And just like that, Ewan was instantly isolated by his own squad on his first hunt. Even Josop, acting all high and mighty as the leader, told the others to completely ditch him. Just pretend we're a 4-man team. Since he was a pro at being alone, watching these jerks laugh and exclude him didn't even bother Ewan one bit. Right before officially stepping foot into the dungeon, the 5-man party got a quick crash course on the absolute disaster they were entering. An E-rank single-floor dungeon called the Goblin Lair, capped at level 10 and under. The win condition? Exterminate every single nasty little goblin breathing inside. Alright, you and I are diving in. Anyone got a problem or want to quit? Speak up right now, or double-check your spatial bags one last time. The guy in charge barks out the orders like a grumpy drill sergeant. Ujin totally ignores the shady glares his 4 teammates are throwing his way. Inside, he is just chuckling at how incredibly predictable these clowns are acting. They are literally nobodies with 0 name recognition, so why should he even care? Honestly, our guy could probably wipe out this trash E-rank dungeon in his sleep without breaking a sweat or needing their useless help anyway. Geared up and ready to roll, the 5 of them step right up to the massive dungeon entrance. 3 of these guys are total rookies on their very first dungeon run, so their jaws are practically hitting the floor at the epic scale of it all. Stepping through that massive glowing gate, they are instantly transported into a wildly different, crazy new world. A dead, silent, dense jungle surrounds them. Boom! Their clothes magically shift into awesome gear matching their specific classes. No, this is not some sick virtual reality game they are playing. This is absolute pure reality right here. Stay frosty, everyone. In here or out there, we only have one single life to lose, so do not mess around. Jose plays the tough team leader role and barks out his little warning. But the second he finishes his dramatic speech, Ujin is already walking off solo like a boss, totally ditching the group. He closely examines the creepy trees surrounding the area. Checking the claw marks, he guesses the goblin population here is absolutely insane. Seeing Ujin being so quiet, Jose figures it is the perfect time to bully the quiet kid. So the jerk orders him to scout the dangerous perimeter while the four of them just chill and set up camp. Obviously, they are handing him the deadliest job possible, but Gujin does not even argue, he just instantly agrees without a second thought. He probably thinks Gujin is an absolute idiot who does not even realize it is a total death trap and just nodded yes, that was way too easy. What an absolute moron, the others whisper, snickering. Alright boys, time to prep for the hunt. Now we get to keep all the epic loot for ourselves without sharing. Jose finally draws his sword with a sneaky grin. His master plan was literally just to ditch Ujin so he would not have to split the sweet drops with him. Obviously, Ujin is not stupid enough to miss their totally obvious scheme, but funny enough, this plays right into his hands perfectly. He honestly rather face monsters alone than hang out with those giant losers for another minute. Meanwhile, back at the Fancy Messiah Guild headquarters, all the Big Shot Corps members are grouped together, having a super intense meeting. Why? Because they are welcoming a brand new member today, and this guy is the one assigned to tackle the big upcoming mission. The door swings open, and Zhang Jihu, a heavy hitter in the guild, grinds his teeth hard. Ugh, it is that unlucky little punk, he curses in his mind. A pleasure. I am Suzuki Achi, the newcomer announces loudly. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I probably do not even need to introduce my awesome self, right? His voice drips with so much pure, unchecked arrogance that even Lee Sejun has to secretly admire the guy for having such insane guts. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Sejun. So what is my actual job here? Achi snaps back with a super blunt, impatient attitude. This absolute disrespect makes Zhang Jihu, sitting right there, slam his fist on the table and roar, "You arrogant little brat. Are you seriously trying to talk trash to the boss like that? Try doing it one more time, I dare you." Even with this guy screaming threats, Achi does not even flinch. He just lazily rolls his eyes, not even bothering to properly look at Jihu. This makes the hothead boil over with even more furious rage. He absolutely cannot comprehend why his boss would drag such a conceited, arrogant jerk into their elite room in the first place. In this room, besides Lee Sejun, there are a bunch of other insanely famous legends hanging around, like Noda Hajiro, literally known as the legendary bow god, or Sukahara Ken, the absolute sword god. But they have been dead silent this entire time. Only Zhang Jihu is completely failing to control his babyish temper tantrums. But the madder he gets, the more arrogant Achi acts. Oh, are you getting angry, little guy? Do my words and actions hurt your precious feelings? Or are you still crying about that whole body size mismatch incident from last time? Are you really still holding a petty grudge over that? What the heck did you just say, you little punk? Zhang Jihu screams again. Alright, you have definitely come to the wrong place today. The others in the room just sigh heavily, realizing Jihu is pulling his classic old bully routine on the brand new rookie once again. But Suzuki Achi is definitely not someone you can mess with easily. Just as these two are about to throw down and start a massive combat, Sejun finally loses his patience. Enough is enough. Knock it off right now. Jihu snaps his head around, instantly freezing as he meets his guildmaster's absolutely ice-cold glare. His fiery rage vanishes in a split second, replaced by pure, terrifying dread. Even though he is insanely salty, Jihu violently sits back down, secretly plotting to crush this arrogant, sky-high brat the second he gets a chance later on. I think that is enough greetings. Park Shinhai speaks up to get the meeting back on track. About the job I mentioned earlier, if we are only trying to figure out the exact location of the materials, then 3 days. Before she can even finish her sentence, Achi cuts in with absolute confidence. Lee Sejun nods along slowly. If it only takes 3 days, that is not bad at all. What wild 3-day plan are they actually plotting? Stick with me, you and I will find out soon enough. Let's bounce back to the Goblin Dungeon, where Ujin just ditched his loser squad. In his past life, he already heard all the juicy details about this place. And after checking the area out, Ujin realizes that every single crazy rumor he heard was actually 100% true. While scouting, a painfully ironic feeling hits our boy Ewan. Looking back, you and I have to admit, it's actually hilarious. Because this exact scouting trick, his combat style, all taught by Suzuki Achi. Ewan used to think the guy genuinely cared. Spoiler alert, he didn't. It was all a giant setup for the shady Messiah Guild. Ewan shadowed that absolute psycho of a killer for way too long. Over time, he practically morphed into the Messiah Guild's most loyal, unquestioning little attack dog. But hey, they definitely didn't see the punchline coming. That exact same training is now a literal knife aimed right at their throats. Right now, Ewan finishes scouting from a tree and smoothly drops down to the ground. The second his boots hit the dirt, something vicious rips through the air straight at him. Ewan casually sidesteps to the right, dodging it flawlessly. Oh, look who showed up. 3 incredibly aggressive goblins looking for trouble. Ewan instantly pops open his inventory and pulls out a shiny new dagger. His blood is totally pumping now. Honestly, these ugly guys look exactly like the dungeon trash he used to farm on the 7th floor back in the day. Right now, they are nothing but crash test dummies for his brand new blood poison water skill. Let the fun begin. Without hesitating, Ewan takes that dagger and brutally slices right across his own palm. Fresh blood instantly spills out, and as the 3 goblins launch their attack, he uses that exact same bloody blade to strike right back at them. Ewan could easily one-shot these chumps, but instead, he just stabs a goblin right in the arm. Purely in the name of twisted science. Right on cue, a system alert pops up confirming the target is infected with blood poison. A second later, the stabbed goblin goes absolutely berserk from the pain. It turns around and charges at him again. Ewan, he just looks incredibly disappointed by this. Poisoned and still jumping around like a hyperactive kid? Yeah, seems like the effects of this fancy new skill are pretty garbage, honestly. probably because his skill level is still way too low. Seeing that one buddy isn't nearly enough to handle Uin, the other noisy goblins quickly rush in as backup. Okay, his patience is officially completely gone. Uin flips the dagger in his hand and launches it straight forward like a missile. Bullseye, right between the eyes of the charging goblin. It drops dead instantly while its remaining buddies stare in absolute, hilarious confusion. Honestly, the attack pattern of these goblins is totally predictable. They really aren't hard to deal with at all. But if you drag the fight out, they just swarm you like angry ants, which gets pretty annoying. Watching the mob flood in, Uin casually decides to switch up his tactics. He ditches the dagger this time. Instead, he pulls out a totally different weapon, a nasty-looking old leather whip. The moment the Goblin Chief's whip effect activates, the entire mob completely freezes in sheer terror. Oh yeah, Uin is extremely satisfied with this reaction. Prepping ahead of time was definitely the smartest move, he mutters to himself. Meanwhile, remember those 4 idiots who shoved Uin away? You and I are about to see karma hit hard. They get brutally ambushed by a super aggressive goblin squad. Since 3 of them are absolute total newbies, they instantly drop into complete panic mode. Only the bald guy Josiop, supposedly the only one here with decent combat skills, bravely steps up to block the goblin's very first strike. To those 3 trembling noobs behind him, he honestly looks just like a glorious shining superhero right now. What are you all doing? Stop acting so terrified of these pathetic low-level goblins, Josiop yells dramatically. Come on, focus up. There is literally no reason to be scared of these ugly things. Funny thing is, he is secretly terrified too, but to keep his fake hero image intact, Josiop desperately hypes himself up, gripping his trusty longsword like his life actually depends on it. After all, he tells himself these goblins are basically just walking meatbags, nothing truly dangerous at all. But absolute disaster strikes our overconfident bald friend incredibly fast. His precious longsword somehow gets completely glued inside the dead goblin he just stabbed, and no matter how hard he tries, he literally cannot pull the damn thing out. Josiop immediately drops into full-blown ugly panic. He pulls with everything he has, but the blade won't budge an inch. And right on cue, the goblin squad launches their brutal second wave of attacks. Yeah, this time Josiop isn't lucky enough to show off for the helpless noobs anymore. He eats a solid hit straight to the face and hits the dirt. These monsters might be low-level trash, but they show zero mercy to pathetic players like him. That shiny bald head of his is bleeding everywhere now. He's in absolute agony, his whole body feeling insanely heavy like a giant boulder crushed him. His vision spins wildly, but seeing those goblins charging back in for the kill, his pure survival instinct screams at him to just get out of there. So he pathetically crawls away, screaming for help. Save me. Don't just stand there enjoying the view, you absolute morons. Do something right now. Facing that utter nightmare, those 3 terrified beginner players have absolutely no choice but to charge in. Because Josiop is totally down for the count. If they stand around doing nothing, everyone is going straight to the graveyard together. While those losers are having the worst day ever, Uin is facing a goblin horde twice the size, and he is chilling like it's a beach vacation. Every single time that whip cracks, multiple goblins drop dead. Some are so violently terrified they actually try running away. But our boy Uin, he has zero intention of letting anyone escape. The nasty leather whip lashes out again, easily outspeeding the pathetic running goblins like a total lightning bolt. It flawlessly wraps around a runner's neck. Uin gives it one sharp, casual tug, instantly sending the monster straight to the afterlife. And right on cue, a system alert pops up. The Messenger of Hell is officially interested in him. He just scored a sweet new title, Center of Attention. You and I know things are just getting started. The standards were surprisingly way lower than he expected. Uin flashed a highly satisfied smirk. Who knew taking out just a few basic goblins would actually be enough to grab the attention of the literal emissary from hell? Alright, you and I know this. Thinking about that clueless squad who entered the dungeon with him made Uin sigh. Only total amateurs swing those heavy, clunky swords around. Seriously, to handle this goblin horde, a simple whip is more than enough. Wasting your time trying hard in a low-level place like this? Absolutely foolish. Completely brain-dead behavior. Without even needing to check, Gujin already knew those 4 bozos were struggling hard right now. And yeah, reality totally proved his little theory correct. After desperately teaming up, the 4 of them managed to temporarily dodge getting totally wiped out. But hey, every single one of them caught some nasty damage, and the mood was insanely grim. Hey, what do you think happened to the newbie? Suddenly, one of the battered guys spoke up. Yeah, they were definitely asking about our guy Uin. Since he didn't even come back to report, the dude is totally dead without a trace, Joe scoffed. At this exact moment, whatever tiny bit of trust the rookies still had in him basically completely evaporated. They immediately started whining, blaming Josiop for ditching Uin. If all 5 of them had just stuck together, things wouldn't be this disastrous right now. But Josiop wasn't about to back down, so boom, a totally massive screaming match started. And that pathetic little argument only stopped when they suddenly heard a ridiculously loud, creepy teeth-grinding noise. Pure instinct took over. Everyone leaped up instantly, backs firmly pressed together, wildly swinging their weapons in every single direction. Because that terrible sound obviously came from the goblins, terrified they were getting violently ambushed again. Oh, that creepy noise definitely came from the goblin horde. Alright. But here's the twist. They weren't ambushing Josiop's pathetic squad. Nope, they were screaming in absolute agony while getting brutally butchered by Ujin. His monster farming was chillingly perfect. Uin just kept effortlessly farming the attention of Hell's emissary, and get this, he actually scored a brand new broken-looking skill called Skeleton Soldier. Absolutely insane luck. Uji quickly popped open his inventory screen. He totally didn't expect to unlock this epic skill so early in the game. In his past life, this exact undead army was literally known as the personal henchman of the 5 Poison King Jay. So yeah, it was one of that boss's absolute ultimate core skills. But plot twist, this terrifying skill also packed one massive fatal flaw that originally allowed Ujin to defeat him. The catch? The user can only reanimate the corpses of monsters they personally killed with their own 2 hands to create these undead soldiers. That right there is the fatal limitation of the skill. But honestly, who cares? With the time Uin has, our guy is completely confident he can totally master it anyway. So Uin dramatically ripped the item right in half, successfully unlocking the legendary Skeleton Soldier skill for himself. Awesome. Since it was basically a brand new, level 1 skill, he could literally only summon a single Skeleton Soldier right now. But whatever, Gwyn only needed this bony guy to act as the perfect distraction against the enemy. With that setup, this crazy hunt becomes infinitely easier. So he immediately whipped up a creepy undead goblin. Not gonna lie, watching that gross thing physically transform right in front of him made him feel seriously nauseous. But taking a closer look, that intense, hate-filled glare it gave off, yeah, Uin was extremely satisfied with it. Picture this, clear blue sky, fluffy clouds drifting over lush green mountain peaks. But right in the middle of this peaceful vibe, the sharp, cold ring of metal echoed out. Right then, Kim Gwyn was just chillin', casually leaning against a tree trunk, quietly analyzing the wild scene ahead. He rubbed his chin, a totally unamused, disappointed look flashing across his eyes. Not really what I expected, Kim Gujin muttered. Guess my mana is too low for anything better. Hearing its master complain, the skeleton goblin slowly turned its bony head. Its movements were incredibly clunky, but it definitely had life. Deep inside those hollow pitch-black eye sockets, a faint little light flickered, the very first sign of an actual soul waking up. He casually strolled over, placing his hand right on its skull. Finally, I've got myself a real weapon to use as my main muscle. But wait, Kim Gujin's eyes suddenly locked onto something else. That crazy scene up ahead actually caught him completely off guard. Wait, is that a player? Serious questions flooded his mind as he stared at human corpses literally dangling like twisted toys. A million different theories rapidly spun through Kim Gwyn's calculating head. Listen, you and I know the golden rule. Every monster, from basic goblins to massive dragons, exists purely to slaughter humans. There's absolutely zero chance they'd ever show mercy just because someone is a new player. Without another word, the two of them boldly marched straight toward the goblin's lair. He smirked, realizing he didn't need to waste a single drop of his precious mercy on these disgusting monsters anyway. Meanwhile, somewhere completely different, the sky was pitch black, with heavy darkness swallowing the entire forest. Huddled around a pathetic little fire, a traumatized group sat resting. The weak flames lit up their gloomy corner, highlighting a massive, bleeding gash right on Josop's forehead. Damn it, he cursed furiously, completely losing his mind over those stupid goblins. Beside him, Sungmun was literally shaking and sobbing in pure terror. Miss looked completely panicked. Brother Josie, what the heck do we do now? Looking totally defeated, he mumbled. Man, I think we were way too arrogant out here. Then gritting his teeth with sudden intense energy, he snapped, we absolutely cannot die like this. Josop scowled, his voice dropping low. They're literally just weak goblins. Suddenly jumping to his feet, he screamed out, there is no way we die a humiliating death right here. Emzo just stood there, totally stunned into absolute, jaw-dropping silence. She finally stopped crying, wiping away the tears still clinging to her eyelashes, staring intensely ahead. Hain looked horrified, cold sweat dripping down his face as he desperately called for Josiop. The guy yelled his lungs out, totally ticked off. What is wrong with you guys? Even if it sucks, we can do this. But the stuttering kid just pointed straight at Josop. No, dude, it is not that. The guy frowned hard, his annoyed eyes quickly following the shaking finger. What are you even saying? Mino freaked out, voice shaking. Look on top of your head right now, Josie asked, totally confused. Dawn snapped. What is it? Do I have something stuck on me? Right then, a giant level up sign popped up over his head, glowing so intensely it was blinding. Josop stared with his mouth open, completely refusing to believe it. You and I both know nobody was fighting. How do you magically get a level up? The only way to gain free XP sitting on your butt. The guy tried acting tough. One of our party members must be fighting. Jose completely lost his mind. Wait, so you are telling me that crazy newbie is actually alive? Cut back to Kim Gujin, just casually holding a torch, its creepy fire lighting up the pitch-black cave. Beneath his boots, a whole squad of defeated guard goblins just sleeping on the job, and the cave exit was completely barricaded with heavy wood. Gujin smirked, like an absolute villain. In his expert opinion, the most incredibly effective way to completely wipe out an entire goblin camp. Well, things were about to get wild. Gujin casually let go, dropping his flaming torch straight down. It crashed right into the woodpile. Boom! A massive fire instantly erupted, the bright red flames completely swallowing up the entire cave entrance like a beast. Those two just chilled outside like dramatic movie stars, casting long shadows. Meanwhile, the thick toxic smoke crept super deep into every dark corner. Inside, a goblin sniffed the air, its ugly eyes snapping wide open. The whole mob panicked, whipping around toward the exit, going completely stiff with terror. Watching that thick black smoke aggressively roll in, they started shaking uncontrollably, pure panic in their eyes. In seconds, the oxygen was totally gone. Goblins clutched their throats, desperately gasping for air, whining and crying in pure agony. They dropped to their knees, writhing in the dirt like miserable little worms. One desperate guy urgently pointed a finger straight at the blocked door. And boom, the panic button was officially pressed. Zero hesitation whatsoever. The whole squad just blindly stampeded toward the exit, running like their pathetic lives actually depended on it. But outside, that bonfire was still cooking. Suddenly, the barricade started shaking with massive, violent crashes. Gujin just stood there like a stone statue, his cold eyes fixed directly on the flames. Through the blazing cracks, totally enraged goblin faces started popping up. They were just hopelessly throwing a tantrum to survive. Their furious screams echoed everywhere. Glaring with so much burning hatred, they looked ready to physically rip our boy to pieces. But our guy just stood there in total silence, smirking like a boss, enjoying the beautiful chaos. Gujin hit them with the absolute best sarcasm. Hey, paying off the funeral debt for all the players you wrecked? Settle it all at once, yeah? From inside that fiery oven, dozens of desperate little hands reached out, shaking as they tried to grab the freedom just inches away. In a total flash, the raging flames ate them alive. Just popping sounds and the smell of burnt meat filling the air, that massive fire lit up the entire forest. Suddenly, the system dropped a wild notification. The messenger of hell is actually incredibly satisfied with your absolute cruelty today. Fast forward, and the goblin mob was nothing but crispy gray ash. Gujin frowned hard, his eyes completely locked onto the dusty leftovers. He snorted, totally annoyed. Well, that is just weird. Tightening his grip on his trusty whip, he muttered, I really thought I would get to see the boss by now. With a heavy sigh, Gujin turned his back to leave, totally disappointed and honestly pretty irritated. This is so incredibly annoying. Is that coward just hiding somewhere else? Just as his skeleton minion turned around, crack! The ground beneath the ashes slowly started splitting apart. Something huge was definitely waking up from its nap. Hearing the noise, the skeleton whipped around, and boom! The earth completely exploded as a giant hulking goblin erupted straight out of the dirt. The poor skeleton just stood there cluelessly as rocks rained down on it. That giant boss was absolutely furious, blowing hot, angry steam from its mouth. Gujin whipped around, violently cracking his weapon against the dirt. Oh, lucky me. This party was actually starting to get seriously boring anyway. Gritting his teeth, Gujin grinned like a maniac. I am actually so grateful you popped up right under my feet. The massive monster glared back, eyes blazing with deadly fury. Enter the goblin boss himself. Gujin just casually kept talking trash. So many rookie players got totally wiped out here. And it is all because of this ugly goblin. Throwing his hand open, he instantly channeled some heavy spirit power, his eyes turning totally serious. For any normal newbie, running into a goblin champion down here is literally like shaking hands with the Grim Reaper. With one dramatic wave, blinding light flared up following his moves. But you and I are about to see the epic twist. In a split second, the flashy light died down, revealing a wicked sword right in his grip. The dude was fully locked in. Starting right now, nobody else is becoming goblin food. The skeleton minion tilted its skull, cold hollow eyes glued straight onto that shiny blade. Its super skinny, bony little feet slowly stepped forward, crunching loudly against the gravel in the dead silence of the ruined cave. The skeleton's weird behavior immediately caught Gujin's eye. He let out a loud gasp of surprise. Oh wow, the little guy is waiting for his opening. Suddenly, the bone soldier totally froze up, stiff as a board. It slowly turned its skull, eyes flashing with ice-cold light. Gujin smirked, fully hyped up. Just look at him go! Oh look, its vibe totally changed, he says. Gujin just steps back, leaning against a tree, watching this mess like it is a movie. The tension is absolutely off the charts, but our guy is just calmly waiting for the chaos. The monster screeches like a totally raging gamer, eyes glowing bright red with pure, unadulterated murder intent. Alright, you and I need to watch this crazy move. His skeleton soldier bends its bony knees and launches like an absolute missile. Seriously, this spooky dude is moving so insanely fast, closing the gap before the enemy even has time to blink. The monster dashes forward, flashing its ugly fangs and roaring loud to act all tough. While zooming behind the enemy, the skeleton suddenly spins around, sweeping its leg and kicking up a massive dramatic dust cloud. Slash. One clean sword strike and blood sprays everywhere. Gujin literally freezes up, his eyes twitching a bit, suddenly getting hit with a major flashback to his epic boss fight against a giant dragon. Its whole body was blazing hard in a red inferno. Massive waves of fire roaring like they wanted to burn the whole freaking world down. Some random dude is just screaming his lungs out. How the heck do we even beat this thing? Someone yelled to attack its legs, and Gujin quickly whipped out his sword to knock the massive beast completely off balance. That would be their only shot at winning. Our boy furrowed his brows, eyes locked in with hardcore gamer focus, totally ready to face the insane danger head-on. Without missing a single beat, Gujin launched himself into the sky, slashing his sword straight into the dragon leg. His attack hit like a savage storm. Blood exploded from the beast's giant legs as a totally horrifying shriek echoed everywhere. Talk about a massive critical hit. Seeing this unfold makes Gujin smirk with absolute confidence. That exact movement style? Oh yeah, he definitely knows it. Meanwhile, the massive boss drops to its knees in agony, jabbing a wooden club into the dirt just to stay upright. But the skeleton literally does not care, relentlessly spamming the exact same combo. It slips right behind the enemy and shoots up faster than lightning. Gujin is completely shook, realizing this specific fighting style. Bam! The skeleton stabs its sword straight into the boss monster head, instantly logging the ugly beast out of the server forever. Game over. Kim Gujin is absolutely stunned. It is fighting exactly like him. He rubs his chin, thinking deeply. He already knew these bony boys inherited a tiny chunk of his combat skills and magic power right from the start. But Kim Gujin is practically vibrating with hype right now. He had no clue they could straight up copy his exact moves. He smugly recalls that before time traveling back to the past, he literally mastered every single weapon in existence. Even in the game Messiah, absolutely nobody could ever win a one-on-one against him. Kim Gujin next words leave the skeleton looking super confused, but I totally dig it. He mutters to himself that maybe his grand master plan needs a little remix. Ding! A classic system notification sound suddenly pops off, floating right in front of Kim Gujin's face. The bright flashing light gives him a mini jump scare. He quickly taps open the glowing message, gasping in pure shock as the screen reveals a totally insane title, Lord of the Dark World. Congrats on clearing a super rare hidden achievement. You just bagged a literal legendary skill as a totally free gift. Kim Gujin cannot believe his freaking eyes. Legendary rank? Our boy is out here grinning from ear to ear. Who expects to score that kind of crazy loot here? Meanwhile, up in the watchtower, some random guy starts panicking and screaming that the dungeon is finally cleared. Hansik jumps up, slamming his hands on the desk with his eyes totally bugging out. What? Still processing the shock, he throws open the door and sprints outside. The crazy scene outside leaves Hansik totally paralyzed. Slowly stepping out from the swirling dimensional portal, the surviving players are actually walking back out. His mind is completely blown. The players really made it back alive. Hansik drops his jaw to the floor, cold sweat dripping down his face like crazy. That means this insane dungeon was literally cleared in a single day. Wait, isn't that supposed to be completely and statistically impossible for anyone? Medics are currently patching up the players' wounds, so he immediately dashes over to them, cheering loudly like a massive fanboy. You guys all actually made it back safe. But wait, he does not see the one guy he is looking for. Hansik stops in his tracks, frantically scanning the crowd. He scratches his head, sounding super confused and mildly stressed out right now. Hold up, why are there only 4 of you? Where is Kim Gujin? Now you and I know what they are thinking. The group goes completely dead silent, looking super guilty and avoiding eye contact. Hansik pushes up his glasses, voice choking up. So I guess Gujin did not make it. But suddenly a familiar voice calls out from behind, making his heart literally skip a beat. A spark of wild hope ignites as someone steps out. As the dark figure slowly comes into full focus, the crowd is ready to lose their freaking minds. Out of the glowing space portal steps Kim Gujin himself, hands casually stuffed in his pockets, looking absolutely and absurdly chill. Hansik is stunned for a second before blurting out Kim Gujin, but our boy just keeps walking like a total boss without looking back, leaving Hansik to chase after him. Wait up, Mr. Gujin. Meanwhile, Josh is totally floored. That crazy bastard, how the heck did he solo clear a whole dungeon by himself? Seeing Hansik trying so hard to kiss up to Gujin makes Josh boil over with absolute insane jealousy. His face just gets super dark. Is this a joke? How only one major question is screaming in his brain, who exactly is this guy? So here is where it gets wild for us. Over the next few days, the news totally explodes. With the global economy tanking hard for 4 straight years, the European Union offers a 30% pay bump for clearing American dungeons. They even pass a special law for players, giving them a sweet 10% income tax exemption. Huge flex. Are these players seriously just getting whatever they want handed to them on a silver platter? Alright guys, listen up. On a massive city screen, an anchor's voice echoes through the crazy busy streets. The ambition of players all over the world is getting totally out of hand right now. Analysis shows that only awakened players can actually shut down these nightmare dungeons. Because of this little fact, these guys are out here demanding crazy VIP privileges for themselves. But wait, in the middle of all this chaos, the Messiah Guild in Korea just casually cleared a 5-floor dungeon without asking for a single reward. The news is absolutely blowing up about them being the first to conquer it. The anchor totally loses it, screaming that Lee Si-run has saved the entire world once again. He goes on to say that after crushing this dungeon, the Messiah Guild's biggest sponsor Hansung Group saw their stock prices go absolutely straight to the moon. Insane flex. Meanwhile, Josop angrily smashes the hang-up button on his phone. He grits his teeth and curses out the stupidly perfect Messiah Guild. He slams his phone onto the table, growling about how the news is completely obsessed with them. It is making him sick. Josop whines that they are getting treated like greedy trash who only care about cash. Ho-sung just laughs it off and asks why he even cares. It is not like this is breaking news or anything. Then Ho-sung gets curious, casually asking how their most recent dungeon raid actually turned out. Josop completely snaps, yelling not to bring it up. Thanks to that crazy newbie Kim Gujin, the entire team almost got wiped out. Ho-sung blinks in surprise, asking what the heck happened. Josop just raises an eyebrow and points right at his heavily bandaged head. You see this mess? All because of that total psycho newbie. Ho-sung looks a bit rattled, wondering if those wild rumors going around are actually true. Grabbing his forehead, Josop confirms it. The kid literally dove headfirst into a whole goblin horde just to snatch up some shiny loot. Josop complains that he only rushed in to save the idiot and ended up looking like a mummy. Ho-sung literally screams in shock. Seriously, bro? If the punk acted like that, you should report his butt to the guild and get him punished. Josop sighs and shakes his head, saying he will just pretend he stepped in garbage. The kid was probably just super desperate for cash, but Ho-sung stays furious, saying being broke is no excuse for that. He refuses to let it slide. He swears to spread the word so that little punk can never pull a stunt like that anywhere else. Meanwhile, in a super quiet apartment, Kim Gujin is staring hard at a photograph pinned up on his wall. He rubs his chin, thinking deep. Unlike in his past life, he cannot just rush in to meet that Lisi Run guy yet. Our guy sets a new goal for himself. He needs to seriously power up before grabbing that hero's attention. He just stands there in silence, staring at his wall completely covered in crazy photos and stalker-level info. Papers are stacked everywhere, with red string connecting photos to notes like some kind of totally chaotic conspiracy theory web. Gujin aggressively yanks down a paper. The perfect starting point is exactly where the string connects his life to that fake hero. Now you and I are heading to a fancy skyscraper, where a seriously shocked voice yells out, "The Orc Hunter Dungeon? Are you crazy?" Secretary Nam hesitates, sounding super nervous. He asks if Gujin is trying to tackle something way too dangerous just to fix his public image, all because of those nasty rumors floating around the guild. Gujin shrugs off the rumors. Honestly, he just really needs the cash right now. Chairman Lee stares hardcore at the kid standing there, looking like he wants to read his absolute soul. Just because of money? He tries to talk sense into him, sounding super strict. He tells Gujin that money is great, but keeping your actual head attached to your body should probably be priority number one. Chairman Lee generously offers a bailout. If the kid is that desperate, he can just take a loan from the guild's support fund. But Gujin just raises a hand, rejecting it flat out. He tells the boss to just book the schedule, confidently saying he can handle himself. In his head, our boy figures they are spreading nasty rumors about him again. But honestly, that is perfect since solo hunting is his absolute jam anyway. The second Gujin leaves the room, Secretary Nam quickly reports in, saying those toxic rumors about this kid might actually be 100% true. The boss crosses his arms, looking out at the city with a cold snort. Rumors or not, it seems like the kid is completely clueless about what people are saying. He then asks about the actual status of the dungeon Gujin wants to raid. Nam continues his nervous report. An elite strike team went in there and got absolutely wiped out. For a whole month, not a single person has dared to register for it. Chairman Lee spins around, asking who exactly was in that strike team. Sweating bullets, Nam stammers that it was the top prospects from Park Yong-won's faction, asking what they should do. The chairman laughs sarcastically. Even the brightest stars of Park Yong-won's crew got crushed in there, and this crazy newbie wants to walk in completely solo? He shakes his head, casually declaring that this rookie has pretty much signed his own death warrant. Feeling like someone is totally talking trash behind his back, Gujin suddenly spins around. Chairman Lee's voice echoes in his memory, thinking they should probably set up proper backup just in case things go completely sideways. Gujin smirks. If he really wants to take down the so-called hero, he needs a plan. His phone screen lights up, freezing on one specific name, Park Yong-won. He coldly mutters that he needs to shake hands with the bad guys first. He speeds off in his car, arriving at the Chuncheon City Hall in no time. The second he steps out of the car, a totally stressed out guy runs over, asking if he is Kim Gujin. Hansen is dripping with nervous sweat, sounding super skeptical. He asks if Gujin seriously came here entirely by himself. Seeing our boy just staying completely silent, the guy sneers in his head. With a trashy personality that only cares about cash, of course this loser could not find a single teammate. Alright, buckle up. Hans quickly leads the way, ushering him into the dungeon. This way, seriously? He sneaks a peek at the guy, cursing under his breath. What an absolute lunatic. Is he seriously planning to run this dungeon completely solo? Whatever, not his problem. If the crazy guy dies, he dies. The dimensional gate slowly creeps open, spilling a blinding light that completely illuminates the pitch-black void waiting for him inside the dungeon. The second Kim Gujin steps inside, that glowing gate slams shut right behind him. Right on cue, the system flashes its shiny info pen. Target is the Orc Hunter. Single-floor dungeon, rank C difficulty. Max capacity is 3 players, entry limit level 13 or below. The winning condition? Completely wipe out the Orc Hunter. He thinks to himself, with his current low level, beating this thing solo is basically a totally impossible death wish. Kim Gujin quickly draws his sword, his whole body tense and ready. But hey, if he can just use an orc as a bloody sacrifice for his skeleton soldier skill, the game completely changes. In a flash, a massive orc appears, lunging right at him like lightning. Gujin narrows his eyes, flashing a sharp, dangerously determined glare that screams absolute trouble. The second the orc swings its club down, he smoothly slides past its massive body, dodging perfectly. Gujin spins his hand against the dirt, using the momentum to pop back up gracefully. He swings his blade high, razor-sharp streaks of light erupting from the deadly steel. The strike tears through the air, slashing straight at the enemy. But spoiler alert, the result is completely disappointing. The scene right before him leaves him totally stunned. Gujin nervously realizes that even for a basic orc, its skin is insanely thick. His epic slash? Yeah, it left absolutely nothing but a tiny little scratch. He glances at where that brutal club just smashed down, leaving the solid ground totally pulverized into scattered rubble. Reality checks in hard. With that kind of monstrous raw power, just one hit would literally send him packing to the afterlife. Still, the crazy plan remains the exact same. He just needs to drop this ugly guy and summon his skeleton soldier. You and I know he is totally unhinged. His heart fills with reckless hope. Beating this entire dungeon solo is definitely not impossible. Gujin instantly charges back into the fight, the world basically moving in slow motion against his ridiculous, mind-blowing speed. The orc glares, flexing its nasty muscles as it tries to grab his blurry figure. Finding the perfect opening, the monster smashes its massive hand right into the ground. Rocks explode everywhere, kicking up a blinding dust storm. A random stone suddenly grazes his cheek, and fresh blood instantly drips. Unfazed, Gujin quickly circles right behind the angry orc, rushing his steps straight toward the hulking green enemy. In seconds, he closes the gap, eyes burning with pure savage determination. Gujin aims perfectly at the tiny scratch he made earlier, bringing his blade down hard on that exact same spot. He unleashes a brutal combo, sharp flashes of light constantly exploding all around its thick legs. It all happens way too fast. The dumb orc cannot even react, helplessly standing there taking the heavy hits. A moment later, Gujin gracefully touches back down, his stance completely solid and giving off absolute main character energy. The beast stands there frozen, trembling in massive pain, its wide eyes absolutely refusing to process reality. In a total flash, thick dark blood sprays out everywhere, violently painting the whole area totally red. Our guy turns around, casually strolling toward the orc. The huge monster, now missing its legs, completely collapses onto the dirt. It glares up, its eyes burning with massive fiery hatred at the guy standing over it. Gujin raises his bloody sword and coldly taunts, "Guess you are not so scary anymore, huh?" One perfectly placed stab pierces straight through the helpless monster's body. Blood pools across the ground as the orc slumps over, dead with its eyes wide open. Right on cue, the system flashes a sweet notification. You have summoned a skeleton soldier. Cut to a crisp morning. Bright sunlight washes over towering buildings packed with neon signs and messy power lines crisscrossing the beautiful blue sky. The busy streets buzz below, kicking off another chaotic day. Up in a cozy office, two guys are just sitting around shooting the breeze. Se-chan clicks his tongue in pure awe. A genius is a genius. Lena raises an eyebrow, looking completely skeptical. What the heck has Se-chan been staring at so intensely anyway? Don't tell me Se-chan is planning to drag in another super shady business item from some totally random dark alley. A sly little smirk tugs at his lips, a soft chuckle slipping out that screams pure calculating mischief. Se-chan tosses a paper stack onto the desk, sliding it right over. If you are so curious, read this. The second Lena spots the words printed on the page, he totally freezes, his eyes going wide with absolute shock. Lena practically screams in absolute panic. What is this? He literally cannot believe his own eyes. This is a newly awakened player who barely just started out. And he actually cleared out his very first dungeon completely solo? Se-chan speaks up, his voice dripping with intense amusement and massive hype. Word is, he already marched straight into his second dungeon, and this time he walked in totally alone right from the very start. Isn't that basically a massive slap in the face to all the timid new awakeners? Pretty bold, right? Elgina just stands there stunned, pointing right at the crazy document. Se-chan, does that even make any sense? I struggled so much when I first started out. Are you seriously buying into this completely random, anonymous report from nowhere? He keeps ranting. You are usually much sharper than this, Se-chan. But honestly, you are being way too incredibly naive about this whole extremely shady thing. Right then, Ju brings the water over, her icy voice so freezing cold it makes Lena physically shiver. Is there some sort of problem with my report? He violently flinches and spins around, his face turning completely pale from absolute terror. Elgina frantically scrambles to defend himself. Wait, Secretary Lee actually drafted this terrifying report? No wonder it is so absolutely flawless. Seriously though, where did you even find such incredibly rare intel? She slams the tray down, water splashing out. Her voice is absolute ice. Hey, that is literally my job. Se-chan sips his coffee, bragging that Secretary Lee's intel is 100% reliable. But mid-sentence, his eyes lock onto the cheap instant coffee wrapper left sitting right there on the tray. If we cannot trust Secretary Lai, then who? Se-chan suddenly roars in absolute annoyance. Totally unbelievable. I told you I hate instant coffee, so stop buying it. Ju calmly enjoys her drink anyway, completely ignoring his dramatic little tantrum. What is this garbage anyway? She slowly opens her eyes. Her face is perfectly calm, zero emotion showing. Du casually drops a total truth bomb. This coffee is leftover from the Phoenix Guild meeting last week. Oh, and that report? Completely printed on recycled paper. Se-cha instantly changes his tune. He gulps it down loudly, praising it like a total sellout. Wow, this coffee is actually super delicious. Instant coffee is seriously the best way to go. A fake halo of generosity shines around him as he acts like he is being completely sincere. Honestly, if I cannot trust Secretary Lai in this crazy world, who can I trust? Elgina looks absolutely disgusted and sighs internally. What a cheap, manipulative snake. He stares hard at the guy, silently judging him. At his age, how is he still acting like this? In no time flat, the coffee is gone. Only a crumpled paper cup remains on the table. Se-chan suddenly remembers something important. Right, Secretary Lai, how is the dungeon purchasing project coming along anyway? She reports immediately. A few decent dungeons popped up, but the prices are way too high right now, so I am still looking into better options. He is totally caught off guard. Buying dungeons? Lena asks confused. Wait, Se-chan, do we not still have those old dungeons we bought before? The boss's eyes light up instantly, like he just spotted a massive jackpot. What are you saying? You need to clear dungeons now, so we will run out soon anyway, he loudly protests. What? What the heck is going on here? I literally got out of a dungeon yesterday. Give me a break. Se-chan waves his hand, trying to look super wise and profound. If humans rest too much, they just get super lazy. Plus, if hard workers suddenly stop moving, their bodies will just start aching even more. I am literally only thinking of you. Lena aggressively grinds his teeth together. Are you serious? Ju grabs her coffee cup. The hot steam gently rises and fades into the air, perfectly matching his incredibly heavy, exhausted sigh. Okay, you and I need to see this. Inside the dungeon, savage orcs roar with crazy bloodlust, charging wildly at the skeleton soldier. With just one club swing, the skeleton shatters completely. Bone fragments scatter everywhere, crashing into the dirt. Kim Guji quickly wipes out the remaining orcs. He sits right on their dead bodies, staring super hard at the broken bones, complaining bitterly. My skill level is still way too low, so my soldiers are absolute trash. Kim Gwyn quickly jumps down. Suddenly, his hand touches the corpse of a toxic poison orc. This is the exact same Johann Jobs monster he fought in his past life, the one who taught him a painful lesson. In that epic split second, dark magic erupts from Kim Gwyn's hand, creeping violently straight into the dead monster's body. A blinding light explodes outward. The living orcs completely panic, having absolutely no idea what is happening. The system suddenly chimes in. You have summoned a skeleton soldier. Right then, the orc's flesh violently tears apart. A creepy bony hand bursts out of the corpse. Its teeth aggressively clack together loudly, just like a lethal hunting machine being completely activated. Soon enough, the skeleton soldier stands up menacingly. Pitch-black demonic energy boils around its body, swirling into freezing waves of pure spooky bone. He speaks with an icy tone. If my magic allows it, these designated skeleton soldiers will absolutely obey me. His cold voice echoes, matching the number of sacrifices laying on this bloody battlefield. Hearing this, the dumb orcs just stare totally blankly. They have absolutely no clue that death is literally pouncing right on them. Instantly, agonizing screams totally flood the entire pitch-black dungeon. The awesome system spams notifications. You have leveled up. All your stats have wildly increased. Blood poison skill hit level 2. But Kim Gujin just lets out a disappointed scoff. Is that seriously it? If a dungeon only gives me this much, the efficiency is honestly trash. I need to quickly wipe these basic orcs and hunt down that specific orc hunter immediately. He rests his chin, completely deep in thought. Kim Gwyn intensely studies his freshly drawn dungeon map. I seriously thought that since it eats its own kind, it would definitely be the alpha boss ruling over absolutely everything here. He frowns, muttering. Maybe it is just secretly blending into the herd? He thinks hard, so the only remaining spot is... The skeleton suddenly bends down, staring at the dirt drawing. Kim Gwyn blurts out, shocked, "What are you doing, buddy?" Seeing it stare, he asks curiously, "Wait, can you actually understand this thing?" Kim Gujin scratches his head in total confusion. Could that really be possible? He mutters to himself. Anyway, I already guessed exactly where that sneaky orc hunter is hiding. Kim Gwyn suddenly stands up. He calculates silently. If it is really hiding over there, there will not be a single decent sacrifice for my skeleton soldiers to actually use. He gently taps its skull, sounding totally certain. It has to be this guy. The duo leaves, hunting for that special orc in this dungeon. Stick with me here, because he seriously needs to figure out a new plan. Alright, you and I know how this goes. Blood everywhere, crows swooping in for a buffet. The orc boss sees his squad wiped out on the dirt, grits his teeth, and his eyes go full laser red. Bro is absolutely furious. He rips out an ear-shattering roar from the bottom of his throat. The crows, literally terrified, scattering like crazy. Then the big guy bends down, grabs his fallen buddy by the head with those giant meaty hands and starts dragging him. He is pulling so ridiculously hard that the poor dude's face rips wide open. Fresh blood goes everywhere, painting this massive, nasty red streak right across the dirt, matching those crazy, hate-filled eyes perfectly. Cut to the dark, damp dungeon corner. Our boss monster is just chilling in dead silence, parked right in the middle of a massive corpse pile. Wait, you. He is literally ripping off chunks of warm flesh and scarfing them down. Meanwhile, hiding behind a rock, our boy Kim Gujin is holding his breath, staring absolute daggers at that monstrous shadow, sweating buckets. He tightens his grip on his bowstring like a madman, calculating his next crazy move in his head. Dungeon bosses are built entirely different. Their physical stats are insanely overpowered compared to your average, everyday trash mobs. Rushing in blindly? Yeah, that is a one-way ticket to the graveyard. But Gujin smirks. If he can just sink this one nasty blood poison arrow right into that thick hide, game over. Gujin gives the nod. Time for his skeleton soldier to crash the party. Zero hesitation. The bony bro stomps out of hiding, marching straight for the big bad. Snap! The orc boss hears the noise and instantly whips his ugly head around. He sniffs the air, unhinging his jaw to flash these ridiculously sharp teeth, roaring like an absolute psycho. Boom! The boss grabs his massive club and charges like a runaway freight train. But our skeleton bro tightens his grip and rushes right back like an absolute tornado of blades. The skelly swings his sword fast, radiating pure unadulterated killing intent. Clang! The boss blocks the strike, sparks flying everywhere. He is glaring at our bony boy with those crazy red eyes. And then, the absolute madman literally bites the skeleton's shoulder. The poor skeleton starts thrashing around, desperately trying to escape those jagged teeth. Meanwhile, Gujin draws his mighty bow. Those intensely bloodshot eyes confirm his wild theory perfectly. This guy is definitely the cannibal orc hunter. Total freak show. He locks onto the target. Brain running at 100 miles an hour, he has to bypass that ridiculously thick tank-like skin to deal real damage. The arrow rips from his fingers like a homing missile, straight for the one squishy weak spot. It slices through the air, an absolute lightning bolt of doom. The boss finally spots it, but guess what? Way too late, buddy. Zero chance to dodge. He just stares helplessly as the arrow closes in. Bullseye! The shot pierces straight into the monster's eye, blasting his giant body completely backward. The boss scrambles, dropping to one knee to avoid totally eating dirt. His massive feet skid across the floor, kicking up a massive dust cloud. In a flash, he stops sliding. That one good, incredibly angry eye locks dead ahead. Furious, he grabs the shaft stuck in his face, violently yanks the arrow out, and trashes it on the floor. This guy is panting like crazy, glaring with pure murder. But wait, right then the glorious system window pops up. The boss is officially infected by blood poison. Gujin narrows his eyes, doing the gamer math. Critical weak spot? The poison spreads ridiculously fast. Now this is where you and I gotta love this guy. Gujin just gives this savage, sarcastic smirk. And man, that arrogant attitude is like pouring gasoline on the orc's blazing bonfire of rage. Ding. The system text flashes again. Thanks to the water blood poison, the boss's HP is steadily ticking down. The toxic stuff hits his bloodstream fast. Our big bad gets super dizzy, basically losing his life force. Watching the giant collapse, Gujin actually sighs. He is thinking, yeah, the raw damage of level 2 blood poison is not really all that crazy. But then he smirks and says, still it gets the job done. And while the boss is busy seeing spinning stars, our skeleton bro raises his sword for the finisher. Gujin goes full anime protagonist, declaring coldly, game over for you. Slash. The blade drips with fresh red blood. The mighty orc boss hits the dirt, taking his final pathetic breath. Immediately, system alerts start spamming like crazy. Ding. You defeated the orc hunter. Ding. Dungeon totally cleared. Ding. Level up. Plus, you can warp back home in exactly 1 hour. Our guy kicks the pile of dried bones nearby and mutters, this freak literally ate everything, humans and orcs alike. Wonder if anyone from that annoying Park Young-won faction is in here? The loose bones scatter from his kick, rattling together with this super creepy dead echo. But wait, suddenly Gujin's sharp eyes accidentally lock onto something very interesting. Right in front of him, a bare skeleton, but its ribs are completely slashed straight through, sticking out like some seriously messed up warning sign. Gujin touches the damage, knowing immediately, a savage monster didn't do this. He scopes it out like a true detective, totally absorbed. He realizes this guy got brutally backstabbed. This was done by a player who is definitely a pro at murdering people inside dungeons. His brain is totally spinning right now. He wonders, was this some calculated, cold-blooded hit, or just a random spur-of-the-moment dungeon killing? But if it is from Park Young-won's Phoenix Guild, it is probably just a greedy scumbag slaughtering players solely for their cash and loot. He lets out a heavy sigh. Time is seriously running out here. Where do I even find this guy's trail? Just then, bright moonlight beams through the dungeon ceiling. It shines down like a cinematic spotlight, giving our boy Gujin a serious glimmer of hope. So what's the plan? To get close to Park Young-won, literally any halfway decent excuse will work perfectly. Alright guys, picture this. You are in a pitch-black dungeon, and boom, a weird flickering light suddenly hits the cliff ahead. Our boy squints, tossing his hand up against the blinding glare. Kim Gujin hurries over to check it out. Turns out it is a hidden cave. He crouches down, carefully peeking inside like a curious cat. The entrance barely fits one person, and right now staring back at Gujin is a literal dried-up skeleton, huddled up in the corner with its bony hands still gripping a sword. He silently notes something sketchy. This guy's weapon is totally clean, and the corpse does not have a single scratch on it, completely unlike all the other dead guys outside. Looking closely, he spots some desperate, messy scratches carved right into the rock face. Gujin is totally convinced now. While this coward's teammates were busy getting eaten alive, he bailed, hid in this hole alone, and just counted the days until he starved to death. Pathetic. Spotting the shiny badge pinned to the skeleton's dusty cloak, absolute disgust bubbles up inside him. Of course, the only scumbags capable of pulling a filthy stunt like this belong to the Phoenix Guild. Gujin smirks, letting out a dark chuckle. If this loser was actually considered a rising star in Park Young-won's super toxic faction, well, the thought crosses his mind that there is honestly no better grave for him than this pathetic little hole. Talk about poetic justice. Suddenly, a random notebook flops right off the dead skeleton and hits the dirt. Gujin freezes in his tracks. Wait, what is this thing? Zero hesitation. He immediately snatches it off the ground. Gujin quickly flips the notebook open to see what is inside. Is this a diary? He quickly flips through the yellowed pages, muttering to himself that there is probably no useful info here. But suddenly his eyes lock hard onto one specific crazy page. He lets out a surprised gasp. Holy crap, this is the actual blacklist for Park Young-won's faction. Gujin snaps the book shut, his voice totally buzzing with excitement. Finding this dirt is insanely lucky. Oh, he is definitely going to put this little cheat code to good use. Then the system voice suddenly rings in his ears. The emissary of hell praises your brilliant achievement. He has gifted you a decree. Wait for it, a literal legendary skill. Hearing that, our guy is completely shook and blurts it out loud. Legendary skill. A cocky smirk slowly spreads across his face. So this is where you actually get this overpowered stuff. He glues his eyes right to the glowing piece of paper resting in his hands. The text reads Anubis's eyeball. The condition to receive it? Be an emissary of hell with a skill level of 1 or higher. The skill effect? You can literally see the memories of dead people. Reading that absolute final line on the paper, Gujin lets out a super smug chuckle. He smirks, reading the crazy text out loud again just to make sure, seeing the memories of the dead. Then, without skipping a beat, Gujin grabs this wild opportunity. He decisively rips the paper to shreds. Man, this is the kind of insane luck he completely missed out on during his past life. Right after the paper gets completely destroyed by his hands, the trusty old system voice starts chiming in his head all over again. Alert. You have acquired Anubis's eyeball. You have unlocked the achievement Inheritor of Hell. With his new power ready, Gujin takes slow, dramatic steps toward Yonggu's dusty skeleton. He sighs dramatically, carefully raising both of his hands, getting totally ready to touch that creepy skull. Dead men tell no tales, right? Well, maybe not today. Gujin's hands gently press against Yonggu's dry, brittle skull to find the truth. He slowly pulls the skull closer. Now, stick with me here because things get wild. Gujin gets super hyped, his eyes suddenly flashing with a bizarre, intense light. Hiding from the past? Yeah, that is officially over for our boy right now. The magical energy inside Gujin's eyes starts gathering up, and incredibly fast, it twists right into a massive violent vortex of pure power. All that insane magic buried deep inside his eyes starts overflowing right into the air. Right on cue, the system drops another big notification. You have officially opened up Anubis's eyeball. Instantly, Gujin's magic explodes out of him, totally out of control. The energy shoots straight over, diving right into the empty eye sockets of Yonggu. Next thing you know, everything around them gets completely swallowed up by this crazy, blinding light blasting between his eyes and the dead guy. Every single memory of Yonggu when he was alive starts flashing super clearly, right in front of our guy's glowing eyes. Movie time. Terrifying screams keep ringing in his ears, cursing out those damn dead brains. In the middle of all that chaos, someone actually screamed, desperately hoping to get some help from this guy. Yonggu, save me. But facing his teammate's literal dying plea, Yonggu did not just refuse to help. Instead, the jerk gritted his teeth, looking totally annoyed. In reality, Yonggu did not hesitate for a second. He chose to abandon his half-dead teammates without even looking back. What a snake. The guy just bolted out of there. Cowardly Yonggu only cared about his own skin, running away as fast as his legs could carry him. After running for his life for ages, he luckily stumbled into a tiny cave. Terrified, Yonggu grabbed his head and screamed, I absolutely cannot die in here. Hunting humans is against the law. The brutal, twisted images from his pathetic memory keep flashing across the screen in broken, glitchy pieces. Eventually, Yonggu basically turned into a complete lunatic. He laughed like a maniac and screamed that the man would soon become the ultimate master of the Phoenix Guild. Right after that crazy outburst, Yonggu's fading memory left behind only one single terrifying thing. The chilling image of a man with glowing red eyes, just casually chilling on a massive throne. The coward screamed that absolute monster's name out loud, Park Yongwan. At this point, every single dark memory in Yonggu's past gets completely exposed to Gujin. The black magic is quickly sucked right back into our hero's glowing eyes. Gujin clenches his teeth hard, absorbing every last drop of the guy's memories. He fights through the insane, massive pain shooting straight into his body right through his own eyes. After he finishes soaking up all that sweet magic and Yonggu's dirty secrets, this crusty old skull is officially completely useless to him now. Garbage tier loot. Gujin just ruthlessly smashes it right onto the dirt. Boom. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Gujin grabs his head, panting hard. Peeking into a dead guy's memories hurts. He is totally blown away. Are these really the thoughts of a corpse? Gujin just calmly stares at the skull rolling right by his feet. He figures looking into someone else's past is seriously gross. Plus, it is draining way more of his magic power than he originally thought. But right now, a totally smug look spreads across his face. He wipes the sweat off his face and starts plotting. The prep work is finally done. With the juicy secrets from this guy's past and that list he found, even the most paranoid enemy will not stand a single chance. Scene change. A fancy building stands tall against a clear blue sky. Then boom, a bloodstained hand randomly pops up in the quiet room. The knuckles are tightly clenched, forming one seriously intense and powerful fist. Look down, and there is a skinny dude sprawled on the floor. He looks like he is trying to hold back some absolute agony. Yongwan's voice echoes out. You seriously let another player attack that dungeon? The poor guy's face is bruised purple from the bodyguards. He screams in pure terror, trying to explain his mistake. He promises to take the kid out just in case. But Yongwan just coldly replies, handle him? That rookie completely cleared a dungeon totally solo, and you did absolutely nothing. How are you going to stop him now? He immediately glares right at Secretary Kim standing nearby. Do you have anything else to say about this? Hearing her name, Secretary Kim instantly gets the hint. She quickly bows her head, apologizes, and promises to fix the mess right away. Yongwan casually reads his newspaper. The big headline, a single-floor A+ ranked dungeon has just been discovered. Instantly, two massive bodyguards step up and forcefully drag the bruised guy outside. He screams out, begging for his life and just one more chance, but Yongwan totally ignores him, acting like nothing is even happening. Yongwan just sits in silence, reading the words on the paper. Guilds are fighting to enter an A+ dungeon that holds 150 players. After some loud struggling, the door violently slams shut. That pathetic guy is finally dragged away to meet his tragic end. Yongwan slowly flips the page. Boom! A bold headline immediately catches his absolute attention. South Korea clears an A+ dungeon with a level 20 player. He is shocked. A rookie cleared the whole thing alone? This kid actually has some serious skills, even if it is not a huge deal yet. But wait, his reputation in the guild is completely terrible? Secretary Kim nods. She then carefully spills all the tea, telling him exactly what went down with the kid in full detail. In his very first dungeon, he completely ignored every single one of his teammates. Rumor has it he hogged all the loot for himself. But yeah, that is unconfirmed. Yongwan puts the pieces together. Honestly, even ignoring the wild rumors, with a trash reputation like that, the kid will never make it big, because you definitely cannot survive by playing solo forever. The phone randomly rings, totally interrupting their gossip session. He answers coldly, speak. The caller speaks up quickly. A guy named Kim Gujin is here to see you. Hearing this, Yongwan actually bursts out laughing. Look at this. Walking right into the tiger den, this kid is seriously interesting. Scene swap. A secretary's serious voice suddenly speaks up about the bidding war for the new A+ rank dungeon. Our Phoenix Guild secured 20 spots. The setup this time keeps the other guilds mostly happy. But then he carefully reports the exact messy situation he just calculated. Right now, 3 major factions, including Park Young-won's group, are in a fierce mental war over those 20 sweet spots. The secretary helplessly explains his massive headache. Even if they divide 6 spots per faction, who gets the last 2? Classic math problem. The chairman slowly speaks up. 3 factions, yet only 2 extra spots left over. What a headache. Stick with me. This is where the drama heats up. The secretary nods, explaining the total deadlock. Pushing up his glasses like a true nerd, he seriously breaks it down. Since it is an A+ dungeon, the chances of dropping crazy rare items are huge. Plus, it is a single floor, making it even better. Resting his chin on both hands, the chairman sighs out of pure boredom. Nobody wants to give an inch here. Everyone is way too arrogant about their own skills. If only they knew what was actually waiting inside those dungeons. Completely backed into a corner without a solid plan, the chairman angrily loosens his tie. This is just a massive pain in the neck. He asks out loud. Is there absolutely no factionless solo player volunteering for those last 2 spots? The secretary practically whispers, yeah, still nothing. Which, let's be totally real here, the big boss chairman already knew perfectly well. Leaning back in his fancy leather chair, the boss casually shrugs. I mean, he's got a point. Who in their right mind waltzes into a terrifying dungeon without a massive squad backing them up? Total suicide mission, right? Just as the old man is completely stressing out over his next move, a notification bell randomly shatters the awkward silence. Call from Park Young-won, sir. The second the poor secretary hears that name, his face completely drops. Wait, Park Young-won? Why is that absolute menace calling right now? Everything is already a total dumpster fire, so what does this guy want? The chairman slowly picks up the phone, bracing for absolute chaos. I'm listening. Suddenly, the big boss's face completely twists in shock, and he just straight up yells. Completely failing to hide his massive freakout, the chairman bolts right out of his chair. He carefully demands, wait a minute, Kim Gujin? What exactly are you trying to say? Meanwhile, the secretary is standing there, looking ridiculously stunned by that name. Kim Gujin? The chairman desperately tries to play it cool and replies, all right, I get it for now. I will call you back later. The secretary is dying of curiosity. The second the boss hangs up, he instantly interrogates him. Chairman, what on earth is going on? Regaining his cool, the old man slowly spills all the juicy details about Young-won's wild and completely out of nowhere proposal. He wants us to secretly hand over one of the 2 remaining dungeons to Kim Gujin. No other factions can find out. The chairman starts breaking it down. Gujin is a notorious lone wolf with a seriously sketchy reputation, right? So realistically, the big rival factions probably won't even bat an eye if that absolute weirdo claims a spot. The secretary looks completely and utterly hooked. Wait, does this mean Kim Gujin actually joined Park Young-won's crew? The boss just drops his head, sighing deeply. How the heck are we supposed to know that? Honestly, he might just be tossing that kid into this dungeon as a completely disposable meat shield. The secretary aggressively pushes up his glasses, slowly laying out his big brain theory. But what about the last dungeon? If we pull this stunt, those power-hungry factions are going to absolutely tear each other apart, fighting for the final spot. Total bloodbath. But don't worry, the sneaky chairman already has a master plan. He smugly explains the math. If we hand Kim Gujin 1 dungeon, Young-won's toxic squad totally backs off the board. Boom, problem solved. Then we just have to casually manipulate the 2 remaining factions. Pretty smart for an old guy. The boss calmly sits back down, resting his chin on his hand. Dude is basically a strategic genius. Who knew he'd actually use the chaotic wildcard that is Kim Gujin? Still, his brain is swirling with a million burning questions that desperately need some answers right now. He's definitely going to remember this little favor and cash in big time later. But seriously, you and I are both wondering, who the heck is Kim Gujin anyway? What kind of shady connection does this kid actually have with Park Young-won? Boom, scene change. Young-won's secretary is standing there looking incredibly confused by his boss's weird choice. Boss, how could you just blindly accept that crazy kid's ridiculous proposal? Young-won just completely brushes him off, answering super casually. The punk literally showed up with that mysterious item and dropped a wild deal on my lap. It sounded highly entertaining. Plus, I needed a decent pawn anyway. Worst of all, the dude flashes this incredibly sinister, villainous smirk. Once we milk him for all he's worth, we just toss him in the trash like a broken toy. Easy game, right? Yeah, this guy is seriously evil. Let's rewind the clock for a second. Exactly 1 hour ago, our boy Gujin confidently swaggered in to meet Young-won. Young-won slowly picks up the mysterious notebook, gives it a super lazy glance, and then aggressively glares at the kid. Do you even realize what you just brought me? Gujin literally does not care at all. Yeah, obviously. I got a little curious, so I already read the whole thing. The boss tilts his head, looking utterly confused by this audacity. Then why show up here? Are you seriously trying to blackmail me for cash to keep your mouth shut? He lowers his head, a seriously arrogant little smirk tugging at his lips. Right on cue, Young-won's face goes completely murderous. He shoots Gujin the most terrifying death glare imaginable. You honestly believe you can waltz in and threaten the great Park Young-won? Oh snap, the 2 massive goons behind him are totally ready to throw down. Gujin quickly waves them off, keeping his cool. Relax, it's not blackmail. I'm here to make a deal. Gujin just lays it all out like a boss. That flashy single Flora plus dungeon everyone is obsessing over? Yeah, I want the exclusive rights to raid it. The absolute sheer disrespect in that statement actually makes Yongwan completely freeze up. But hey, he's a pro, so he forces himself to snap back to reality. Yongwan literally cannot hold it in and just starts cracking up. He waves the notebook around, pointing aggressively at Gujin's unbothered face. This kid is an absolute comedic genius. But right after laughing his lungs out, Yongwan's expression instantly drops into dead serious villain mode. He leans in real close. Do you even comprehend the nightmare inside that dungeon, you cocky brat? Gujin just awkwardly scratches his head, completely dodging the intense drama of the whole situation. Yeah, man, I fully know that practically every single major guild in this entire country, including the massive Phoenix and Messiah guilds, are basically ripping each other's throats out, trying to steal any extra dungeon territory they can possibly grab. Yongwan growls, completely baffled by the stupidity. You know it's a total war zone, and you still want to jump right into the meat grinder? Then, bam! He violently slams that cursed notebook straight onto the table. You've completely lost your tiny teenage mind. But then, Yongwan flashes that terrifyingly sinister smirk and actually nods. Fine, you crazy punk. I'll give you what you want, but I've got my own special condition. Alright, you and I are jumping scenes again. Gujin sneaks straight into a boring university lecture, where some nerdy expert is aggressively overanalyzing the dungeon. The guy furiously points at a massive data chart glowing on the giant screen behind him. If you actually read the terrifying dungeon report, the guy yells, you'd know this absolute death trap holds well over 1,000 raging orcs inside. Every single terrifying detail about those monsters is blasted right onto that giant projector screen. Alright, you and I need to check these specs. Floor 1 boss dungeon. Slaughter 1,000 orcs, cap under level 20. Max capacity is 150 players. Clear out those 1,000 green dudes and bag the boss. Meanwhile, our guy Gujin is just chilling in the corner, looking down and doing some intense mental time travel. Before his whole regression thing happened, how many players actually survived this raid? He leans against the wall, wrecking his brain for the exact count. The exact number is blurry, but maybe 7, which means well over half the squad got totally wiped out. Gujin aggressively rubs his chin. These guys were hand-picked regional elites, basically the absolute best of the best. Think about it. Elite players dying to standard mobs? No way. Something way more messed up definitely went down in there. He glares at the suit giving the briefing. Back then, zero proof meant he let it slide. But now, Gujin's face goes absolutely dead serious. He is betting his life on this theory. Whatever went down, it is highly likely these so-called heroes started a massive murder fest inside. Why? Because dead men cannot steal your loot, and it totally thins out the competition. Gujin spins around and ghosts his way out of the room. He knows exactly what the grand prize of this dungeon is. The ultimate jackpot for dropping the big boss, the legendary Orc Lord Fang. And guess who swiped it last time? The mighty Messiah Guild, for having the highest contribution score. He practically sees Sejun grabbing that loot with the most obnoxiously bright smile ever. Thinking back to that dude's overly happy face, Gujin realizes it is insanely sus. Before he was totally clueless, but now, the whole act feels ridiculously fake. Honestly, that punk was probably already rotten to the absolute core even back then. He casually pushes the door open and steps out, strolling down the empty corridor like a boss. His detective brain is working overtime on these clues. Even if Lee Se-jun pulled the strings, the Golden Boy Messiah Guild probably kept their own hands completely clean. Gujin narrows his eyes, pushing his brain cells to the absolute limit to uncover the truth. You seriously cannot rule out those sneaks planting nasty little spies in rival guilds. Digging through his past lives to predict their next shady move, Gujin swaggers outside. Honestly, our guy already has the answer locked and loaded in his head. Scene change. The players are all grouping up right smack in the middle of the street. Camera flashes pop off everywhere like a red carpet. A booming voice suddenly snaps everyone to attention. The players are finally marching into the dungeon, totally mobbed by a massive crowd of screaming fans. Fans are going absolutely feral, snapping pics of the dungeon diving celebs. 4 major guilds are dropping into this chaotic raid. Each squad rocks a signature color. First up, the snobby Messiah Guild, flexing hard in crisp, insanely elegant white suits. So extra, honestly. Rolling up next is the fiery Phoenix Guild. They went with bright red suits to scream power and majesty, followed closely by the Lion Guild. Yellow suits over black shirts, looking majestic and fierce, totally channeling that proud lion energy. And finally, rounding out the squad is the edgy Skull Guild. Pure black suits and matching black masks, practically screaming mysterious anime villain vibes to everyone watching. Gujin just stands quietly in the insane, roaring sea of people, slowly tailing behind the flashy 4 guilds. Gujin is the absolute last guy to step inside the dungeon. Slowly, he pulls his hood down. Gujin flashes the most villainous smirk ever. That Orc Lord Fang you guys want? Yeah, I am stealing it today. In just a blink, every single player crosses into the dungeon. A massive light burst, completely lighting up the pitch-black forest. Now, stick with me here. 2 clueless members immediately get totally separated from their guild. The girl spins around in panic. Where is our guild? The guy sighs, tilting his head. Too crowded to find anyone. Jongi suddenly barks an order. Messiah Guild, line up at the front now. On cue, every single member snaps into a perfectly neat military formation, totally showing off for the rest of the shocked players. A guy from another guild sees this coordination and gasps. That is the mighty Messiah for you. Look how crazy fast they form up. Epic. But an annoyed dude behind him kills the vibe, saying stop the pointless fanboying. Han slowly struts forward with his massive sword resting on his shoulder, smirking like a total boss. He brags that starting early changes absolutely nothing, since there are 1,000 orcs anyway. Han points in another direction and wildly screams out, "Orc spotted over there," while everyone else is still standing around looking totally lost and confused. Footsteps suddenly blast through the heavy tension. Jack bravely sprints straight toward the green monster. He charges up, shielding everyone. Jack glares at the beast, ordering his squad, "Messiah Guild, let us take it down." "All right, you and I are jumping right in." The system suddenly blares out to stay sharp. Warrior skill activated. The beast is officially provoked. Jack's massive shield instantly blasts out this heavy sonic wave, completely grabbing the ugly orc's full attention. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Hearing the massive racket, the monster snaps around on high alert. Boom, the orc instantly triggers its absolute berserk mode. It raises a massive fist and charges straight at him. But Jack isn't scared. He quickly throws up his huge shield to block the brutal strike. He pours every ounce of strength into gripping that shield. Jack braces his boots hard against the rocky floor, taking the orc's explosive impact head on. Suddenly, the monster's ugly face totally drops. Pure shock flashes in its wild eyes. Jack, he just gives a cocky smirk. He shoots the orc this ice-cold glare. "Is that seriously all you got?" Meanwhile, Elena watches from the sidelines. Her eyes and hands suddenly glow with this super weird light as she whispers a magic spell. Next thing we know, boom! Countless massive vines erupt straight out of the dirt, wrapping super tight around the orc's arms and thick neck. The system chimes in with another update. Skill activated by the holder of the source of knowledge. The big ugly beast is officially locked down. Elena keeps on shouting her magic spell, the glowing light around her flaring up way more intensely, while those thick vines squeeze the orc's neck harder and harder. The trapped orc thrashes wildly. It desperately claws at the thick vines, crushing its neck, panic filling its eyes before it screams out in absolute agony. That brutal shriek violently rips right through the quiet, tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a crazy shockwave of wild power blasts right back toward the other squad members. That crazy energy shifts straight from the air down into the dirt. It violently shakes the solid ground right beneath the player's boots, making everyone completely panic and start screaming. What the heck is going on? An earthquake? One guy quickly steps up, aggressively pointing a finger straight toward the dark forest, and starts shouting, "That is totally not an earthquake. There is something massive hiding in the woods." Hearing that, absolutely every single player whips their head around to stare right where he is pointing. Everyone is completely freaking out right now. Holding their breath, they all grip their swords super tight, getting into stance for a brutal fight. And boom, right on cue, over a dozen totally massive orcs suddenly come crashing out of the forest. One of the frontline orcs violently launches the very first strike. It charges straight at a guy from the Phoenix Guild. He just casually draws his blade and fires off a few quick slashes. Instantly, dark red blood sprays everywhere. His slick sword strike cleanly slices right into the huge beast's arm. Seeing that, the other hyped players immediately charge forward to join the brawl. The whole orc mob just goes completely insane. They rush the players like a pack of raging bullets. In seconds, the entire area turns into absolute beautiful chaos. Humans on one side, crazy monsters on the other, just violently clashing together. But wait, the Messiah Guild? Yeah, they totally refuse to use standard brute force. They hang back outside the messy brawl, using crazy magic to hold down the orcs. You and I have to admit, the hype is real right now. The fighters get more and more aggressive, completely drunk on the thrill of battle. Seeing the orc pack stunned by Messiah's magic, absolutely every single remaining player grips their weapons and dogpiles in. This is literally the perfect moment. Epic battle cries suddenly echo absolutely everywhere. Every single person screams together to push forward and fight. Guild members are fully teaming up, perfectly syncing their crazy attacks to shred these orcs one by one. But guess what? Nobody even realizes that our guy Gujin is just chilling alone on a massive tree branch right above them. Gujin carefully watches the entire chaotic brawl unfold below. He smirks, thinking it is seriously hilarious that nobody even noticed he completely vanished from the squad. A super devious smirk suddenly spreads across Gujin's face. All right, time to slowly make his epic move. Kim Gujin casually stands way up high, analyzing the bloody brawl, calculating that he actually is not that far from the main player group. He instantly dashes off, banking on the wild idea that from this height, he can easily pinpoint the orc boss. Zipping through the air, his big brain does the math. To clear this insane stage, they have to slaughter 1,000 regular orcs plus the boss. Naturally, the guilds are focused on wiping out the grunts first to minimize human casualties. But from what Gujin already knows, the boss hunt only officially starts after all 1,000 ugly grunts bite the dust. A super scheming, downright evil little smile sneaks right onto his confident face. That right there gives him a super tight time limit to secretly steal the boss kill for himself. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark monster hideout, a terrified grunt is currently kneeling hard right in front of the massive, terrifying orc lord. The mighty orc lord says absolutely nothing. He just violently glares at the total failure with razor-sharp, deadly eyes. Dark blood aggressively drips right from the guilty grunt's mouth, and then a ridiculously massive, heavy blade is slowly raised up high. Swish, thud. The total loser's head gets chopped clean off in one swing. The ugly head rolls right in front of the other grunts, making them completely wet their pants in absolute terror. Right on cue, the big boss violently smashes his fist onto the giant armrest. He aggressively stands up, tightly gripping a massively terrifying battle axe. He unleashes a deafening, crazy roar, and all his terrified minions instantly scream back in agreement. After that brutal little warning display, the hyped-up monster army immediately charges right back toward the massive battlefield. Watching all this intense drama from his sneaky hiding spot, Gujin is actually super impressed. Executing the cowards who try to run away, brutal but brilliant leadership. He narrows his eyes at the giant beast on the throne. Is that huge guy the main orc boss? Yeah, the monster definitely looks way more overpowered than he expected, but a totally cocky, confident feeling still bubbles up inside him anyway. Stick with me for this wild twist. He got totally lucky finding it while the boss was sending all its guards away. Staring at the massive orc boss sitting completely alone on the throne, Gujin knows his golden steel is finally here. Alright, you and I are watching while every absolute tryhard fights the grunts head on. Our boy Gwyn calculates his moves with this delightfully wicked smirk. He's totally gonna jump the orc boss while it's completely alone. But hey, let's cut back to the main battlefield with Jongki. After easily wiping out a tiny squad of literal meathead orcs, these arrogant guild members start running their mouths, claiming these orcs are absolute garbage. They're super hyped, screaming to just push forward and smash everything. Unlike those clueless clowns, Jongki is dead serious. He realizes the numbers are way too low, meaning there's definitely a massive main army hiding somewhere. Right at that exact second, a shadowy figure just randomly pops up right next to him. Oh, it's just Henry. He quickly drops the intel he just casually scouted out. Sir, a massive wave of orcs is heading straight for us. Hearing this horrible news, Jongki immediately demands to know the exact numbers. Henry completely lowers his voice and reports, roughly 900 to 1,000, sir. It literally looks like their entire main force. Boom. That absolutely confirms Jongki's worst paranoid theories. Exactly as he suspected. Without wasting a single second, he loudly orders absolutely everyone to step up and end this total mess today. If they want to survive this main army, they desperately need to fix their formations. But instead of getting hyped, all these rival guild members just give him crazy attitude. Someone actually has the nerve to yell out, "Hey, who do you think you're bossing around?" Stepping out from the massive crowd, Ronal from the Lion Guild loudly declares, "We are definitely not some cheap errand boys for the Messiah Guild. Our Lion Guild is just gonna attack exactly how we want." Despite the disrespect, Jongki still tries reasoning with these stubborn idiots. There is literally a colossal army of orcs marching right toward them. Guild rivalry is totally cool and all, but if they don't team up right now, he deadass warns them all, every single one of us might actually die in this dungeon. Sadly, Ronal is completely deaf to logic and just mocks him. What, losing your confidence? He shoots Jongki this hilariously condescending glare and scoffs. If you're so terrified, you totally shouldn't have entered here in the first place. Mic dropped. He literally just leads his entire Lion Guild squad straight ahead. Watching this epic stupidity, Henry just sighs. Those guys have completely lost their minds. Not wanting to waste another second, Jongki quickly orders his crew to find a safe spot, take a breather, and prep for the massive bloodbath coming next. Meanwhile, Kim Gwyn's skeleton soldiers have just been officially summoned. Now you and I are about to see him and his two bony minions prep a 3-on-1 against the orc boss. Seeing these three suicidal fools randomly show up, the boss is actually pretty confused. But whatever, it stands right up and gets ready to absolutely brawl. Gwyn and his skeletal crew instantly go full beast mode, totally ready to slash up this orc boss. Right on cue, the two skeletons bravely charge straight forward. Zero hesitation here, the boss triggers its skill. The orc fang is now fully active. The exact split second those skeletons get close, the orc boss just glares at them and brutally smashes one minion into absolute dust. That absolutely insane visual totally shocks Gwyn, who gasps, "No way, that's impossible." Meanwhile, the massive boss is aggressively charging right at the one remaining skeleton minion. Of course, that bony soldier isn't scared at all and just furiously growls right back. Suddenly, the orc boss swings its massive axe, but sadly for the monster, the skeleton smoothly dodges the attack. However, with ridiculously sharp eyes tracking every single movement, the giant boss easily lands a devastating follow-up slash right into the skeleton. Seeing this total disaster, Gwyn realizes his skeleton soldiers definitely can't survive as long as he totally hoped, so he decides to immediately use the loaded arrow in his hands. Gwyn aims his bow right at the boss. He's only got one single shot at this. He has to absolutely exploit this exact moment while his last surviving skeleton holds its aggro. The literal second the boss swings its axe down, Gwyn fiercely fires off his crucial arrow. But the orc boss instantly detects the lethal danger flying straight toward it. Unbelievably, in a split second where dodging seemed literally impossible, the beast actually twists its massive body and avoids it. Gwyn is left standing there, completely mind-blown. It actually dodged that? This monster is insanely stronger than all the stupid rumors claimed. By now, the skeleton finally gets close to the boss's leg. It viciously swings its sword for a slash, but instead of drawing blood, the skeleton's entire blade just completely shatters into tiny, pathetic pieces. While Gwyn watches with absolute shock and pure panic, the boss raises its massive axe and violently smashes it right down onto the poor skeleton. A massive boom echoes out, sending bony shrapnel flying right to where Gwyn is standing. Staring down this insanely bloodthirsty boss, our boy can only quietly mutter, "Yeah, if this keeps up, I'm super dead." At this exact moment, his only real option is to violently rewrite his entire battle plan. Staring at the boss's glowing necklace, Gwyn smartly holds back from attacking again. The monster has the Orc King buff, making a frontal assault basically impossible, so he quickly decides a tactical retreat is his best move. Retreating right now is definitely the smartest play, especially with his mana running low, so he literally just turns around and books it. But then something totally weird happens that leaves him completely clueless. Why isn't this beast chasing him? The boss suddenly twitches, making Gwyn panic that it actually changed its mind. Nope, watching its super lazy movements, he hilariously realizes, is chasing down cowards just burning too many calories? You and I gotta admit, he's pretty thrilled. An A+ ranked dungeon boss being this lazy? Honestly, that totally works for him. I am totally safe to bail now, our dude confidently declared, sprinting away at absolute top speed. Next time we meet, you are gonna deeply regret letting me walk. But get this, while Kim Gujin is making his grand escape, some shady guild guys lurking in the dark totally spot him. Who the heck is that? Ronald totally misunderstood. He assumed Kim Gujin was from a rival guild, bitterly thinking the Lion Guild was not the only one secretly ditching the main battlefield. Typical villain logic. Right then, his lackey whispered, "Boss, what if that dude found the orc chief before us?" Ronald stroked his chin, trying to look smart. Maybe he did, but then again, maybe he didn't. The guy scoffed with pure attitude, adding that they literally had zero clues to go on. Who knows if he actually found the orc chief? Do not trust a single soul unless you see it with your own two eyes. Honestly, pretty solid advice. Here is the thing about this guy. Weak as noodles, but greedy as heck. Whatever loot drops from that A+ dungeon boss, he wants it for the Lion Guild, no matter the cost. But suddenly, the lackey starts swaying like crazy, and bam, he hits the dirt, taking a bunch of other Lion Guild members down with him. Ronald is absolutely shook. Caught completely off guard, he starts screaming, "What in the world is happening right now?" He instantly goes into full panic mode, sweating bullets and thinking, what the heck is this? Nobody ever warned me that a non-orcs monster could just randomly spawn here. This is literally impossible. Out of nowhere, glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness, staring straight into Ronald's soul. The guy is practically wetting his pants as he realizes, wait, that is no monster. Still, he tries to act tough, screaming, "Who the heck are you? Come out. You think you can pull this stunt and just walk away safely?" Yeah, loudmouths like him, they literally always get wiped out first. Meanwhile, over in a super cozy firelit cave, our boy Kim Gujin finally regroups safely with the totally clueless members from the other guilds. He does a quick visual sweep and breathes a huge sigh of relief. Looks like nobody even noticed him. Sweet, but wait, looking around at everyone's super depressed faces, our guy starts getting extremely confused. What is up with this vibe? It feels like walking straight into a funeral. And then, his eyes land on the massive pile of freshly dug graves. He is totally baffled. How did so many people bite the dust on day one? Kim Gujin's face is just a massive question mark right now. What the heck actually happened here? Something smells incredibly fishy. Only absolute elites got tickets into this place, and everyone came completely armed to the teeth. Did these rival guilds seriously start backstabbing each other way earlier than planned? Suddenly, loud bickering erupts. Hey, why do you guys look like absolute garbage? Your squad doesn't look any better, old man. Oh, we are way better. A confused dude from the Pixiu Guild jumps right into the verbal crossfire. Our Pixiu Guild is still kicking butt. By the way, anybody got dirt on what the other guilds are doing? Some random guild member chimes in, dropping the juicy gossip that from what they heard, the Lion Guild actually got absolutely wrecked the hardest. A whole squad went into the woods to snag some sweet loot and literally vanished. Everyone starts gossiping like crazy, realizing it is not just one or two guys missing. That crazy, right? Maybe their bodies got completely mashed up into unrecognizable meat paste out there. Orcs do eat people, after all. The grunts keep whining about becoming orc snacks until their angry captain yells at them to shut up. So gross. I do not mind dying, but I am not becoming some monster's lunch. Stop jinxing us, idiot. That is bad luck. My bad, senior. Sitting around the blazing campfire, another dude speaks up. I mean, joke all you want, but this whole situation is completely insane. He brings up a massive point. Normally, you would at least find some seriously mangled corpses out there, or someone would manage to run away before dying from their heavy wounds. The guy next to him nods hard. You think so too, right? Let's just pray some of those missing guys are actually still alive. Meanwhile, our boy Kim Gujin chills in the background, quietly absorbing all this free gossip. Whatever man, survival first. Epic loot does not mean jack if you are a dead guy, right? Facts. Honestly, this campfire chatter actually has Kim Gujin stressing out. Sure, this is an A+ ranked dungeon, so brutal wipes are totally expected. But having multiple elite squads entirely wiped out in a single day, that is insane. The idea of some mysterious overpowered enemy lurking out there is giving him serious bad vibes. There is definitely some shady stuff going down. And if the main army's strength drops too much, his own master plan might completely blow up in his face. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute grind. Flash forward to morning. The sun is up, and a ridiculously massive army of orcs is already on the march. Seeing this absolute horde has all the rival guild members sweating bullets in pure terror. Holy crap, why are there so many? People are whining and cursing left and right. We literally keep killing them, and they just keep coming. Shut your trap and focus, idiot. It is an all-out bloodbath. The combined guild forces smash into the orc army, while a massive orc roars furiously. The battlefield turns into a completely brutal meat grinder. The chaotic noise immediately grabs Kim Gujin's attention. Looks like the crazy party finally started, he thinks. However, honestly, our guy could not care less about their drama. He is way too busy figuring out how to handle the boss lotto. But here is the real issue. I literally cannot land a critical hit on that orc chief with my current lame setup. Plus, after yesterday's total mess, he realized his skeleton warriors make terrible bait. They are way too fragile and shatter like cheap glass. But wait, a wild idea suddenly hits him. Do skeleton warriors even know how to use a bow? Only one way to find out. He instantly summons a bony minion right on the spot just to test this crazy theory out. Alright guys, Gujin strolls back in. Seeing Lord Orc still chilling on his shiny throne, our boy just shakes his head in pure disbelief. The big guy looked way too comfortable today. So naturally, Gujin decided to ruin his whole morning. Time for round 2. As always, the boss flexes his ultimate skill. The Orc King Fang activates and his power levels absolutely skyrocket through the roof. Boom, a massive shockwave hits the ground as the monster launches itself straight at Gujin. Right when Lord Orc is about to smash him into pieces, something random flies at his face. It startles the big guy, but he quickly swings his heavy axe to block it. Clang, the arrow drops harmlessly after hitting solid iron. Lord Orc shoots a furious glare to see who dared interrupt his fight. The sniper. A literal skeleton soldier, absolutely pissed off by the sneak attack. The boss rips out a huge boulder and chucks it. But luckily, our 2 bony snipers dodge out of the way, sidestepping smoothly while still firing off arrows. Arrow after arrow rains down, but the boss deflects them all. While he's busy swatting the skeleton squad, Gujin suddenly teleports right above the monster's giant head. So his undead crew actually knows how to use bows? A wicked, triumphant smirk flashes across his face. The plan is completely flawless. Gujin leaps insanely high. Just as he's about to crash land on Lord Orc, the clueless boss finally senses the incoming doom. But guess what? His reaction speed is just way too slow. Gujin delivers a nasty downward slice, perfectly severing the legendary Orc King Fang right off the ugly monster's thick neck. The exact second it drops, Gujin snatches his dream loot straight out of thin air. You can literally see the massive raw power transferring directly into him. Boom, Lord Orc's Fang acquired, and instantly the boss's insane stats absolutely dive off a cliff. Physical damage drops down, overall defense drops down, and the monster's agility is completely nerfed into the ground. Suddenly, the huge boss collapses to his knees. Thank God Gujin steps back in time, or he would have been crushed by flying rubble. Why did he drop? Because a toxic arrow is literally pinned inside his leg. Blood poison effect activated, and yeah, his skeleton squad totally did that. This whole setup makes our boy stupidly arrogant. The Fang is secured and the toxic strategy is working perfectly. The system immediately drops the item specs. It is a legendary tier accessory requiring level 1 or higher to equip. This is the legendary Lord Orc Fang. Check these stats. Maximum power, physical damage plus 30, attack power bumped by 5%, physical defense up 5%, and an extra 10% strike damage. Knowing these absolutely insane buffs, Gujin doesn't hesitate for a second. You and I know what comes next, only one chore left. The system confirms the gear is equipped. A totally cocky grin spreads, new weapon ready. He wipes off his bloodstained blade and boldly announces, time to chop your head off. Meanwhile, Lord Orc is losing his mind fighting those 2 pesky skeletons. One undead sniper takes the opening and fires straight at his face. This triggers an absolutely furious roar. The boss goes berserk, swinging his massive arms wildly to smack the incoming arrows away. Suddenly, pure panic flashes in his eyes. A sneaky arrow is stuck right in his stomach. System check, Boss Orc is poisoned again. Out of nowhere, a dark blur dashes past. Gujin suddenly spawns right behind the monster's massive back. Seeing him, the boss charges in a blind rage, but our boy easily dodges and hops onto its giant arm. He floats there for a split second before pulling a sick mid-air flip. Seizing the perfect timing, Gujin grabs the hilt with one hand, slams the pommel with the other, and violently pins the sword straight through the monster's arm. Another system pop-up appears. Blood poison applied. Realizing he got played by the exact same dirty trick twice, Lord Orc shoots him a pure death glare. Before the beast can even try striking back, Gujin cleanly slashes its heavy axe away. A beautifully wicked smile crosses his face. Thanks for the weapon. The axe flies right towards the skeleton, proving this was Gujin's big brain plan. The bony minion doesn't even flinch or step back. Instead, it looks completely ready. It effortlessly snags the giant axe. At first, it just stares at the blade confused, but then randomly chucks its own bow into the dirt. Looks like this undead soldier is seriously hyped about his brand new melee weapon upgrade. Gujin looks extremely satisfied, declaring it the ultimate weapon to end this fight. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an unknown guy stealthily lands on a tall branch. He looks around completely confused and wonders, what is that noise? Regular monsters don't scream like that. After thinking for a second, he heads straight toward the loud commotion, realizing someone insane is actually fighting the local boss nearby. Finding out another player reached the boss first actually makes him mad. Who the heck is it? He needs to gather intel and warn his guild immediately, so he sprints faster and faster. Clearing the thick forest of massive trees, he touches down on a distant cliffside. And let me tell you, the totally insane scene waiting for him leaves him speechless. Because he catches Gujin and his 2 skeleton buddies basically playing a cruel game of cat and mouse. Alright, you and I are diving into pure chaos. 2 skeleton soldiers and just 1 player. Seeing a solo dude like this totally freaks the scout out. He squints super hard, desperately scanning the area for literally anyone else. But nope, ghost town. Not a single other player in sight anywhere around here. So he is totally mind-blown and completely panicked to realize Kim Woo-jin is all alone. This crazy guy is fighting the orc boss totally solo. How the heck is that even possible? It completely terrifies him, making him decide he needs to report back to his guild right this second. No time to waste, he spins around and bolts. But here is the hilarious part this clueless guy does not know. Kim Woo-jin already sensed his sneaky presence out there a long time ago. While he is sprinting headfirst back to his guild like a total coward, surprise! A random arrow violently pins itself straight into the middle of his back. This makes him completely freak out, gasping in shock at the sudden arrow. But no matter what he tries, his legs just give out and he face plants hard into the dirt. Getting sniped out of nowhere leaves this dude completely dazed, wildly looking around, wondering what the heck just happened to him. Who did this? He remembers Kim Woo-jin and panics, thinking that is totally impossible. Was I spotted? It has to be him. Is he stopping me from reporting that he is actually fighting the huge boss? Suddenly, this weird glowing light pops up right next to him, forcing him to glance over at some shady figure appearing out of literally nowhere. This creep is none other than a Skull Guild member, glaring down at our pathetic little guy with totally pure murderous intent in his eyes. The guy gets absolutely terrified, realizing, wait, is this the Skull Guild? Before he can even spit out some famous last words, he gets completely wrecked. The Skull Guild punk just casually stands there over the unlucky dude's lifeless body, while our scout friend is permanently logged out from this world forever. After wasting that guy, the Skull Guild team carefully crosses his name off a literal hit list, checking who else needs to be handled. Only 5 targets left to go. He stares at the massive pile of crossed-out names and just starts whining out loud. Why waste totally good energy grinding dirty orcs anyway? Spending that time player killing is way more fun, right? Out of nowhere, another Skull Guild member up in the tree loudly yells down to remind this kid. Listen up, rookie. Half of that guy's drops belong to me, so divide it properly. The kid down below hears this, sighing tiredly. Yeah, you do not need to worry. Then he suddenly asks, hey, by the way, are you seriously planning to go murder that guy from earlier? The senior Skull member replies super casually, he is not on the hit list, but if I get the chance, I definitely still want to kill and rob him. The junior gets totally anxious, pointing out the guy is soloing an orc boss, so he is basically a monster himself. Is not that way too dangerous? However, the senior idiot stubbornly insists, but after he finishes off that boss, he will be completely out of gas and totally exhausted, right? Then finishing him off will be an absolute piece of cake. Saying that, the senior bails immediately. I am out of here, wrap things up and follow me later. Hearing that, the junior just mutters and complains. There is literally nothing left to do. Next, he grabs the fresh corpse of the guy he just totally wrecked and decides to drag it away to dump. Just tossing it to the orcs means they will clean up the mess for him. Just then, someone steps out from behind a massive tree in the woods. And yep, it is none other than Kim Woo-jin himself. He totally eavesdropped and watched every single sneaky move these stupid Skull Guild clowns just made. Now you and I are switching back to the chaotic orc battlefield with the main guild members, who just wiped out beasts 100 times their size. Han looks at the absolute carnage and feels ridiculously smug, thinking their progress is way faster than expected. Right then, a lackey speaks up, hyped that at this crazy pace, they can probably clear this whole dungeon super early. Han gets totally excited and agrees, spot on. But from here on out, we do not need to rush in close, and if we get the chance, slowly fall behind the main formation. His sneaky order leaves the minion feeling completely confused. Wait, what do you mean, boss? A wildly arrogant thought flashes through Han's head. The small fry are almost gone, so starting tomorrow, everyone will begin hunting the orc leader. Then he laughs like a cocky villain and orders, time to prepare for the main event. At that exact moment, a system screen suddenly pops up right in front of all the players, completely startling the heck out of Han. Glowing red text appears out of nowhere. The message literally reads, "You have defeated the orc boss." This makes Han completely lose his mind, screaming in disbelief. The other guys are just as shocked, yelling at the top of their lungs. What the heck is this? Someone please tell me I am reading this wrong. Who the heck did this? Even receiving the notification leaves everyone completely dumbfounded. How is that even remotely possible? The main forces of every single guild are gathered right here. Henry stands nearby, quietly asking in total confusion, "Hey boss, what is going on? Does this mean those Lion Guild jerks who left earlier actually pulled it off?" Dong Qi shakes his head, I am not mentioning it again. His eyes are filled with heavy suspicion. I honestly thought that Lion Guild squad was all bark and no bite. Meanwhile, back at the Lord's spot, his axe is soaked totally red. The skeleton absolutely nailed the ultimate Uno reverse card, using the Orc Lord's own weapon to send him straight to the afterlife. At that exact glorious moment, Kim Woo-jin gets another sweet notification. You have leveled up and snagged the crazy rare Orc Boss Hunter achievement. The epic reward is a brand new skill scroll. Seeing he got another power-up, he gets super curious and checks it out. Another fresh scroll? Let's hope it is a skill that is actually useful. The second he sees what this new trick is, his eyes totally bug out in pure shock. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Our boy just scored an unexpected drop, an E-rank skill called Book of the Dead packing the raw power of Osiris. It can stash 5 whole monsters inside. The souls of the dead sealed in this little bad boy get infused with Osiris's magic, bumping up all their stats by a solid 5%. Reading through this absolutely broken skill description, Kim Gujin instantly compares it to his other abilities, spotting one major difference. Basically, it is like a magic backpack, but specifically made to carry his very own monster squad. Plus, any beast tossed in here gets a sweet little power boost. Wanting to see just how busted this thing actually is, our guy decides to test it out right away. No hesitation whatsoever. He quickly sucks 2 of his skeleton warriors straight into the book. Raw magical energy violently erupts from the pages, dragging the Bone Bros inside. Even Gujin has to grit his teeth just to keep his grip on the wildly shaking book. Boom, a massive explosion shakes the sky. Lightning crashes, dust goes everywhere, and our boy can only stand there thinking, okay, that was insanely epic. Seeing Orc Skeleton inked onto the page, he is grinning like an absolute menace. Now he does not even have to kill the first mob. Just step into a dungeon and boom, instant army ready to wreck face. A super cocky smirk stretches across his face. With this insane cheat item, the biggest weakness of his skeleton summoning class is officially ancient history. Meanwhile, deep in the creepy forest, a whole squad is sprinting through the trees faster than a caffeinated cheetah. Turns out, it is Han and his guild. The boss is furiously rushing toward the Orc Lord area, leaving his confused minions yelling, "Boss, where the heck are we running?" The Orc boss is totally dead. Getting super annoyed by all their whining, the sweaty leader snaps his head back and screams, "You think I do not know that?" Hearing his meltdown, his closest lackey scratches his head and asks, "Then why are we running?" Left with zero choice, a pissed-off Han finally barks out the exact reason why he is desperately sprinting toward the boss room like a complete madman. "You absolute idiots. We have to check the scene so we can actually report back. If we just show up empty-handed to Mr. Park Yong-won, do you really think we survive?" The second that terrifying name drops, every single minion in the squad freezes up, completely shaking with pure dread. Park Yong-won. So yeah, the whole terrified squad sprints toward the Orc Lord like their pants are on fire. Meanwhile, the school guild guys are totally shocked things escalated this fast. Damn it all. Never expected the boss to drop down that unbelievably fast. So the big boss hastily switches up the plan. Forget the crazy dude who soloed the Orc Lord, we need to wipe out the targets on our hit list first. One thug suddenly speaks up, asking, "Wait, what about the newbie we left behind to clean up the trash?" The white-haired guy just sighs in extreme annoyance. "I told that scrub to follow us immediately. When this mess is over, I am absolutely teaching that kid a painful lesson." The leader then brutally reminds the whole squad exactly what happens if they get exposed. If our identities leak out, the big bosses are going to face massive heat. We avoid that outcome at absolutely any cost. And if things go south, be completely ready to take yourselves out permanently. With the heat turning up, the leader desperately pushes his crew to keep moving. Time is seriously running out, but they still need to stay hidden like ghosts. Just then, a weird chill runs down the leader's spine. He feels something approaching. Hold up, someone is rushing this way. Glancing back, they spot the brand new rookie sprinting straight toward them. But the way this kid is running has the whole gang totally baffled. Why the heck is the rookie bolting like he just saw a ghost? The hilarious answer reveals itself instantly. Chasing right behind the school guild rookie are two angry skeleton warriors. The white-haired guy spots the undead troops and totally freaks out in his own head. Did this total idiot seriously provoke the monster guy? The panicking rookie just keeps charging straight into the middle of the whole school guild squad. Bringing the heat right to their doorstep makes the white-haired guy absolutely explode with rage. "You absolute moron. Are you out of your mind? If you drag those monsters right to us, what are we even supposed to do?" Panicking hard, he spins to the big boss and yells, "Leader, what is the play here?" Thanks to this totally brain-dead rookie, their secret cover is completely blown. About to be fully exposed, the leader's brain goes into absolute overdrive. That monster guy actually decided to attack us? Wait, does he know our secret? If we waste any more time standing around here, the other major guilds will totally swarm this place. If that happens, we are entirely cooked. Even if we have to abandon the main mission, we absolutely have to slaughter this guy and wipe away every single trace. Here's where you and I get a massive twist. While the boss furiously thinks, the rookie suddenly draws out a very sharp sword. The exact second the leader turns around to ask his crew if they are ready for battle, the rookie ruthlessly slaughters the entire gang in one single, incredibly brutal strike. The loud white-haired guy hits the dirt with a critical slash wound. Honestly, the rest of the gang looks just as totally wrecked. So the current scorecard? The entire school guild squad is totally wiped out, leaving absolutely nobody standing except the terrified leader and the crazy rookie. The boss is so ridiculously shocked his eyes are basically bulging out of his skull. What the actual heck is happening? Did our own rookie seriously just betray us? Surprise. The fake rookie aggressively rips off his mask, revealing he was never from the school guild at all. It is our boy Kim Gujin. Seeing his super cocky smirk, the boss practically wets himself and screams, "This guy is the monster." Rewind just a few minutes back. We see Gujin glaring at the real school guild rookie with absolute killer intent in his eyes. He finally pieced the mystery together. These shady assassins are the exact reason why player numbers keep magically dropping, and why only half the hunters ever make it back alive. After literally ripping through the memories of the real dead rookie, our overpowered main character looks pretty annoyed. He didn't find the juicy intel he was actually looking for. In this stupid rookie's entire brain, there was not a single drop of information connected to the super secretive Salvation Guild. Absolutely nothing. Next up, Gujin simply shifts his intense gaze toward the poor victim that the school guild rookie had previously taken out. Alright guys, check this out. Our boy Gujin remembers this dude went missing in his past life, so naturally he just straight up loots the newbie's clothes without a second thought. He throws the stolen fit on. Time to crash a little party and pay the Skull Guild leader a visit, right? He's desperately hunting for some juicy intel. But before he gets to the brainy stuff, he really needs to take out the trash first. If he gets lucky, he'll uncover the sketchy link between the Skull and Salvation guilds. But first, this absolute meathead of a leader needs to get clapped. Snap back to reality. The leader is just staring at Gujin like an absolute deer in headlights, totally panicking. Who the heck is this psycho? Where did he even spawn from? The other Skull Guild goons are practically wetting themselves, staring dead at the skeleton soldier. Watching those two bone daddies creep closer, the Skull goons absolutely lose their minds. Get back! Stay away from us! Meanwhile, our boy Gujin is just standing there, absolutely thrilled by this horrible little reunion. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Every single unlucky goon from the newbie's memories just magically decided to show up in one perfectly convenient spot. While his two skeleton buddies are busy traumatizing the foot soldiers, Gujin is out here completely dominating the guild leader. Playtime is officially over, losers. The skeleton soldier lets out a nasty growl and hoists its massive axe up high. The Skull goons see the blade and absolutely scream their lungs out. Please no. Yeah, nice try. Begging is totally pointless when you've already got a one-way VIP ticket to the afterlife. The big bad Skull leader, completely terrified by Gujin's absolute cold-blooded savagery. This absolute madman didn't even blink a single time before dropping bodies, which obviously means this definitely ain't his very first rodeo with murder. Even while shaking in his boots, the guy tries to act tough. I don't know you, but you ain't getting squad from me. Knowing he can't win a fistfight, he decides to play the ultimate game of stubborn chicken. In his twisted head, surviving just makes him dead weight for his real boss, so he figures there's only one dramatic way out. And boom, he actually does it. The guy whips out his sword and straight up ends his own life. Gujin is just standing there, totally baffled. Bro really just rage quit. Snapping out of his shock, Gujin just hits him with the ultimate sarcasm. Wow, super edgy, totally useless though. Staring down at the dead skull boss, our boy suddenly rethinks things. Actually, wait, shouldn't he be sending this guy a thank you card? Because rage quitting like that just proved he was hiding some seriously spicy intel. Not wanting to waste another single second, Gujin immediately pops his special skill, Eye of Anubis. Here's where it gets wild, guys. A memory loads up, some fancy traditional house, trickling water sounds, and two dudes scheming in the shadows. This global apocalypse is the perfect excuse for the Japanese Empire to level up big time. The villainous dialogue is drifting out from a super sketchy hidden back room. We're teaming up with the Salvation Guild to build a massive organization and spread our influence. Two seriously intense dudes are sitting there plotting away. Listen here, Im Song-jun, you're heading to Korea to infiltrate the Skull Guild and do your patriotic duty for the homeland. One guy, whose face is conveniently hidden in shadows, is hyping up the other. Imagine if we completely monopolize all the dungeons and sweet loot from both Japan and Korea. The shadowy guy is making Im Song-jun a massive promise. We're going to build the most ridiculously overpowered empire in history, hands down. We will officially call it Yamato. Right on cue, two new dudes dramatically appear at the door. The shady boss smirks at Im Song-jun. Alright, time to introduce the VIPs who will be guiding your path. The absolute angels of Japan helping us build Yamato. Hearing this, Im Song-jun is completely shook, barely able to stutter out his next words. Wait, are you? Seeing the two guys walk in, his jaw literally hits the floor. Total fanboy panic, he instantly drops into a deep bow, shouting a greeting. It is an absolute honor to finally meet you both. In his head, he's completely freaking out. He literally never expected to meet the legendary Kendo and Kyudo leaders here. Suddenly, the memory shifts back to the Skull Boss grilling his own minion. There's a specific target we gotta take out when that A-rank dungeon drops. What's his deal? The minion spills the tea on some Korean dungeon broker. He's pretty decent. But lately, he's been totally cock-blocking the Japanese brokers from making their moves. We seriously need to wipe this dude off the map, whatever it takes. And then the name drops. Apparently, Korea's got a pretty cracked broker pulling the strings. Wait, what was his name again? Oh right, Oh-chan. Having finally soaked up all that juicy intel, Gujin just casually tosses the Skull Leader's limp body into the dirt, looking completely disgusted. I was really hoping I was wrong, but nope, classic betrayal. Absolutely sickening. He grinds his teeth together, completely overflowing with raw, unfiltered rage and bitter resentment. Even when things went straight to hell, we trusted each other and fought side by side. The old familiar faces of Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken flash right across his mind. The mighty Kendo leader, the legendary Kyudo leader, even those two sold out. Back in his past life, before all this regression madness, Gujin cleared so many brutal dungeons with them. He used to look up to those guys like literal rock stars. Always on the front lines, risking it all to save the world. He wanted to be just like them. To him, they were his ultimate inspiration. They weren't just mentors, they were his emotional anchors in a messed up world. He trusted those two more than literally anyone else alive. They were top-tier comrades he'd gladly take a deadly bullet for. He loyally backed them up no matter how crazy the situation got. But now, yeah, that unbreakable trust is completely shattered into pieces. Even in the absolute bloodiest boss fights, he always held on to that belief. But now, knowing they're teaming up with the villainous Lee Saroon, stick with me guys, because Gujin is about to crash their little party and completely wreck every single plan they have. Alright guys, grab your snacks, because our boy is not letting these villains run wild today. Next target on the hit list, On-chan. He mutters to himself. A dungeon broker. Since this On-chan dude is getting targeted for an assassination, our guy figures he must be sitting right at the top of their priority kill list. Bro must be insanely talented then. You can literally see the gears turning in our hero's head. In his past life? Never even heard of the guy, which means the hit totally succeeded. If this Jamato gang replaces him, Lee Se-jun definitely scores some massive shady benefits. So our boy decides to go snooping for clues. As long as this broker stays on the hit list, those edgy assassins are guaranteed to come knocking at his door. Like totally clueless moths flying straight into a fire. He might just find the perfect weakness to crush them. Plus, he is totally planning to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Because hey, he desperately needs a broker to find him sweet dungeons anyway. Talk about a massive win-win. Job done here. Time to ditch this creepy dungeon. Meanwhile, back in the totally boring real world, some guys are chilling and chatting in a van. Senior, is it seriously always this dead quiet around the gate? The older dude finds this rookie question absolutely hilarious and drops a super annoyed response. Monsters cannot just waltz out of the gate, so obviously it is quiet, kid. But the second that dungeon gets cleared, this whole place turns into an absolute circus. So just shut up and rest. The rookie hears this and looks completely shook, asking why. Once the dungeon is beaten, is everyone gonna swarm in to interview the surviving players? The senior just deadpans right back. That is not the reason, you absolute idiot. The players literally brawl each other to steal the loot. The rookie is so shocked he screams out loud. Wait, they actually fight each other? The older guy sighs. So done with this kid. Aside from the Salvation Guild, literally everyone is just scrambling to hoard as much shiny loot as possible. Whatever, we will deal with that chaos later. Just go to sleep now, because you are not getting any rest once the real madness starts. Suddenly, the rookie points at something and starts aggressively stuttering. Senior, look at that. Seeing his junior being totally annoying again, the older guy absolutely loses his cool and screams. Why are you being such a massive pain in the neck? What now? But the rookie just stands there looking dumbfounded, muttering about the gate. So the annoyed senior finally gets confused and looks over to where the kid is pointing. Both of them watch Kim Gujin step out, literally drenched in blood. They freak out so hard they scream for the players. Instantly, medics swarm the area, frantically rushing over to patch him up. An A+ ranked dungeon has just been totally cleared. Get the wounded players treated immediately. All this insane yelling is seriously getting on Gujin's nerves. The players are coming out. Bring the stretchers over here right now. Hurry up. Now listen to this. Over on the other side, 2 wild gangs are about to clash for literally zero obvious reason. Senior, there is a massive fight over there. Holy crap, why is this mess way worse than last time? Fast forward a few days, and the crazy events of that afternoon are completely blasting across every single newspaper. Politics, economy, society, and global gossip. 31 people dead. Breaking news. Literally 0 survivors from the Skull Guild. They all got wiped out. Daily paper asks, who actually defeated the orc boss? All the dungeon loot vanished into thin air, sparking huge brawls between rival guild members. Reading this absolutely infuriates some guy so much he crushes the newspaper. Yang grits his teeth, totally raging. How the heck can we not find the absolute jerk who beat the boss? The crumpled newspaper sits on the desk, screaming the headline, Who defeated the boss orc? A super furious voice echoes aggressively across the entire room. You seriously expect me to believe this garbage? The poor guys from the Lion Guild are literally kneeling on the floor in a straight, terrified line. Ronal, acting as their speaker, nervously looks up making promises. We're so sorry, sir. This whole disaster was just way too sudden. But I swear on my life, we will absolutely never let this madness happen again. Yongwan leans down, narrowing his eyes like a villain. What about the future? How exactly do you clowns plan to compensate for all the time and cash I invested, plus my massive disappointment? He slams both arms down onto the table, his voice oozing with some seriously terrifying threat levels. This is not some cute charity organization that just hands out endless second chances to useless trash like you. Yongwan grits his teeth so hard they might crack, spitting out a brutal order. Bring me 5 times my original investment within 1 single week. When I actually bless you with an opportunity, you better grab it tight. That is the only way you survive this. A totally panicked voice leaks out from the fancy mansion. 5? 5 times the amount? After Donald and his sweating crew finally scramble away, Yongwan turns his head to interrogate the guy standing right next to him. Kim Gujin? Is that guy seriously getting treated in the hospital right now? Secretary Kim aggressively nods, answering super fast. Yes, sir. They claim he got all banged up during this latest dungeon raid. Hearing this pathetic excuse, Yongwan dramatically scrunches his eyebrows and turns around. Literally not a single one of these losers is actually useful. Seriously? You managed to get injured inside a pathetic 1-floor dungeon? Secretary Kim awkwardly hesitates before dropping a massive bomb. Actually, the injuries he took inside the dungeon, they totally were not caused by any monsters. Yongwan slowly slides a crazy glare over to her. What do you mean? Are you seriously telling me rival guild players jumped his sorry butt? Is that info actually legit? Secretary Kim starts breaking it down like a nerd. If we had time, we could totally investigate to see what really happened, but honestly, I think trusting the dude's word is our best bet right now. Yongwan lazily stands up, shoves one hand deep into his pocket, and struts toward the door. Fine, let us hit up the hospital. That moron better not be running his mouth to everybody. Secretary Kim frantically jogs right after him, quickly replying back. Yes, sir, I totally told him to keep his big trap completely shut. Meanwhile, inside a totally different hospital room, someone is busy giving out strict orders. So you and I better watch this closely. Look, Kim Gujin, just focus on healing up. Nam Sang stands in the hallway bowing to the patient. If your broken brain remembers anything useful, hit up the guild. He turns around and walks off, scratching his head with a massive dramatic sigh. big trouble. How the heck does he remember absolutely nothing? What's he gonna tell the bosses? You and I know he's sweating. Standing at the elevator on floor 4, waiting to go down, Nam-sang looks up and seriously wonders how he's gonna survive this mess. Especially since Park Young-won's whole faction specifically demanded Kim Woo-jin to get involved. Wild, right? Perfect movie timing. Just as he steps into his elevator, the one right next door dings open. Young-won struts out like a boss, with Secretary Kim right on his heels. He totally spots Nam-sang walking away. Then the two of them stop dead outside a hospital room. Before Secretary Kim even opens the door, Young-won drops his theory. Judging by the clueless look on that guy's face, Kim Woo-jin definitely knows how to keep his mouth totally shut. The heavy door swings open with a loud click, making Kim Woo-jin immediately shoot a sharp look right over there. Young-won strolls into the room. Long time no see, how is the body holding up? Woo-jin stays quiet, just thinking to himself, so he finally showed up. We get a close-up. Clear drops of medical fluid are slowly dripping down the plastic IV tube, one by one. Sitting up in bed, Woo-jin explains that there is basically zero information on those school guild guys, which honestly makes the whole thing insanely suspicious to him. His brain instantly flashes back to the crazy stuff he actually witnessed out there. I confirmed they totally attacked the boss. Woo-jin glances sideways, casually adding that the fact they got completely wiped out like that obviously means the precious loot got completely snatched up by some other unknown faction out there. Crazy details of that massive past battle just keep flashing right back into his calculating head. Woo-jin casually drops one more spicy detail for the boss. The absolute last thing I saw was them using the famous Silent Hunter stealth skill. Young-won, chilling in the chair next to the bed, starts thinking. If it is that specific stealth magic, I know it extremely well. It literally hides the user completely from sight, making it insanely overpowered and useful. So they were totally just hunting players and the boss. Woo-jin lowers his head, putting on his best deep in thought-acting face. Yeah, without that nasty blood poison, I would totally be a goner right now. If the guy attacking me hadn't gotten hit by my toxic bleeding, I would not be here. Young-won hears this and lets out a massive sigh. Sounds like you just got incredibly lucky out there. But listen to this. Young-won assures him that since they died, his secret is perfectly safe. Still, Woo-jin plays it smart, saying he needs to lay low and be extremely careful for just a bit longer anyway. But wait, did our mighty Phoenix Guild seriously walk away from this with zero loot? Young-won immediately looks super annoyed, literally grinding his teeth together. Just thinking about it makes me furious, because thanks to that stupid school guild, we took a massive loss this time. He slowly rubs his chin, clearly cooking up a dark little plan. He absolutely cannot just let this slide. Even just to cover our massive financial hit, we have to drag this school guild right into the light. Honestly, pumping Woo-jin for info was way more useful than expected. Suddenly, Young-won slams both hands onto the armrests and loudly demands, "Alright, I get it, what do you want?" Woo-jin plays totally dumb, blinking innocently. Want something? What exactly do you mean? Young-won stands straight up from his chair. Dude, you can drop the innocent rookie act right now. He slowly turns around, stating it with absolute unbreakable confidence. Because we had a deal, you successfully tracked those players and reported back. But freely handing over this much juicy intel? You definitely have some sneaky little condition you want me to meet. Woo-jin stays completely quiet for a second, then finally opens his mouth to drop his real demand. In that case, I want to track down a certain person. Young-won looks totally confused by this. A person? Who exactly are you looking for? Woo-jin stares right at him and asks, do you happen to know the famous broker Oh-chan? I constantly hear rumors that this mysterious guy is highly capable, but my personal connections are pretty garbage right now. Young-won shifts his eyes, quietly mumbling that specific name to himself. Oh-chan? How on earth do you know that guy? Whatever, man. If a random unknown number calls you in the near future, just pick it up. He and Secretary Kim gracefully spin around toward the door to leave, but then he suddenly drops a super cryptic little line. He is an insanely arrogant dude who handpicks his clients, but honestly, you have to completely respect his sheer skills. Young-won literally stops dead in his tracks, shooting a massively heavy warning glare right at the guy chilling on the bed, and continues speaking. And one last thing. I am just saying this just in case, but you absolutely must keep this whole incident totally top secret. Because if any rumors leak out, you are the only one in fatal danger. Woo-jin tilts his head, staring right at the guy's back, and casually answers. Yeah, I totally get it. The hospital room door slams completely shut. Right before walking out, Young-won tossed out one final see you later. Our boy Woo-jin, he just kept his head totally down in pure silence. He slowly swings his legs off the bed, sliding into his basic hospital slippers while his genius brain goes into absolute overdrive. You and I know he played them perfectly. Phase 1 is complete. They suspect absolutely nothing. Park Young-won is completely clueless about the secret connection between the school and Messiah guilds. Woo-jin casually steps right up to the window, staring outside. He thinks to himself, if Young-won starts digging around, Lee Sun or the Holy Sword Bow God will definitely catch his crosshairs. The absolute madman cracks a wicked, fully satisfied smirk. Park Young-won has literally zero clue that he is inflicting these painful wounds on himself. Yeah, that old man is definitely gonna suffer real soon. While Park Young-won and Loon play their little mind games, our boy gets to focus entirely on leveling up his own insane power. A sleek black car tears down the road, headlights totally blinding, and from inside someone's doing some serious plotting. The Skull Guild is absolutely massive, right? So how on earth do they not have some shady corporate backer funding them? So, there's obviously only one explanation here. Park Young-won chills in the back seat, staring intensely at his phone screen. He figures out that smuggling their local dungeon loot completely overseas would absolutely skyrocket their shady investment money. He stares at those glowing red arrows on the digital map, cooking up a brand new, highly dramatic master plan. He casually declares that they need to dig deep into the international black market. Go there, and they'll bump right into the sketchy merchants running the deals. Young-won shifts his cold gaze, staring out the rolling car window. This whole mess is definitely tangled up with those corrupt corporate suits anyway. Meanwhile, today our main guy Kim Woo-jin finally strolls right out of the hospital. He digs around in his pockets, totally wondering to himself, shouldn't those guys have reached out to him by now? Still nothing? But wait, right on cue, the phone actually starts ringing. Woo-jin pulls it out, totally impressed. That timing is honestly just way too perfect. He presses the speaker to his ear, and a gritty voice comes through. Word on the street is, you want to make a deal? Woo-jin's eyes narrow. He instantly recognizes Oh Se-chan's voice and shoots back with a simple, straight answer. Yeah, I'm looking for a dungeon. Se-chan isn't making it easy, laying down his terms. I need to see your actual skills before I decide anything. Woo-jin smirks, asking what exactly he means by skills, but Se-chan plays it super mysterious, just promising to shoot over a detailed text message instead. And just like that, click. The guy hangs up completely. Almost immediately, Woo-jin gets a brand new notification popping up on his glowing screen. The text is pure business. Target, wipe out the kobolds. It's a single-floor C+ ranked dungeon with a strict max entry of 4 players. Entry cap is under level 28. The clear condition? Brutally slaughter exactly 100 kobolds. It drops the exact location right down in Goyang City, Gyeonggi Province. Reading this over, Woo-jin totally gets it. They really do aggressively filter their clients. Using a deadly C+ ranked dungeon just as a simple twisted entry test? That is absolutely wild. If he pulls this crazy deal off, it's going to be a massive advantage. All right, you and I are switching gears. Meanwhile, down in a super crowded neon-lit city street, this massive high-rise building is absolutely covered in flashy, totally different colored signs. Up in the office, Lee Gina aggressively points at the phone, completely burning with curiosity. Hyung, who is the poor sucker this time? Se-chan, sitting right across the desk, casually brushes it off, saying it's just another brand new guy applying to be a client. He mentions Park Young-won actually handed over the number. Hearing that, Gina drops his head, squeezes his eyes shut, and lets out this massively dramatic, exhausted sigh. Dude, did you totally forget what happened last time? What if this new guy is secretly creeping in just to assassinate you again? What's your genius plan then? Se-chan jumps up, bursting with total confidence. Relax. Against mid-tier trash like them, they could send an entire truckload of assassins and still completely fail. Gina leans way back in his chair, seriously stressed out. Yeah, but if this dude is running with Park Young-won, he's gonna be way more vicious. But Se-chan completely shuts that theory down. If the guy was actually working for Young-won, that greedy boss would have stepped up to do the deal himself. Se-chan confidently walks right over to his incredibly messy desk and yanks open the bottom drawer. Look, if the guy fails the test, none of this even matters. Even if he's a hitman out for my blood, he still needs serious skills to survive. Se-chan violently tosses the burner phone into the drawer, flashing an incredibly hyped-up grin. If he really is that overpowered, the phone hits the bottom with a loud thud, landing right on top of a massive pile of other shady phones as his voice echoes out. Then maybe he can finally smash every single dungeon and permanently end this messed-up game. That's exactly the kind of crazy monster we need. Gina's face literally glows with ego as he flashes a thumbs up right at himself. Hyung, why are you looking elsewhere? You're hurting my feelings. That legendary hero is standing right in front of you. Se-chan shoots him down with zero hesitation. You're still way too weak, kid. Gina screams out, completely utterly offended. What the heck? What's wrong with my skills? Se-chan mercilessly roasts him, saying Gina is basically just a giant meat shield, so soloing a hard dungeon would absolutely destroy him. Se-chan flashes this super scheming smile. I gave him that brutal kobold dungeon test. Let's just sit back and see if he survives the bloodbath. Gina dramatically shakes his head, totally side-eyeing his boss. Kobolds, isn't that insanely overkill? Se-chan just completely brushes it off. Hey, it's totally optional. If he's a coward, he'll just run away. Gina locks his hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling, heavily whining about his tragic life. You seriously have zero clue how to run a business. Plus, did you conveniently forget that my super cool powers burn insane calories? I'm literally dying of starvation right now. Hearing this, Se-chan totally snaps. I literally just bought you a massive feast, you bottomless pit. What absolute garbage are you spouting now? Meanwhile, you and I are jumping back to the action. A pale yellow car slowly rolls up next to this absolutely massive, terrifying crater. Inside that sketchy dirt pit, a swirling dungeon gate. Our boy Woo-jin casually steps right out of the car, slamming the door shut like an absolute boss. Woo-jin glances around the desolate area, taking in the totally empty scenery. A whole dungeon full of vicious kobolds? Is this Se-chan guy allergic to making money or something? Throwing out a stupidly oversized dungeon that would easily crush normal players is one seriously hardcore entrance exam. He smoothly slides right down into the giant pit, perfectly confident. Sure, it's an impossible death trap, but only for losers who have zero clue how to slaughter kobolds. Welcome to the chaos, guys. Just down the block, Ju is peeking through binoculars like some totally inconspicuous spy, dropping intel. She is parked right outside the Songboyan dungeon. She drops the binoculars, throws a side eye at her phone, and gives the totally dramatic play-by-play to the guy waiting on the other line. She announces that Kim Gujin is literally walking right up to the dungeon. Her voice blasts through the phone speaker, hitting the ears of the two totally stressed dudes inside. She hits the stopwatch. Shay-chan practically jumps out of his skin, staring at the phone like it is cursed. Wait, he is already at the dungeon? He snatches up the phone from the table, completely baffled, and mutters to the caller. Seriously, talk about a guy with absolutely zero chill. He demands to know what gear the guy packed. Ju just shrugs it off. Apparently, our boy brought absolutely nothing special to this literal death trap. Se-chan grinds his teeth together. Is this dude recklessly brave or just totally brain dead? Lena looks up and drops the real question. Is he actually just completely insane? Se-chan just gives this grumpy little grunt, completely ignoring her. Lena rolls her eyes with pure teenage sass. She thinks maybe he didn't bring any gear simply because his ego is just that massive. Sha-chan completely agrees with her logic. But deep down, he is secretly sweating. What if all that cocky confidence isn't just him blowing hot air? Cut to a super fancy Japanese joint. Some snobby guy is complaining out loud. They still do not understand the situation. Guess the Salvation Guild is just a massive letdown, huh? Inside the private room, another guy panics. He begs him to chill out. That is Kim Jae-hun of the Salvation Guild, frantically waving his hands around trying to explain his failure. He whines about how insanely impossible it is to predict dungeon runs. There is way too much random chaos going on down there, okay? Sure, coming back totally empty-handed is pretty pathetic, but hey, at least the overall losses were not too incredibly massive. The terrifying old dude across from him just repeats that phrase. Not massive? Noda Hajiro glares daggers at the guy. 5 of my elite students are dead, and you call that minor? Kim Jae-hun completely freezes up like a deer in headlights. He starts violently stuttering, trying to backpedal. No, that is totally not what I meant. Sukahara Ken, sitting right next to the boss, finally breaks his creepy silence. He leans in and asks if Lee Se-jun is already aware of the situation. He brings up their super shady connection with the Skull Guild. Like, is not that the exact reason they got first dibs on this insane rank a dungeon? Kim Jae-hun is absolutely paralyzed. He mentally screams, realizing he just messed up big time. Sukahara Ken does not even let him breathe. He just keeps lecturing, agreeing that yeah, sure, predicting a totally chaotic dungeon is super hard. Then he scowls, looking completely insulted. But seriously, do you expect us to believe some random basic orc actually wiped out our elite squad? Pure, unfiltered panic washes right over Kim Jae-hun's face as the scary dudes declare that they are absolutely not letting this slide. Without missing a beat, the guy slams both hands on the floor and grovels like his life depends on it. He aggressively apologizes, admitting he was an absolute idiot for running his mouth. He begs for just a little more time, swearing he will investigate this mess super thoroughly. Sukahara Ken just gives this wicked little smirk and grabs the fancy sake bottle. Yeah, do not bother. We are already doing our own digging, thanks. He tells him to chill out and offers a drink. Kim Jae-hun's eyes go ridiculously wide like he just realized there is a huge hidden threat in those words. He slowly raises his tiny glass. Sukahara Ken starts pouring the expensive sake right into the trembling cup. He casually explains that despite this absolute disaster, they are totally still best buddies with the Salvation Guild. He just wanted to make a tiny point. Sukahara Ken's eyes are practically glowing with murder. He wants them to know exactly how insanely disrespected they feel right now. The sake keeps pouring, overflowing the tiny cup and spilling aggressively all over the fancy table. Mid-pour, let's bring you and me into this wild tension. Sukahara stares at the mess. He says true bros just drink their problems away. Then he drops this super loaded question, asking if a little booze can really make all this bad blood magically disappear. Total power move. Kim Jae-hun's hand is shaking so violently now that the sake is splashing everywhere. Guy is completely terrified. The terrifying boss Noda just walks out. Sukahara Ken trails right behind him, dropping one final incredibly edgy line. That is, if we are actually still allies. Kim Jae-hun just stands there like a statue holding his soggy cup, weakly agreeing. Slam. The door is forcefully yanked shut, leaving our sweating guy all alone in the room to panic. He bites his lip, realizing he got way too cocky around the literal archery and sword masters. He absolutely needs a wild backup plan right now. Outside, a super sleek black town car is waiting for them. Noda Hajiro is already on his phone, asking some mysterious guy if the messy job is finished. He demands a damage report for their side. Listening to whatever the guy on the phone says, he just gives a super cold, "Alright, I got it." Once safely inside the fancy ride, Sukahara Ken turns to the old man. So was our totally paranoid theory actually correct? Noda crosses his arms like a dramatic villain and nods. Yup, it absolutely was not anyone from their super secret hit list. Meaning this wasn't the work of any famous high-level players. He casually drops the bombshell that the Phoenix Guild is up next. They are the only ones left. Sukahara Ken rubs his chin. If this mystery guy is not on the list, Noda finishes the thought. Then this dude belongs to some totally unknown faction, just hiding his insane power for some super shady master plan. Up in some fancy skyscraper, let's check in with Bomb Pun. He shoves his hands in his pockets, totally relaxed. Since the players went in today, we get to slack off for a few days, right? Alright, you and I are diving into the madness. Dio chills on the sofa asking, what are you saying? He went in alone. This guy is acting confident, making wild predictions. He says he has not seen any sane player survive. That dude is totally dead meat and the gate will just open again soon. Dio barely gets a few more words out. He thinks it will happen right now. But get this. Behind his back, right at the dirt pit, an insanely blinding light suddenly shoots straight up from the ground into the sky. Bomb Pun points over there. Wow, your prediction is so accurate. Dew cluelessly turns his head around. Yeah, right. The massive beam of light from the pit slowly fades away into nothing. He just completely stares at the crazy scene right in front of him. That light only happens when a dungeon gets cleared. Bomb Pun literally cannot believe it and yells, "Hey, what did you just say?" Dew grabs his binoculars with lightning speed and slaps them onto his eyes. There is absolutely no way that dungeon gets cleared, even with a maximum team of players. Bomb Pun reaches out, pulling his arm and calling him boss. Dew drops the binoculars, looking totally annoyed, and asks, "What the heck are you doing now? We need to find the guy who actually cleared it." Bomb Pun drops his jaw wide open and points in one direction. "No, I think I found him already." He aims his fingers straight at a bright yellow car speeding wildly down the road. Right there. Dew watches the car driving further and further away, screaming in absolute despair. "We are so dead." Meanwhile, at a city building covered in neon signs, a super loud voice echoes out. "What? Are you telling me you actually lost track of him?" Se-chan is furiously screaming his lungs out into the walkie-talkie. "You already took the money, so do your job properly. You took my trust and messed up big time. Are you seriously trying to make excuses now?" Ju, sitting at her computer desk across the room, tilts her head and tightly plugs both of her ears. She calmly calls out to the guy who is endlessly raging over there. Boss Se-chan responds with a super annoyed tone. Ju just tells him straight up, "I have not paid them yet." She stands right up from her chair and asks him, "Did you not say those guys were your hometown buddies?" Se-chan looks completely confused and asks back, "Huh? But we already decided we were going to pay them." Ju firmly confirms, "Absolutely not, they only came out to help us." Se-chan crosses both his arms, double-checking just to be sure. "Really?" Ju looks right at him. "Really?" Instead, the boss said he would treat them to a drinking session. Se-chan shrugs his shoulders, totally making up an excuse to dodge it. "What a shame. Starting today, I am quitting drinking." Ju slings her bag over her shoulder, walking toward the door. "If it is Kim Gujin, you do not need to worry. I am leaving right now." Se-chan feels super curious. "Go where?" Secretary Lee does not even answer his question, only saying, "If he actually intends to work with us, he will definitely contact you very soon." Se-chan keeps his eyes on the back of the person who just left, remarking, "Wow, that is insanely cold." An image pops into his head of Ju hugging a backpack tightly, sitting all alone on the dirty ground. Looking back, it was around this exact time last year when I met that kid. Lee Gina returns from outside holding a ton of stuff. "Boss, what is wrong with Secretary Lee? I told her to eat something before leaving, but she completely ignored me." Se-chan slumps down into his chair, closing both eyes tightly. "Just leave her alone, she probably has somewhere important to go today." Just 1 second later, he snaps his eyes wide open, glaring over at Gina. Also, Kim Gujin has already cleared out that dungeon, and it only took half a day. He has some serious potential. But the moment he sees the massive pile of stuff the guy is holding, he goes totally crazy, screaming, "You punk! How much money did you just waste at that convenience store?" Gina keeps chewing his food, completely unbothered. "Come on, boss, do not make that angry face." Se-chan barks an order, "Do you have a death wish? Go return that stuff right now." Lee Gina uses his begging skill. "Please do not be so cheap over a little bit of food, boss." Meanwhile, Kim Gujin's bright yellow car has already reached a section of the road with a large signpost. Inside the car, our guy sits right in the driver's seat, resting his chin on one hand, frowning deep in thought. Let us hit rewind for a second. After fully clearing the dungeon, Kim Gujin climbed out of the dirt pit, walking straight toward his yellow car. When he got there, he noticed a walkie-talkie and a random piece of paper just sitting on the hood. Kim Gujin raises an eyebrow, picking up both of those weird items. What is this? Snapping back to reality, he reaches out to touch the object resting on the passenger seat, a walkie-talkie. Honestly, this guy plays a pretty fun game. Here is what the paper says. "If you make it back from the dungeon, please contact us using this exact walkie-talkie right here. Working hours start at 9, be on time." Kim Gujin praises the note, this guy is pretty cool. A red car is now perfectly parked in its spot down in the underground basement. The headlights are flashing with an insanely blinding light. Inside the car, Kim Dae-hoon grips the steering wheel with both hands, sweating absolute bullets. He curses silently, "Damn it, I cannot just show my face to the leader like this." The image of a certain someone flashes wildly through his mind, wondering to himself, do I really have to ask Kang Ju for help? The phone sitting in the glove compartment suddenly vibrates, the screen lighting up brightly, followed by a super loud ringtone echoing through the car. Kim Dae-hoon presses the ringing phone against his ear, asking the person on the other end, "It is me, Kim Dae-hoon. What is going on?" Suddenly, the guy screams, "School Guild, who?" The bright red car quickly speeds right out of the parking garage. Kim Dae-hoon tells the person on the phone, "I understand, I will head over there right away. Now you and I head over to a local bar where Youngwon smirks, issuing a dark order. Handling the problem quietly like we always do is for the best. I do not need to explain the reason, right?" Jong-hoon, sitting right across from him, answers the guy. "Yes, I already know. Have you talked to the person I need to protect yet?" Young-won simply replies to him. "All right, you and I are jumping in." "Not yet, but since we are done talking, it will be soon." Jong-hoon hears this and makes his big decision. "Then I will explain the situation to my subordinates right now." Young-won totally agrees with the guy's somewhat shady little arrangement. "Fine, just keep him alive and help him out of there. I will handle the rest." But get this, these two clueless fools have absolutely no idea that a mysterious shadow figure is lurking right above them on the second floor. This guy has been silently spying on them the whole entire time. Kim Dae-hun glares down at the lower floor, wondering about Park Young-won. What crazy scheme is he plotting? Does he actually know something about the infamous Skull Guild? Suddenly, another man casually strolls up behind him out of nowhere and whispers, "Yeah, I am honestly wondering the exact same thing." Park Young-won might be well connected, but knowing about the Skull Guild. Dongman smirks slightly, throwing a huge question mark onto the whole situation. He used the excuse of needing Skull Guild info for his job. But honestly, the dude also spouted some incredibly weird stuff earlier. Flashback time. Earlier, inside a private room, Man met with Yong-won. He slammed his hands on the table and declared, "Even for you, Mr. Park Yong-won, getting me to spill secrets about the Skull Guild is extremely difficult." Sitting calmly across from him, Yong-won simply replied, "You are way more careful than usual." All right then. His face practically dripped with absolute confidence as he dropped the bomb. What if I said I know the secret behind the Skull members dying in that A-plus dungeon? Snapping back to reality, Kim Dae-hun literally drops his jaw in pure disbelief, needing confirmation. Did he seriously say that? He bows his head, sweating bullets now. He thinks to himself, if that is true, this is totally beyond something I can fix all by myself. I am going to be in massive trouble if I report this to the boss. So Kim Dae-hun sharply turns his head to look downstairs. Who exactly is talking to Young-won right now? Dongman crosses his arms like a total boss and reveals the guy's identity as Jong-hun. He has done a ton of shady business with Young-won before. He also locks his eyes onto Jong-hun sitting right down there, casually dropping a few more juicy details. That guy is a solo mercenary player who does not belong to any guild. He will take absolutely any dirty job as long as the paycheck is thick enough. Meanwhile, down at the seating area, Jong-hun respectfully bows his head, sending Park Young-won off like an obedient henchman. Up above, Kim Dae-hun thanks the guy beside him for cooperating with the Salvation Guild and sharing all this intel. "You and I both know nothing comes free, right?" Dongman calmly replies that the Salvation Guild did him a massive favor anyway. Finally, Kim Dae-hun just lowers his head. His entire face scrunches up and he goes completely silent. Down below, Jong-hun walks back and takes his seat again. Right at that very moment, Kim Dae-hun steps right up to him with a super tempting offer. "Let's talk for a bit." Jong-hun looks up, instantly recognizing him in his head as Kim Dae-hun from the Salvation Guild. Kim Dae-hun smoothly sits down on the bench right opposite him, clasping his hands together. "I do not know what you heard from Park Young-won, but I have a proposal," he says with complete seriousness. "It is a job involving direct cooperation with the powerful Salvation Guild." Jong-hun smirks, totally playing dumb, and fires back. "What are you even talking about? Can you make it a little simpler for me?" Kim Dae-hun's eyes flash dangerously sharp. "I am talking about an insanely profitable business deal for you, and you still do not get it, huh? Well, this is going to waste my time." Somewhere else entirely, a sleek black car stops right behind the white street line, just waiting for the red light. Inside the ride, Secretary Kim sits in the passenger seat, giving a status update to Yong-won, who is chilling in the back. "I secured a public dungeon, just like you asked, but it feels like your methods this time are way off from your usual style." She turns her head around, clearly confused. "Would it not make everything so much more complicated if you personally get your own hands dirty?" Yong-won rests his head on one hand, totally ignoring her while keeping his eyes glued to his phone screen. "The Skull Guild is basically forced to act because I stirred up such massive chaos, and they will probably be super rushed and completely unorganized." He sees an incoming call flashing the name Kim Woo-jin and casually asks, "Now that the location and the supporting actors are all set up and ready to go, shall we finally build the stage for our main actor?" Back at the gloomy pub, Kim Dae-hun sits all alone at a table near the front entrance. The dude is nervously biting his nails, asking himself, "Park Young-won, what the heck is that absolute madman plotting now?" Kim Dae-hun recalls everything Jong-hun just told him. Since he requested 5 people, myself included, to protect that guy, he must be insanely important to their crazy plan. His name? The guy focuses on the phone text saying Kim Woo-jin, level 16, Phoenix. Kim Dae-hun's mind is absolutely overflowing with wild suspicions and pure doubt right now. He is on the roster for the A-plus dungeon, but there is zero chance he can solo the veteran monsters of the Skull Guild. No way in hell. This bait is honestly so painfully obvious that I am not even sure if I should intentionally bite it. The very next morning, stick with me here folks, a bright yellow car parks right outside a fancy villa's fence. Sitting inside the ride, Kim Woo-jin speaks into the radio. "I guess I passed the test, right?" The guy on the other end confirms. "Yeah, way faster than I honestly expected. You were totally hiding your real skills all along, weren't you?" He does not even wait for a response before continuing his whole speech. "Whatever, it is not like I am doubting you or anything, just pure personal curiosity." Kim Woo-jin coolly explains, "I showed my skills precisely because you asked for it." The voice of the guy on the other end just echoes straight out of the radio. "All right, grab your popcorn, folks. Our guy here is literally shopping for a dungeon. The broker on the line says he stashed the dungeon list in locker 19 at the station. Swing by and hit him up if anything is needed." Kim Gujin casually steps out of his ride, radioing back like an absolute boss. He hits them with the classic, "Got it, but I am super busy doing main character stuff, so I will call you in a few days." Se-chan just agrees. "Cool, I will wait," Se-chan says. Meanwhile, Lena is sitting there squinting like, "Boss, are we seriously doing business with this dude? Has your gut feeling literally ever been right?" Se-chan just flashes this smirk, turns right back to him and fires the exact same burn. "Has your intuition ever right?" Besides, doesn't a broker literally make bank off bad risks? Cut back to Gujin, who is totally fake panicking, keeping his head down to hide his world-class acting. He plays the victim perfectly. Mr. Park Yong-won, this seems super sketchy. You are basically asking me to be monster bait here. Yong-won does not even try to sugarcoat it. He just smirks and says bingo. This villain literally leans back, props his arm on the chair and plays dumb. Man, I have zero clue how our private little chat turned into street gossip. But the Skull Guild finding out? Just a matter of time. Inside his evil little head, he is gloating. He thinks our boy is terrified and he could not care less. Gujin just keeps his head down, staying dead silent. Yong-won leans in, whispering like a creep. So what? You are just gonna sit there and wait to get ghosted? The dude literally reaches out a hand, playing the generous savior. Look, I personally dropped cash on an elite strike team just for you. So just trust me and hit the dungeon with them, yeah? Gujin finally snaps his head up, staring a hole straight through Yong-won. Bro, you are still literally gambling with my life here. Why exactly do we have to do it this way? Of course, the villain pulls a fake excuse out of nowhere. My bad on that, he lies. But I owe these guys a few solid favors. And you know me, I hate leaving unpaid tabs. It just eats at my soul. Finally, Gujin opens his mouth and drops his counterattack. Fine, I get it. If that is the setup, I guess we have no other choice. But I want a fat pay raise. Yong-won smiles like he just won the lottery, thinking he hooked him. But guess what? Gujin is smirking too. He is totally playing him. Yong-won snaps his fingers at his lackey like a total diva. No sweat. Secretary Kim steps right up, sliding this brown piece of paper onto the table. The boss prepped a little gift for you, Gujin. Yong-won leans back. Hey, if you get stronger, you are way less likely to die on us, right? Gujin side-eyes the paper Secretary Kim just pushed his way. Oh snap. He instantly realizes what it is. A literal skill page. Who knows how much time passes, but our boy finally struts out of that fancy villa. Gujin is walking, gears turning in his head, mocking the guy's fake guilt. Before this whole timeline reset, Park Yong-won totally sold out to the Yamato faction. Gujin glares back at the massive building, just shaking his head. Going down the path of a massive backstabber? Very trendy for a villain, but honestly, it does not even matter to him anymore. He whips that paper out of his pocket. Can you believe this guy actually handed this over? The villain is way more useful than anyone ever expected. Meanwhile, deep inside a gloomy stone cave, someone is loudly whining like a toddler. Why are we such massive losers right now? At this rate, we will be dead and buried before we even pay off our crazy debt. Han, the guy trying to lead this mess, is getting super annoyed. He snaps his head back and yells, "Shut your mouth and keep walking." He folds his arms like an angry dad, reminding his squad of losers that total jerk Park Yong-won is actually going easy on us today. The first minion starts crying about it. But boss, this is still way too brutal. Then lackey number 2 immediately jumps in to agree. Absolute crybabies. It is not even our fault. How the heck were we supposed to know who that guy was? Seriously, how much longer are we stuck grinding in this dungeon? Han just curses at them, spinning around to keep marching. I have no freaking clue. If you got the energy to whine, go kill some monsters. But here is a fun little detail you and I get to see. Tucked in the shadows, totally ignored by these clowns, a razor-sharp monster is watching their every move. Cut to the evening. A massive train comes roaring right across the railway bridge. Right under that bridge, a fancy car is parked in the shadows, with a super shady group huddling up. This guy presses a phone hard to his ear, acting all serious. Everything is completely prepped on our end. Yeah, I will definitely take care of it. He drops the phone and hits end call. The glowing screen, it completely exposes the caller ID. Yep, it is Park Yong-won. Jong Hoonyeon side-eyes the suit standing in front of him. So basically, we just hand Kim Gujin over to you guys, right? The guy nods. Yeah, simple as that. Jong Hoonyeon smirks, his greedy little eyes darting straight to a briefcase absolutely stuffed with cash. But honestly, does not that look a little bit light to you? Considering we are burning a super VIP client here, throwing in a little extra compensation is only fair, do you not think? Kim Jae-hun waves his hand, trying to calm this greedy dude down. If cash is the issue, just finish the job. You will get plenty more. I can even hook you up with fresh clients if you want. But Jong Hoonyeon is not done pushing his luck with another crazy demand. Actually, I would rather ink a direct contract with the Messiah Guild. You make that happen, and you can keep your extra pennies. Talk about aiming high. Jae-hun shuts that down immediately. No way. I cannot just casually authorize major guild decisions like that on my own. It is way above my pay grade. Jong Hoonyeon knows when to fold. He just shrugs it off. Understood, fine by me. A minute later, Jae-hun hops into his slick red car and speeds off. Behind him, Jong Hoonyeon's entire crew drops into a perfectly synchronized, respectful bow. This guy stands up straight and cheers. We hit the jackpot. After this job, we are going to be completely filthy rich. His buddy standing right behind him blurts out, I honestly never thought we would actually find this kind of crazy guy inside the Savior Guild. Jong-hoon just smirks, saying, they are only human, man. Not everyone can be Lee Si-jun, right? He then dramatically turns his head, announcing to the crew, but seriously, what does any of that have to do with us anyway? We just need to grab this sweet chance and live like absolute kings once we get paid. Meanwhile, you and I can see a blinding light vanish, and a squad struts out. An epic voice echoes, the dungeon has been completely conquered. A dude in a sharp black suit desperately spins over to the 3 guys casually walking out of the light. Someone screams out that every single Skull Guild member survived. Secretary Nam's jaw practically hits the floor as they slowly glide past him. He is totally freaking out inside, wondering, wait, what happened to our Phoenix Guild members? Are they all seriously dead? The poor guy completely freezes up, panicking in his own head. No way, those guys were the absolute elite members from Park Yong-won's faction. A hot second later, the secretary finally snaps back to reality, dramatically turning his head and shouting out, "Hey wait, please hold on for just 1 minute." He desperately asks the sketchy members of the Skull Guild, "Do you guys have any clue what actually happened to the members of our guild?" Secretary Nam practically begs them, using the most heartbreakingly sincere tone ever. "At the very least, please just tell me what happened in there, so I can properly inform their grieving families. Please, I am begging you." Hong from the Skull Guild suddenly stops dead. He pulls down his dark face mask, flashing an absolutely wicked, super evil smile. "Oh, those pathetic losers? I literally chopped their bodies into pieces so tiny you could not even recognize them." Dropping that absolute bombshell, Hong hops right into the ride, and the black car speeds off into the distance. Matsumoto sits inside, casually tapping his phone while tossing out a warning. "Did you seriously forget what the boss said? We need to be careful and not cause a massive scene." Hong just scoffs back, "Yeah, I know." Matsumoto presses the phone against his ear and speaks. "It is me, Matsumoto. We literally just finished the job, so why is there already another one?" On the other end of the line, Kim Jae-hoon frantically barks out orders. "I have located the target. He is entering the dungeon right when the sun comes up. Listen to me right now." Matsumoto's incredibly bored voice echoes back from the screen. "And exactly why on earth should we take any orders from you?" Kim Jae-hoon aggressively raises his voice to threaten him. "We are completely out of time. If we miss this chance, how will you explain it to the boss?" Right at that moment, Matsumoto finally gives in with a heavy sigh. "All right, fine. Let us meet up and discuss." Right after hanging up the phone, literally 1 second later, a fresh text message buzzes straight into his device. The text details the mission: hunt lizard soldiers on floor 2. Difficulty level DNG, max 10 players, restricted to under level 29. The goal is wiping out every single lizard. At that exact same moment, over at a ridiculously fancy villa, Yong-won stands with hands on hips by a massive window, quietly plotting his evil master plan. "So, there is a foreign faction lurking in Korea. You and I know this is a perfect chance, as long as I use the Skull Guild correctly." He rubs his chin like a classic villain and mutters, "I have always believed it is a total waste of my brilliant talents to only operate inside South Korea." Yong-won stares at the heavy gold watch on his wrist, thinking, even if things go totally wrong and Kim Woo-jin dies, at least I score some juicy intel on the Skull Guild. The time for action is almost here. Meanwhile, right in front of a dark black tent, a massive crowd is already standing around, just waiting. Kim Woo-jin stands over to the side, silently raising an eyebrow as he quietly observes the whole chaotic group from a distance. Jong-hoon is the absolute first guy to spot him. He frantically waves, yelling, "Hey newbie, over here." He then smoothly extends a hand to introduce himself. "Great to meet you. I am Jong-hoon." Kim Woo-jin just gives a cool, simple nod and casually reveals his own identity. "My name is Kim Woo-jin." Jong-hoon acts all super friendly and replies, "All right, let us try our absolute best to clear this crazy dungeon together." There is supposed to be one more squad, but it looks like they are running incredibly late. The second he finishes that sentence, a white car speeds up right behind Kim Woo-jin. Thick dust flies absolutely everywhere. Jong-hoon smirks at the ride. Here they are. 4 sketchy members of the Skull Guild step right out of the vehicle. They are all wearing pitch-black masks, looking ridiculously mysterious and edgy. Kim Woo-jin narrows his cold eyes, glaring right at those guys. Suddenly, he totally breaks the tension by asking, "Excuse me, but where is the restroom?" Hearing that wild question, Jong-hoon suggests, "The restroom. I actually need to go too, let me lead." Up on the wall hangs a bright blue sign, stamped with the word toilet, and a standard symbol officially representing the men's room. Jong-hoon crosses his arms, leaning casually against the brick wall and asks, "So are you the super important rookie we are supposed to perfectly escort?" Kim Woo-jin totally ignores the question and fires back at him instead. "So you guys are the secret team that Park Yong-won was talking about." Jong-hoon stands straight up. "It is almost time. Let us walk and talk about the master plan." He starts laying out his whole sneaky setup as they move. The squad that just arrived has no idea we are on the same side, so we absolutely cannot let them see us together inside the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin sharply asks, "Are you telling me to go alone?" Jong-hoon wildly waves his hands to completely calm the guy down. "Do not panic, we will not be too far away. Someone will secretly tail you the whole time." He keeps yapping. "Besides, there is a massive chance of an ambush waiting on floor 2. If we start slashing each other right away, you and I both know clearing this dungeon becomes impossibly hard." Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin walks beside him with his head down, plotting who knows what. Jong-hoon acts incredibly confident, declaring, "Do not worry, we totally know what we are doing. Just trust us and march right in." He shoots him a cool look, answering, "All right, fine. I will play along with your little game." Hoonyeon smirks, super satisfied. "Good, you go first. If we walk in together, people will definitely get suspicious." Woo-jin does not say another word. He just turns around and struts right into the tent all by himself. Behind him, Hoonyeon watches him go. A sly, nasty look flashes in his eyes. He is thinking this is going way smoother than expected. Inside the forest, absolute unit of a jungle, massive trees packed tight together, giant rays of sunlight slicing right through the gaps to hit the dirt. In the clearing, the group officially splits into 2 different sides. On the right, we got Hoonyeon and his goons, and on the left, the super edgy Skull Guild crew. A system screen suddenly pops up. The quest, kill the hiding goblin to hit the next floor and dodge the main horde. Someone chimes in, guessing floor 1 is basically an exploration test. Hoonyeon puts on his super serious boss voice for the remaining squad. The clear condition is actually super easy, so let's split up right here and search. Then he points a finger straight at Wujin. Since you are flying completely solo, we will generously give you a buddy to tag along. Jin-guk jumps right in to volunteer. Boss, just let me babysit him. Hunyan instantly gives the thumbs up. All right, Jin-guk, do it. He turns and yells orders at the rest of them. No more messing around right now. Smoke that goblin as fast as possible so we can hit floor 2. The two groups finally split up, leaving just Wu Jin and his brand new babysitter Jin-guk completely behind. Before walking away, Hunyan shoots a sneaky look back and gives a tiny knowing nod. Wu Jin totally catches his secret signal, tossing a quick casual nod right back at him. Next, he peeks over at the Skull Guild guys. A wild thought crosses his mind, so the real bloodbath kicks off on the second floor. Matsumoto shuts his eyes tight, super curious. Why not just snatch Wu Jin right now? If he ends up dead, isn't that a massive pain for us? June answers him simply. The mercenaries I hired will keep him totally safe. There is zero problem here. The massive problem is if things actually do not go according to plan. He stutters out his next few words, and Wu Jin runs away. Matsumoto speaks a bit weirdly, but the look in his eyes is throwing out some seriously heavy, probing vibes. You seriously do not trust our skills? Is that exactly why you had to sneak all the way in here? Jun calmly brushes it off. Do not be so sensitive. That is not what I meant. But in his head, he adds, I am just here to clean up Hunyan's squad later. Meanwhile, you and I see Hunyan chilling by a tree, asking his guys a question. So what is our guy Wu Jin up to? The hood guy replies, hunting orcs. He actually looks pretty decent out there. He is using poison blood to pick them off. Hunyan rubs his chin in deep thought. Poison blood? Is that seriously it? The hood guy is totally lost. Why are you stressing so much? The bald dude is also getting super annoyed now. Boss, you think we cannot handle one single guy? Hunyan looks at them both. No, I am highly suspicious because this whole thing feels way too easy. He pushes himself up and analyzes. Those rich guys are not the type to just drop a massive mountain of cash this easily. Is Jin-guk still tailing him? Someone answers. Yeah, why? You want to go check on him right now? Hunyan smirks, hatching a dirty little plot. If we tag along, he will trust us more, right? Catch him completely off guard, and bagging him will be super easy. Hunyan's little squad ventures deeper into the thick woods. Right in front of them, a bunch of creepy white bones scattered everywhere. One goon snaps his head around searching. He was definitely just here. Where the heck did he run off to? Hunyan makes a pretty obvious guess. If he ran, he definitely left tracks. His eyes dart around the immediate area. The heavy smell of blood proves they were here. But where is Jin-guk? Down on the ground, a few dead hyena carcasses are just lying right there. Hunyan mutters, wondering what went down. He stares hard straight ahead and finally whispers an epic movie line. Something is very wrong here. The hood guy spots something wild in the distance. He points his finger and absolutely screams, Boss, over there. A little further out, Jin-guk is lying completely motionless. And yeah, there is a giant pool of bright red blood right under him. Right nearby is Wu Jin, who is totally knocked out cold, also lying in a completely massive puddle of his own blood. Hunyan barks out a super loud order. Go check on Jin-guk first. The rest of the guys stay on high alert while Minshik tries to quickly heal Jin-guk. Getting the direct order, the goons instantly scatter in multiple directions to keep watch. Meanwhile, the guy named Minshik sprints as fast as humanly possible straight over to Jin-guk's body. But suddenly, he completely freezes mid-step. You and I are about to see pure horror. Jin-guk, who was knocked out cold this whole time, suddenly rips his mouth wide open, coughing up endless streams of blood. Minshik sweats buckets and screams, this is really bad. His neck is totally shredded. Jin-guk's eyes flutter open, his chest heaving with violent coughs. Minshik slams his hands down on the neck wound, desperately begging him not to move. I cannot stop the bleeding if you keep trying to talk and thrash around. Jin-guk's entire body shakes. Using his last ounce of strength, he raises a shaky arm and points. Minshik traces that shaky finger with his eyes, landing straight on Wu Jin, who is still out cold over there. Sweat drips non-stop off Minshik's pale face. He scrunches his eyebrows together and lets out a massive scream. Look, these goons figure they'll just hand the guy to Kim Dae-hoon later. Survival first, customer service second. Meanwhile, Jong-hoon Yeon is standing way back there, looking completely panicked as he turns around. What the heck is going on? He asks. What happened? How is Jin-guk? Kim Min-sik is literally sweating bullets, furiously pumping healing magic into his buddy while he yells back. He is fading fast. At this rate, he is totally done for. Boss Dong-hoon just violently grinds his teeth together. Seriously, what in the actual world just happened here? They were supposed to be on the same exact team. A sneak attack makes zero sense. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a massive light bulb goes off in his head. Kim Dae-hoon specifically warned him that the Salvation Society was involved, so watch out. Keep this absolutely quiet. Oh snap, Jong-hoon finally puts 2 and 2 together. The boss is totally planning to silence every single one of them. Back over here, Kim Min-sik is glowing like a panicked glow stick, screaming his lungs out. Stop spacing out, boss. Jin-guk is bleeding like a broken faucet. He cries out that his basic healing magic is absolutely not enough. But then crickets. He just stops talking completely. Why? Because a literal skeleton soldier just spawned right behind him. The dude clearly feels a massive chill down his spine, slowly turning his head to check. The exact second they make eye contact, the skeleton just aggressively swings its blade. 1 second later, a fountain of dark red blood dramatically rockets straight up into the air. Both of his hands are now completely coated in these messy, totally uneven splatters of blood. The bald guy watches this absolute horror show, freezes up, and lets out a massive shriek. Jong-hoon is stunned too, furiously doing the math in his head. Did they totally wreck Jin Gook like that just so they could take out our healer first? Sniping the healer right away means these guys are professional player killers. He nervously side-eyes the bald guy. Yeah, I am pretty sure Kim Dae-hoon totally played us. He realizes he should have been way more careful with such a shady request, and cue the entrance. A whole squad of skeleton warriors charges in, perfectly boxing the three guys into the middle. Meanwhile, let's check in with the absolute geniuses over at the Skull Guild. Kim Sik yells at the crew to quit showing off and save their stamina. Hongdae just casually steps right onto a dead hyena, super proud of himself. He smirks, claiming these beasts keep rushing him because they know he is incredibly handsome. Kim Sik mockingly waves his hand. Yeah, I highly doubt it is your looks, buddy. It is definitely your totally disgusting body odor. Next time we hit a dungeon, maybe actually wear some deodorant, okay? Hongdae aggressively lifts his arm, takes a huge sniff of himself, and gets deeply offended. What are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much I spent on expensive cologne? Kim Sik just calmly points a finger right behind the idiot's back. You absolute clown, how many times do I have to explain this? These monsters have completely insane noses. Look behind you, your biggest fans are coming for an autograph. Sure enough, a massive pack of hyenas is aggressively charging in. Hong just casually stands there, completely full of himself. As long as I enthusiastically welcome my fans, what could possibly be the issue? One hyena cranks its jaw wide open, flashing those nasty razor-sharp teeth, while absolutely disgusting drool drips right out of its mouth. Before it can even land a bite, a hand violently shoots out and chokes its neck. Hong literally grabs its throat with one hand, snatches a leg with the other, and hoists the entire beast straight up into the air. His eyes narrow into slits, fiercely flashing with this deeply unsettling red aura of pure killing intent. Hongdae just viciously rips his arms apart, completely snapping the hyena in half. Talk about overkill. But then another hyena instantly jumps in, claws out totally ready for payback. Those nasty claws are swiping down, but a massive fist instantly rockets straight up from below. Hong lands a wildly disrespectful punch. Boom! The hyena's head practically shatters. Gross blood goes literally everywhere, and the beast just totally collapses right onto the dirt. With his face completely smeared in nasty blood, Hong dramatically looks sideways. Right there, another silly hyena is just standing with its jaw dropped, staring at him. Alright, you and I are switching scenes now. Deep inside a massive, heavily wooded forest, cinematic sunlight is beautifully filtering right through the green canopy. Meanwhile, Jong-hoon has gross blood on his lip, aggressively clenching his jaw as he spits out his words. You absolute scumbag, why did you betray us? Kim Woo-jin just stares down at this clown. Betrayal? You are literally about to die, and you are still lying? He practically sneers with absolute disgust. I have seen so many pathetic players abusing their gifted powers just for their own selfish reasons that I am not even slightly surprised anymore. But seriously, your ridiculous greed has totally crossed the line. Kim Woo-jin casually questions the guy. You once claimed human lives have different values, right? Dong-hoon glares up, dropping a curse word. How the heck do you know? Flashback time, people. A fancy little desk lamp glows softly with a dim yellow light. Suddenly, a super sketchy voice echoes through the entire room. Why are those Salvation Society weirdos here? Seriously, what is so supposedly special about this Kim Woo-jin guy anyway? Both Park Oh-yeon and Kim Ji-hoon are weirdly obsessed with the dude. Jong-hoon smirks, proudly explaining the situation. He claims he wants to keep Kim Woo-jin alive for an interrogation. The pathetic little sidekick in the hat complains. If they do not take him out completely, the boss misses out on his sick little hobby. Jong-hoon casually rolls down his sleeve, flexing all these creepy little tally marks permanently scarred into his arm. Are you talking about this? I can totally wait until next time. There are plenty of losers out there to hunt. The bald guy eagerly points at the boss's arm. Wow, you already offed a ton. Wait, are these marks from those 3 tragic idiots who literally begged us to save them before? The guy is practically drooling with excitement. Getting these twisted missions is just the best. Dropping 3 random guys pays way better than actually clearing a stupid dungeon. Listen to this twisted logic. Dong-hoon flashes an insanely evil smirk. Did you really think all human lives are equal? Every single person has a completely different price tag. So this guy and his goons turn around and walk away, his final edgy words echoing in the air. We only kill if the price is exactly right. Real dramatic, buddy. But chilling in the seats they completely ignored, our boy Kim Woo-jin heard literally everything. Anyway, snap back to reality. A sword literally materializes right in his hand. Now I am super curious. Jong-hoon is totally trapped, just staring up at him like a deer in headlights. Woo-jin swings that blade with absolutely zero hesitation. How much is your life actually worth? As he casually strolls away, Hoon's head hits the dirt right on cue. What a bargain. Later that night in some super creepy forest, Woo-jin raises an eyebrow right at a goblin. So it is hiding in the exact same spot as his past life in this dungeon. He coldly smirks. Time to hit the next floor. Woo-jin drops a totally bad boy line. Better not keep the Skull Squad waiting for me. Then boom, he instantly finishes off the goblin. The system screen suddenly pops up. First floor of the dungeon is officially cleared. Instantly, a massive pillar of light shoots skyward, totally grabbing Ji-hoon's squad's attention. Everyone starts freaking out. The first floor is already done. How the heck? Ji-hoon snaps his head back, doing the mental math. Wasn't Hoon supposed to drop a signal if he found the goblin? Matsumoto totally narrows his eyes. Judging by that shocked face, this definitely was not your master plan. He gets all serious. The first floor being cleared is wild. Sounds like they skipped ahead to floor 2 and are already setting up a nasty ambush for us. Obviously, right? The whole gang immediately starts sprinting straight toward that giant light pillar. Ji-hoon scowls big time. Dang it, did they figure out my murder plot? Being betrayed first sucks. Meanwhile, our guy Woojin is just casually standing outside a ridiculously massive gate. He gently taps the door, gives it a tiny little push, and boom, it completely opens. Crazy bright light just blasts right into his face. The system confirms he is warping to floor 2. Jump cut over to some fancy corporate office. Secretary Kim starts yapping. Most players totally max out their gear before hitting a dungeon, right? It is just common sense. Yongin just chills in his boss chair. Is there a problem here? Kim reads her nerdy report. He bought an insane amount of test tubes, which is super weird. She goes on. Look, I get that monster blood, gross body fluids, and random skin parts sell for huge money. But the dungeon he picked has literally zero valuable loot. That is exactly why I am reporting this weirdness to you. Yongin squints really hard. Buying empty containers while actively playing the role of living bait? What on earth is that Woojin dude actually scheming? Meanwhile, back in the creepy woods, Ji-hoon and his boys creep up to the gate. Matsumoto whispers, looks like those losers beat us to floor 2. There is a massive chance they are hiding in ambush, so do not cry if you get hit. Hongdae slaps Ji-hoon right on the shoulder. Thanks to this idiot, I finally get to have some real violent fun today. Gotta show my deepest gratitude, right? But inside? Oh, he is furious. That absolute jerkhoon is going to pay big time for making me look like a total fool. The whole thug squad grips their swords tight and slowly struts into the portal. The system totally drops the floor 2 warp message. The gate blasts out this insanely blinding light. But wait, deep down in the murky lake, a sleeping monster suddenly snaps open its glowing, angry red eyes. Guess who just woke up cranky? Matsumoto is totally caught off guard here. Wait, what is this? I totally thought they would jump us the second we spawned, but nope. Hong violently steps forward, accidentally snapping a tripwire. Bet those cowards just ran away crying. He realizes he messed up and freezes. Suddenly, a massive swarm of arrows flies straight at Hong. They shatter on impact, exploding into a totally disgusting shower of blood. The rest of the gang gets completely drenched in this gross arrow blood too. Hong stares at his ruined hands in pure disgust. What the actual heck is this mess? It is literally blood. They stare at the red puddles. Arrowheads with test tubes strapped to them? What kind of weirdo prank is this? One guy grabs an arrow, his brain totally short-circuiting. That was the perfect moment to ambush us. Hong violently gags, whining about how insanely awful the bloody stench is. Out of nowhere, our boy Woojin just casually steps out. Sorry about the stink, guys. Honestly, I figured trash should probably smell like trash. Hong absolutely loses his mind. You little punk, quit playing games. Where is Hoon hiding? Did you honestly think you could prank us and walk away? Ji-hoon aggressively glares, mentally cursing Woojin. Meanwhile, Woojin smirks. Just like he planned, these absolute clowns still think he is teaming up with Hoon. Woojin hits them with a cocky grin. Playing games, me? Look, I already knew you planned to completely wipe out Hoon and his squad. But honestly, I am shocked you losers actually followed me down here. Kim Jun of the Messiah Guild? Woojin waves his hand. Whatever, let us just skip the villain monologue. We do not have time for this. Matsumoto suddenly spins around. Something is very wrong with the freaky lake right behind them. Wait, what the heck is violently charging straight at them? A massive, ridiculously angry lizard warrior erupts from the water, and it locks onto the blonde dude in the gang. Talk about crazy bad luck. The lizard monster literally bites his entire head off, instantly deleting the blonde guy. Hong stares at Ji-hoon, absolutely losing his mind over this insane nightmare. The giant lizard casually stomps onto the shore, still munching on that poor unlucky dude. Matsumoto furiously turns to look straight at Woojin, screaming his absolute lungs out. You psychopath, what twisted trap did you pull? Woojin smugly holds up a glass tube. That lovely red goo completely covering you guys? Prime goblin blood! Woojin hits them with the ultimate savage smirk. And fun fact, that is the absolute favorite snack for giant lizard warriors. Alright, you and I are watching Gujin literally marinate these guys. They are officially a buffet for the lizard warriors now. Matsumoto totally loses his mind, screaming he is going to end our boy. He charges at Gujin like an absolute maniac. Hong yells at Moto not to ditch them in the dust, but Moto completely ignores him, raising his sword and attacking Gujin. Gujin casually raises his sword to block the hit. The guy screams some absolutely wild threats about gouging eyeballs. Gujin just smirks and basically says, keep barking, dude. Suddenly, Gujin spots a juicy little detail. He checks out the fancy pattern on Matsumoto's blade and realizes something insane. Swordmaster's weapon. Gujin looks up and totally roasts the guy. With that hot-headed temper, I thought you were just some random scrub. Never expected you to be the legendary Swordmaster's actual disciple. Matsumoto is completely shook. He gasps out, what? How do you even know that? Meanwhile, Ji-hoon is frantically looking around for backup. Where did the Hunyan crew go? He figures Kim Win is not the real issue here. He thinks with 4 of us left, we can definitely still clear this dungeon. But Hongdae is literally shoving his axe into a lizard warrior's massive jaws. He screams at Ji-hoon, what are you doing? Get over here and help me. Ji-hoon frowns hard, panicking that the Hunyan crew might jump them while their team is totally scattered. Meanwhile, a giant lizard warrior towers right over those 2 guys. Ji-hoon realizes they are the ones who might actually die. Clang, the 2 swords crash together. Matsumoto demands to know how Gujin found out. Gujin just smirks like a total boss. Just a wild guess, but it looks like I nailed it. Matsumoto snaps and slashes wildly, screaming at him to shut up. Gujin blocks it, thinking this guy gets mad way too fast. Though honestly, Gujin totally has a gift for making people rage. Plus, the enemy probably assumes Gujin cannot even match his sword skills anymore. Big mistake, buddy. Gujin suddenly pulls his sword back, winding up for a massive, deadly slash. He swings so hard, Gujin has to jump way back to dodge. Makamoto glares at him, and then Gujin does the unthinkable and just spits blood right out of his mouth. The blood splatters directly onto Matsumoto's face. He realizes something is very wrong and stumbles back. Oh, damn it. Matsumoto wipes off the blood, totally disgusted, yelling at him for being a coward. But boom, a system screen drops. Poison blood effect is now active. His health is rapidly dropping. He grinds his teeth, vowing to end our guy right here. Then he preps his ultimate move. Matsumoto spins his sword and raises it high up into the air. An absolutely massive surge of energy gathers around the blade. Even Gujin looks genuinely shocked by this insane power. This is definitely that one crazy move. Gujin suddenly remembers Ken. It is the signature special skill of the Holy Light Butcher. Matsumoto points his blade at the ground and violently rips it upward, sending a massive shockwave straight at Gujin. The system alerts. Holy Light Slash. The Holy Light Butcher's skill is locked right onto him. Gujin narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of energy to block it. This wild strike kicks up a massive cloud of dust. But watch this. Makamoto drops to his knees, totally drained. He realizes he hasn't mastered it yet. The physical toll is just too huge. Matsumoto grips his sword tightly, thinking he totally should have just caught Gujin alive. But wait, Gujin is suddenly standing right behind him. Matsumoto turns his head in absolute terror. No freaking way, he actually dodged that ultimate attack? Gujin unleashes a brutal combo of slashes right into Matsumoto. The guy is in pure denial, wondering how some nameless kid dodged his strongest attack. His eyes bug out as he coughs up blood. Suddenly, Matsumoto flashes back to his past, back when he was aggressively practicing his sword swings on some upside-down straw brooms. Exhausted, Matsumoto crashes down to his knees. In the flashback, he realizes he finally pulled off his master's skill, but he can only do it once. Ken walks up, looking icy as ever, and says his student finally learned it. But Ken warns him, never ever use this move in a real fight. Ken points out that he used it just once, and his hands are already shaking like crazy. He explains to his student, insane damage means it drains massive stamina and puts a huge burden on your body. If he uses this in a real battle and the enemy figures out his weakness, he is totally dead meat. Matsumoto totally wants to talk back, but Ken shuts him down. He warns him that one day, he will face an absolute monster who survives that full power attack. Back in reality, he is completely out of gas. Gujin violently swings his blade right across Matsumoto's chest. Ken's warning literally echoes in his mind, you will be the one who dies. And just like that, Matsumoto crashes completely to the ground. His last thought, Master, I found that monster. Hongda sees this and screams his name, but getting distracted is a massive rookie mistake. The lizard warrior brutally headbutts him. Hongdae goes flying and violently smashes right into a thick tree trunk. That monster's impact is so insanely crushing that Hongdae immediately coughs up blood. Jahoon watches this absolute disaster unfold, thinking to himself, wait, I thought these guys were the Swordmaster's elite students. Why is everyone totally useless? Plus, the Hunyan gang hasn't even shown their faces yet. At this rate, their squad has absolutely zero chance. So what does Jahoon do? He completely panics and begs for a truce. He yells that they really don't need to fight to the death like this. He tries to convince Gujin to just call a timeout so they can focus on actually clearing this crazy dungeon together. He argues that if they keep fighting, they'll all become monster snacks. But Gujin just hits him with an icy smirk. No need to worry about me, man. Jahoon starts sweating bullets, gasping. What? Gujin ruthlessly tells him that if they all just die, he will have an infinitely easier time clearing this dungeon alone. Jahoon is completely mind-blown. Alright, check this out. What the heck is that? A bony hand bursts from dirt, and a whole skeleton squad just drops in. The system literally announces skeleton warriors. Wu Jin gives this guy the ultimate dirty look. Like, why should he trust him? Dude just screamed about taking him down. Jahoon's eyes just bug out at him. Blood poison, and now freaking necromancy? Why wasn't this insane stuff in his intel report? Then, a massive creepy shadow looms right behind this guy. The lizard warrior opens its giant jaws ridiculously wide. It snaps down super hard, but totally lucky for Jahoon here. He barely dodges it. But that huge lizard warrior quickly dashes right behind his back anyway. Jahoon literally covers his face, squeezing his eyes shut, waiting for a dramatic game over. But the giant lizard does not attack him. Panic-stricken, he opens his eyes and sees Hong casually smashing an axe into its scaly tail. He actually calls him the Messiah Guild's pathetic watchdog. Hong snarls back, saying he had time to beg for his life, but zero time to help a buddy out. The lizard warrior totally uses this distraction to slip away. It wraps its nasty tail around Hong, squeezing him crazy tight. And just like that, the dude is completely trapped in its grip. The freaky lizard just glares at Hong with these massive, intense eyes. But he is not scared at all, yelling back to let him go, basically saying the stupid lizard's nasty breath is making him literally vomit. The lizard just squeezes its huge tail even tighter, while Jahoon just stands there totally frozen. Like, help you with hopes and prayers, right? He stares up at it, seriously calculating his odds. Oh crap, what do I do now? How does anyone even escape this totally messed up cinematic disaster? Jahoon bites his lip, realizing he absolutely cannot solo this monster. So, like a total coward, he decides running away is literally his best option right now. Then Jahoon literally pivots to bolt out of there, planning to play hide and seek until the others clear the dungeon for him. He completely turns his back, basically deciding to figure out his next sneaky move later. Surviving is the #1 priority here. He absolutely cannot die in some lame anticlimactic way in this garbage place. He is totally sprinting away when he suddenly notices something wild. Jahoon glances back, realizing something crazy fast just zipped past him. A literal skeleton jams a sword straight into the lizard's neck. He gasps out loud. A skeleton soldier. Then the system casually pops up. The giant lizard warrior just got slapped with the toxic blood poison effect. Jahoon stares at the skeleton in pure, unadulterated horror. How is a pile of bones moving like that? It is literally fighting on par with a seriously high-tier elite player right now. The skeletal gang quickly swarms around the giant lizard. And get this, there are literally 5 of these bad boys, not just one. Hold up, if Kim Woo-jin is actually this ridiculously overpowered, Jahoon realizes that means he probably already wiped out the entire Hoonyeon crew too. Oh snap, so that is exactly why those guys haven't showed up at all yet. The crazy lizard opens its terrifyingly sharp jaws wide, and suddenly the massive dark mystery behind the entire Skull Guild totally wiping out in that epic A-rank dungeon. As the lizard's tail swings high, it all makes total sense now. Sweating bullets, Jahoon decides he absolutely must survive this cinematic nightmare and report back immediately. But wait, why is this massive lizard stalking him so closely? Why is it totally ignoring the killer skeletons just to chase him? Suddenly, a badass skeleton steps up to block it. That skeleton viciously slashes its sword into the lizard warrior's giant legs multiple times. The beast glares at the bony squad with huge eyes before totally crashing face first into the dirt. The system pops off. Thanks to the toxic blood poison, this heavy-hitting lizard is losing power fast. Jahoon lets out a huge gasp. They actually took it down. But nope, the massive lizard slowly stands back up, glaring down at him with an insanely sharp, deadly look. Terrified, Jahoon thinks, still not dead? Seriously, what the heck does this absolute tank eat? Then the scaly beast locks those creepy eyes dead on Jahoon, scaring him half to death. Freaking out, he asks himself, this is impossible. Why is it literally only targeting me? It is acting like those skeleton soldiers are completely invisible. Jahoon immediately scrambles away. The bony crew relentlessly attacks the lizard, while Woo-jin just casually stands there enjoying the show. Honestly, thanks for throwing yourself out there as human bait for this lizard. Makes this entire boss fight stupidly easy. Woo-jin smirks at the guy, asking, you seriously still have zero clue what is happening, do you? He says it so casually. We are still in that rookie era where everyone just relies on levels and shiny items to beat these dungeons. Woo-jin suddenly flashes back to the old days. This girl literally holds a giant handful of gross, mushy mud. She totally freaks out, screaming, why on earth do I have to smear this disgusting crap everywhere? Jordan just shrugs and replies. He isn't super sure about the nerdy details, but apparently these huge lizard warriors have ridiculously terrible eyesight. He points at his own eyes with this smug look, saying, so obviously, we gotta slap on some camouflage and totally exploit that weakness. Jordan completely turns around and shouts out, am I right, Kim Woo-jin? Woo-jin just gives this snarky smile over his shoulder. Nope, completely wrong. Boom, back to present reality. Woo-jin casually wonders to himself, are those old friends doing okay these days? Meanwhile, the raging lizard warrior reaches out to totally wreck Jahoon. Jahoon realizes he literally cannot just keep sprinting forever like a track star. Woo-jin is standing right there. For some crazy reason, these lizards are only growing real players. So he hits absolute top speed, charging straight at Woo-jin. Jahoon totally locks onto him, refusing to go down in this cinematic disaster all by himself. Come share this absolute nightmare with me, you jerk. Woo-jin just stares at him with maximum, unbothered disgust, while a skeleton casually steps up to block Jahoon's path. He leaps right up. Jahoon swings his sword wildly, screaming out, a fragile pile of dry bones seriously thinks it can block my epic escape? And just like an action star, he flips right over the skeleton's head. But suddenly, Jahoon's eyes pop out of his skull. Wait, there's another one? A sneaky backup skeleton violently slashes him mid-air. Jahoon totally loses his dramatic momentum, wiping out hard onto the dirt. He stares at the ground in absolute shock as his fancy villainous mask finally shatters into pieces. That skeleton finishes its nasty combo and smoothly glides aside. Meanwhile, this guy is just slumped on the ground, completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. The lizard warrior was right on his tail. It lunged, headbutting the guy into the air. Gujin just stood there watching, totally stone-faced. Jahoon dragged himself across the ground, cursing his busted leg. The dude turned his head toward the lizard in absolute pure terror. Lucky for this guy, a squad of skeletons shanked the beast, dropping it before it could turn Jahoon into a snack. He thought with pure joy. They actually killed it. I survived. Then Gujin just calmly strolled right over and said, thanks for being the perfect lizard bait for me. Our boy coldly added, but now it's cleanup time. Jahoon nervously stammered out, what do you mean by that, cleanup? Suddenly, the dude started screaming and begging him. Wait, let's make a deal. What do you want? Just help me get out of this dungeon alive. Gujin just pointed right behind him and replied, well, if you are begging for your life, you should be asking the guy behind you, not me. Jahoon turned his head around and gasped out loud. What? The lizard warrior was still very much alive and kicking. Gujin finally spoke up. You must be super curious why it only chased you down. Our MC pointed straight at its eyes and explained, those things basically work exactly like some wild thermal vision goggles. Obviously, through the lizard's eyes, since Jahoon was a living, breathing human, his body was radiating some serious heat. So naturally, it had absolutely zero interest in a bunch of freezing cold skeletons. The dude stared in total terror right before the massive lizard warrior leaped up and pounced directly onto him. Breaking news hit the airwaves. An A-plus double-floor dungeon had just been discovered. Web portals everywhere instantly exploded with the massive global story. The dungeon boss? The infamous spike-tail snake. News dropped that every single player worldwide had completely given up on fighting this crazy monster. The daily reports confirmed the Phoenix Guild officially backed out. The TV showed a news anchor delivering a highly dramatic special broadcast entirely focused on the Phoenix Guild's sudden retreat. Breaking news. The Phoenix Guild flat out refuses to enter the new dungeon. Meanwhile, back at their headquarters lounge, Secretary Kim and Yongwon were busy watching the news. She lowered her voice and said, "I completely can't believe this happened right as you planned to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon. Honestly, the timing could not possibly be any worse." Secretary Kim swiped through her tablet, reading the trending articles aloud. Just as I predicted, the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild has completely tanked into the dirt. The public is absolutely roasting the guild, calling them total cowards whenever a strong monster appears. What is this garbage? Why is everyone suddenly racing to completely ignore this dungeon? Too scared to die, but they act like total heroes on TV. We all knew these cowards would pull a stunt exactly like this. Those Phoenix Guild scrubs are terrified. Now we can only trust the Savior Guild. Yongwon just frowned and scoffed. What is the point of listening to these annoying losers complain anyway? Right now, we have to focus all our energy on that 6th-floor dungeon. The TV flashed another news update. Breaking news. The Savior Guild proudly announced they will need more time. The official statement from the Savior Guild just dropped. Breaking news. They delayed their dungeon raid, holding an emergency press conference because they claim this is a highly critical issue. We will strictly organize the dungeon conquest only after taking ample time to thoroughly prepare ourselves. Online, the public totally spammed comments saying they could only trust the Savior Guild now. Comment 11 read, Goddess Parent H has finally spoken out loud. Comment 8. If you are Korean, you better support the Savior Guild. Comment 14. I will wait patiently. We are totally relying on the Savior Guild. Comment 12. Alright, let's jump over to Sachin scrolling through these wild comments. So, even the mighty Savior Guild had to totally delay their dungeon entry. Gina slurped her ramen noodles and replied, well, obviously, it is not called the literal snake of death for nothing. France, the US, and Japan. It has been 2 years since it first appeared, but nobody has found any useful info on it at all. He excitedly added, and honestly, not a single player has ever survived after deciding to hunt it. Whenever that insane thing shows up, the dungeon's difficulty rating is basically just a total joke written for fun. Si-chan scratched his chin in deep thought, and now that exact monster has spawned in our country, and we still have zero information about it. He thought seriously, the public doesn't suspect a thing and blindly puts all their trust in the Savior Guild. But did the Savior Guild really just announce that without any shady hidden motives? Suddenly, Si-chan realized it something completely crazy and frantically swiped his screen. Wait a minute, could it actually be? He smirked slightly. Just look at these absolute scumbags. He asked the guy across from him, what do you think happens if every single guild delays entering this specific dungeon? Gina looked up and answered, what else? Some clueless rookies will just team up and try it out, but they literally stand absolutely zero chance anyway. He spoke while loudly chewing his noodles. Eventually, the government will get desperate and want to clear out that dungeon as fast as humanly possible. And then other countries will open up their dungeons, too. Sachin kept scrolling the web and confidently said, exactly right. Simply put, it becomes a massive full-scale dungeon raid. And if someone swoops in at that exact perfect moment and kills the snake, Gina totally gasped, huh? Then that guy gets insanely famous. Wait, boss, do you mean the Savior Guild is intentionally stalling with a shady agenda? Watch this, you and I are about to see the real plot. Sichin carefully replied, but I'm not totally sure, but with their skill level. Then he held up his tablet, showing a detailed data analysis. He showed the Savior Guild's wild stats directly to him. Purposely delaying this dungeon clear is definitely a calculated move, and the longer they decide to just leave it completely alone. As the public's fear completely skyrockets, the amount of insane loot spawning inside that dungeon will also multiply massively along with it. By then, whoever finally steps up and slays the spike-tail snake will claim absolute wealth and infinite fame. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. You have achieved the epic title of Lizard Warrior Hunter. You will receive special rewards, and some of your skills have totally leveled up. On screen, a skeleton brutally slammed its sword right through the massive lizard warrior. This time, they finally took it down for good. Another system alert chimed. Poison blood skill has leveled up. Alright, you and I are diving in. His skeleton summoning skill just leveled up. Hell's Messenger literally handed him some of his own insane demonic power. Gujin steps up to the lizard. He casually notes that fighting alongside cold-blooded skeletons makes this whole boss battle way easier to handle. He glances over, totally knowing he is getting tangled up with the Messiah Guild now. Staring at his own reflection right in the dead lizard's eyes, our boy realizes his free-roaming, carefree days are officially numbered. He slowly turns his head, glancing at a nearby skeleton. Grabbing Matsumoto's sword, Gujin just shrugs. Whatever, he will deal with things as they come. The system pops up, revealing this bad boy is forged straight from an armored turtle shell. It is a totally unique rank weapon, requiring level 20 or higher. Made from an armored turtle, this crazy thing is basically impossible to destroy. Physical damage sits at 109. Strength gets an 11-point boost. Plus, every single hit gets a 20% damage spike. He frowns at the blade. For a weapon that used to belong to the legendary kendo leader, it is honestly not too shabby. He tosses it to a skeleton. The bonehead respectfully takes the weapon from him. It is all yours now. Gujin casually walks right past his new armed minion. The skeleton stares at its new toy. The shiny blade totally reflects its creepy hollow eye sockets. Meanwhile, Gujin strolls straight over to Matsumoto. Now let's have a little chat, huh? The system suddenly announces the activation of the Eye of Anubis skill. Back in the real world, a massive light pillar shoots into the sky. The guard screams the dungeon is conquered. A panicked staff guy runs up. Great news, but where are all the other hunters? Gujin shoves his hands in his pockets, replying fast. They are all completely dead, except me. The staff guy loses his absolute mind. What? What are you even talking about? Explain this clearly. I have to write a super detailed report for the guild. Gujin completely ignores his panic, just walking past. Dude, just write that the giant lizard boss was way stronger than anyone expected. Simple as that. Hey, excuse me. The guy yells at Kim Woojin. Our boy just steps onto the rooftop, pulling out his phone for a private chat. Yeah, I took care of it exactly like you asked, he says seriously. Just as Mr. Park Yong-won predicted, one of those goons hunting me used a totally unique sword that actually belonged to the infamous kendo leader himself. Woojin keeps spilling the tea. As you already know, the kendo leader is a Messiah Guild core member and the big boss of the Yamato faction. Japan's Yamato faction is definitely the Skull Guild's main headquarters. He gives a super sneaky sideways glance, clearly plotting his next crazy move. Woojin stares hard at the television in the room. Besides that major detail, I could not uncover anything else. But give me a little more time to dig around and I might find some fresh dirt. All right, I will hit you up later. He opens the door to leave, but his eyes stay totally glued to that television. Turns out, someone actually planted a hidden bug right behind the screen. Now, you and I should pay attention here. Hands in his pockets, he strolls onto the roof, looks back at that door, and smirks. A little earlier, Matsumoto met up with a shady guy from the Spy Guild at a local cafe. What, do you seriously not trust me? The dude scrambles to reply, no, absolutely not, but we gotta be extra paranoid since you are meeting a guy our guild is keeping close tabs on. I already slapped the listening device behind the television, just giving you a heads up. Matsumoto yanks up his face mask and quickly replies. Got it. Woojin smirks, thinking those damn Skull Guild idiots are digging their own graves. At this point, how the heck will the Skull Guild even handle Park Young-won? Suddenly, the phone in his jacket pocket starts vibrating like crazy. Woojin checks the screen. It is Park Young-won calling. Speak of the devil. The guy speaks up. I heard the wild news. Everyone got wiped out except you. Did your lucky star save you again? So, did you bring me anything totally awesome? Woojin fires right back. I was way too busy surviving to find anything huge, but I probably figured out exactly where the Skull Guild's main base actually is. He steps onto the street, unlocking his car. Young-won sounds totally hyped. Not bad at all. Come over to my place tomorrow. I want details. Woojin replies smoothly. Understood. See you tomorrow, boss. He slides his car key straight into the ignition. Next stop, the railway station, specifically locker number 19. Standing right there, he sighs heavily. This Osei-chan guy is seriously playing it way too cautious. Woojin pops the locker open. The guy definitely knows he is a massive moving target. Looking inside, he spots the real jackpot, a huge master dungeon list. He prays this list is not a total letdown. Taking the documents back to his car to read, he is blown away. Didn't expect it to be this extensive. He pulls this absolutely stunned face. Honestly, no wonder the giant Messiah Guild considers this single dude a massive pain in their necks. Flipping through the pages, he reads and processes everything. The sheer quantity and quality, absolutely top tier. It makes him remember the intel from his old Messiah Guild days. He realizes something huge. He finally knows exactly where all that crazy intel actually came from. Osa-chan is not being hunted for nothing. Suddenly, a specific piece of info catches Woojin's sharp eye. This page specifically mentions the ultra-rare albino lizard egg. Albino lizard egg. Located on floor 2, carrying a brutal minus difficulty. Maximum 8 players allowed. The catch? You must be under level 30 to enter. The clear condition is simply collecting the albino lizard eggs. The prize? 6 skills and titles. Woojin absolutely marvels at this insane find. He never expected the guy to actually have this. He thinks hard, realizing there is basically zero info out there on these eggs. Not even he knows. Stick with me, guys, it's getting wild. He ponders what could possibly be inside those eggs. Frowning deeply, he realizes it is super strange, but he will just have to find out himself. He reaches straight for the walkie-talkie. Alright, listen up. These secrets belong exclusively to Lee Se-jun. This is one massive clue dragging us so much closer to the absolute truth. Gujin stares at the radio in his hand, locking in his dramatic resolve. He has to crush this dungeon, no matter the cost. The radio crackles to life on the other end. Young-won sits right there, listening closely to him speaking through the speaker. Hello, hello, is anyone out there hearing this? It is Kim Woojin speaking. He flashes this totally wicked supervillain smile. Kim Woojin, our very first major showdown is finally happening. Morning hits. Gujin drives up to the guild headquarters right on schedule. Young-won casually asks him while reading the news. So basically, you are saying the Hunian crew and the Skull Guild totally wiped each other out. Gujin nods, saying the Skull Guild had one seriously overpowered guy in their ranks. He explains that based on their sword skills and wild gear, they are 100% tied to factions in Japan. Young-won frowns. Japan, yeah, some Japanese factions definitely have some pretty massive influence right now. He violently slams the newspaper onto the desk. Once we finally clear this current dungeon, we are seriously going to investigate this whole mess. The headline loudly screams that Park Yong-won of the Phoenix Guild is attacking a 6th-floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Guild actually conquer a level 6 threat? The Prime Minister even had a serious, intense discussion with Yong-won. Crossing his arms, he warns Gujin, "You survived twice in a row while the entire Skull Guild got wiped out. Trust me, they will definitely start watching you closely now." Yong-won tells him strictly, "No solo acts until I return." Meanwhile, Secretary Kim swipes through her tablet and starts giving her official report. The money was just transferred into Kim Woo-jin's bank account. Yong-won smirks at him. "You heard the lady. That is your official compensation for this mess." He grabs the newspaper again, telling him, "After I handle this dungeon, I will contact you." Gujin totally plays the part, bowing low. "Thank you so much, sir." Business done, he confidently walks out of the headquarters toward his car. Gujin flashes an absolutely evil, smug smile thinking about returning from the dungeon later. He remembers the bug he cleverly planted behind the television. Those absolute idiots now think Park Yong-won is my main backup in all this. They will focus all their nasty attention on him, not me. Gujin happily opens the door and hops into his car. You and I are absolutely going to love seeing Yong-won's reaction when he gets out. He grabs the radio, thinking all his trap cards are beautifully set. What was that warning about not flying solo again? So incredibly hilarious. Over in some sketchy warehouse, deep inside a shipping container converted into a living space, Jisoo is talking on the phone. "The preparation is totally complete, boss, but honestly I really do not know if Kim Woo-jin will actually..." She immediately glances at the guy sitting right nearby at the desk. "Is he actually going to agree to this crazy idea?" Si-chan laughs over the line. "Relax, if anything goes wrong I will handle him myself." Meanwhile, Gujin approaches the container just as Jisoo says, "Understood," loud and clear. He reaches to open the door but suddenly freezes in his tracks. He clearly hears people totally arguing inside the room. Jisoo tells the other guy, Lie Gina, "The boss says you need to get yourself fully ready right now." He complains back, looking insanely annoyed by her attitude. "Secretary Lie, I told you to call me sir in public." He keeps ranting, yelling about how many times he has said he hates being called Lena, purely because it makes him sound exactly like some delicate little girl. Someone hearing that might actually think I am a literal girl. Gujin hears this exact name and immediately pauses in shock. Lee Gina of the famous Phoenix Guild? Is it actually that crazy guy? He confidently kicks the door open and strides inside. Gina and Jisoo are already standing right there in the room. Gujin shoots her a highly questioning look. Jisoo just casually deadpans. "A high-level supervisor is officially tagging along purely because you chose a dungeon that is way above your own current power level." She slides a thick contract right over to him. "If you are actually cool with this arrangement, just sign your name right down here. Ask any questions you might have." Gujin intensely stares at the guy sitting across from him. Immortal Lena, the one absurd player who literally cannot be killed. He thinks back to his brutal hunting dog days for the Messiah Guild. This slippery guy managed to escape from his grasp twice before. A third chance never even happened back then. Who knew he was actually secretly working directly with Si-chan this entire time? Gujin sits down, acting totally unfazed by all this. "This is the first time hearing I need a babysitter, but basically, we are forced to clear the dungeon together, right? With Lee Gina?" Gina fiercely glares right at him. "Hey, you little punk, did you hear my private chat with Secretary Lai?" Gujin fearlessly smirks back. "Oh my bad, you prefer being called sir, right?" Absolutely triggered to his core, the guy flares up and loudly yells, "Are you actually smiling at me right now? You definitely heard me. You dare look down on me, you punk." Gujin side-eyes him, mentally noting he is still as ridiculously hot-headed as he always was. He quickly speaks up to cut the tension. Yeah, just skip the drama. Can I please just talk directly to Si-chan right now?" Jisoo points straight at the radio on the desk. "Sure, go ahead and use that." Gujin picks it up and casually speaks. "Hello, can you hear me over there?" Si-chan answers back from the other side. "What is the problem now? Do you seriously hate the supervisor we picked to tag along with you?" Gujin sighs, saying that is not it at all. He honestly voices his one totally twisted, genuine concern out loud. What happens if the supervisor literally dies inside? You have absolutely no idea what kind of wild stuff could actually go wrong in there. Gina frowns hard, thinking, is this obnoxious little punk actually threatening me right now? Si-chan just laughs out loud. "Do not even worry about that. He is more than capable of protecting himself, so seriously, drop it." Gujin furrows his brows, looking absolutely deadly serious. "Understood, I get it. Stick with me, guys," because right on cue, Gina menacingly towers over him. He roughly snatches the radio straight from Gujin's hand, immediately whining and complaining to Si-chan. "All right, you and I are jumping into the madness." Gina warns his boss. This new client is totally insane. If he does not meet expectations inside the dungeon, Gina plans to take him out permanently. Sechin snaps right back, completely losing his temper. "Kill him? Are you out of your mind? I told you to stop eating so much junk food while you were in the office." Gina shouts back defensively. "He just had one measly bowl of udon noodles. How is he supposed to survive without his 10,000 daily calories?" Sechin yells even louder. "Then go chug a whole bottle of cooking oil. 1 liter gives you 9,000 calories right there. Now shut off the radio before you drain the entire battery, you absolute idiot." Jisoo scratches her chin and totally cuts off their bickering. Guess the discussion is over. She offers to guide everyone straight to the dungeon entrance. Gujin politely agrees to follow. As the group leaves the room, Gina decides to establish dominance right away. He warns Gujin not to pull any funny business. Looking super annoyed, Gina makes it crystal clear. He will show zero mercy to anyone plotting against him once they step inside that dungeon. Obviously, no one has ever survived crossing him. Gujin stares right back. Thanks to memories from his past life, he knows this guy is definitely not bluffing. A sly smirk creeps onto Gujin's face. He never expected to bump into the immortal Gina here. Honestly, his luck just keeps getting better and better. This guy is going to be incredibly useful later. Meanwhile, Jisoo stares out the window, chatting on her phone. They just left, but is this actually safe? She asks with genuine worry. What if Gina does not make it back alive? Sechin replies with deadly seriousness. If that happens, Kim Woo-jin becomes their permanent enemy. Deep inside the forest, a blindingly bright pillar of light suddenly erupts. The system screen flashes a warning. To reach the next floor, eliminate 111 demon wolves. Fully armored, Gina points a finger. You had fun mocking me earlier, right, Gujin? Now I am doing absolutely nothing to help you. He looks insanely smug about this. 111 wolves. Let us see how you handle that entire pack by yourself. I will just sit right here, chilling until you are crawling on your knees, begging for my help. True to his word, Gina sits on a rock and gets comfortable. Gujin just stares at him, completely speechless. Gina casually opens his inventory window and pulls out a massive snack bar to munch on. I almost feel sorry for you already. Cannot handle it alone, huh? He takes a huge bite of his snack and smirks. Lucky for you, I am a very generous guy. Gina speaks with absolute, overflowing confidence. Just drop to your knees and beg for my forgiveness. If you want my assistance, maybe I will actually decide to help a little. Gujin silently observes this clown and starts thinking. He must have received the blessing of the river Styx. Only those chosen by the tenacious gladiator as their guardian deity could ever obtain that legendary tier skill. Gujin knows that even with a severed head or a crushed heart, this guy is fully immortal. You cannot kill him. Ignoring the endless bragging, Gujin simply turns and walks away. This fool probably thinks he is insanely lucky to have an immortal body like that. But since you met me, things change. The system confirms a skeleton warrior summon. Gina instantly stops eating, looking completely shocked. A literal skeleton appears, bowing deeply and respectfully before Gujin. Gujin glances back over his shoulder with a wicked smile. I am going to show you that your immortality is just a joke. A horrifying, fierce roar echoes through the woods. The skeleton wielding a Japanese sword moves instantly, swiftly striking down a demon wolf. Gina acts like an expert commentator. This bony kid can actually fight. What is his name, Skelly? He nods and admits he was super curious before, but now he gets it. Right in front of them lies a massive pile of dead wolves scattered everywhere. That single skeleton warrior managed to slaughter all of them. Now you and I see why he solos dungeons. Gina admits this explains everything perfectly. He is finally forced to take this guy seriously. Even seeing it with his own two eyes, he still cannot believe this crazy reality. Recalling how that rickety skeleton dismantled the wolves is wild. He thought it would be a huge burden, but it swings a sword just like an elite high-level player. Not only that, as his level grows, the number of skeletons he can summon will explode. He eyes Gujin carefully. Becoming enemies with this bastard would be insanely dangerous. Staring at Gujin's back, Gina cannot help but think about it. Just like the boss predicted, this guy is definitely not normal at all. Scratching his chin, he realizes he must report this immediately after escaping. Gujin suddenly turns around and asks him, so how was that? Startled, Gina quickly replies that it was actually pretty awesome. Guess you do not need my help after all. Closing his eyes, he adds that he will report the final results to Sechan later. Gujin gives a simple response. Gina opens his eyes and gasps in shock. He jumps to his feet and demands to know if he misheard. Did you really just show me that level of disrespect? Suddenly, a massive surge of dark, ominous energy materializes right behind Gina's back. Gina spots it immediately. The system announces more skeleton warrior summons. An entire literal army of bone soldiers pops up, completely surrounding Gina on all sides. He forces a smirk and asks, why do these cute little skeletons suddenly seem so incredibly grumpy right now? What exactly did you do? Gina asks, genuinely caught off guard by the 5 skeletons. Gujin scratches his chin and aggressively mocks him. What was that nonsense you were just spouting? You said you would just sit back and watch unless I crawled and begged for your help. Gina scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. Why are you being like this? I was just joking around. He desperately tries to claim it was all friendly banter. My bad, I never meant to look down on you. Gina slowly steps toward him, but then suddenly dashes forward with incredible explosive speed. Yep, I knew he was looking for a fight. Gina swings a kick right at Gujin, shouting curses. Gujin just smiles with absolute chilling contempt. In a flash, Gujin grabs Gina midair and slams him brutally into the ground. Bright light from above shines down through the dark forest canopy. Lying flat, Gina stares at the sky. You and I know he messed up. Gujin glares down, mocking him. Attacking the summoner instead of skeletons? Nice try, idiot. Alright, you seeing this? Gina immediately flips up like a ninja. Dude acted like he planned it. This sneaky punk hid his skills the entire time. What's his real goal in approaching us? Is he after me or Boss Chan? Our guy smirks like a total rebel. I don't care what you want, you ain't getting a single peep out of me. I'm a steel trap, bro. But Gujin instantly calls his skeleton squad to box him in. Oh yeah? Doesn't look like it, Gina frantically screams. You absolute psycho, put me down. Instantly, every single skeleton points their shiny swords right at him. Gina freezes up, completely out of options. So Gujin casually leaves him dangling from a tree like a piñata. Get me down, Gina screeches angrily. Gujin just stands there, staring up at this absolute clown. Gina totally loses his mind. How long are you gonna leave me hanging here? He shrieks. Feed me. You seriously trying to starve me to death up here? Without a word, Gujin just slices the rope holding our hostage up high. Gina hits the dirt with a hilarious thud. Gujin stares down and casually drops the bomb. All right, I'll give you exactly one chance. Get ready. Gina rubs his head, totally lost. Wait, what? Gujin smirks. I already showed you what my skills can do. Now it's your turn. Gina flips out. My turn for what, you lunatic? Gujin just gives him dead eyes. Go play bait so my skeleton crew can slash freely and I'll let you go. Gina instantly goes rebellious teenager mode. Yeah, right, like I actually have to follow your ridiculous orders. Gujin just tightens his grip on the rope. Oh, really? Not interested? He totally threatens him. Guess you're going back up the tree. Gina shakes with helpless rage. This guy is absolutely insane. Defeated, our boy swallows his pride and replies in the most reluctant voice imaginable. You're totally right, boss. No complaints here. I'm a top-tier tanker anyway. Cut to 5 seconds later. Gina is sprinting for his life, luring a massive wolf pack. He punches one straight into the afterlife. But of course, even more wolves keep lunging right at him. They completely dogpile him. He is throwing wild punches and screaming his lungs out. Why are there so many? Before he knows it, dozens of angry wolves crush him. He can only raise one hand from the pile, begging for help. One wolf is about to take a chunk out of Gina, but it sniffs the air and snaps its head around. Right behind it, a skeleton winding up a strike. The skeleton raises its weapon, and bam! The undead squad starts violently slicing through the wolf pack. One slams into a tree, another gets completely slashed away. Gina finally flexes his tank muscles and blasts the dog pile off him. Watching from the sidelines, Gujin just scratches his chin, letting out an impressed little, "Oh." From his safe little tree branch, our guy chills while the wolves get clapped one by one. Down below, Gina is going feral, his fists coated in monster blood. Gina is practically gasping for air, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of defeated wolves. Sweating bullets, our boy glances over to the side. Ding. The system announces a sweet level up. He looks up, only to find Gujin just chilling in the high branches, looking like he's on a vacation. Gujin stares down at Gina, thinking to himself, he isn't quite as cracked as his past life, but he's getting close. He smirks, realizing this meat shield is going to be super useful. With wolf howls echoing everywhere, Gujin dramatically drops from the tree and dashes off. Meanwhile, Gina is practically coughing up a lung as a fresh wave of wolves swarms him. He glares at Gujin's retreating back, absolutely raging. The dude won't let him rest. Boom. Gina roundhouse kicks one wolf into oblivion, while a skeleton warrior totally deletes another with a vicious slash. The undead squad keeps chopping up wolves left and right, while Gina is basically running on fumes. He violently wipes the monster blood straight off his exhausted face. But wait, there is still a single annoying wolf casually chewing on his leg. Gina just sighs, absolutely done with life. Seriously? One of you losers is still left? Without missing a beat, he just punts the wolf away like a football. It tumbles off his leg and rolls hilariously right into a waiting skeleton warrior. Yo, bony guy, finish your dinner. The skeleton warrior gets the memo and ruthlessly executes the dizzy wolf on the spot. The system chimes in. First dungeon floor completely cleared. Now that the chaos is over, Gina leans down to have a little chat with his undead coworker. You guys are totally getting overworked because you signed with the worst boss ever. Trust me. He loudly throws massive shade at Gujin, who is just chilling unbothered. You guys are absolute legends. He casually raises his hand for a high five. Don't leave me hanging, bro. But the skeleton just stares into his soul. Then it brutally turns its bony head and just walks away. Gina is left hanging, feeling maximum embarrassment. You're literally just a dusty skeleton. Are you seriously ignoring me? Gina tries to smack the disrespect out of its skull, but the snarky skeleton literally matrix dodges his hand. He flips out. Bro, did you just dodge? What else can you do besides give me the silent treatment? Let's go, bonehead. Today we're settling the pecking order. Now get this. Gujin watches this entire clown show from the corner. This guy is completely different from what he remembers in his past life. He remembers a legendary tank clashing head-on against the Salvation Society with an absolutely indestructible, immortal body. Gina was one of the strongest fighters I ever acknowledged. Meanwhile, in reality, Gina is literally throwing a tantrum. What the heck? Are you seriously determined to avoid me? Gujin flashes back to his past life. Gina had a psychotic fighting style. You cut my flesh, I break your bones, fully weaponizing his immortal body. He rubs his chin, deep in thought. Even Gujin himself hesitated to mess with that insane, completely self-destructive combat style back then. But looking at this screaming dork right now, there's absolutely zero trace of that terrifying aura. Obviously, some massive event down the timeline must trigger his dark arc. I don't remember any Os-chan from my past life, but clearly those two are thick as thieves in this timeline. Alright, grab your popcorn because things are getting wild. It seems Os-chan's death woke up the old Liina. Jin figures that if Chan actually survives, the Savior Guild is going to completely derail from its previous timeline. Then our boy looks right up, keeping a close eye on Gina. Gina shoots him a serious side eye, completely clueless about what this guy is plotting. But then he remembers the crazy stuff that just happened. This mastermind always pulled the exact number of monsters, so Gina barely survived the swarm. He puts 2 and 2 together. There is absolutely no way it's just luck that the next wave hits exactly when he finishes healing. This is not just some basic dungeon math. Nope, this is the terrifying logic of a dude who completely understands every single tiny detail of the entire system. We are talking way past the skills of your average high-level player here. Gina narrows his eyes. He absolutely hates admitting it, but this guy is just built different. Then Gujin walks over with a smirk. Good job, man. Let's hit the second floor. Gina totally drops his jaw like, huh? Gujin just flashes this cocky half smile and says, relax, the second floor is going to be way easier. A system prompt pops up, teleporting to the second floor. And right on cue, a massive pillar of light totally punches a hole through the sky. Gina starts whining. Man, I am literally so tired I could drop dead. He yells at Gujin. I have been grinding like crazy all day. Give me a break. But Gujin? He just casually pulls 4 creepy vials of blood from his inventory. Gina squints at them, totally confused. That does not look like medicine. What the heck is that? Gujin just shoots back. Are you confident you can hide fast enough? Gina stares blankly. Hide? What are you even talking about? And before he can blink, Gujin straight up smashes all those blood vials right onto the ground. Panicking, Gina looks around. What kind of crazy stunt is this, Ujin? The guy just smirks like a supervillain. You better start running for your life right now. Out of nowhere, a massive roar echoes in the distance, and Gina violently whips his head around. A giant albino lizard literally erupts from the dirt. It locks those glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth straight onto our poor guy. Gina curses. You absolute jerk. I didn't even get to relax. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Se-chan is reading a newspaper and getting super busy. The giant newspaper headline screams out loud. The South Korean government is officially allowing foreign guilds to enter the extremely dangerous A+ rank Rattlesnake Dungeon. He mutters to himself, I totally called it. I knew this would happen if the Savior Guild backed out. Se-chan glances up and asks Ju, so just how long is this list of foreign guilds anyway? Holding her tea like an absolute boss, she replies, we finished gathering all the intel this morning. We are already running the analysis. He nods and says, all right, that is perfect. We still have time before Gina gets back, but keep hustling. Ju looks totally stressed and asks, do you think Gina is actually doing okay? Back in the dungeon, it is complete chaos. Dirt is flying everywhere while Gina runs for his absolute life. Yeah, he is definitely questioning his life choices. The giant lizard is violently chasing him down. Why the heck is he the only one getting targeted? Meanwhile, those crazy skeleton soldiers are running behind, hacking at the monster. Gina peeks over his shoulder. He has zero clue why, but apparently his whole job today is just being monster bait. He slams the brakes, spinning around to face this totally massive, overgrown lizard. Gina is grinding his teeth in pure rage. How in the world is this supposed to be easier than the first floor? Just wait till we get out of here. I am gonna smash you. The lizard totally tries to bite him, but Gina catches its massive jaws with his bare hands. And where is Gujin? Just chilling on a high tree branch, watching the show like it is a movie. He lets out a confused hum as epic dust clouds explode everywhere. Gina digs his heels deep into the dirt to stop sliding. He is putting up a crazy wrestling match with the lizard. Smirking, Gina yells out, do not drag this out. Right behind the giant lizard, a skeleton warrior charges in with its sword ready. Gina flashes an awesome grin and shouts, hurry up and end this already. The skeleton swings its blade hard at the beast, and boom, it lands an absolutely perfect, dead center strike right into the monster. A system alert pops up. The albino lizard is officially infected with hemolysis. Riding that momentum, the rest of the skeleton squad jumps in, violently stabbing the creature. Another alert flashes. Blood toxicity has officially hit the absolute maximum limit. Gina stares at the undead squad in total awe. He realizes these skeletons are fighting like top-tier, elite soldiers who have gone through crazy hardcore training. Usually, cheap skeletons are only good for basic attacks or buying time. But then the system announces the albino lizard's health is rapidly dropping straight to zero because of that hemolysis effect. The monster thrashes around in pure agony. It aggressively whips its huge tail at a skeleton, but the undead warrior totally dodges it. It starts whipping its tail in total panic, but the skeleton squad casually sidesteps every single attack. The crazy lizard locks its creepy giant red eyes onto a skeleton. The entire undead squad is standing literally right in front of its face, ready to strike. But get this, the lizard completely ignores them and starts looking somewhere else. Gina is super shocked. Wait, what? Can this thing seriously not see them at all? That completely explains why it only chased him. He looks way up at Gujin chilling on the tree. What kind of insane black magic did Kim Ujin pull off here? Then Gina suddenly remembers those exact words. You better start running. Gina's eyes go super wide. This sneaky mastermind literally planned everything from the very beginning. Bam. While he is distracted, the lizard aggressively headbutts him right in the chest. Now you and I know that hurts. Gina's eyes bulge out as the monster violently launches him straight into a tree. The impact literally snaps the whole trunk in half. Gujin watches the crazy crash as Gina and the tree totally bite the dust in a massive explosion. But straight out of the smoke, our boy Gina scrambles up. He grinds his teeth through the insane pain clutching his ribs. And right then, the system pops up. The epic River Styx blessing skill is finally activated. Alright, you and I are diving into pure chaos. Gina wipes the blood off his face, while Woojin smugly figures that little scratch will heal instantly. He steps right up to the massive Rizan. The ugly beast actually drools looking at him. Gina grinds his teeth, totally pissed about wasting precious calories on this. Our guy doesn't hold back. He channels magic straight into his hands, summoning a pair of heavy gauntlets ready to absolutely wreck this giant lizard. He instantly charges forward like a madman. Gina drops into a fighting stance, pulling his right arm way back, packing literally every ounce of strength into this strike. Boom! Gina punches the monster right in the gut. The Rizan glares at him with huge shocked eyes before getting completely stunned and collapsing down to its knees. And here comes the backup. His skeleton squad immediately rushes in, with one bony soldier sticking right onto the monster lizard's tail. Gina freaks out, realizing these undead minions treat him like some useless sidekick, exactly like their master does. Right then, that skeleton savagely stabs its sword straight into the Rezan's side. Another skeleton joins the party, viciously jabbing its sword into the monster's other side. The giant Rezan screams out in absolute, agonizing pain. The system pops up. Hemolysis is rapidly spreading through the albino Rezan's body. A third skeleton suddenly leaps high into the air, aiming right for the head. That crazy skeleton delivers the brutal final blow, stabbing right into the monster's skull. The massive Rezan finally crashes down. System alert, albino Rezan officially defeated. Gina lets out a huge sigh of relief as a sweet level up notification pops up. Done deal. Guji leaps down from a tall tree like a ninja. The system goes wild. Albino Rezan Hunter achievement unlocked, and the fancy reward is a shiny Keter lock. Oh, we are getting powerful now. The hemolysis skill ranks up, and the skeletal disease skill also gets a sweet rank up. Get this. The representative of the dark world actually admires his absolute ruthlessness. So much so, they decide to pass down a fraction of their crazy dark power. Gujin just lets out a snarky chuckle. Suddenly, we cut to a totally different spot where a massive troll is roaring wildly. This thing is an absolute tank. It effortlessly obliterates a skeleton with just one hit, quickly wiping out all the surrounding undead soldiers like they are nothing. One brave skeleton rushes in to stab the huge beast, but totally loses its balance and just faceplants onto the dirt. The three remaining skeletons desperately try poking the troll. Johann Jobs watches this sad display from afar and sighs. What a bunch of useless bones. He knows hovering around just 1 or 2 is not enough. He really needs to boost his summon count. The system announces 50 trolls slaughtered, granting him a solid level up. He grabs the Troll Hunter achievement, but apparently, that still is not enough to catch the eye of the Dark World's super picky representative. Looking up at the sky, Johann George feels totally cheated. He completely soloed 50 of these beasts, and he still gets absolutely zero attention from above. Who on earth is hogging all that glorious attention anyway? Let us check back on our dark hero at Gwyn's dungeon, standing there intensely staring at the dead Rezan. Gina is scratching his head, thinking, this crazy dude must be starving. What is he even waiting for? He finally calls out, hey Kim Ujin, we finished up, let's bounce. Gina urges him, but Gujin just whispers back in that edgy tone, the most important part is still left. Gujin places his hand right on the giant Rezan's corpse, walking along its side to carefully measure it. He mutters to himself, maybe right about here? With a swift motion, he slashes his sword across the lizard's tough scales, slicing it wide open. Then Gujin literally shoves his entire arm inside the monster. Finally got his hands on the prize. He yanks out an intensely glowing egg. The system happily chimes in, you have found the rare albino lizard egg. Dungeon officially cleared. Gujin holds the glowing egg, realizing the Messiah Guild was super paranoid, trying to completely hide whatever secret was stuffed inside this thing. Now he finally has the perfect chance to expose its true secret. Gina suddenly speaks up, frowning hard. Wait a second, I just remembered. The actual condition to clear this crazy dungeon was tracking down some specific hidden item, right? Getting tossed around all day completely wiped his memory. Also, what is he gonna do with that? Whack! Gujin violently smashes the egg with his sword hilt. Gina yells out in pure shock. You absolute savage, we do not even know what it does yet. Why would you just smash it? Pieces of eggshell scatter across the dirt, revealing something brightly glowing inside. Wait, is this actually a skill scroll? Gujin realizes what it is, fiercely crumpling the paper and grinding his teeth. All this drama just for this? Gina asks curiously, what the heck is that, a skill scroll hidden inside an egg? Gujin glares at the crumpled paper and curses. Damn it! The scroll details the power of Apophis. Requirements? Emissary of Hell, level 1 or higher. The main effect? Complete immunity to literally any type of poison. Jin is left absolutely baffled, wondering why on earth that specific villain skill is hiding in here. His mind immediately flashes to the king of deadly poison, that absolute psycho who happily played around with every lethal toxin imaginable. But that guy never suffered even a scratch from his own poison, all thanks to the mighty Apophis. Gujin perfectly remembers the horrible crimes that monster committed. He was a complete fake who brutally stole whatever he wanted, and then savagely murdered innocent people using his twisted poisons. He recalls how things went down back then. When that villain's cruelty reached its absolute peak, the famous Messiah Guild loudly declared they would execute him. Guji remembers perfectly. Tons of Messiah Guild members, including himself, joined the epic crusade to take that psycho down, but way too many good fighters died during that intense campaign. His eyes widen with pure rage as he thinks, even now I clearly remember every single comrade who fell victim to that bastard's deadly poison. This glowing albino lizard egg, the only thing Gujin really knows is that the Messiah Guild used to own it. He stares intensely at the broken shell. There is absolutely no way this rare skill could be found anywhere else, and that toxic king definitely could not have just stolen it from them. So what do we learn here? He frowns deeply. The only twisted answer left is that the Messiah Guild themselves secretly handed this power to the Poison King. Get this. They slowly painted the Poison King as a villain, just so they could play savior. Our boy clenches his jaw, ready to rip that skill scroll. Lisa Jin, you absolute snake. Once again you used our guy's fallen squad as nothing but stepping stones for your own glory. Woojin rips the scroll like a total boss. But hey, this crazy power belongs to him now. Stepping on corpses for power? Never happening again. Then boom! The system chimes in. He just scored the power of Apophis. Our dude is now completely immune to literally every single toxin out there. Wujin suddenly pictures a certain someone. Oh, Lee Seijin, he is coming for you. Look at that face. Pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. He will literally shred that guy with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Gina is sweating bullets watching Wujin. Why did this dude just go completely psycho out of nowhere? Bro just hogged all the loot for himself. A second later, Wujin casually says it is time to bounce. Gina just stares in pure confusion. This guy is literally getting weirder by the second. A bright light flashes once again. The two guys warp straight back to their little container room. Gina gets super hyped and grabs the mystery bag sitting right on the table. He praises his boss for being so thoughtful. Poor guy is whining about practically starving to death. But plot twist, inside that paper bag, just 2 sad bottles of water and a single phone. Seeing this massive letdown, Gina absolutely loses his mind. That cheap old geezer. What the actual heck is this garbage? 2 measly bottles of water? Why even bother putting them in a fancy paper bag? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Boss Seichin casually digs into his ear. He squints at the radio sitting on his desk, totally wondering which jerk is currently talking trash about him. His ear keeps twitching like crazy. Then Seichin suddenly cracks a super smug grin. Well, that was definitely faster than he thought. He hits the radio button and speaks. Sure, the difficulty was pretty low, but clearing a whole dungeon in under 3 days is actually insane. So how is our boy feeling after that? Wujin smoothly replies that he feels pretty good. But straight to business. What kind of crazy stuff happened outside? Seichan just grabs his computer mouse and clicks around a few times. He pulls up a bunch of news websites and reports back. Still absolute radio silence regarding Park Yong-wan and his elite crew entering that super sketchy 6-tier dungeon. But check this out. The Great Ancients Guild and the Frontline Guild? Yep, 2 of the top 5 global powerhouses just announced a massive, game-changing alliance. Seichin casually adds, oh, and one more thing. The Dragon Hunter literally just bagged a golden dragon inside a tier 5 dungeon. Wujin instantly goes dead silent, thinking incredibly hard. A golden dragon. When the very first one spawned, everyone was just completely obsessed with its shiny skin. That stuff is stupidly tough and literally immune to extreme heat. People hyped up that dragon skin armor like it would break the entire game. But our boy Wujin knows the real secret. It is not the shiny skin that literally breaks history. It is actually the insanely rare golden dragon's stomach acid. Early on, 0 players had a clue what that gross acid was even good for. I mean, who would ever think to use dragon spit? But by pure dumb luck, someone realized it could completely wipe out insanely strong seals and heavy curses. Wujin gets a brutal flashback of Seijin stabbing him right in the chest. That traitor's legendary sword Balmung? Yeah, he only unsealed it using that exact same dragon acid. Our guy runs the math. The value of this stuff is absolutely off the charts. He needs to snatch it up before anyone else figures out the exploit. Seichan casually wraps up. That is pretty much all the juicy drama for this week. Need anything else? Wujin just smirks and says, yeah, that is more than enough info. The boss nods over the radio. Awesome. I will grab the boring details from the supervisor later. By the way, check for a special burner phone left just for you. Our boy picks up the device while Seichin brags. That thing is completely tap-proof, making it extremely safe for our shady little chats. Oh, and Gina? Do not even think about slacking off, get straight back to the office. Hearing his name, the poor guy throws a massive tantrum. Come on, boss, let me breathe. Whose bright idea was it to treat me like some glorified errand boy anyway? Seichan instantly yells back. I am your boss, so I feed you. Now drag your lazy behind back here right now. Furious, Gina just jumps up, yanks the radio straight out of Wujin's hand, and mutters about his boss being a total tyrant. 1 bowl is definitely not enough. Make it 10. He furiously rips the door open and storms right out. Right before storming off, Gina shoots Wujin a nasty side eye. Please, dear system, do not tell me I am stuck working with this absolute psycho forever. Wujin catches the dirty look and aggressively glares right back. Gina just slams the heavy door shut. Cut to the next morning at the office. Gina collapses onto the sofa, crying about his severe lack of beauty sleep. Seriously, boss, why drag me out of bed this early? I literally handed in my dungeon report yesterday. Seichin waves the exact same report around like a weapon. Actually, I called you over precisely because of this. We are fast-tracking the master plan. He slaps the folder down. Read it and weep, the boss says. Gina groans loudly. What on earth is so insanely urgent that I had to skip breakfast? Then his eyes nearly bulge out of his head. What the heck? He grips the paper and literally starts shrieking. Are you pulling my leg? You actually want me to dive into this absolute death trap completely solo? The document reads clearly. Target Spiked Tail Snake. Tier 2 dungeon, rank A+ difficulty, max capacity of 99 players. Requirement? Must be under level 35. Win condition? Annihilate the snake. The grand prize is a legendary sage stone. Oh, and bonus intel, 58 Koreans and 41 international players have already signed up for this massive raid. Seichan looks annoyed. Why are you screaming like that? Who said anything about you going in there all by yourself? Obviously, you are teaming up with someone who actually has decent skills. Gina aggressively scratches his chin. Decent skills? Like the famous dragon hunter? Or maybe a top-tier secret agent? Please do not say Lee Se-jun. Wait, his level is way too high for a tier 2 dungeon anyway. Is there literally anyone else under level 35 who is actually pro? Seichin just gives this extremely smug smirk. How could you forget Kim Wujin? Gina instantly sweats and starts screaming. What? Kim Wujin? No way, I refuse to team up with that maniac ever again. He loses his mind, wildly waving his arms everywhere. Alright, you and I have seen some wild tantrums, but Gina is losing it. I told you yesterday, he's skilled but totally insane. We need actual teamwork. The dude has serious personality issues. I mean, come on, he literally used me as live bait for the monsters out there. Gina squeezed his eyes shut. If you make me team up with that psycho again, I swear I'll go on a hunger strike. Se-chan just reached into his chest pocket with a smirk. Honestly, I'd be super grateful if you actually pulled off a hunger strike. And then, the boss pulls out a voice recorder. It immediately starts playing back exactly what Gina said before. The only teammate I need is someone who won't drag me down in a fight. The recorded voice sounded so incredibly confident. I seriously do not care about personality. Do monsters attack you because of personal drama? Nope, so raw ability is the absolute most important thing to me. If you find someone like that, just drag them over. But there is zero chance he's stronger than me. Hearing his own edgy words, Gina turns completely pale. Wait, boss, Se-chan just smiles like a total menace. Gina rubs his head in pure defeat, groaning, you actually had the free time to record that? And you kept it until now? That is so dirty. Se-chan simply puts the recorder away and shrugs off the complaints. I already wrote both of your names down, 2 giant pieces of bait. Gina panics, screaming out loud, wait, you already registered us for this? Hold on a second, what do you mean by bait? Se-chan just stares right back at him with a ridiculously sketchy, plotting face. Later that night at the ruins, Gujin is busy grinding his sword. He presses the heavy blade down against the spinning whetstone, then carefully wipes it clean. The blade took a lot of heavy damage. He really needs a proper place to store his gear. He glances over at the briefcase sitting next to him and clicks the lock open. Gujin wonders to himself, besides Se-chan, who else is at this level? Who is SK trying to kill? I want to meet them just once. Early next morning at the office, Gina starts asking questions. Boss, are there even any open spots left for that monster's dungeon? The government already opened the doors for all the foreign players. Right then, Jisoo walks up the stairs holding a briefcase, heading straight toward them. Se-chan smiles with total confidence. Do not worry about that, my secretary and I prepared everything. Gina asks, looking super confused. Foreign players get priority, so finding a spot for me and Kim Woojin shouldn't be easy at all, right? Did you actually spend money this time? As the office door slowly creaks open, Se-chan looks over and smirks. Is spending money really that necessary? He casually asks Jisoo, did you just get back? Was everything handled smoothly? She just holds the heavy briefcase forward and calmly replies, yes, I finished the dungeon entry agreement with Russia, and I already handed over those specific items to Kim Woojin. Gina completely freaks out. Wait, Russia? Jisoo ignores his panic and calmly adds, the custom mask that you ordered has also been fully crafted. Se-chan gives a sly little smirk. Excellent, you worked hard. Meanwhile, social media and the daily news networks are blowing up everywhere. 41 foreign players have been officially confirmed to participate. The news reports 99 recruited players are ready. Will this massive global team actually succeed in clearing the new dungeon? The scene shifts to a remote place called Sinpangri in Ansan. Outside the waiting room hangs a Russian Roko sign. Gina annoyedly squeezes his ridiculous new mask. This stupid freaking mask, he whines like a baby. This thing is way too annoying when eating. Gina grabs a piece of cake, side-eyeing his companion. Kim Woojin. Oh wait, Isaac. Are you okay? Woojin mocks him right back. Are you just stuffing your face with junk because you are super nervous? Gina talks with his mouth completely full. Nervous? I do not even know what the heck being nervous is. Woojin, playing his Isaac persona, quietly bites his cake. Sure, Gina's legs are literally shaking under the table. He's thinking, how can this crazy jerk stay so calm about a massive dungeon? Gina, now using his spasiva disguise, asks him again, are you sure you are not nervous at all? I asked around, so why are you shaking? Woojin smoothly replies, of course I am nervous. Gina instantly puffs out his chest. Right? Do not worry, just trust my lead. But honestly, Woojin is just staring at his system screen, thinking this is completely unbelievable. To think an item like this actually fell right into his hands. Gina glares at him. Between the last job and this one, you better not forget to buy me meat. Anyway, for this upcoming battle, our team really has to fight together as one. He points a warning finger. So no doing weird, sketchy stuff like last time, got it? Meanwhile, Isaac completely ignores him, reading the shiny item info popping up on screen. Grim Reaper's Mask. Legendary item grade. Can be fully equipped from level 1 and up. This is the authentic mask of the Grim Reaper. You can directly contact and control the undead monsters you summon. Magic power increases by 10% when you use this absolute beauty of an item. Mana recovery speed also gets a sweet 10% boost. Woojin is amazed. Who knew Se-chan was actually hiding gear this incredibly overpowered? Just the night before, Woojin had gotten a phone call from Se-chan. I heard all about your spectacular little performance inside that dungeon. So, do you want to join the Needlesnake dungeon raid? Woojin had replied cautiously. Let me see. Going in totally blind seems pretty dangerous. Se-chan just laughed out loud. Ah, so you just do not want to go in unprepared. Knew it. Well, I heard you control skeleton spirits pretty well. Back in the present, Woojin sits there thinking. The king of the undefeated, Johann Georg himself, desperately wanted this mask, but could never get the item currently sitting right in Woojin's hands. Now you and I are about to witness something epic. He thinks, I have never actually seen its true power, so who knows how crazy this gets. But Gina suddenly interrupts. Hey Kim-gu, wait, no I see, are you even listening to me? He just cracks a little smirk. You and I know what that means. The schedule to completely wreck the Messiah Guild just got massively moved up. Right then, some random staff guy swings the door wide open. Mocha Sky players, please get ready to head out! He slaps his knee and they strut right out of that room. Meanwhile, Gujin is plotting to push his shiny new Picture Reaper mask to the absolute limit on floor 1. Cue the dungeon system dropping the hammer. Notice, to unlock the next floor, you gotta survive for 5 whole days. The other players absolutely lose their minds. A survival mission? You gotta be kidding me. Everyone is cursing, groaning, and basically having a massive collective meltdown right on the spot. Gina, rocking his heavy Spasiva armor, nervously speaks up. A survival mission? Sure, it sounds super easy on paper. Just try to stay alive until the clock finally runs out. He gulps hard, but realistically, it means they are gonna spam so many crazy monsters at us that even just barely surviving won't be a walk in the park. Gina panics and asks Gujin, "What do we do now?" Our guy casually replies, "Let's test something." Test? Gina instantly remembers getting completely swarmed by wolves last time. Yeah, he starts shaking in his boots. He is totally screaming on the inside. Don't tell me he's using me as bait again. He pouts hard. Bro, do you not remember what I told you last time? We are doing that again. Gujin just smirks. Look, if you get a shiny new item, obviously you gotta test its performance right away, duh. Gina immediately claps like a hype man. Oh, true. Gotta test the gear. Gujin turns around. First things first, let's go find a nice quiet spot. Deep in the woods, the system pops up. Skeleton soldier summoned. A literal bag of bones magically materializes right in front of our comedic duo. Gina is super amused and waves. Oh dang, hello there, he practically yells. Look at him. Bro even came fully geared up with his own armor. He steps closer to poke the spooky guy. Whoa, back up. Are we throwing hands already? Meanwhile, Gujin casually pulls a super creepy mask out of his endless inventory. He slaps it right onto his face. Boom, the system stats pop up. The Picture Reaper mask, a massive legendary tier item totally usable right from level 1. This is the legendary Picture Reaper mask. You can literally sync up with and completely control any single undead monster that you manage to summon. Plus, your magical power gets a sweet 10% boost, and your mana recovery rate jumps by another full 10% while wearing it. A notification flashes. Achievement unlocked. Master of the Picture Reaper. Gujin smirks under the mask. Honestly, just getting that free magic power boost is totally worth it. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, he spots a glowing thread dropping straight down from above. It plugs directly into the poor skeleton's bony little head. Gujin is super confused right now. A thread? That crazy string is literally shooting straight out from his own veins and fingertips. He looks absolutely blown away. System voice says connected. His eyes basically pop out of his skull as a bright light flashes. He blinks and wait, why is Gina grabbing his face? Gotcha, you little weirdo. Gina aggressively rubs the skeleton's shiny head, looking super entertained. What's wrong? But out of nowhere, the skeleton glares and practically screams. Get off me. Gina completely freaks out and shrieks at the top of his lungs. Since when do skeleton soldiers talk? Meanwhile, the skeleton is twisting its entire body like a totally glitching NPC. Its arms and legs are flailing everywhere. Gina squints. Dude, why is it moving so weirdly? It takes literally 2 clumsy steps and just faceplants straight into the dirt. Gina immediately starts yelling. Wait, did it die again? Gina starts rudely poking its skull with his boot. Gujin, currently playing his Isaac identity, snaps, "Hey, get your foot off." Honestly, controlling this puppet is way harder than he thought. Cut to some random guys completely stressing out in the distance. Hey John, what exactly is our game plan here? Do we just camp here or go out scouting? John fixes his posture. We have zero clue about the monster count. Rushing out would be incredibly stupid right now. He suspiciously glances at the trees. First things first, we are just gonna hold our ground here and observe the chaos for a day or two. Look around, everyone else is already grouping up in this spot. Teaming up is literally the only smart play for our survival. His squad nervously checks out the other players. Yeah, those guys clumping together over there are definitely banking on the exact same strategy. John pushes up his glasses, feeling like a total genius. After all, there are 0 overpowered guilds like Messiah dictating the rules in this particular dungeon. In crazy survival setups like this, the big brain players always win. We just gotta sweet talk everyone into making us the absolute leaders of this entire hunting party. Fast forward to nighttime, and the woods are pitch black. Gina charges in with a massive punch, one totally polite swing, and he literally blasts an orc's head clean off. He chuckles to himself, totally hyped on adrenaline. Is this a joke? I was actually stressing out because they called it a hardcore survival challenge. But looking at these pathetic numbers, it's just a bunch of super weak trash mobs. Seriously, I am way too ridiculously overpowered for this garbage. But right behind Gina, our bony friend is going absolute sicko mode, flawlessly slicing 2 orcs into confetti. They instantly drop dead. Gina watches the skeleton steal his thunder and immediately pouts. He glares back at Gujin, who is just casually playing puppeteer and aggressively clicks his tongue. That sneaky jerk is just using an unfairly broken monster pet. You and I remember what happened just 5 minutes ago, right? That bony dude was wobbling around like a total baby deer. At first, even just walking looked like a massive struggle. It would take a step and just faceplant, but within minutes, this thing was literally sprinting. And now, it is doing straight-up acrobatics, zipping around the battlefield like a total ninja. Gina just angrily glares at Gujin, who is back there effortlessly wiggling his fingers. Summoning skeleton soldiers is already an incredibly cracked skill, but manually driving them too? He aggressively grinds his teeth together. Is this not the most unfair garbage you've ever seen? I'm out here violently fighting for my life, while he safely plays games in the back. This is just so incredibly stupid. Suddenly, he feels this super creepy chill right behind him. Boom! An absolutely massive, hulking skeleton just got summoned into the fight. The system cheerfully announces another drop. All right, you and I are diving in. Gina stares at the massive beast, completely stunned. Can he actually use his summoning skill right now? He figures out that dropping skills while linked up to these skeletons actually works. But the mana drain is 3 times worse. Sure, that makes sense, but potions are totally useless here. The tiny skeleton asks, "How are you doing?" Gina crosses his arms, looking super annoyed. "Hey, at least look at me when we talk, bonehead." He clenches his fists. It feels super weird getting ignored by a literal pile of bones. "Do you really need me to be polite?" Gujin sneers. "Oh, is that so?" Gina glares straight ahead. Gujin rips off his mask, looming right behind him. "Are you hap?" Gina jumps out of his skin, spinning around. "Holy crap, you scared me." Gujin just asks, "So, how is your body feeling right now?" Gina laughs it off, waving his hand. "Awake enough to teach some manners to the rude guys. Not you, man. I mean the monsters out there." Gujin replies coldly, "Good. Let us officially start." Gina yells, totally confused. "Bro, we already slaughtered a massive pile of monsters." "Why are you talking nonsense?" he asks, completely lost. "Wait, what exactly are we starting?" "What were those orcs just now?" Gina stammers, clapping his hands. "Oh right, anemia. I am totally suffering from anemia." He grabs his head, whining. "I feel super dizzy." Suddenly, a massive sword is pointed right at Gina. He yells angrily, "What are you doing?" Gujin half jokes, "You said you had anemia, so I am just giving you some iron." Gina screams at the top of his lungs, "Iron? You are not slicing me, right?" Gujin shrugs. "It is basically iron entering your body." Gina yells back, "Are you seriously saying that right now?" Gujin controls the skeleton and says, "You look energetic, so your anemia is probably fine. I was just giving you iron." He turns and walks away. "We have so much to prepare, follow me." Gina is going absolutely crazy. Am I just an idiot now? Right in front of them, a bare tree gets chopped and crashes down. Gujin and Gina are literally just logging trees. He stares at him, totally confused. What is Kim Woo-in thinking? Did he enter the dungeon to play lumberjack instead of fighting? On another front, a goblin is sprinting away. A squad of conquerors is totally ganging up to trap it. A tanned guy swings his sword, instantly deleting the monster. An old veteran slashes several goblins like butter. Day 3 in the dungeon. Early morning, and the conqueror squad is still passionately farming monsters. One old guy asks, "Why is this so boring? A survival challenge shouldn't be this easy, right?" "Stick with me here." John Jun replies, "It is super weird. Way too few monsters for a C+ rank survival dungeon. Instead of being hunted, we are way too relaxed. This is bad. Even if it is risky, we seriously need to go explore right now." Meanwhile, Gujin and Gina actually finished building a wooden barricade. The system chimes in, announcing a sweet level up. The Dark World representative is absolutely loving your wild progress and straight up sent a catalog as a gift. Gujin, looking like Isak, holds the paper, super confused. "Huh? The paper says Skeleton Warrior Command. Absorption condition requires the Dark World representative. Absorption level must be over 20. It boosts skeleton stats and totally increases the summon limit. Higher rank means crazier skill effects." He just looks and smirks. Gujin brutally rips the paper. The system immediately announces he acquired Skeleton Warrior Command. Gujin stands on the barricade, shouting down, "Walk slowly." Jinha, disguised as Spas, asks in shock, "Huh? Why the sudden change?" He knocks on the wooden fence, arguing, "This spot is perfect. Why leave? Do you know how hard we grinded building this yesterday?" Gujin jumps down, saying the situation changed, so the plan must change too. Gina asks, panicking, "Situation? What situation? Did some insane boss monster spawn?" Gujin smirks, looking right behind Gina. There lies a dead orc. He walks over and touches it. Boom, the system pops up. "Skeleton soldier summoned. Skeleton soldier summoned." Gina is absolutely losing his mind. He stares at the fresh pile of bony warriors and gasps, "What the heck? I thought you could only summon 6, Gina asks. Gujin turns around, smirking hard. "Yeah, that was true before. But now everything is different." Meanwhile, a shadowy figure dashes through the forest. John Jun looks back in pure panic, ordering his squad to pivot. "Everyone this way." They look around, seeing endless monster corpses, completely speechless. "Orcs!" John Run spins around and desperately asks, "How many are there in total?" He pushes his glasses up, realizing the truth. "This is not a battle, it is an absolute massacre. Who did this?" "I already recruited all the strong guys. Did I miss someone?" Suddenly, Jin Hong points ahead. "Yang, run! We found something else down there." He follows Jin Hong. "Another surprise?" You and I are watching him absolutely lose his mind at this crazy scene. All right, you and I are looking at a massive wooden structure built right below. Obviously, this insane masterpiece is Gujin's work. John Jun literally gasps out loud, calling it a maze, before hopping onto the wooden wall to inspect it. Looking down into the depths of that massive maze, John Jun and his squad see absolutely disgusting mountains of dead monster corpses piled up. He looks totally freaked out. Building a giant wooden maze just to lure monsters into traps? John Jun stares off into the distance. Yeah, there are a lot of dead bodies out there, but compared to the carnage inside the maze, not even close. He seriously starts sweating, wondering what kind of absolute psycho mastermind planned all this. It is completely different from any strategy he has ever seen. Pushing up his glasses, he breaks into a nervous sweat just thinking. Honestly, this is exactly why they have been living comfortably for days during a deadly survival challenge. On the flip side, Gina admits he messed up big time. He should have dragged all the other players in to use traps for easy wins. Not exactly his style, but totally fine by him. He whines, "Why do we even have to move? Doing this is just exhausting as hell." Gujin smirks, asking if they seriously have to keep copying that boring method. He pats a skeleton's head, saying they don't need that anymore. He explains that with their upgraded firepower, setting up traps and mazes is just a massive waste of time. Getting totally hyped, Gina says hunting directly from now on is way faster, bringing back that real taste of brutal combat. Oh, definitely. Suddenly, Gujin whips out a massive sword. Gina panics, waving his arms and legs wildly, thinking he is under attack. Fine, I will show you my true power this time. Gujin simply says he is going first. Gina yells in pure shock. Huh? Then he flexes, summons his combat gloves, and aggressively declares he will go all out too. I have no clue what you are planning, but I refuse to let some clumsy guy show me up. Cut to later, Gina is gasping for air, desperately reaching out. Hey, it is not coming over. Gina pants heavily, begging for a tiny break. A skeleton lazily jogs over to his spot. Gina immediately shoots it a nasty side-eye. The bony guy just shakes its head, completely judging his weak stamina. Then it just walks away. Gina absolutely loses it, screaming, "Get back here right now, are you actually mocking me?" Gina stands there throwing a tantrum while the skeleton ditches him. Pulling his hair out, he mutters, "Damn, Kim Gujin has absolute monster stamina." Wait, no, it is just his insane fighting style compared to mine. Gina realizes that fighting monsters one by one totally drains his energy, while Gujin just launches overwhelming attacks and moves on. It is insanely effective. Now you and I need to watch this closely. Gina intensely stares ahead. Gujin catches his gaze, stopping to ask what is wrong. Did you not say you were going to show me your true strength? Wiping his sweat, Gina thinks. You still remember that? He replies he is doing it now. A whole horde of monsters rolls up. Gina charges in like a maniac to wipe them out, while Gujin calmly watches from the sidelines. If it is the Gina I know, he will definitely copy my moves. Gina punches the absolute daylight out of those monsters. Gujin smirks, thinking nobody has actually taught him how to do this yet. He watches Gina dodge, relying entirely on his immortal body while running endlessly. Maybe this reckless fighting style is not really effective. Frowning, Gujin figures it will become slightly more useful as time goes on. Then a smug smile hits his face. No, definitely way more useful. Day 5 arrives, sunlight peeking through the lush green canopy. Down on the ground, a dead hyena is just casually chilling in a blood pool. The system officially announces there are only 24 hours left until this survival mission ends. Panting heavily and dripping in sweat, Gina glares at Gujin. He seriously wonders why this lunatic is pushing so hard for a simple survival mission. Gujin checks his glowing system panel. You leveled up. Gina is utterly confused, wondering if the monsters stole his lunch money or something. The system drops that sweet level up reward. The emissary of hell totally loves your quick, ruthless nature. You just scored a shiny new skill scroll, Gina screams, completely protesting this abusive slave labor. Kim Gujin, this is literal torture, not grinding anymore. I have been throwing hands non-stop for 8 straight hours. Are you secretly a horse? Hearing Gujin finally call for a break feels like a presidential pardon. Gina is thrilled, his eyes literally sparkling. Seriously? So where are we crashing? Finally resting, he violently tears into his food stash, his jaw working overtime on those snacks. Suddenly, the skeleton strolls over, making him freeze up for a second. Feeling that sweet comrade bond, Gina proudly offers it some food. What, you want a bite of this? He playfully waves the snack. Come on, raise your bony hand and I will share. Shockingly, the arrogant skeleton actually listens and reaches out. Gina stares in pure disbelief, then grins. Finally opening up your heart to me, bone boy? Gina laughs, totally showing off. Did you catch that, Kim Gujin? This right here is true comradeship. He is practically crying, wiping dramatic tears from his eyes. So freaking touching. True brotherhood just cannot be described. Gina asks if Kim Gujin is hungry, but wait for it, he completely freezes as his loyal skeleton hands the food directly to Gujin. What? Realizing he got played, the dude jumps up, demanding answers. So you were controlling it the whole time? Son of a gun. You think messing with people is funny? Gujin just smirks. I just wanted a little taste of that sweet comradeship. Poor Gina looks like a guy who just survived an absolute scam. He puts his hands on his hips, roasting Gujin completely. Screw you, man. You make me work like an absolute dog, don't even buy me dinner, and then you steal my loot? Seriously? Keep acting this cheap and you will go bald way faster than Boss Chan. Gujin munches his food, thinking, wait, did he just say bald? Alright, watch this, guys. That is my first time hearing what Ozakan actually looks like. Boom! A giant flare suddenly explodes high up in the sky. Wait, an SOS signal? The time limit is basically up anyway. He scoffs, totally unimpressed. We slaughtered that many monsters and those losers still cannot survive. Gujin replies totally flatly, bro, that is not a cry for help. Gina looks at him, raising a single eyebrow. Then, what is it? Gujin smoothly pulls off his creepy bone mask, analyzing the entire situation perfectly. Time is up, so we are getting teleported to floor 2. They are just gathering the whole squad to decide who gets to fight the giant snake first. Gina crosses his arms, totally mocking them. What? The whole mob fighting together might still lose, and they seriously want to take turns? Unbelievable. These guys have way too much freaking ego right now. Gujin states completely coldly. You and I completely nerfed the difficulty of this floor for them, so they have been slacking off for 5 whole days. Of course they feel super confident. Gina just looks completely confused. Wait, seriously? Gujin checks his brand new loot. Let me check out this reward scroll first, then we can finally head over to their little party. Gina stares at the item in his hand, totally shocked. Huh? Is that? He literally yells out loud like a fanboy. That is a real gold scroll. Gujin smirks, highly amused. This is the main skill Johann Josh used all the time. The scroll displays the insanely cool corpse explosion skill. Condition, Hell Messenger. The required level is 30 or higher to even use it. Effect, pump mana into a dead monster, and boom, it turns into a ticking bomb. Cut to a massive clearing where everyone is gathering. By the time the whole mob arrives, it is already pitch black outside. Standing on a huge rock, Zun yells, "Listen up, bro is about to give a full speech." Almost all the living survivors are perfectly gathered here, so I proudly announce that very soon, this annoying survival mission ends, and we will all get teleported straight to floor number 2. The Alliance, including the mighty Pixiu Guild, will organize the hunt for the giant spike snake first. Any objections? Gina side-eyes Gujin, whispering, "You completely called it. These clowns are completely crazy. They really want to take turns?" Up on his stage, seeing things go perfectly, Zun keeps on talking. "Since nobody is objecting, I will warn you guys right now to be careful. Remember, do not dare to interfere with our epic hunt." He pauses for totally dramatic effect. "If you try anything, we will execute you on the spot." Gujin deadpans in his mind, "Wow, what a scary threat." Gina whispers quietly, "So what do we do now? You obviously have a master plan, right?" Suddenly, some giant meathead hunter aggressively shoves him, trying to act super tough. "Did you understand what he said, punk?" Gina, having absolutely zero chill, grits his teeth and thinks, "Is this guy insane? Can you not speak simple Korean?" Just as Gina is about to completely throw hands, Gujin smoothly grabs his arm to stop him. Gina looks back, seeing Gujin slowly shake his head. "Do not make a huge scene." Gujin signals they will not interfere with their little hunt. "All right, good luck with that." The big meathead smirks. "Good." Then he just turns around and walks away. Gina is super annoyed. He whispers, "Why hold me back?" Gujin decides to finally enlighten his totally clueless friend. "You plan on fighting that entire mob alone?" Gina is lost. "What mob?" Gujin points out the red armbands on them. That is how they know they belong to the exact same team. "Now just take a look around us." Gina looks around and finally realizes that literally everyone has a red band except for the two of them. Trying to save face, he mutters, "Yeah, I totally noticed that already." It finally clicks in his brain. That is why nobody objected at all. Realizing they are totally outnumbered, Gina starts sweating and feeling a bit anxious. Everyone has a red band. Wait a minute, does that mean we cannot beat them? Gujin just gives a super mysterious and cocky smile. "Do you actually really think so? Time is officially up. The game system tells all hunters, survival mission complete. You are now teleporting straight to floor number 2. In the floor 2 forest, the massive giant spike snake is on the move. Its endlessly long tail drags along the dirt. The hunters hide behind the trees, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. The snake looks around suspiciously, completely sensing danger in the air. The weaker guys are literally shaking as the giant snake looks around. They are too terrified to even breathe right now. The giant spike snake keeps on slithering, its absolute massive tail just casually smashing the rough ground. But they set an ambush right in its path. John Jun sees the absolutely perfect opening and loudly yells out the order to fire. The whole squad obeys. The mages blast the giant snake from a safe distance. The epic sneak attack hits hard before it can even react. It furiously thrashes around, making the ground explode. Crazy explosions happen everywhere. The booming noise just violently echoes through the dark night. You and I know better. Gina and Gujin are just casually chilling on a cliff, watching. Gina asks, "Are we seriously just watching this movie play out? Look at them. They might actually win this." Gujin just totally deadpans. "Nope, not even a little bit close." Gina is totally clueless here. "Why not? Look at all those guys, isn't that enough?" But instead of answering straight up, our boy Gujin throws a question right back at him. "When you run into a monster, what is the absolute first thing you do?" Gina crosses his arms, trying to sound smart. "The first thing? I would just run up and start slashing, obviously. We never know what these freaks are gonna do, so going all out from the jump makes it way too hard to handle any crazy surprises later." Gujin just nods slowly, pointing straight at that massive spiky snake. "Exactly. Now look at that monster over there. It is literally eating a massive fireball to the face right now. Are you seriously going to run up and slash that thing?" Gina's brain basically short-circuits for a second before he starts stammering. "Well, duh, obviously not, but wouldn't it be way better to just crush it fast with pure numbers?" Gujin crosses his arms, watching the chaos unfold. "Sure, that sounds great in theory, but hey, if it was really that easy, why hasn't a single person escaped this insane prison yet? Do you really think they lacked manpower? Did the guys who failed before just have zero power? You and I know it is never that simple." Meanwhile, seeing the snake take a hit, Ja Jun watches the absolute chaos and prepares his grand orders. The guy is totally hyped. "Awesome job, everyone, push forward now." But get this, the snake is so not in the mood to fight. It whips around and books it. That gigantic body just zooms right over the hunters' heads. Seeing that, one team member yells that the snake is running away. John Jun is literally thinking this hunt is way too easy. At this rate, it is just a matter of time before they catch it. He is totally convinced he will be the first player to ever slay the venomous beast. The spiky snake slithers away super fast, leaving a hilariously massive trail behind it, but suddenly its giant eyes pop wide open. You can literally read the pure shock on its ugly face. Dead ahead, a total wall of jagged rocks completely blocking its perfect escape route. Somebody totally set a trap. The master knowledge skill, Absolute Destruction, has just been activated. Crazy sharp boulders shoot up into the sky like crazy. But the spiky snake, it does not even care. It just completely launches itself straight into the blockade. Guess what? Its body is way tougher than solid stone. The rocks shatter into dust as the snake just blasts through like nobody is home. Gina is staring bug-eyed at the squad. Looks like those guys actually planned for this. They totally knew the boss would try to run, but our boy Gujin, he sees this whole mess completely differently. He just casually mutters, "It is starting." Gina looks dumbfounded. "Wait, what? Starting? Dude, it seriously looks like they are about to end this thing right now." Gujin drops some facts. "Nope, that toxic snake never attacks head-on like that, and those freaky sharp spikes all over its massive body? Can you not see it?" Down on the battlefield, Jun starts screaming to keep the attacks coming. Focus everything on its head. The snake rears up, watching an insane barrage of magic strikes flying straight for its skull. Massive explosions rock the whole area while the snake roars in pure rage. But wait, right behind the mages and snipers, a huge shadow suddenly rises. The snake's tail swings way up high, looking like it is about to smack them all into next week. One mage finally notices. Huh? Yep, the snake is totally sweeping its giant tail right at the long-range attackers. That vicious beast is watching from a distance, using its crazy long body to pull off wild attacks like a total cheat code. But things do not go as planned, forcing the big guy to look back. A massive slam echoes out. Dust flies everywhere like crazy, making that mage cover his face just to breathe. Some warrior dude starts screaming his lungs out. "Group up, everyone, keep attacking. We were literally ordered to hold down and protect this exact zone." The mage throws a panicked glance over there, catching a flash of crazy bright light across his eyes. Over there, a whole squad of shield warriors is totally blocking that nasty tail swing, saving the main damage team from a wipe. The mage braces himself against the dirt, literally shaking. He uses the ground to vault himself up and sprints away like mad. Oh yeah, time to finish this. A storm of long-range attacks just keeps getting chucked right at the snake's ugly mug. Explosions are going off non-stop, absolute chaos. Jun is barking orders. It is finally starting to slow down. The vanguard locks in. The rest of the guys form up perfectly. But stick with me here, because to that giant snake, they just look like annoying little ants clumping together. Its eyes are glowing crazy red, piercing through the thick smoke like absolute lasers. Suddenly, the spiky snake rears all the way up, standing taller than a literal skyscraper. Seeing this, Jun is honestly kind of stunned, since it had been running away constantly. And then, the wildest thing happens. The snake's head completely puffs out like a monstrous cobra, while all those jagged spikes aggressively point out in literally every single direction. Jun totally panics and screams out, "Stop attacking right now! Everyone fall back into defense." Before he even finishes yelling, the snake fires off its spikes like heavy artillery, aiming right at the hunters below. A literal rain of death drops down as everyone scrambles for their absolute lives. Booms crash everywhere. The dirt is flying so wild you cannot even tell who got blasted. Meanwhile, the snake's giant body is just covered in gross empty black holes where its spikes used to be. It looks absolutely disgusting, dude. Then it just roars like crazy. The insane sound wave rips through the forest so hard that Gina and Gujin, chilling on a cliff, actually have to take a step back. Gujin is actually a bit surprised for once. He totally thought those spikes were dripping with lethal poison, but nope, they were literally just regular old pointy spikes. Gina just stares, thinking to himself that yeah, it was a heavy hit, but nothing too special. Once the shockwave fades, the huge snake totally stops moving altogether. The massive dust cloud finally clears up, showing Jun totally fine. His glasses are cracked to pieces, but he is standing there in absolute jaw-dropping shock. What just happened? Was that seriously it? It takes Jun a hot minute to reboot his brain. He totally thought the snake had some wild secret weapon, but a basic area attack? We are about to see how this unravels, but to him, it is absolutely no big deal. Alright, you and I are diving right into the madness. A soldier leans on this massive giant thorn, hears a crack, and boom, it shatters. He breaks a piece off to check. Totally hollow. Seriously, the shell is super brittle like an eggshell. Wait, these thorns came off the giant venomous snake? Our guy definitely did not expect them to snap that easily. Then it clicks. The big bad snake is roaring its lungs out, but look, it is totally empty. No more spikes, no more weapons. The terrifying beast literally has nothing left to threaten them with at all. Jun yells out his genius plan. Alright guys, the giant snake is out of ammo. He seizes the golden opportunity, ordering an attack before the beast recovers. The hunters flood in like crazy, totally fearless against the now bald snake. Melee fighters grab their swords and shields, charging right into the chaotic battlefield. Jun pushes up his glasses, feeling super smug. Like, is this it? Slaying this massive boss or whatever it is? Pff, not even a big deal for our confident guy. Victory is basically in the bag, right? The soldiers charge in, but wait, someone suddenly staggers. A blonde tanker spots the weirdness and aggressively yells, "Hey, stop right there!" He shoves past his team, frowning hard. What exactly are you doing? Quit messing around and get moving right now. And then pure chaos. He sees that a teammate covering his mouth, violently coughing up blood before face planting onto the dirt with a massive thud. This creepy glitch breaks his brain for a second. He completely freezes. Then behind him, the heavy crash of more metal armor hitting the dirt. Another guy drops backward, eyes totally wide open, hacking up blood. The blonde tanker watches his whole squad dropping like flies, and he just freezes up. Boom, the very next second, extreme nausea hits him hard. The game system casually drops a notification. He just got poisoned by the giant snake. The tanks in the back see the horror show and slam the brakes. "It is poison! Fall back!" One guy frantically radios the bad news. "Hey Jun, we are getting wrecked over here. The tanks are totally down." Jun just stands there looking stupid, muttering, "Wait, is it poison?" He stares blankly at the hollow spikes stuck in the mud. Like, what is the play here? There was absolutely zero warning for this trap. Did those empty thorns actually carry the poison? The meat shield starts sprinting away in full panic mode, while John Jun just stands there literally shaking. If the big guys drop that fast, this stuff is highly lethal. Meanwhile, up in the trees, a skeleton soldier's eyes glow brightly. It watches the messy battlefield as the pathetic humans completely lose it, trampling each other to escape. The screaming is just absolute pure chaotic music. Get out of the way. Take me with you. Gujin, sharing the scout skeleton's vision, watches the drama and sarcastically sighs. Man, what an absolute tragedy. Gina is watching from a safe distance, totally clueless about why everyone is sprinting away. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Why the sudden retreat? Gujin calmly explains that they are running from the snake's toxic gas. Hearing that, Gina absolutely loses his mind. Wait, poison? What on earth are you talking about? Those spikes it blasted everywhere were poisonous? Gina starts firing off wild theories. Or maybe the toxic juice hid inside? But nope, his wild guesses are completely wrong. Gujin shuts him down. That massive area attack earlier also messed up the guys hiding in the back. If the spikes were truly toxic, the weaklings out back would have dropped way before the heavy frontline tanks did. Gina acts like a highly confused kid. Why would that happen? When did everyone even get infected? Then it finally hits him. That ear-piercing roar the beast let out, blasting nasty shockwaves through the whole forest. Damn it. That guy claimed the strategy was flawless. Isn't this supposed to be the literal death snake? Gina is totally clueless and just panics. So what now? What is the master plan? Do we team up with those losers crying over there? Gujin stands up, acting all cool and mysterious. He smirks, claiming that since they finally figured out the prey's secret trick, they should casually make their move. Behind them, the skeleton squad just finished trashing a gang of ugly goblins. Seeing Gujin actually walking toward the giant snake, Gina practically wets himself. What the heck? You are going over there? Are you entirely insane? Our guy doesn't even bother looking back. Just chill, I am handling the big snake. You stay right here and prepare other things. Gina violently exhales in relief, though he definitely smells some shady corporate scam vibes going on here. Thank God. Wait, you little jerk, I did not sign up just to run your stupid errands. Gujin just turns around and throws him a cheeky smile. Oh really? That is awesome. Then just leave. I am officially washing my hands of you. Realizing he is being brutally dumped, Gina instantly flips his whole attitude. He violently shakes his head. Bro, I didn't mean it like that. I am totally volunteering to stay back and be your extremely hard-working assistant. Meanwhile, the giant thorny snake is just chilling like a statue. Zero movement whatsoever. Now, here is where it gets crazy for us. The wind blows and invisible toxic gas quietly leaks from those empty snake holes. A sneaky shadow totally lurks behind a nearby tree. Gujin quickly analyzes the trap. No color, zero smell, completely invisible. There is literally no way those newbie players could have noticed it coming. Why did the entire first attack wave completely wipe out? Well, the tragic mystery is finally solved, folks. He looks at the poor losers scattered across the dirt. By the time they realized they were breathing poison, it was instant game over. But our boy Gujin, he is built entirely different. Gujin casually taps his creepy bone mask. The system chimes Apophis power activated. You are officially immune to the giant snake's nasty toxic gas. Bonus perk. The snake's venom actually boosts his hemolysis skill. Reading that sweet final alert, he definitely drops a super wicked smirk. Who knew the Apophis buff would actually supercharge his blood magic? Talk about insane main character luck. Before you and I wrap this up, Gujin spots something shiny. He glares at a spear dumped on the dirt. Plopping down, he pulls up his system menu for a sneaky peek. Alright, look at Gujin checking his inventory screen. He stares at the massive beast, thinking, yeah, that skin is ridiculously thick. Why fight fair when you can cheat? He smirks, deciding to pick it apart piece by piece instead of going head to head, way more effective. Meanwhile, somewhere else, this guy with a red wristband punches a tree. Hard, meet John Jun, who is currently throwing a massive pity party for himself. Damn it, I am useless. This is all my fault, he groans. He turns to his squad, desperately asking how many people actually managed to make it out alive. Jin Hong looks back, totally stressed. I do not know, man. While we were running for our lives, I saw maybe 30 people? Everything is an absolute disaster right now. He begs John Jun to go back and play hero. Come on, go save them. There could totally be more survivors. But John Jun is not feeling heroic today. Nope, we wait right here, he says. We need to gather whoever is left. He pushes his glasses up like a typical anime nerd. Anyone still back there? Dead. Jin Hong completely loses his mind. Wait, are you kidding me? We do not even know if our leftovers can fight. We have 0 tanks. But John Jun shuts him down cold. We are just going back for the bodies. We cannot afford to lose a single drop of manpower. Instead, he figures it is way smarter to rebuild their pathetic little squad and try again later. They basically gave up on winning. Honestly, going back right now is just politely offering themselves as a quick snack for that giant snake. Jin Hong grabs his head, cursing loudly. He points at the completely exhausted players slowly dragging their feet together. Obviously, there are still people left. Except, the snake poison is kicking their butts right now. Everyone looks absolutely sick, clutching their heads like a massive hangover. Jin Hong confronts him. So we just abandon our guys? Seriously? Are you really saying that out loud right now? John Jun clenches his fists, mentally stressing out. Sure, he talked a big game about regrouping, but the reality is brutal. Going into a boss fight without a heavy tank is literally just running into a meat grinder with 0 armor. Still, when everything goes absolutely wrong, somebody has to use their actual brain. Boom, a massive rumbling sound shakes the ground from far away, snapping everyone to attention. One guy completely panics. Wait, is that thing coming straight for us right now? better safe than dead. John Jun instantly barks out an order. Find out where that giant snake is right now. Their scout does not waste a second. He launches himself up into the trees like a total ninja. Super fast, super agile, he lands perfectly on a high, sturdy branch. He squints into the distance to track the monster, but then he just completely freezes. Since he is just standing there staring, the guys on the ground get super annoyed. Dude, what are you doing? Give us a location. The scout struggles to even speak. Guys, you will not believe this, but someone is actually fighting the thorn snake. John Jun drops his jaw. Wait, what? Jin Hong totally calls bluff. He gets frantic. Are you serious right now? Explain what you are seeing. Hurry up. The scout just points a shaky finger toward the beast. I literally just told you. Some crazy guy is throwing hands with the boss. If you think I am lying, get up here and look. John Jun turns into a literal statue. It makes absolutely zero sense. How is anyone casually surviving in that absolute toxic hell zone? Jin Hong looks completely dumbfounded. For real? Meanwhile, John Jun is sweating bullets. That snake's poison area of effect is so deadly, getting anywhere near it should be impossible. You and I both know they need proof. The gang hops into the branches, and yep, they actually see some crazy guy attacking the giant snake. Their minds are collectively blown. How is this even happening? Then, John Jun realizes something huge. Wait a minute, if that guy is breathing fine, did the toxic gas disappear? How else is he alive? John Jun grips his fists tight. If they jump in right now, but wait, his squad is running on fumes. He wrestles with the idea, then finally snaps. All right, we are going back in. Jin Hong pops his eyes out of his skull. Go back? 5 minutes ago you said that was suicide. John Jun completely loses his temper and yells back. Look, I do not know how, but the snake poison is totally gone. He is desperate to fix his epic failure. This is our golden ticket to redeem ourselves from earlier. He hypes up the squad. If we do not gang up on this boss right now, we might never get a shot like this again. Back at the main event, the giant snake is out of thorns and screaming in pure rage. It is just getting absolutely peppered with arrows over and over. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows bounce off like plastic toys. It takes 0 damage, but honestly, the skeleton soldiers are just getting super annoying. Meanwhile, the skeleton archers down below give literally 0 craps. No fear, just non-stop arrow spam exactly like Gujin ordered. With the bony boys playing pure distraction, Gujin casually sneaks right behind the monster. He thinks to himself, yeah, there was no way regular weapons were getting through that armor. The big dumb snake has absolutely no idea what is coming. Gujin leaps right onto its back, dual-wielding 2 razor-sharp spears. His genius plan bypassed the armor entirely and hit it with blood poison from the inside. Meanwhile, the boss throws a tantrum. The beast completely loses it. Eyes glowing blood red with rage, it unhinges its massive jaws and lunges straight for the skeletons. The 2 skeletons see a giant mouth coming in for a snack and immediately brace themselves. The snake dives low, jaw open like a freight train, totally ready to swallow these annoying little bugs whole. But here's the thing, skeletons are ridiculously fast. They both launch themselves into the air, completely dodging the ultimate chomp. The boss misses, completely wiping out as its face slams straight into the dirt. Epic fail. And guess what? Gujin is already chilling right near its head, and the snake is totally clueless. Taking his sweet time, he spins his spears, eyes locked on the target. Slash. Gujin aggressively shoves both spears straight into the snake's breathing holes. Bingo. The system chimes in. The boss is officially infected with the deadly blood poison. Game over, giant snake. Alright, grab your snacks. That completely soul-crushing pain makes the snake instantly snap its head toward our boy. Yeah, the guy who just stabbed it. Gujin just casually chats with this monster like they are old buddies. He notices its giant thorns vanishing, leaving these massive weird holes behind. I will plant a spear soaked in blood poison right here. And out of nowhere, a faint, nasty, toxic gas starts leaking from those creepy, empty pores. Our crazy MC doesn't even care, straight up mocking it. If you were human, those would be your pores. Bet that seriously hurts, huh? Honestly, who knows if this giant snake actually understands trash talk, but it just opens its massive jaws and violently hisses at him. Gujin just flashes this super cocky smirk. A minute ago, you were totally faking it, running away and pretending to be in deep trouble, right? You did it just so we humans would lower our guard and get closer. Right on cue, the giant snake aggressively lunges straight at him. He casually pulls out a brand new spear, laughing to himself. All those poor players who got scammed by this overgrown worm probably never saw this nasty trick coming. Gujin raises the weapon high. Those useless thorns are totally gone now, leaving behind nothing but giant open targets. As that massive, ugly snake head gets way too close for comfort, he violently launches the poison spear right from his hand. And yeah, a massive amount of toxic gas is literally spewing everywhere. This time his deadly throw is aimed right at the monster's giant eye. Bam! A sick, piercing sound hits and the beast screams in pure agony. Its eye is totally wrecked. The system hits us with an update. The thorn snake is officially infected with blood poison. Stacking all that toxic damage, it writhes around miserably, completely twisting its huge body and kicking up a massive dust storm. But honestly, all that flailing does absolutely 0 damage to our guy. Gujin smoothly parkours back and forth across the tree branches, easily shifting his position to another safe angle. He glances back with pure disrespect, totally baiting it. For such a massive body, you sure move like a brick. So how does getting totally poisoned feel, idiot? Meanwhile, over on the other side, a dead goblin slams heavily into the dirt. Gina, currently stuck disguised as Spasiva, glares at the crazy battlefield and starts complaining. You literally told me to stay low-key, but you're out here causing absolute chaos yourself. He angrily grits his teeth, super annoyed. And you make me haul these nasty monster corpses around? Why in the world are you treating a literal genius like me this badly? Hey, at least Gujin was nice enough to leave a few skeleton soldiers behind to do the heavy lifting. But Gina is still totally salty about the disrespect, so he literally throws up a middle finger right at a skeleton's face. Getting madder by the second, he yells, "Eat this, loser." But suddenly the skeleton opens its bony jaw and speaks with Gujin's voice. "Give me a status report." Gina practically jumps out of his skin and yanks his hand back. "Holy crap, you nearly killed me. Since when were you watching me?" Gujin totally ignores the rude gesture and just asks super coldly, "Is the trap I asked for completely ready?" Gina gives this painfully awkward laugh. "Obviously, man. Just one more here and we are good. But hey, is that freaky snake actually going to come this way? How can you even predict it will move exactly through here?" Gujin just shuts him down. "I don't have time to explain things to you. Wrap it up now." Gina absolutely loses it, yelling back, "Hey, you make me work like crazies and zero explanation?" Our boy literally could not care less. The skeleton right in front of Gina suddenly goes silent, completely disconnected. Gujin does the math in his head. If his side is locked in, let's get this party started. He sprints intensely through the dark forest, speeding straight toward his ultimate target. Back at the chaotic battlefield, a lone skeleton soldier is gripping a sword, absolutely hacking away like a maniac at the giant snake. Suddenly, the undead minion snaps its head around like it sensed something huge. The skeleton's hollow eyes suddenly flash with this bright blue light. Connections established. Yup, our guy Gujin is fully driving this bony puppet now. He completely drops the useless sword onto the dirt. Turning its skull, he locks onto a bunch of wickedly sharp, shiny spears piled up behind him, stepping right over to instantly grab a fresh weapon. Gujin aggressively pilots the skeleton body, gripping the heavy spear tightly and charging straight into the chaos. His sole target is that ridiculously annoying thorn snake waiting just a few yards away. Building up a crazy sprint, he launches the skeleton high into the air. From there, Gujin makes the bony fighter parkour in a crazy zigzag pattern right through the tree branches. Using the insane element of surprise, he successfully pulls off a brutal ambush on the beast. Two toxic spears violently stab straight into two massive open pores on its body. The snake flails around in absolute agony, completely shocked that it just got snuck up on and wrecked. The system drops the alert. Thorn snake successfully hit with deadly blood poison. The raging snake instantly whips its huge head around to bite the connected skeleton, but our genius MC just completely cuts the connection in a split second. The newly lifeless skeleton wakes up only to realize its boss just completely left it as bait, staring directly into the terrifying massive jaws of the angry snake. But wait, right nearby, another skeleton soldier builds up crazy speed and launches itself skyward. This new-bone soldier is also dual-wielding poisoned spears, flying wild through the air and aiming straight for the monster's ugly head. Literally 1 second later, bam, two more spears stab deep into the exposed pores right on top of the snake's skull. That epic move doesn't just save his undead buddy, it forcefully slams the beast's giant head into the dirt. The bone soldier that just attacked suddenly speaks up, rocking Gujin's cocky voice. "Just trying to make you perfectly match that ridiculous thorn snake title." He heavily emphasizes, "I am gonna help you with your makeup. Now here's where you and I need to pay attention." Gujin absolutely spams his attacks, ruthlessly stabbing spears into those open pores over and over, while the trapped snake literally cannot do a single thing about it. The system chimes in again. The thorn snake is heavily poisoned, and its overall combat stats are rapidly dropping. By this point, those nasty open holes on the monster's head are completely jammed with countless toxic spears. They honestly look like gross, newly sprouted thorns, but only the beast knows how insanely painful this makeover actually is. Totally panicking, the giant snake desperately tries to run away. Not too far off, yet another skeleton tightly grips a poison spear, staring the monster down. Gujin is synced with this one now, getting ready to launch another brutal strike. He comments, "You are so huge, it takes way too long for the poison to fully kick in, huh?" Done talking, he violently hurls the heavy spear straight toward the massive snake. Without wasting a single second, he instantly shifts his connection over to a completely different skeleton that is already clinging tightly onto the beast. This guy's only mission? Catch that flying weapon. Gujin smoothly controls the jumping skeleton. Its gloved, bony hand perfectly snatches that incoming spear right out of the air. Pure savage energy. Alright guys, get ready for some wild action. Our boy winds up, aims right for a massive pore, and bam, the spear stabs in hard. Ding ding ding, system spam incoming. The spiky snake is totally poisoned now. Stamina dropping, resistance tanking. This boss monster is absolutely thrashing in agony, completely helpless against such a sneaky player. All this giant beast can literally do right now is scream its lungs out in pure frustration. It violently shakes its head trying to throw the skeleton soldiers off, but those bony dudes are clinging to the spear. They are holding onto those pores for dear life. Realizing it cannot shake them off, the giant snake just completely chickens out and runs from Gujin. The second it turns tail to flee, Gujin makes his skeleton minions totally ditch the ride. Hanging out on a nearby branch, he smirks. "Guess you could not handle the heat, huh?" Gujin drops the connection, returning to his totally normal state. Half blind and panicking, the snake slithers away at top speed right into a totally suspicious pile of dead goblin bodies. Spoiler alert for the boss, its nightmare is literally just starting here. Boom, it slithers straight into a massive explosion. The Dark World representative just hit the trigger on the most overpowered corpse explosion skill ever seen. Getting blasted right in the face, the dizzy snake pokes its head out of the thick black smoke. Shaking off the blast like a cartoon character, it tries to regain focus before absolutely booking it in the exact opposite direction. Watching through his skeleton cameras, Gujin just chuckles to himself. Bro, running the other way is literally not going to save your scales. And what do you know? Another perfectly placed pile of goblin corpses is waiting. As its screaming head passes the trap, Gujin gleefully hits the detonate button again. Skill activated. The Dark World representative triggers corpse explosion again, and the giant snake only sees a massive flash of fire blow up right in its eyes. This blast acts like a crazy chain reaction. The booming echoes endlessly, lighting up the entire area like a totally unhinged holiday fireworks show. System alerts start popping off. Spiky Snake has blood poison. Resistance is heavily dropping, and that giant boss health bar is rapidly draining away. Let us jump to the office. A newspaper violently slaps against the desk, featuring a totally brutal front-page headline about a massive wipeout. Floor 4 dungeon raid completely failed. Chairman Sicha smirks like a total supervillain. So Park Yong-won's carefully raised elite squad is going down just like this. Things are getting super spicy. If they actually escape floor 6, Park Yong-won is going to have a massive mental breakdown. He issues a command. Secretary Lee, rent a car and send it to the Spiky Snake dungeon. Ju just stares at him. It has barely been a week since they went in there. Sicheng just laughs. I am not trying to waste money to keep their masks on. If nobody around is paying any attention, they can finally use their real strength together. Secretary Ju tilts her head at him like he is crazy. So the usual junk cars are off limits now? Because their fake identities say they are Russian? She immediately stands right up from her desk. We totally need to prep a diplomatic vehicle right now so they can instantly pull out if anything bad actually happens. Hearing the word diplomatic, Chairman C starts sweating bullets. Diplomatic? Oh my gosh, exactly how much is that going to cost me this time? So he panics and yells out, hold on, Secretary Lee, can anyone do diplomatic stuff without a car? Knowing her ridiculously cheap boss, she just says nope and totally slams the door. Back in the dungeon, Gina stands up on the cliff watching the madness, noticing the snake is getting bullied exactly where Gujin planned. Completely shocked, he thinks, wait, did this crazy guy actually predict the boss monster's entire escape route? He is literally using explosions to trap it. Gujin and his skeleton crew surround the bruised snake, finally forcing it exactly into the kill zone. The snake aggressively shakes off the black smoke again, but its entire body is now totally wrecked and covered in brutal wounds. The system confirms the poison has completely corrupted the beast. Gujin flashes an evil smirk. Sure, it looks mad, but it is way too late now. Below them, the skeletons keep spamming arrows into the snake. Enraged by the pain, it aggressively turns to glare at the bony squad. But these skeletons do not care at all. They just keep firing. The absolutely furious snake hisses back, but turning right just gets it violently attacked from the left side. Startled, it snaps its head left. Gujin is basically treating this like a video game, realizing he does not even need his full power here. Now that you and I see the poison fully spreading, this fight is basically over. Its stamina is bleeding out, creating pure agony. Meanwhile, John Jun is sprinting with his team straight toward the snake. As he runs, he is extremely confused because literally all they can hear right now is non-stop screaming. Obviously, most players got totally overwhelmed in this dungeon. John Jun is insanely curious about exactly what kind of monster this mysterious guy actually is. Right in the middle of their sprint, every single player inside the dungeon gets a sudden system ping. Spiky Snake killed. Everyone completely loses their minds. What the heck? Is the Spiky Snake already taken care of? One guy almost cries tears of joy. We can actually survive and leave now. Another player nervously asks, wait, was it that guy? He might just take the snake loot before he leaves. John Jun's eyes go wide. How is it even possible to hunt a monster like that? Seeing him freeze up, Jin Hong immediately spins around and yells, hey Anon, run, let's go this way quickly. Without any hesitation, he instantly starts sprinting again. Exactly, we absolutely cannot leave here without grabbing some kind of profit. John Jun changes his whole goal. He seriously needs to see this guy's face. Back over here, Gujin gets another awesome system pop-up. You have achieved the absolute peak spiky snake hunter title. The representative of the Dark World is literally passing down a chunk of incredible power. Alright, you and I are about to see some crazy stats. Second notification pops up. Peak tier achievement unlocked, granting a massive plus 20 to all base stats. Another Thorn Snake Hunter achievement triggers. This secondary milestone adds a sweet plus 3 to all his stat points. Next up, the system casually announces his blood poison skill ranked up, tossing him a neat proficiency stone as a reward. A literal holy beam of light beams down from the sky straight onto Gujin. Oh, and his level just skyrocketed. Finally, a custom solo quest pops up. The system demands he rip open the giant snake and harvest something called the Yellow Dragon. Staring at the absolute unit of a dead snake blocking his view, Gujin just sighed. What a massive pain. Meanwhile, Jo Jun and his squad sprint over, only to get blocked by a mysterious figure. It is literally just Gina disguised as Pasiva, aggressively yelling at them to step back. Jin Hong just stares, totally confused. Wait, why block the road? Jun tries to play peacekeeper, swearing they are not here to pick a fight. Gina does not even bother speaking. She just throws up a hand, completely shutting them down. One of Jun's teammates turns around, frantically asking if anyone speaks English since Korean clearly is not working. John Jun nervously raises both hands up, trying his best to look harmless. Hey buddy, we literally just want to take a quick peek. He practically begs, desperately trying to prove they are the good guys here. But Gina just gives him the absolute coldest glare, flanked by 3 massive skeleton soldiers that instantly send shivers down his spine. Wait, are those actual skeleton warriors? Staring at the undead guards, it finally clicks in Jun's brain. Of course, undead skeletons do not breathe, so the toxic poison gas would completely ignore them. Using skeletons against a poison boss is genius, but still absolutely absurd. He grits his teeth. Their player squad got infiltrated, sure, but there is no way the boss raid failed, right? He feels like he is missing one massive game-changing detail here. Just as he considers pushing past to check the snake's giant corpse himself, a massive tremor suddenly shakes the entire forest. Flocks of birds instantly scatter into the sky in sheer panic. Jin Hong and his entire crew basically bug out their eyes when they see what caused the ridiculous earthquake. One of Jun's guys stammers, pointing like a total maniac. Even Gina, who is literally on Gujin's team, has to turn around to check out the absolute chaos happening behind them. Right behind them, the dead snake boss lifts its massive head, but its flesh is literally melting off, leaving only a terrifying giant skeleton staring down. Jun barely manages to choke out his words. That is the freaking boss! He starts panicking internally. Wait, do not tell me this absolute madman is trying to summon the boss as a skeleton? Taking advantage of Gina being totally distracted, Jun makes a desperate sprint forward. He dips super low, dodging her line of sight, absolutely determined to figure out who is behind all this nonsense. Brain empty, legs moving, he sprints at max speed, barely scraping past Gina in a blur. But literally the next second, a dark blur flashes right in front of her. Bam! An arm casually hooks around Jun's neck, effortlessly slamming him straight into the dirt. Jun is absolutely freaking out over this blonde Russian dude's insane speed and ridiculous power. Boom! He gets body slammed so hard he actually skids across the rocky ground like a human bowling ball. Finally stopping, he spits out dirt and groans. What even was that move? Gina, fully committing to the grumpy Russian bodyguard act, angrily barks her English threat at him one more time. I already told you to back off. Realizing this meat shield defense is completely impenetrable, Jun curses loudly and orders his entire squad to just fall back and wait outside. But guess what? I definitely memorized that guy's face. Now, checking back in with our boy Gujin, you and I both know boss drops are insane. As the monster dissolves, a blindingly bright golden orb appears, spinning in the air and radiating massive magical energy. Still rocking his fake identity, Gujin just smirks. Well, that completely saves me the digging. Oh, but reality check. The system bluntly informs him his summon totally failed. His skill level is just way too tragically low to revive a boss this big. The colossal snake skeleton immediately cracks apart, crashing down to the earth like an avalanche. These bones are so ridiculously heavy that the impact practically causes a dust storm, blinding everyone. A second later, the wind clears the epic dust cloud, revealing our guy looking absolutely badass. Gujin casually holds the golden orb while the system confirms he is now the master of the Yellow Dragon. Yellow Dragon item registers as a legendary tier artifact. He just needs one more level to actually equip it. Check out these broken stats. Holding it grants a massive 50-point boost to magic power, plus a 20% speed buff to mana recovery. Absolutely totally overpowered. Meanwhile, right outside the dungeon entrance, a random white car is just chilling, parked at the gate. Inside, some reporter is furiously typing away on a laptop, literally pre-writing a headline about the boss raid failing. He yawns loudly. It has been a whole week, and still absolutely zero news, huh? His lazy coworker just leans back, hands behind his head. No updates at all, but let's be real. Nobody actually expected these guys to survive anyway. The reporter chuckles. Oh, for sure. If they somehow pull a win, it would break the internet. His buddy just shakes his head, completely bored out of his mind. I just wish this whole circus would wrap up fast so we can go home. We cannot camp here forever, right? Honestly, as professional journalists, we should just drop this completely. But wait, suddenly, a loud system announcement echoes outside. The raid was totally successful. The chubby reporter instantly kicks the door open, practically flying out of the car to grab the scoop. He is absolutely losing his mind right now. How is this even physically possible? Right in front of them, an entire army of reporters from every news outlet has already swarmed the exit. Camera shutters are just clicking like absolute crazy, non-stop flashes everywhere. Someone aggressively screams into the crowd. Who the heck is actually in charge of this mess? Meanwhile, Jun and Jin Hong finally stumble out of the dungeon, looking around frantically like totally lost tourists. Where is the Kirin Guild's backup squad? Damn it, where are they? Suddenly a voice shouts from the chaos. Hey, we are over here. Jun looks like a complete maniac, screaming his orders. Block all the Russians. Stop them immediately. Those absolute lunatics somehow stole the boss kill. Do not let them escape this perimeter. Jin Hong definitely memorized those faces. The moment those two Russian dudes, actually Gujin and Gina in epic disguises, step out, some guy totally loses his mind. He points and screams, there they are! That's the crazy duo who just completely obliterated that spiky snake monster. Flashbulbs go off like crazy as a swarm of thirsty reporters ambushes them, shoving microphones in their faces. Please, give us an interview. How does it feel to be absolute legends right now? Meanwhile, our resident buzzkill John Jun gets totally trapped behind the reporter mob. He can literally only watch Gujin walk away, screaming at the top of his lungs, hey, somebody stop those guys from leaving right now. Getting crushed by the crowd, he loses his temper and yells, move out of my way, are you guys completely deaf? By the time he finally wiggles out of that sweaty mosh pit, a slick black car with super distinct blue diplomatic plates has already scooped up Gujin and Gina. Jun stares at the license plates, practically coughing up blood from pure rage. Those absolute jerks. Nobody can legally stop a diplomatic vehicle. Checkmate. Inside the ride, Gina is happily shaking his leg. Looks like my man Seichin really dropped some serious cash today. Now they can totally kick back and relax in absolute luxury. He rips off his sweaty disguise mask, instantly revealing his naturally handsome face again. So, who exactly just showed up on the scene looking this flawless? I mean, they just bagged a massive spiky snake monster, right? Isn't that like an absolute massive win for the boys? Seeing Gujin just tapping away on his phone, completely ignoring him, Gina glares. Bro, if you're gonna boss me around like a dog, shouldn't you at least clue me in? Gujin totally gives him the cold shoulder and calls someone instead. Kim Gujin speaking. Yeah, just got back from the battlefield. The guy on the other end is Seichin. Seichin is chilling at his computer, endlessly scrolling through the newsfeed. Kim Gujin? Nah, Isaac Ivanov. How does it feel playing the big hero? Gujin flips the question right back. Yeah, so what's the vibe out there right now? Seichin laughs out loud. Literally every single news outlet is obsessing over you, kid. Headlines like, the epic battle to destroy the spiky snake, monster hunting. But the biggest mystery, who on earth is Isaac Ivanov? Everyone is hyping up Isaac Ivanov and his wild new skills. Honestly, using a fake identity just this once was a completely genius move with zero regrets. Always the schemer, Seichin cooks up a fresh plot. What if we boost the Ivanov brand and push him onto an even bigger stage? If you're down, I've got a pretty solid master plan ready to go. Gujin instantly realizes that fake name could be the ultimate cheat code for grabbing premium access rights to some high-level dungeons. He was actually about to pitch an idea himself, but Seichan beating him to it makes life way easier. Gujin suddenly turns completely polite. That sounds absolutely perfect, sir. Please take good care of me from now on. Seichan chuckles at that. Awesome. Oh, by the way, while you were busy fighting, something super spicy went down. You and I know things are about to get messy. Remember Jin Hyemi, one of Park Yong-won's loyal bodyguards? Her team was heading to the 4th floor and got completely wiped off the map. Sure, players dying while running a dungeon is pretty normal stuff. On the surface, it doesn't look like anything too crazy happened. But obviously Seichin dug into the files and did his own top-secret analysis. Turns out, a sneaky little spy infiltrated Jin Hyemi's squad. And guess what? I've got the exact info on those shady players getting secret backup from the Yamato Guild. Seichin holds up a printed bank statement, sounding genuinely impressed. I kind of saw this coming, but the Skull Guild really landed a perfectly calculated critical hit here. Gujin is totally confused. Why are you even telling me this random stuff? Seichan stays chill. There's literally 0 point hiding things from me, kid. I already know all about your complicated beef with Yong-won and the whole Skull Guild drama. Gujin thinks to himself, is this guy really trying to bite Park Yong-won by snooping around? Honestly, Seichan is definitely not your average, everyday background character. The fancy diplomatic ride pulls into a rest stop. Gujin pops the door and hops out. We're getting off here. Gina just blanks. Huh? We're bailing already? Gina instantly starts imagining things. Oh man, did Seichan say he's treating us to an epic feast because we worked so incredibly hard today? That is so sweet. He literally will not stop yapping. Even if he didn't offer, I am absolutely craving some hot tofu udon from a rest stop right now anyway. But why are we stopping? Gujin smacks the hood of a totally busted junker. Because we are taking this beautiful garbage pile for the rest of the trip. Staring at a crusty old car that's probably older than he is, Gina's brain malfunctions. What? There is no way his massive frame is squeezing into that tiny tin can. The second he gets in, his knees are practically touching his chin. He furiously curses Seichan. So that's his game. Absolute trash. I actually wondered why he rented such a nice car for us earlier. He is literally throwing insults faster than his mouth can cool down. I mean, seriously, just look at this miserable piece of junk. It literally looks worse than something you'd drag out of a muddy junkyard. It's just so hilariously uncomfortable. How is it this filthy? Does anyone in the modern world actually drive something like this? Gujin feels a tiny bit personally attacked by that comment. He deadpans, it's my car actually. Hearing that, Gina instantly backpedals like a pro, offering the most awkward fake laugh ever. Haha, you know, in our country, a light car that doesn't leak oil is obviously top tier. Any guy driving this masterpiece must be a super smart, deeply patriotic hero. Realizing their stomachs are totally empty, Gujin mentions that Seichan apparently left some food money tucked right inside the glove compartment. He suggests they grab a bite if they're hungry. Gina eagerly pops open the glove box, finding a mysterious little envelope inside. He snatches it up, his eyes practically sparkling with pure greed. No way, an actual meal allowance? Is the sun rising in the west tomorrow or something? That is, until he tips the envelope over, and exactly 2,501 flops out. That tragic amount won't even buy a decent snack. Gujin just cranks the engine and rolls out. Classic Seichan move. Meanwhile, every news site is going absolutely crazy. First ever spiky snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. Who is this guy? Is Isaac Ivanov actually a badass necromancer? Are we witnessing a brand new skill branch dropping? Will foreigners keep raiding our local dungeons? The internet is practically melting down over this stuff. You and I better buckle up, because things are getting wild. Let me tell you, the internet is blowing up over this exclusive world news interview with Anon Jun from the Spine Snake Hunt. The comment section is an absolute dumpster fire right now. Haters are raging that this Russian dude somehow stole the A rank and claims he got attacked. Comments like, why even let foreigners in? Total garbage. I totally called this, or just flooding the page. They are completely flaming the local players for being all talk and zero action. Everyone's screaming to just hand everything over to the Messiah Guild. Ju just sits there, scrolling through the massive hate wave. The internet's vibe shifted from curious to completely toxic super fast. And Anon Jun, his totally disastrous interview is making things 100 times worse for everyone. She asks for the green light to act. That thing you ordered? I am starting it right now. Si Trang just smirks and nods. Time to hit back, obviously. And boom, the internet literally explodes all over again because world news sites just dropped a brand new, super exclusive interview featuring the one and only Isaac Inavo. Breaking news hits hard. Isaac openly admits he totally fanboys over the Messiah Guild. He says he wants to be different, exactly like the Messiah Guild. And just like that, the wild internet mob completely changes its tune. People start saying if he likes the Messiah Guild, he can't be bad. And see, never trust just one side of the story. The chat fills with support Isaac, and he's awesome. Some guy even asked why they haven't sent him snacks yet. Seriously, people are wild. Gujin reads the crazy updates with a wicked smirk. He secretly cheers. Oh Chan, you absolute genius. Talk about flipping the script on public opinion. Since he hyped them up so much, the mighty Messiah Guild absolutely cannot just sit around and do nothing now. Staring at his phone, Gujin cringes at his enemy's total fail of a strategy. If they weren't going to recruit him, they should have at least faked some flashy action. Thanks to the media hype, the Messiah Guild accidentally baited someone else. Staring at his shiny weapon stash, Gujin gets super pumped. He is dying to see the Messiah Guild's reaction. But until those creeps show up, our boy needs to get completely strapped and ready. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with an alert. He clicks it and boom, a massive breaking news notification pops up on screen. Park Yong-won just cleared the crazy 6th floor dungeon. Gujin smirks. It is finally happening. Meanwhile, at the big press conference, Yong-won confidently poses for a million blinding camera flashes like a superstar. The camera shutters are just clicking non-stop like absolute madness. Secretary Kim rushes in totally panicking. She whispers about some breaking news. Yong-won brushes her off, saying to wait unless it is an absolute emergency. She leans right into his ear. It is an emergency. Jin Hyemi's elite squad completely wiped out inside the dungeon. That insanely bad news instantly wipes the smug superstar smile right off his face. Frowning hard, he furiously signals his male assistant to step up and take over the mic. He hits the press with a fake wave goodbye and dips out, leaving his lackey to handle the messy announcement. The lackey claims the press conference is officially over because they urgently need to take Mr. Park for a health checkup. Yeah, right! The PR guy promises accurate details will drop at the guild later. Meanwhile, our boy Yong-won storms off the scene, absolutely fuming with rage. Tell me everything in the ride, he snaps. He hops into his super fancy private car and they speed off. Inside the car, Secretary Kim spills the tea. Some anonymous person mailed totally shady bank statements straight to the office. Yong-won is so confused right now. Can they even trust random, untraceable files? Kim looks super stressed. She has zero clue why someone sent this stuff, but the crazy part, the documents actually look totally legit and real. According to the scary report, an investigation squad went back into that dungeon for answers. And get this wild twist, most of the squad didn't even die from monster attacks, something else killed them. Since Jin's squad was literally the only team inside, no rival guild could have ambushed them. Yongwon's brain finally connects the dots. Snapping in pure rage, he literally breaks his fancy tablet right in half. So they seriously planted a rat in my elite guard, he yells. The Skull Guild absolutely played him like a fool, biting him hard. Cut to the dark and creepy Messiah Guild headquarters. Inside the boardroom, some boss asks the million-dollar question, what are they going to do about Park Yong-won now? Zin H completely freezes the room. Just leave him be. He is perfect bait for the crazy internet mob. She glares at Sukahara Ken. You have been way too active lately, don't you think? Ken just scoffs and talks back. Yeah, I am literally working with the sketchy Skull Guild to clean up this slams the table. Excuse me? You did what? This is no time for your reckless teen drama, she screams. Remember the disaster in the Lizard Warrior dungeon? She aggressively points at an empty chair. If you are actually going to fix things, do it right for once. Even Kim Jae-hoon got dragged into your stupid mess and totally died. Are you seriously trying to leak our secret alliance with the Skull Guild to the whole freaking world? Ju finally jumps in with a harsh warning. Look, I know you edgy elites don't care how the underground works, but we absolutely cannot just ignore this disaster. He stares at that empty chair with totally fake sadness. Poor Kim Jae-hoon. The guy was completely useless and did not even get a cool, honorable death. You guys seeing this wild drama? Zin crosses her arms like a boss. The Messiah Guild is officially cutting ties with the Skull Guild. I am giving the order right now. Shut down all our super shady business with those skull losers immediately. Ken slams the table like an angry toddler. No way, the guildmaster isn't even here. We are not listening to your crazy bossy demands. Zin refuses to back down. Let me make one totally obvious thing clear, since your tiny brain can't understand it. Alright, you and I are watching peak drama. Sukahara scowls, clearly fuming, but keeps his big mouth shut. Noda Hajiro squints at Shin-hee, choking on his own words. Finally, the meeting wraps up and everyone bails. Our two Japanese guys skulk off together. Ken whispers, so Hajiro, what is the play here? This whole mess is just completely unacceptable. Right? Ken nods. Yeah, it is probably time we ditch the Messiah Guild and do our own cool thing. Next day, over at Yongwon's private crib, our boy Gujin casually chats him up. Jin Hyemi's squad is supposed to be stacked, right? I honestly never expected things to go south like this. Yang frowns. Honestly, man, I am just looking for a sick business plan to rake in some serious cash after exposing those Skull Guild clowns. But plans change. Wiping them out completely is the only satisfying move now. Hearing this, Gujin just stays totally silent. A beat later, he speaks up. See, Gujin remembers his past life and Park Young-won was always wildly greedy. 10 years from now, this guy literally smuggles items to Japan and basically runs away to live in exile. Clueless people ended up trashing Park Young-won, calling him a straight-up national traitor. But the real reason he fled to Japan? He was terrified the Messiah Guild would just gobble up his entire stash. He would gladly betray his country to save his skin. Knowing this, Gujin drops a crazy demand. Let me join your personal guard. Gujin smirks. You totally want to use me as your attack dog to hunt them down. But I am definitely not some disposable pawn you can just toss later. Young-won chuckles. His elite guard? Really? Look at the nerve of this kid. He taps the table, amused. Kim Gujin is bold. He needs strong pawns under him, even if they act a bit threatening. What is his actual endgame here? Whatever. If he smashes the Skull Guild, who cares about his shady little motives? Making up his mind, Young-won smacks the table. Sounds like a plan. He asks, so you crush the Skull Guild for me, and I become your personal meat shield? Gujin nods. Yep, if you want my help, that is the price. Plus, I have some serious payback ready for those Skull Guild losers anyway. Young-won smiles, feeling insanely smug. Perfect. That is exactly the hardcore answer I wanted to hear. Deal struck. Gujin strolls out of the villa, already scheming. From now on, Young-won takes the blame for everything. He looks up, flashing a wickedly evil grin. Park Young-won, you are carrying my bags now. Thanks, buddy. The very next day, over at the guild's massive corporate tower. Inside the office, Secretary Nam checks out his fresh contract. Since your perks got bumped up to the absolute max tier, I will go ahead and process this immediately. Gujin just stands up and gives them a cool nod. Yeah, got it. Looking forward to working with you. He bails and shuts the door. Secretary Nam adjusts his glasses. Seriously, how did Kim Gujin finesse his way into the elite guard? He has barely been here 6 months. The dude frowns hard. I have grinded here for years, and even my flawless resume is not enough to get me into that squad. Absolutely wild stuff. The big boss ponders. Honestly, I have no clue, but some super shady backroom deals are definitely happening here. Park Young-won never acts without a reason. Down in the elevator, someone starts gossiping. Get this, the punk who betrayed his old squad just wormed his way into the elite guard. Gujin stands right there in his hood. I heard that too. How did that absolute rookie get picked anyway? Probably just got insanely lucky with a rare item. Not gonna lie, I am super jealous. Damn it. Stepping out, they keep hating. Why be jealous? He is just some pathetic leech trying to survive in the big leagues anyway. Gujin could not care less. He whips out his phone to make a call, smirking hard. Honestly, luck is totally on his side right now. But who cares about that? The real hunt is just starting. Somewhere else, a phone buzzes on a desk. The caller ID, it is our boy Kim Gujin. Se-chan picks up, totally joking around. Who is it this time? Must be an absolute emergency if you are calling me when I am this insanely busy. Hearing Gujin's crazy request, he scowls. What, a fake ID? Gina sits right across from him. He lets out a massive yawn. What crazy scheme is that punk cooking up now? Se-chan sighs, admitting it is not completely impossible. He explains that dodging the guild and dungeon management staff is going to be super tricky. Whatever, I will get it ready immediately. Hanging up, Se-chan shares the tea. Fake ID for a dungeon run. We will find out his plan soon. Gina scratches his head, looking half asleep. But bro, why help him blindly? Do not even tell me you actually trust this Kim Gujin guy completely. That is just reckless. Let's wrap this up. Se-chan smirks. I never trust people. I just want to see whose throat his sword is pointing at. We're about to find out if this dude is actually worth tagging along with. Figuring out his real goal is the ultimate test. Honestly, human greed never ever lies. Cut to a tricked-out white sports car absolutely tearing down the highway. Inside this beast, some totally shredded muscle dude starts asking questions. Wait, Kim Woo-jin is actually stalking the Skull Guild? Tae-sung just gives a solid nod. Yeah, that tracks. Completely possible. Looks like Park Young-won is super thirsty for a massive brawl against the Skull Guild. Tae-sung rubs his chin, realizing practically the whole guild just entered today's dungeon. Meaning, it is the absolute perfect chaotic setup for both Park Young-won and Kim Woo-jin. But hey, plot twist, Woo-jin could totally form a party with a fake ID. Ji-hoo mutters this looking super grim. Whatever, who cares? The guy has exactly one mission, making sure Woo-jin actually walks into that dungeon. The car zooms straight toward the target. Night falls on Yeongjong Island, Incheon, where creepy flickering streetlights reveal a massive empty lot. At the nearby booth, staff asks for a name. Woo-jin smoothly drops his shiny new fake identity. Lee Jong-hoon. The clerk nods. Mr. Lee, flying solo today? Go ahead and sign right here. No tour guides inside, so read this instead. Our boy grabs the pamphlet detailing the freaky two-headed dog dungeon specs. Floor 2. Solid rank D max capacity, a weirdly specific 61 players. Entry rules, under level 40 only. Win condition, slay the two-headed dog. The reward, absolutely freaking nothing. Woo-jin is shook. A basic rank D dungeon holding 61 people? Plus, the security is total garbage. Honestly, it is the absolute perfect playground for pulling off a massive scam. He ducks back into his ride, brooding for a second. He completely called it. This whole dungeon is totally a giant trap for him. Suddenly, blinding headlights blast him right in the face. Parked across from his total junker are 2 flashy white rides. And guess what? People start stepping out. Woo-jin squints at the squad. He expected tryhards, but this specific dude? Meanwhile, back at Se-chan's office, Ji-hoo gets the intel and is having an absolute meltdown. Wait, what? Jang Jihu? Se-chan snaps his head up. Why the heck is he there? Jihu frantically reports back. Check the logs. Pretty sure the guy snuck in using the fake name Jang Un-wook. Se-chan panics. Is that the exact same Young Island dungeon Wu Jin is in? Jin-ah looks totally lost and asks, Jang Jihu, who even is that guy? Se-chan violently facepalms. Turns out there is a massive troublemaker hiding among the sub-level 50 rookies. He is literally a knight of the round table. We're so dead. All right, you and I need to cut back to the parking lot. Wu Jin is staring right at Jang Jihu's smug face. He gives the guy a nasty side-eye. Didn't expect the Messiah Guild to deploy this boss so early. But honestly, makes sense. The dude is literally one of the legendary round table knights. Who are they? Just an insanely overpowered squad flexing legendary gear tied to King Arthur. Oh, and they bring their annoying fanboys along too. These edgelords claim they represent the fallen government, fighting just to protect the poor and suffering, acting like literal saviors. But over time, they totally fell off and became Park's glorified bodyguards. Wielding fake Merlin magic, they started the whole savior hype. Spoiler alert, Wu Jin eventually figured out their entire backstory was purely a massive scripted lie. And their massive fall from grace? Yeah, that was definitely the Poison King's handiwork. No doubt tons of those supposed knights ended up as his victims. Wu Jin does the math in his head. That blinged-out necklace Jihu is rocking? Definitely stolen from an original knight. For guys like them, pulling a dirty move like that is super on brand. They're the worst leftovers. Mid-rant, our boy casually pops open his system panel. The control stone. Untradeable, bumps a skill from rank D up to C, looks like a total trash tier rock, but Wu Jin knows it's secretly busted. Still, carrying it around makes you a walking target, and right now, he has zero reason to hold back his crazy power. System alerts pop. The stone upgrades his skeleton control skill. Rank F gets a massive boost, ramping up both the stats and the total number of bony boys he can summon. The higher the level, the more insane the buff gets. A fat 20% stat boost plus 5 extra skeletons? Nice! Wu Jin finally hops out, slamming his door shut. He overhears the leader yelling, "Dungeon time, let's go! Gear up!" A hot second later, the whole squad marches inside. Classic system move, a quest window pops up. Kindly slaughter 3,000 monsters to unlock the next freaking floor. A player instantly whines, "Bro, what, 3,000? Another guy violently sighs, "This is actual garbage. I'd rather fight 2 boss monsters than do this chore." Way easier, man. Taesung side-eyes Jihu standing right next to him. 3,000 fodder mobs isn't deadly, just insanely annoying. Jihu violently stabs his sword into the dirt, barking a cold order. Perfect. The chaos makes it ridiculously easy to stab Wu Jin in the back and just call it a tragic accident. Absolute villain behavior. Alright, you and I are about to watch pure chaos. Stop wasting time and find exactly where he is hiding right now. Beside him, trembling, Song points straight at the Skull Guild. Leading those total losers? Jihu turns his head to look, slightly shocked. The Skull Guild? Did they seriously just enter the dungeon wearing cheap outfits like that? Do these idiots even understand the crazy situation they are in right now? He sees someone pointing in a direction, signaling that things are getting pretty wild over there. So the entire guild instantly moves out toward that direction. Jihu quietly mocks them in his head. These guys cannot even handle a single problem by themselves, yet they keep messing everything up. What a bunch of useless trash. Then, out of nowhere, he suddenly remembers Noda Hajiro and Suka Harakan. They were probably warned that they are strictly forbidden from joining this whole mess. How dare they ignore the boss? I will totally kill them after we leave this place. Jihu tells his crew, ignore the Skull Guild, we just need to do our own job here. No matter what crazy stuff happens, we must take down Kim Woo Jin with our own hands. He violently slams his ridiculously heavy sword right into the ground, his face looking super angry and murderous. Report to me the second you find him. His skill uses toxic blood, so do not get careless when you get close. And you guys can just kill anyone who tries to block us. I will take full responsibility for it. Inside the forest, there is a fast-moving sound, and a black-haired guy dashes like lightning. He secretly complains to himself, totally not expecting to attack the Skull Guild on floor 1. Kim Woo Jin, that absolute bastard. We are usually not this determined, right? After running for a bit, Sung-ho stops right next to a massive tree. He peeks out to observe. Are the royal guards of Park Yong-wong actually joining this dungeon too? His pupils suddenly shrink as his eyes widen in pure shock. Because Sung-ho just noticed those skeletons actually fighting against the undead bone monsters right over there. Looks like one of their squad members brought a necromancer along. That is so sneaky and smart. He looks around nervously, but why hasn't he spotted Kim Woo Jin anywhere yet? Just as he thinks that, a shadow gets closer. Sung-ho glances behind his back, sweating buckets because he is totally freaking out right now. That shadowy figure is none other than our guy Woo Jin. Sung-ho grabs his blade handle, fully ready to fight for his life. He quickly pulls out his blade, launching an attack straight at Woo Jin. Slash! The sound of weapons hitting flesh echoes, and hot red blood splashes everywhere. In just one move, Sung-ho gets his weapon knocked away, takes a huge slash to the chest, and his armor totally shatters. He throws his hands up to surrender, begging in a totally weak voice, "Please stop, why are you suddenly doing this? There must be some kind of huge misunderstanding here. I honestly have absolutely nothing to do with the Skull Guild at all." Woo Jin just points his finger straight up. "Not involved, huh? The guy up there already told me that you are totally a member of the Skull Guild." Hearing this, Sung-ho looks up in absolute confusion. Huh? Now this is where you and I have to laugh. The guy up there is literally a corpse just swinging in the wind on a branch right above his head. Seeing his face clearly, Sungo bites his lip, thinking there is no way that guy could talk. They actually know each other, having met in the bathroom once upon a time. That blonde dude warned him super clearly. Matsuo failed, which is exactly why, even if I am in total danger, you are not allowed to step in at any cost. You must stay alive and report literally everything that happened inside this dungeon back to the master. Remember that clearly, because this priority is way more important than our own lives. Carrying that heavy burden. Sungo tries his absolute hardest to scream, "What the heck are you talking about? I have never seen that guy before. Why are you attacking me?" Gujin does not even care about this nonsense, just delivering another slash that drops him straight to the dirt. Feeling his life fading, Sungo somehow still keeps his mouth totally shut. I seriously do not know anything at all. Gujin also has zero intention of getting any information from him. He coldly says, "You guys are honestly way more reliable when you are dead than alive." At that exact moment, the system announces the Eye of Anubis has opened. On another side, a skeleton soldier totally zooms past a warrior. Two skeletons holding blades charge straight at Jihu like absolute madmen. He tightly grips the handle of his massive sword, then swings horizontally, totally planning to smash the skeleton's skinny frame into tiny little pieces. But he never expected this. One skeleton jumps super high, while the other literally slides across the dirt. They both perfectly dodge his heavy strike. Their crazy reaction leaves Jihu pretty shocked. Both skeletons totally refuse to waste any time tangling with him. They quickly run off to fight monsters, leaving him stuck in his own head. Did they just avoid my attack? It is literally just a basic skeleton. Seeing a skeleton move like that for the first time, suddenly a shadow appears out of nowhere. Wu Jin swiftly slides right under his feet. He has his sword totally ready, aiming to slice straight across Jihu's legs. But man, his reaction is too fast, immediately stepping way back out of range. Wu Jin looks at him with total indifference. Who knows what he is thinking? Jihu smiles brightly because he blocked the attack. Wu Jin tightly grips his sword, frowning slightly. He knew this Jihu guy was strong, but definitely did not expect him to be this ridiculously fast. He instantly spins his sword, easily pulling it out of the clash. Wu Jin slashes down super hard, his movement insanely fast and precise. So incredibly brutal that you can only see the afterimages. However, that crazy attack does not even leave a single scratch on Jihu at all. His ridiculously massive and heavy sword completely blocked that vertical slash just now. He aggressively mocks, "What kind of joke are you trying to play here, man?" Jihu seems pretty annoyed. Is the power I expected really just at this basic level? Wu Jin does not overcommit. Since the attack fails, he steps back. "Stick with me, you and I know this fight is just starting." Alright, you and I know Gujin calculates everything, but this guy? Tough work. Even after saving his strength for this exact moment, it is still a crazy struggle. Suddenly, a system notification pops up for both of them. A relentless fighter is watching this match. Jihu grins, totally hooked. It has been forever since he saw a Halo notification. Gujin stays silent, keeping his usual deadpan, zero cares in the world look. But then bam, another alert pops. A Dark World representative is now spectating this exact battle. Jihu casually jams his massive sword right into the ground. He figures if this kid was not a worthy target, those alerts would never even show up. So you got a Halo watching you too? Fun. Killing you means massive loot. Gujin, being an absolute boss, just straight up ignores the guy. Gujin frowns, getting serious. He knows talking smack is way easier than actually winning. Meanwhile, completely outside this crazy dungeon, a hand grabs a massive, delicious slice of pizza. We all gotta eat, right? Just hurry up and finish that slice. It is nothing special, so why even care? The dude sitting across from Gina scoffs. Not special, seriously? Shoving pizza into his mouth, he casually asks what kind of player Kim Gujin actually is. Hearing that name, Sichan immediately frowns, totally annoyed. Why even ask? Gujin is a player who is insanely stronger than him. Gina takes massive damage to his pride. He dramatically tosses his half-eaten pizza back into the box. Seriously, man, I have feelings too. Even if you did not say that, I was not going to eat anyway. Sachin kicks the empty boxes under the table, says he is not hungry, yet he absolutely demolished 5 pizzas. Gina loses his temper, whining like a total brat. I literally paid for this. Can I not eat my own food? Is this really too much? Sechin waves a hand, telling the guy to chill out. I know. Just spit it out. What is your point? What kind of player is Kim Gujin? Swallowing his pride, Gina spills the truth. That guy is the most low-down, dirty player ever. Sechin looks totally confused. Dirty? Remembering all of Gujin's sneaky little tricks, Gina explains that this guy absolutely refuses to fight a battle if he knows he might lose. If the odds are not in his favor, he bails. Period. Back inside the creepy dungeon, dark gas rises up as an eerie wind starts howling. The whole vibe of the room changes instantly, making Jihu look around on high alert. What now? That black gas suddenly takes shape. The system announces a massive skeleton summon. Gujin calculates perfectly, even if outmatched, dropping his entire bone army is the move. An endless wave of skeletons spawns in, but get this. 2 absolute giants stand right beside Gujin. Jihu just glares. So what? They are still just trash mobs, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many are you wasting just to fight me? But right after dropping a whole army, Gujin totally surprises everyone and charges forward completely solo. Jihu focuses up. Even better, he smirks. Their weapons instantly clash with a loud, ringing spark. Who would have guessed? Gujin's tiny blade is somehow perfectly parrying hit after hit from Jihu's massive oversized sword. Behind them, those 2 giant skeletons finally make their move. Jihu laughs like a total maniac. Now this is fun. Come at me all at once, I will crush you. But plot twist. The skeletons completely ignore him, charging right past to jump someone else behind his back. Jihu suddenly realizes the setup and violently whips his head around. What? Using that split-second distraction, Gujin smoothly slides backward, opening up a safe distance. He finally figures it out. He was never the target, but it is way too late now. Horrifying screams echo behind him as his party gets ambushed by the Bone Squad. A heavily wounded teammate named Andong immediately screams out for a rescue. Captain, help us. If any more skeletons spawn, we are totally dead. Jihu violently curses his useless squad under his breath. He glares furiously right back at Gujin. Hey, you dirty little coward. Gujin just flashes an arrogant smirk. Coward, funny, all I hear is a tiny dog barking. Gujin loves pushing buttons, fully mocking the guy's lack of awareness. A puppy. That insult totally snaps Jihu's patience. Time to bust out the heavy buffs. You messed with the wrong guy. The system loudly declares the activation of the sun's blessing skill from his glowing necklace. The expensive chain around Jihu's neck flares up like crazy. A super powerful burning halo of pure energy completely wraps around his body. Gujin just smirks, feeling like a total genius. The meathead finally fell for the bait and used it. Right on cue, skeletons creep up directly behind Jihu's back. But without even looking back, the beefed-up captain senses their exact spot. Moving like absolute lightning, he spins and delivers a massive slash, instantly wiping out both skeletons. Boom. The monsters are completely obliterated, sending sharp, broken bone fragments flying in every single direction. Gujin smartly maintains a perfect safe distance. He carefully studies that glowing necklace. It is literally a legendary artifact straight from the Knights of the Round Table. The skill's effect is insanely overpowered, exactly as expected. Now that the ultimate is burned, you and I are about to see Phase 2 begin. He does not hesitate for a second. The order drops. Retreat. Gujin's wild battle tactics are so weird that Jihu simply cannot process it. Running away, and his loyal undead army listens to the command without hesitation. The minions instantly pull back, finally freeing Jihu's beaten-up teammates. Gujin himself turns and bolts. Jihu glares at his retreating back, his brain working in pure overdrive. Is this rat seriously running away again, because he thinks he would lose a straight fight? But he absolutely must eliminate this kid before the rival guilds finish clearing out the dungeon. He barks at his squad, I am chasing him. You guys deal with the stragglers and catch up. His battered squad calls out in total disbelief. Meanwhile, deep in the thick forest, Gujin's dark silhouette zips through the trees. Sprinting away, he mocks his opponent. Kang Jihu, you never change, still tossing your team away. Stick with me, because this trap is about to get wild. Alright, you and I are watching pure overconfidence here, but honestly, all that muscle does absolutely zero against a crazy item like Owen's necklace. That bad boy basically maxes out every single stat for whoever is holding it. But seeing a meathead who has zero clue how to actually use a legendary item properly, Gujin just smirks in total disgust. What an absolute waste. Suddenly, heavy footsteps boom behind him. Jihu is right on Gujin's tail. Our boy does some quick mental math, but you simply cannot ignore that massive stat gap. Jihu is way too cocky. He completely treats our guy like helpless prey. Kim Gujin, no matter how fast you run, I will always hold you right in the palm of my hand. Chasing him, the dude thinks, I am using the sun's blessing now, you are never escaping me. Because he is so cocky, he totally misses the dead body under his feet. Gujin seizes the perfect chance, activating his explosive counter skill from the underworld messenger. Boom, an earth-shattering blast goes off, slamming scorching hot fire right into Jihu's utterly shocked face. Black smoke erupts as brutal heat waves roll out. The blast is so massive that Jihu's squad sees it miles away and starts completely freaking out. What the heck was that explosion? Tisheng tells them, do not panic. Our captain does not go down that easily, guys. We just need to wipe out these skeleton soldiers fast, and then join. Before he can even finish, an arrow slams into his chest, knocking him back hard. The system chimes in, you are infected with toxic blood. That wild arrow was basically a direct attack from a skeleton soldier. Tijung snaps the arrow in half, growling, you absolutely cannot underestimate them as mere pawns just stalling for time. We need to go all out right now. Back at Jihu's explosive mess, the smoke clears as he curses. Damn it, that little punk. He glares around and violently screams. Stop running like a coward. Gujin pops out from behind a tree, totally mocking him. So what? I would obviously lose to you in a straight fight, so if you want me, run faster. With that, he spins around and sprints, luring Jihu in. The meathead grinds his teeth. What? When I catch you, I will literally rip you in half. And so the crazy chase kicks off once again. To catch our boy, Jihu literally spams his immortal warrior sprint skill without a second thought. His heavy body rockets forward, and in a flash, his sword is raised to slice Gujin's back. In this insane life-or-death moment, Gujin looks completely bored. Jihu thinks he already won, screaming, Die already, you little rat! But get this, the ground under his feet suddenly caves in. Startled, the dude looks down completely shocked. Huh? Jihu drops right into a pit, a trap Gujin totally calculated while he casually steps to safety. Our surprise gift down there? Goblin corpses. You and I know exactly what comes next, a massive explosion. Gujin does not even leave, just watching his masterpiece unfold. As the dust clears, a shadow slowly appears. Jihu is so mad his veins are literally popping, face totally twisted. I cannot take this anymore, stop messing around. Gujin looks down at him, smirking hard. Messing around? You seriously just lack basic tactical skills, bro. You think I played tag with you because I was bored? Meanwhile, Jihu is losing it. He furiously thinks, there is still more? What is this kid saying? Gujin goes full teacher mode. Building tactics based on enemy weaknesses, terrain, and predicting every scenario is literally combat basics. A guy like you who just rages and blindly trusts raw power is nothing but an incompetent leader putting his entire squad in grave danger. Those brutal words suddenly make Jihu completely freeze up. Hold up a second. An extremely unpleasant memory flashes right back into the big guy's mind. Back when he left a dungeon surrounded by whispers. Is that the famous killer Jihu from Messiah Guild? Was he not the only survivor this time around? How many times has this actually happened? From what I heard, he was totally swarmed by monsters. Back then, he raged at the gossips. Shut your filthy mouths. Who dares to talk that garbage? Huh? If you got something to say, do not whisper behind my back. Step right up here so I can crush you. Suddenly, a figure holding a folding fan steps out from the crowd. Talking like that obviously proves you have zero pity for your dead subordinates. He taps the folding fan against his own head. He completely roasts Jihu. No wonder your brain is pure mush without feelings. It is painfully obvious since you camped in that highly dangerous spot I repeatedly warned you about. Driven entirely by blind rage, the meathead attacks, wanting to crush Suzuki Achi's head like a literal orange. Who the hell do you think you are lecturing me? However, Suzuki Achi does not care. He just frowns slightly, watching the brute's moves closely. Immediately after, he ducks, effortlessly dodging Jihu's wildly aggressive lunge. Then he glides toward his feet, smoothly kicking up his supporting leg. Losing his balance, Jihu faceplants incredibly hard into the dirt. Totally humiliated, he jumps up and blames others. The squad died because they were weak, that is not my fault. But Suzuki wasn't having it. Nah, you killed them. Everyone knows it. He got right in Jihu's face, staring him down, dropping a truth bomb that made him completely lose it. You're just a totally useless commander who gets his own squad killed. Flashback over, leaving Jihu drowning in his own toxic denial. Oh wait, it finally clicked for him. Gujin's whole strategy was creepily identical to Suzuki's, and honestly, that just made this entire mess way harder for him to swallow. Gujin, Suzuki, didn't matter. He swore he'd absolutely slaughter them both with his own hands. But Gujin suddenly spoke up, totally ruining Jihu's little angry mental monologue. Time's up. Jihu looked totally clueless, leaning heavily on his sword to stand. What, you? Gujin kindly decided to explain the epic trap he just laid out. Look, man, my skeleton crew doesn't actually need me speaking orders out loud, meaning I totally didn't have to scream retreat. But I did it anyway. Now why do you think I did that? Jihu's tiny brain was practically short-circuiting as he tried to process Gujin's incredibly dirty little scheme. He panicked internally. Wait, what? Did this absolute jerk literally fake everything just to drag me out here? Gujin just stared at Jihu's dumbfounded face and completely mocked him. Looks like your slow brain finally figured it out, huh? If I'm guessing right, your little son's blessing is running out of juice, isn't it? Jihu panicked and immediately checked his system window. Son's blessing, 30 seconds left. Jihu was officially freaking out, totally lost and drowning in pure panic. How the heck did this punk even know his item's super secret skill timer? Trying to hide his total embarrassment, he just started screaming. You little punk, who do you even think you are? Gujin just gave him this disgustingly arrogant smirk. You still don't know who I am? That's just sad, honestly. Fine, I'll tell you. But before he could even drop his epic name reveal, the system totally ruined the moment. The son's blessing effect had officially timed out. The fancy glowing necklace around Jihu's neck faded out and completely vanished. The system bluntly told him, Juan's necklace is going to sleep. Gujin coldly stared at the complete idiot in front of him. Looks like your shiny little necklace died too. Honestly, thanks for getting played like an absolute fool this entire time. You were way too easy to trigger. Jihu totally lost it, screaming, you absolute piece of trash. Now you and I know exactly what comes next. Gujin casually glanced around. Looks like they're done. Suddenly a loud creepy noise echoed from right behind Jihu. Gujin's badass skeleton boys had finally returned, completely surrounding the dumbfounded Jihu down inside that pit. Gujin kindly reminded him, you were way too obsessed with chasing me down. You didn't even realize your location. Gujin casually explained it to him. This spot? It's basically right next to where we first bumped into each other. Yeah, dude, we've literally just been running in massive circles. He even dropped some extra bad news. Because of that, my skeleton crew easily wiped out all your pathetic minions and hurried right back here. Saying that, he literally gave a skeleton a good boy head pat. Hearing this absolutely brutal update, Jihu just froze in horror. Wait, my entire squad got completely wiped out? He started literally shaking with pure rage. He had never felt this massively humiliated in his entire life. You absolute psycho, how dare you look down on me? Jihu completely flexed his muscles, literally shattering the ground beneath him as he spammed his immortal warrior sprint skill. Boom! He launched himself straight out of the pit, kicking up a massive dust cloud. He rocketed into the air, swinging his giant sword straight down at Gujin's head. But our guy just stood there, totally chill, like Jihu was moving in slow motion. Yet, the one whose eyes practically popped out of their skull in shock, Jihu himself. His heavy blade got instantly blocked by one absolute unit of a skeleton. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't even touch Gujin. And Gujin just smiled and started taunting him again. Whoa, chill out, man. Weren't we literally just getting this party started? Meanwhile, you and I should probably check out what was happening outside the dungeon. A car was basically drifting. Gina was completely exhausted, whining, seriously, isn't this guy overworking me to death right now? He glared at Jihu's photo on the passenger seat and aggressively scratched his head. Why the heck do I even have to check on this guy? Flashback to C-Chan's fancy office. The boss man had literally ordered him around. Hey Gina, I need you hitting the two-headed dog dungeon. What, you don't want to go? Why would I ever go there? Gina complained. But Sachan just casually replied, I've thought about it. I'm only going to sleep peacefully tonight if we verify his status. Sure, Gina got treated like cheap labor, but honestly, he completely trusted Gujin's insane combat skills. We seriously don't need to babysit anyone. I bet all my money that dude is going to clear it and walk out totally fine. Are you actually stressed that he might lose to a scrub like Jihu? Se-chan just rubbed his chin, looking all deep in thought. Actually, it's the total opposite. If Jihu gets wrecked exactly like you predicted, we need to lock down a few details for our next massive scheme. He analyzed the situation perfectly. I'm betting Kim Gujin is thinking the exact same thing. Since he's a certified genius at this game, I'd bet anything he also wants to expose everyone's hidden agendas. Se-chan went into completely super serious mode. Just like why we literally invented that fake Isaac Ivanov alias, or uncovering the super shady connection between Park Yong-won's massive faction and the Skull Guild. Plus, taking a super dramatic pause, Se-chan continued. The real reason we're still backing Kim Gujin. Sure, the Messiah Guild is pulling all the strings right now, but this is just step one in our master plan to utterly destroy them. Mid-speech, he dramatically slid a highly classified envelope across the table. Even if Gujin totally annihilates Jihu, figuring out what's inside that guy's head is completely impossible, but we absolutely need to know if he's actually going to stay on our team. And honestly, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing right now. So yeah, that is exactly why Gina grabbed the top secret files and dragged himself to the two-headed dog dungeon. Alright, you and I are diving right into the creepy dungeon zone. Pure nightmare fuel here. Ground covered in skeleton bones from an absolutely brutal clash. And there is Jihu panting like a tired dog. Damn it, toxic blood is totally wrecking his speed right now. He is heavily bleeding while glaring at an advancing bonehead. Way too many enemies. One-armed skeleton jumps, slashing down wildly. Jihu is completely shook. Just skeletons? Yeah right. Boom, the heavy blade drops and he barely blocks. The insane shockwave literally caves the floor. While he awkwardly struggles, a dark shadow zips past. His eyes bulge out, totally distracted. Bad move, buddy. The skeleton mob immediately gains the upper hand. A sneaky little skeleton backstabs him. Jihu spits out fresh blood, system alert, poison fully infected. He furiously grinds his teeth together. The dude feels entirely helpless and incredibly salty about it. He frantically swings, but these nimble boneheads easily dodge. Suddenly, his balance dips downward into another ridiculous dirt sinkhole. His foot is totally jammed in the rocks. He is raging hard, zero-leg mobility left. Meanwhile, our guy Gujin just casually spectates. To be fair, surviving 12 skeletons is slightly impressive. Only 2 left now. Too bad he could not multiply his undead minions using the stone. Watching Jihu miserably fight the last 2, Gujin smirks. The guy is poisoned beyond repair. Playtime is officially over. Jihu feels massively insulted. He aggressively shrieks, "Fight me! I am telling you to fight!" Only his pathetic screams echo through the woods. Stop just standing there. Time ticks away until he collapses completely. He stubbornly crawls into the dirt, whispering like a maniac, "I can still fight you!" Game over. The toxic poison hits deep, making his eyeballs roll back. Jihu breathes his last breath. He dies totally unfulfilled with his eyes wide open. System notification pops up. The edgy underworld messenger literally laughs at your basic victory, handing over some sweet authority access. Skeleton rank upgrades, opponent deleted. Gujin calmly strolls over to the dead guy and triggers the epic loot system. He scores insanely high-value loot. The legendary Tier 1 necklace is his. Equipable at level 22. It belongs to Wonian, a legendary round-table knight who carries the sun's blessing. Stats are totally wild. Plus 40 health, plus 40 strength, and plus 40 magical power. Equipping it boosts attack by 10%, defense by 10%, and endurance by 10%. Plus, he can totally use Sun's Blessing once per day. Gujin is super satisfied with this epic loot. First time snatching round table knight gear, he starts scheming. A total rat like Jiangju definitely exposes himself, right? To investigate, he busts out the Eye of Anubis. Jihu's stolen memories instantly project. The guy is walking somewhere when Suzuki Achi starts mocking him out of nowhere. Surviving this long with your tiny brain must be tough. The old man flexes. I mean your poor squad, not you. Jihu acts all tough. If you are a hound, then bark for me. Since I am meeting my boss, I will spare you today. Next time we cross paths, I am smashing your dumb face. Suzuki Achi is not even slightly scared. He looks highly amused. I will wait. The memory fast forwards. Gujin watches him enter the round table headquarters. He bows like a total bootlicker. I am new member Jiangju. Huge honor meeting a hero. Gujin spots the center guy. It is Lee Si-jun. He angrily grinds his teeth. Found your extremely punchable face, jerk. He realizes if the Savior Guild learns about this kill, they will absolutely lose their minds. Get a load of this. Gujin promises to destroy anyone backing Lee Si-jun's twisted ambitions and ignoring justice. Somewhere else, clueless orcs are loudly snoring together. Behind some bushes, a sneaky squad camps out. One impatient guy mutters, "How much longer?" Park Jane aggressively hushes him. Keep quiet. Rushing simply means we lose the two-headed dog. He explains the strat. Let the beast take the bait, then jump it. Less casualties that way. Suddenly, system alerts announce that the two-headed dog is already dead. Park Jane stares at the screen, stuttering wildly. What? Dungeon already cleared. Gujin casually swaggers right out of the zone into the parking lot. His eyes lock onto someone. Lena has been waiting for him this whole time. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Gina waves, totally joking around. What's this guy even doing here? He claims he was driving a taxi for extra cash and just stopped to watch the drama unfold. He holds up some documents. Oh, and he actually has something for our boy. Let us talk in the car, he says. They quickly hop in and speed off. Before long, the ride comes to a stop in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Gina casually slides the stack of files over. The big boss wants us to hit up a brand new dungeon together, he says. He gets curious. What happened to that guy? Kang-ju, I mean. Gujin takes his sweet time, grabbing the files instead of answering, letting his mind totally race. He totally suspected this. So they actually knew. Gujin thinks back to the memories he stole from Kang-ju. That guy entered the dungeon using a fake name. That means Osei-chan definitely knows why our boy asked for a fake identity too, yet he still approved it. Crazy, right? Seeing his complete silence, Gina shoots him a super annoyed glare. He asks coldly, "You totally fought him in that dungeon, right? Was that dude actually strong?" Gujin just responds with pure sarcasm. "Oh yeah, definitely way stronger than you." Gina absolutely loses his mind. "Excuse me? Not a chance, you blind idiot. Do I need to show my true elite skills right now to open your eyes?" Gujin just slowly flips through the pages of the file. Kang-ju was completely surrounded by 12 skeleton soldiers, and he single-handedly crushed 10 of them. If you really want to prove you are stronger than him. Gujin whips his head around, voice ice cold. "It is super simple, I can set that up for you right now." Hearing that, Gina totally panics. Sweating absolute bullets, he instantly changes the subject. Actually, real powerhouses should stay super humble, right? Absolutely no need to show off. Anyway, let us get back on track. Where were we again? He angrily smacks the papers onto his lap. The Horned Fox dungeon in Bonn has seen 12 raids and every single one ended in total failure. Gujin's eyes stay glued to those insane stats. Hunt the Horned Fox. 2 floors. Dungeon difficulty level A. Capacity is 40 people. Level must be under 40 to clear the conditions. Hunt and collect the Horn of the Fox. Clear reward, a special title and an exclusive skill just for the Horned Fox Hunter. Gina looks completely grumpy. Since you read it, I do not have to explain everything again. This time we go public and use the Isaac identity once more. You probably already know exactly why. So, what is your call here? A thought flashes through his brain. Sending me to this Horned Fox dungeon right after I took down Kang-ju? There is only one reason. He instantly replies, "All right, I am totally in." With the deal made, they head straight back to the parking lot. Gina shoves his hands in his pockets, silently watching Gujin's car totally disappear. A little while later, Gina pulls out his phone to make a quick report. "I just got back from seeing Kim Gujin. Did I not tell you there was absolutely nothing to worry about? A guy like him would never willingly walk into a total death trap." The other end asks something urgently. Yeah, you are the best. But what about my proposal?" Gina speaks up. He agreed to it immediately and already studied the dungeon intel like a complete nerd. Sei-chan cheers with pure excitement. "That is awesome. Hey Gina, from now on, you better stay focused and keep your guard completely up," he continues. "Now that Kim Gujin has officially agreed to our wild proposal, there is absolutely no taking back this crazy chess move." Sei-chan thinks to himself, "I still cannot completely trust Kim Gujin just yet. But if we actually want to fight the Messiah Guild, we have to take this huge risk." His eyes are deadlocked onto the newspaper headline. The Messiah Guild just got full rights to handle impossible domestic dungeons. "Listen, you and I know this is bad news." Sei-chan mutters. "Time is running out. 2, maybe 3 years max. If no powerful organization steps up to rival the Messiah Guild by then, those villains will absolutely not hesitate to show their true, twisted faces to the world." In no time at all, Kim Gujin makes it back to his own apartment. He stares intensely at the paper in his hands. Memories from his past life suddenly flood his brain. "Oh right, that was right after I cleared this exact Horned Fox dungeon." Lee Se-jun's secretary stands right in front of Gujin, sounding incredibly arrogant. "I watched your performance in that dungeon, and you are honestly stronger than the crazy rumors. Want to join the Messiah Guild right now?" Gujin just furrows his brows, sounding totally annoyed. "If you want to recruit this guy, your guildmaster better show his face personally." Hearing that spicy comeback, a man immediately steps right out of the car. "I actually like you already." The guy speaks up. "We desperately need your power to save this entire ruined world." Lee Se-jun makes his pitch. "Please, become my ally." His thoughts keep racing wildly inside his head. Lee Se-jun. That was the very first time I met that monster. Suddenly Gujin's phone buzzes hard, flashing a brand new text message on the screen. He quickly opens it up. "You have been officially approved to join the Horned Fox dungeon raid in exactly 2 days. Please show off your absolute best skills." Gujin feels a tiny unexpected flash of surprise right then. Show off? A super smug smirk creeps onto his lips. It is exactly like before. Those Messiah goons will definitely be waiting for him there again. Gujin snaps his phone shut, thinking, "All right, fine by me." He quickly opens up his system screen, his mind completely racing with epic plans. "I am going to be the absolute brightest star that day. Just watch me." Oh wait, no, Isaac Ivanov will be. Gujin selects the thorny snake item, thinking he needs insane prep for this performance. The item instantly pops out. "Stick around, guys. You and I are going to love this." All right, you and I both know he has already cleared this insane stuff, but he is deep in thought. A wildly excited smirk flashes across Wujin's face. This right here, the absolute perfect stage to show off. Next day, warm sunlight floods the Bukyeon Sports Stadium. The guide shouts, "Listen up, players. Gather around right now. It is time to enter the dungeon." One dude casually asks, "You all prepped for this?" Jinna fires back, totally hyped. "Man, I was literally born ready for this epic raid." He arrogantly continues flexing. "I am the guy who totally conquered the Needle Snake dungeon." Everyone thought that was totally impossible. This new dungeon, piece of cake. But the second they step inside, a bone-chilling freeze hits, making Jin-Ah violently shiver. Okay, maybe a frozen cake that literally breaks your teeth. Right then, Yeonhee's sharp voice echoes out. Use your cold resistance gear, especially you squishy mages and healers. Keep your guard up and protect your own necks out here. She coldly drops the hammer. If you fall behind, you are dead meat. Nobody has the time to babysit weaklings in this frozen hellscape. Do not be a burden. Woo Jin stares at the girl ahead, secretly impressed by her hardcore attitude. She clearly knows her stuff. In places like this, the brutal weather will totally kill you way faster than the actual monsters do. Jin-Ah chatters his teeth, shivering like a wet dog. A high ranker like me is freezing. What even is the temperature in here? Woo Jin instantly cuts him off. Jin-Ah, move it. The big guy whines, why the rush? Woo Jin ignores him and dashes off. Panicking, Jin-Ah quickly chases him. Soon the two end up in an empty wasteland, completely covered in blinding white snow. Annoyed, he grumbles at Woo Jin. Wouldn't it make more sense to just stick with the Messiah Guild? Splitting up in this brutal weather is crazy. Woo Jin mocks him. What? You too cold to function? Did your brain freeze over? Jin-Ah blows up. In your dreams. He plants his hands on his hips, totally fuming. They call me the Siberian brown bear. This temperature is barely a cool breeze to me. Look at my face. Do I look like I am freezing right now? Woo Jin gets dead serious. Good, because you should know this dungeon is way more brutal than the needle snake one. Hearing that, his confidence instantly crashes. Cold sweat pours down his face. Wait, worse than the needle snake? Like how much worse? Woo Jin flatly replies, you will see. Meanwhile, epic system alerts pop up, equipping a Kirafon's necklace. Cold immunity granted. Next, equipping the Grim Reaper mask, allowing a direct mental link with all of his summoned monsters. Woo Jin urges him forward. Let's move around to warm up. You will feel a lot less cold that way. Jin-Ah grabs his head and sighs. Fine, but you owe me a massive meal after this. So what is the grand plan here? Building a defense line for this survival mission? Woo Jin quickly shuts him down. No need. Jin-Ah looks totally thrilled. Awesome, that totally saves me from doing hard manual labor. But suddenly, the system announces a skeleton summon. The insane sight right in front of him leaves Jin-Ah completely speechless. What? From a dark magical aura, skeleton warriors step out. Their eyes flash with a cold killer instinct, ready to absolutely destroy anything moving. Jin-Ah jokes. We hitting a prom? Why are these boneheads dressed up so fancy today? He just keeps running his mouth. You are rich? Why be so cheap with leather armor? But after squinting closely, Jin-Ah totally freaks out. Wait, is this needle snake skin? He roars in pure anger. Damn it, we both risked our necks equally, and you secretly kept all that premium snake skin for yourself? A wild realization hits Jin-Ah. You and I would be mad too. One armor set is worth a fortune, and this madman geared up his entire skeleton squad. Woo Jin shoots him a side-eye and coldly says, I already sent your share to the office. Jin-Ah curses in utter pain. Crap, that bald boss is gonna eat it all. Meanwhile, Se-chan picks his ear, muttering, who is cursing me right now? Back at camp, Yeonhee notices two guys ditch the main group. Is it those Russian dudes? She shouts loudly, demanding if anyone has seen Isaac Ivanov and his teammate anywhere around here. Kim Hoon nervously stammers, sorry, I was too busy building the camp, but before he even finishes, Yeonhee totally snaps. Sorry for what? Did you forget the orders? She frowns. Clearing the dungeon is secondary. We must figure out if we can actually work with that Russian, Isaac Ivanov. Kang Yeonhee instantly storms off to find them, but before leaving, she barks out a warning. Finish this camp before I get back and guard it well. Hoon panics. Why not send a scout? Why go yourself? Yeonhee growls back, mind your business. If anything bad happens, just blow the whistle. I need to see their true strength for myself. Meanwhile, a pack of savage wolves completely surrounds Woo Jin. They bare their razor-sharp fangs, drooling everywhere with hungry eyes. But the skeleton squad instantly charges in, brutally smashing the wolf pack to pieces. Jin-Ah moves lightning fast. He slams his fist right into the ground, blasting thick layers of snow straight up, blinding them completely. Then the skeleton army fiercely swings their swords, charging right into the chaotic battle. Alright, you and I are dropping right into a total bloodbath. Swords slash down, wolves howl in agony, and fresh blood paints the white snow. She is completely shocked. What on earth is that? Kang Yong-yi stands there frozen. Those are skeleton soldiers, seriously? They are on an entirely different level than the usual trash skeletons she sees. Kim Shun whispers, Captain, what do we do now? Do we jump in and help? She grinds her teeth, snapping back, are you blind? This whole place is their personal hunting ground now. Kang Yi scoffs, adding that jumping in would just make them annoying dead weight. She is practically boiling over with rage right now. These guys are just completely flexing on her. Chang Yi is trembling, her hands clenching into tight, angry fists. Honestly, it makes perfect sense for the guy who cleared the spiked snake dungeon. She mentally notes she must report back immediately. They have to recruit this absolute monster, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Kim Jun yells about a flare. Kang Yi spins around, pure panic washing over her face. One long blast. That is the emergency SOS signal. Something terrible is going down at the camp. Without wasting a single second, they both sprint off. Hearing the commotion, Kim Gujin shoots a quick glance their way. Meanwhile, a massive pack of aggressive wolves is charging straight for the camp. One guy screams in absolute terror. They broke right through the defense line. The whole squad fights for their lives, swinging weapons like absolute maniacs in the blizzard. Someone screams out in pure despair, asking where the heck so many are coming from. The guy next to him tries to play peacekeeper, yelling to just hold the line until their captain gets back. Meanwhile, super fast footsteps tear through the freezing white snow. Up in the sky, a dark shadow suddenly flashes. It dives down at a totally terrifying speed, heading straight into the pack of wild wolves, and then in a flash, boom, an earth-shattering explosion rocks the area. Dirt and rocks go flying everywhere while thick dust chokes the sky. As the smoke clears, it reveals an absolute badass standing tall right in the middle of a massive new crater. One team member goes wide-eyed and yells out in pure joy. Captain Chang Yi is not having it. She furiously barks at them, asking why they are just standing around like idiots. These are literally just floor 1 monsters. She tells them to shut up and rebuild the defensive line right now. She instantly barks out another order. Fall back to the camp while fighting. Anyone who is injured needs to get to the back row immediately. Up on a nearby mountain peak, the alpha wolf watches its pack getting absolutely slaughtered. It raises its head and lets out a super long, downright depressing howl. That tragic, wild howl echoes all across the frozen forest. But wait, the ground suddenly starts to shake and it is getting more violent by the second. One of the guys suddenly gets a really bad feeling about this. He instantly leaps up onto a nearby tree branch to get a better look at the situation. And what he sees next literally freezes him to the core. An endless sea of wolves is pouring down the mountain slopes, heading straight for the camp. He screams in absolute horror. It is a beast tide. A massive, unstoppable wave of monsters is flooding right at them. Kang Yi goes totally pale, her stomach dropping. Are you kidding me? The team's defense is already falling apart, and now there is an even bigger wave coming? Absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, up on a totally different mountain peak, our guys are watching this insane ant-like swarm of wolves rushing madly toward the base camp. Lil Gina chimes in, saying if they just leave them alone, the whole squad is dead meat. He then panics, stammering, "Hey, do not tell me we are jumping down there." At that exact moment, Kim Gujin stays silent, flashing back to a phone call from last night. The guy on the line casually mentions he was pretty surprised by the requested skill book, but luckily he snagged one. He asks if it has been delivered yet. Kim Gujin stares at the paper in his hand and smoothly replies, "Yeah, I got it, thanks." Awesome. The paper actually shows the details for an E-rank force field skill. It basically blasts out a zone that either buffs your buddies or completely curses your enemies. The size of the zone gets bigger as the skill levels up. A second later, the system pops up. Ding, you have officially learned the force field skill. Snapping back to reality, Kim Gujin shoots a side glance and coldly says, "Just watch my moves." Explaining every single thing is exhausting. Meanwhile, down below, the team is completely swallowed up by the wolf pack. Chang Yi has blood smeared on her face, her eyes practically burning with pure anger. Damn it all. Now she finally understands why the 12 teams before them wiped out so hard. She severely underestimated how ridiculous this floor 1 dungeon actually is. But wait, a massive explosion rips right through the middle of the wolf pack. Fire and smoke completely cover the area, blowing the beasts into absolute pieces. One guy happily screams about reinforcements, but she totally snaps at him. "Are you hallucinating from the cold? There is literally no one else in this dungeon, besides us." Kang Yi squints up toward the high cliff face. A crazy suspicion hits her, and she mutters to herself, "Wait, unless..." Let's jump back a few minutes. Kim Gujin is literally holding a dead wolf. He coldly tosses the mangled corpse right off the cliff with zero hesitation, a ridiculously arrogant smirk creeping onto his face. Right on cue, you and I hear that sweet system voice chime in once again. Emissary of Hell's skill activated. Corpse explosion. Chain explosions brutally rock the earth. Thick, pitch-black smoke totally engulfs the wolf pack. When the massive smoke cloud finally fades, nothing is left but a bunch of completely toasted, motionless wolf corpses littering the battlefield. Lilgina wastes no time and violently charges forward. The intense wind howls around him, whipping up a smoke tornado with every step, with just a flick of his wrist. The snow under his boots explodes into razor-sharp icy blades shooting directly at the enemy. The skeleton army wildly charges in alongside him, fighting like total maniacs. Their crazy aura looks ready to completely flatten the remaining wolves. Ding! The system announces the activation of Sun's blessing. Right after that, the mysterious necklace around Kim Gujin's neck starts glowing with a crazy bright light. The screen flashes with a crazy new prompt, initiating a direct sensory link with a skeleton soldier. In seconds, his mind and body completely sync up with the skeleton, acting as one terrifying unit. The system confirms the use of force field through the linked skeleton. Stick with me, this combo is going to be absolutely insane. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Mana spikes, and those skeleton soldiers glow brightly. Magic wraps completely around them like a crazy power-up, and that killing intent literally pierces the sky. Dark sockets snap open. A magical vortex swirls rapidly, blasting out a razor-sharp icy light that freezes the very space around them. Pure unfiltered madness. Gina is absolutely stunned. His eyes are bulging out, and cold sweat drips right down his face. He seriously cannot believe his own eyes as the skeletons howl eerily violently showing off their new terrifying strength. Gina frowns so hard, wondering what in the world this insane monstrous aura actually is. He looks around frantically, side-eyeing the rest of those creepy skeleton soldiers, thinking, seriously, what kind of crazy stunt are they pulling right now? A billion thoughts rush wildly through Gina's head. Did that crazy god over there give these bony minions way too much of a sketchy power potion? The skeletons howl like utter lunatics. Their cold eyes overflow with pure, terrifying killing intent as they grip their weapons super tight, totally ready to attack anything breathing. Boom. One skeleton violently smashes its heavy sword into the dirt. A thunderous explosion immediately blasts those wolves straight into the air. He completely freezes, thinking there is no way. They fight exactly like insane berserkers. He realizes Kim Gyun definitely kept all the top-tier loot entirely for himself. Kim Gujin casually sends a mocking telepathic message. Why the huge shock? This is literally just a super basic tactic when fighting a massive crowd. Do not be so dramatic. Instead of wasting time buffing a single target, converting Sun's Blessing into a massive area of effect using a force field is just infinitely better. Math always wins. Meanwhile, the Alpha Wolf's corpse is stiff in Gujin's grip. Our guy silently observes the absolutely brutal bloodbath happening right below. Then, with a wildly casual flick of his hand, he tosses the huge wolf corpse down. Boom. The system violently flashes, successfully activating the Hell's Envoy's chaotic corpse explosion skill. Immediately, a completely earth-shattering blast erupts without any warning, and a glorious fiery red blaze absolutely illuminates the entire night sky. Kong Yi is completely horrified as those massive explosions somehow form a solid wall, totally blocking the beast tide. She wonders, is this genuinely the true, terrifying power of the Poison Thorn Snake Hunter? Realizing they are finally saved, she aggressively shouts her counterattack order. Their attack rhythm is totally wrecked. Our moment is finally here, so everyone charge right now. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a fancy high-rise in a busy city, where a smug voice echoes out. We are going to elegantly swoop in and save everyone at the very last second. Sachin smirks with absolute punchable pride. Exactly. They boldly call themselves righteous heroes, so would they really dare to betray the very benefactors who saved them? Plus, with all the heavy media pressure watching closely, they will definitively have to reward us insanely well. He crosses his arms, arrogantly gloating. See? 2 huge birds with 1 effortless stone. Jisoo totally throws shade right back. Yeah, right, it is awesome if it succeeds, but is that honestly even possible? She openly shares her very real anxiety. The Salvation Guild definitely has plenty of insanely strong high-tier players at that exact level. Look, for this sketchy plan to actually work, we seriously need overwhelming power to crush them. Do you genuinely believe Kim Gujin is actually that insanely strong? Sachan firmly drops the hammer. Absolutely, 100%. Just look at his completely unhinged leveling speed and those chaotic skills he recently showcased. I am fully ready to push all my chips in. Hearing his massive confidence, Jisoo's typing hands completely freeze. She is utterly shocked internally. All in, Jisoo rapidly slides her chair away from the desk in pure disbelief. You really rate that guy so highly? But Sichan remains completely certain. Obviously. So while Gina and Kim Gujin are busy completely wrecking the dungeon, Sachan's voice echoes out with intense calculating determination. We seriously have to protect their real identities at absolutely any cost. Enemies in the light, us happily hiding in the dark. That is the ultimate truth. Back in the messy dungeon, a super sharp sword violently pierces the wolf, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Kim Jun finally speaks up, sounding completely exhausted. Was that really the final one? Another tired teammate wipes heavy sweat off his forehead, glancing over at Kim Gujin. Man, if it was not for that crazy Russian guy, we would all be totally dead. Kong Yi quickly approaches him, extending her hand with genuine massive gratitude. Honestly, thanks to you guys, our entire squad actually survived this absolute nightmare. Seeing their cold silence, she startles and frantically tries fixing the awkwardness. If you guys cannot speak Korean, it is fine. Gujin casually replies with a terribly faked accent. Just doing the job, no worries. Then they both instantly walk away, totally ignoring Kong Yi shouting. Hold on a second, Gina dramatically whispers. Bro, we are just leaving? What the heck happens to our epic plan now? Kim Gujin answers with chilling calmness. We literally just annihilated their biggest pack, so the rest is totally nothing to worry about. His voice firmly continues. Seriously, hanging around them any longer will just aggressively expose who we really are. Now that those guys witnessed our insane power, they absolutely will not dare to claim this dungeon for the Salvation Guild anymore. So what are we waiting for? Time to violently farm. Gina completely panics, his face tighter than a guitar string. Hey wait, please do not tell me we are repeating that last crazy stunt. But only Gujin's terrifyingly cold laugh actually answers him. The 2 wildly determined guys continue exploring absolutely every single dark corner of this massive dungeon. After battling forever, Gina pants super heavily, angrily raging in his head. Damn it, I am actually losing my mind partying up with this absolute psycho. But get this, the system suddenly chimes happily. You leveled up. Both of their eyes instantly glue to the glowing blue notification screen hovering right there in front of them. Deep down, Kim Gujin is absolutely hyped. I finally hit level 35, totally crushing the crazy goal I set. The system just keeps rapid-firing those beautiful updates. The Hell's Envoy used a special privilege to bless you. That totally unhinged poison blood skill actually ranked up. He eagerly taps the glowing screen to check his fresh, monstrous power. The terrifying text appears, Poison Blood, S-rank skill. Effect, literally mutates your own blood into a highly lethal, weaponized poison. Okay, check it. You can totally use mana to refine poison and craft mystic blood. Kim Gujin smirks. X-rank poison and mystic blood? Oh yeah, his master plan is coming together perfectly. Legiona asks curiously. Why the super serious face? Constipated or something? He awkwardly replies, nope, nothing at all. But before we hit floor 2, there is one massively important thing to do. He angrily screams, what the heck now? What exactly is your big plan? Gujin calmly replies, dinner. Floor 2 drains crazy stamina. Jinna is stunned. Wait, seriously? Soon a fire blazes and epic roasted meat smells fill the dungeon. Jinna aggressively munches a leg. Now this is how real teammates roll. Here, grab a bite, bro. He shoots a curious glance. Hey, I have been wondering, even with that immortal body, you still feel all the pain, right? So in combat, do you ever just pass out from agonizing pain? He cheerfully bites meat. Are you kidding me? Who do you think this guy is? The absolute legend Lee Jinna would never faint in a fight. But Gujin's next totally savage words instantly freeze him. Good. So if a one-horned fox shreds your guts, how long can you hold it? He freaks out. Dude, did I offend you? Seeing those dead inside eyes, Jinna frantically waves his hands, voice shaking. Let us chill out, why so insanely tense? Now you and I are heading to floor 2, where the squad is getting absolutely clapped. Monsters move like lightning, too fast to even see. One stressed archer draws his bow, frantically scanning around, dripping with cold sweat. Damn it, way too fast, how do we even fight this? Suddenly, the beast charges right at him. The guy instantly spots the deadly anomaly, tensing up on high alert. In a flash, he is swallowed completely by the monster's massive jaws. Quickly, it vanishes. Watching this absolute disaster, Kang Hee panics. We are all dead meat at this rate. She grits her teeth, brain spinning wildly, desperate for any crazy survival plan. Is there any possible way to lock down this fox? Suddenly, heavy footsteps stop right beside Hee. She jumps, eyes wide, totally super confused. Hiding his identity. Me Russian, me crush stupid fox. Kang Hee silently wonders, a Russian guy all by himself. Then she realizes, Jinna is literally just strolling toward the one-horned fox. Kang Hee screams in total panic. Hey wait, fighting solo is a fast track to death. Right now, she only sees its terrifying glowing eyes. Ignoring her loud warnings, our boy calmly keeps walking straight into the danger zone. The one-horned fox bares its razor-sharp teeth, growling with pure menacing energy. In literally a blink, it vanishes, leaving behind an exploding cloud of snow as proof it was just there. Instantly, its wicked fangs reach Jinna. His cloak is immediately shredded. Jinna internally panics. It is way too fast. The one-horned fox darts around Jinna like a homing missile. It moves so ridiculously fast it is just a white blur against the snow. Blocking the wild strikes, he is getting seriously mad. Just like that psycho said, weak damage but unbelievably insanely fast movement. Damn it, I can only defend, zero chance to counterattack, but at the worst possible second, Jinna wildly stumbles, completely losing balance. His eyes roll back, cursing internally. Wow, epic timing for a slip, the beast does not hesitate. The one-horned fox charges instantly, its gigantic body slams directly into Jinna. The brutal impact sends him flying backward, totally unable to even react in time. Blood violently erupts from his mouth, vision blurring as dizziness hits hard. Right then, last night's sketchy conversation echoes in his spinning mind. Gujin rubs his chin, sounding deep in thought. The fox's attacks are fine, its insane speed is the real headache. Skeletons get shattered in one hit, useless. Setting traps will just take way too much time. He angrily claps back. Just admit you want me as a human meat shield. No wonder you suddenly fed me dinner. He sarcastically mocks him. A bit too much for you? Soon Jinna snaps back. He violently reaches out, grabbing the beast. Shocked, it fiercely bolts, dragging him along. Jinna aggressively grits his teeth, trying to plant his boots. But the monster is insanely strong, dragging him across the freezing snow, leaving a massive white trail. Snow explodes everywhere as Jinna activates Blessing of River Styx, gritting his teeth. You bastard, that hurts like crazy, but I got you, stupid wicked fox. Watch this. Jinna fiercely pins its head into the snow, flexing maximum arm strength, giving the beast zero chance to escape. Alright, you and I are seeing pure madness. Kang Hee's jaw drops. Is he seriously using his own body as a punching bag? Her hope fades fast. They can't keep this up forever. Without someone landing a solid finishing blow, holding the beast back means absolutely nothing. Boom. An arrow suddenly rips through the air out of nowhere. It flies straight at the one-horned fox with absolutely insane, lightning-fast speed. The monster senses the danger instantly. Pure panic hits its face, its body twitching wildly as it tries to pull off a hopeless dodge. Game over. The beast is completely helpless. Pure despair flashes in its eyes right as death finally comes knocking. Ding, the system pops up. The fox is hit with blood poison. Kang Hee violently jerks her head around to see what just happened. It's Kim Gujin, standing there like a total boss, bow still drawn. A second later, his skeleton army wildly charges in to finish it. She stands there frozen, totally drenched in cold sweat. In her head, she's screaming, are these guys really under level 40? No way. The skeletons completely mob the fox from every angle. They swing their icy blades down over and over, carrying an absolutely terrifying killer momentum. Reality check hits her hard. Compared to these two walking cheat codes, her squad is nothing. This is a completely different league of power. Flash, the system confirms the one-horned fox is dead. Outside the dungeon, the massive spatial gate slowly begins to crack open, signaling to everyone that the insane challenge is finally cleared. Cameras flash everywhere as the wild press goes crazy. Someone yells out who cleared the dungeon. Kang Wai from the Messiah Guild or Isaac. Another guy yells, whoever it is, we absolutely must get that interview. Suddenly, a slick car pushes through the crazy mob. A diplomat car? No way, someone else loses their mind and points. That is Isaac's ride. Inside the car, our boy Kim Gujin casually pulls the hunted horn out of his storage. He picks up his phone and dials. Oh, Say-chan, I need a press release now. The guy agrees instantly. You finished much faster than expected. Sure thing, but what for? Gujin speaks up smoothly. Just tell the media that if the Messiah Guild really has a need for it. He adds calmly, we are completely willing to donate the one-horned foxhorn to them. Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah absolutely loses it. Are you totally crazy? We busted our heads all day for this loot, and you just want to give it away? Si-chan agrees. Jin-ah just screams in rage, hey, give it to me then. Why gift it to the Messiah guys? You are all insane, Gujin casually chimes back in. And make sure to emphasize the part about if they really need it. Sachan agrees immediately, doing it now. The news explodes across the internet like wildfire. Isaac Ivanov says, if the Messiah Guild really needs it, I will gladly donate the foxhorn. Isaac shows pure goodwill to raid alongside the Messiah Guild. Kang Wai from the guild. Without Isaac Ivanov, clearing this insane dungeon would have been totally impossible. Now you and I know Gujin is a genius. He stares at his phone, secretly praising their insane speed with the news. Right on cue, his phone vibrates. It is Yongwan calling? The very next day, Kim Gujin is already chilling inside his boss's office. The TV blasts endless theories about Isaac Ivanov's true identity. Yongwan grumbles out the name. His name is literally on every channel lately. He glares at Gujin, whatever. Down to business. You worked way more efficiently than I expected. Yongwan continues. Those annoying skull guys finally killed their Korean operations and packed their bags straight for Japan. Part of me wanted to hunt them down completely, but honestly, this result is satisfying enough. Snap. He flicks his fingers at Secretary Kim. Since you nailed the deal, it is time for your well-deserved reward. She swiftly slides a paper right in front of Gujin. Yongwan keeps talking. Do not get cocky. Keep training hard and good things will follow. Gujin looks down, staring deeply at the paper. It is the blood fog. Class requirement, Hill Messenger, level 40+. Its effect, spawning a literal wall of fog using your own blood. His voice drops perfectly strict. You are my royal guard now, so start giving it your all. Gujin replies instantly. Understood, sir. But suddenly, breaking news flashes on the TV, totally grabbing Yongwan's full attention. The Messiah Guild drops their official statement. They deeply appreciate Isaac's gesture, but they will only accept his warm thoughts. Instead, the guild wants to send a small gift to repay him for saving their precious member. Yongwan scoffs. Absolute idiots. Clinging to that cheap fake pride is only going to hurt them in the end, right? Gujin stays silent, smirking as Sechan's news headline flashes in his mind. If the Messiah Guild really needs it, I will gladly donate the foxhorn. Here is the genius part you and I love. Gujin thinks, if I stayed quiet, they would have used the media to steal my horn. But that dirty trick only ever works against people labeled as enemies of the Messiah Guild. The master plan continues unfolding in his mind. Not only did I save their member, but I showed ultimate goodwill by offering gifts. Now, they literally cannot smear my name at all, simply because they have to protect their noble hero image. Checkmate. Alright guys, if they seriously want that one-horned fox's horn, Kim Gujin knows they're gonna have to cough up an absolutely massive fortune. As for exactly how much, well, that totally depends on how desperate they are. Back in reality, he casually grabs the paper. A level 40 skill book? Yeah, they totally want him to grind. So, Kim Gujin just drops the question. Think you could hook me up with some decent dungeons to level up? Yongwan agrees in a heartbeat. Dungeons? Literally no big deal. He acts all generous. Just hit up the brokers, send over the bill, and he'll completely handle the rest. A sneaky, totally satisfied smirk creeps right onto Gujin's face. Thanks a million. Meanwhile, Lee Gina is just stuffing his face with snacks, watching the news. The Salvation Guild wants to send Isaac Ivanov a massive thank you gift. Wow, what a super generous organization they are, right? They are always throwing massive support at anyone fighting for the world's salvation. Gina aggressively chews his food, complaining out loud. That absolute snake Gujin. Did he seriously leak that public announcement just because he totally knew things would turn out like this? Dude literally hit the absolute jackpot here. Kept the rare horn and scammed a bonus from the Salvation guys. Gina shoves the rest of his snack into his mouth. What are they even gonna gift him? Super curious. Sechan fires back instantly. A golem summoning skill. Gina literally jumps up in pure shock. Wait, how the heck do you even know that? Sechan just shrugs, because they obviously made a deal before telling the media. Sechan's face completely lights up with amusement. A gift is a gift, but securing the bag first, that is just big brain energy. If they're handing out a free golem summoning skill, you absolutely take it. Gina opens another snack. Wait a sec. He suddenly points right at his own chest. He starts yelling, totally mad. What about my cut? I literally sweat blood and tears for this mission, remember? How am I getting absolutely nothing here? I should at least get a tiny slice of that epic loot. Sechan quickly drops a massive stack of choco pies right onto the desk. Here's your cut, he says with zero shame. I know you're obsessed with these. What he says next literally makes Gina shake with pure rage. So I brought a whole stash of snacks just for you. Gina furiously points at the giant snack mountain in the corner. People sent those thinking we're the Russian Guild's official agency. You didn't even spend a dime on them, so stop acting like a saint. Where are my shiny skills and epic gear? Even so, he aggressively rips open a box of snacks anyway. Gina completely devours them like a starving beast. What have you been staring at so intensely anyway? Sechan casually replies. A dungeon purchase order from Park Yongwan. Gina looks totally stunned. Park Yongwan? I thought you completely canceled that guy. Listen, you and I both know Sechan totally trashed him yesterday for being a greedy snake, so why the heck are they doing business now? And wait, doesn't he already have the entire Phoenix Guild eating out of his hand? Why would he even need a dungeon broker? Sechan's eyes stay completely glued to the paperwork. He claims he actually wants to buy dungeons to train a brand new squad. Man, he sure sounds like a super caring boss, right? Gina is super confused. Wait, what new squad? Sechan smirks. It's actually your crazy best friend. Gina is absolutely speechless. Kim Gujin? Gina rolls his eyes. Oh, I get it. You two are teaming up to completely scam Park Yongwan, huh? Absolute menaces, both of you. Sei-chan snaps, totally offended. Scamming? Please, that's called being a business genius. You seriously need to get Gujin to teach you how the real world works, kid. Out of nowhere, he slides a paper across the desk. Okay, this one looks perfect. Gina quickly snatches it up. A pure survival mission. Sei-chan raises an eyebrow. Thoughts? Gina mutters. Well, a dungeon where the only objective is not dying is actually super rare. We could easily sell this for a massive stack of cash. The paper reads 240 hours, second floor, rank B, max 25 players. Entry limit, under level 40. Clear condition, literally just survive on the second floor for 7 straight days. Reward, a sweet rank C skill stone for the survivors. Gina slides the paper right back. Surviving a rank B dungeon for a whole week? That's basically the ultimate death trap grinding spot. Sei-chan just stares at him. Why are you handing this back? Gina blinks, totally confused. Wait, what? Sei-chan sighs. Huh? What do you mean what? You're going in too, obviously. Gina completely freezes. The paper slips from his hand as Sei-chan drops the ultimate boomer logic. No work, no food, kid. Gina aggressively starts backpedaling. Hold up, boss. Now that I really look at it, this isn't the best fit at all. But Sei-chan just smirks, totally playing him. Oh, look at you. Finally learning how to properly evaluate a dungeon's danger level. Be a good boy and just go. Trapped by the logic, Gina literally cannot refuse and gets forced into it. He furiously mutters, God dang it, I'm seriously stuck babysitting that absolute combat psychopath in another crazy dungeon. But hey, like Kim Gujin always says, gotta take a chill walk and cool off before the madness starts, right? Scene change. Welcome to the Hansung Group, the absolute #1 financial empire in Korea. They literally run the world right now just by tossing money at the Salvation Guild. Over in the chief executive's office, Park Han-ha is literally screaming in absolute shock. Gangju is dead? His assistant nods nervously. He marched into a dungeon saying he'd finally crush Kim Gujin, and well, nobody's seen him since. Park Han-ha furiously grinds his teeth. Why the heck does he always pull these rogue stunts? The assistant hesitates. And, regarding Hwan's necklace, don't tell me it was stolen. Park barks. Get that thing back right now at absolutely any cost. He rubs his chin, suddenly looking super stressed. Replacing Gangju is easy, but losing that necklace? Stick with me, cause that missing item is about to cause some absolute chaos. Okay, you and I both know the Skull Guild's massive fail didn't seem like a big deal at first, but now, absolute headache. Tension between her crew, the great swordsman, and the archer is absolutely skyrocketing. Park Jin-hee sighs hard. Their perfect little alliance is totally cracking, and right now, his ridiculously annoying face pops right into her head. The root of this drama, Park Young-won, that jerk. If she knew things would get this messy, she would have crushed him forever ago. She bites her lip, running the math. He's gotten way too overpowered lately. She seriously needs to start chipping away at his forces. She's super curious about Park Young-won's newest guard. Assistant Bae looks confused. What about him? You mean Kim Woo-jin? The guy's practically suffocating from stress, nervously loosening his collar. We're trying so hard to handle him, but Park Young-won is protecting him like crazy. We literally can't get close. Bae keeps explaining. Worse, he's dumping insane money into skills and epic gear just to train Kim Woo-jin. She waves him off. Enough lame excuses. Her voice goes totally ice cold. Do you guys have a plan to eliminate him or not? We already sent a hit squad to catch Kim Woo-jin. She snaps back, freezing cold. Who is leading them? Assistant Bae respectfully replies. It is Suzuki, ma'am. Her mind races. Suzuki Achi has Lancelot's ring, so he's totally trustworthy. She quickly grills him. Where exactly are they right now? They're waiting for orders in Kaesong City. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the system chimes. Level up. You hit level 40. The Emissary of Hell is super impressed with your progress. You snag 8 extra inventory slots. Woo-jin is hyped. Level 40. Finally, he can use that gift. Meanwhile, Lee Jinna is literally panting. He wipes off sweat, swearing hard inside. The more he hangs out with Woo-jin, the more he realizes this dude's an absolute psycho. Honestly, only a freak like him could grind levels this stupidly fast and look so chill doing it. Setting up traps after analyzing the terrain seems basic, but it is insanely effective. He doesn't just know the monster types and exact numbers in every single dungeon. Bro literally knows exactly where they're hiding. He even knows the ultimate way to hunt them. He knows everything. Jinna squints, totally convinced this guy has lived this before. Eyes glued to the paper. Honestly, he could drop right into a tiger den and somehow walk out totally fine. System bells ring nonstop. You learned Golem Summon. You learned Blood Mist. Jinna is like, hey, goal reached. Let's just clear the dungeon perfectly now. But Woo-jin completely disagrees with that idea. Nope, quite the opposite. Since he got fresh skills, it's time to grind even harder. Gotta do it to accurately measure our true combat power. Jinna looks miserable, sounding super annoyed. Please spare me, bro. After a while, they finally conquer the entire dungeon. The space portal swings open once again. His legs are shaking uncontrollably. Zero strength to stand, he practically crawls his way out. Jisoo completely panics. Jinna, what the heck is wrong? Are you okay? She drops down to support him, super anxious. Where are you hurt? Jinna looks totally hollowed out, zero life force left, just groaning one single word. Barf. Woo-jin doesn't care at all. I have stuff to do. Jisoo is confused. Yes, Jinna faceplants into the dirt, mumbling weakly, I need food. She hands Woo-jin a phone. Contact him with this. A totally familiar voice rings on the other end. It's me. Secretary Lee, what's up? He answers totally casually. It's Kim Woo-jin. Deep down, he's secretly thinking, that guy is probably already hanging out in Kaesong. Woo-jin's voice continues flowing over the line. There's a specific place I want to visit right now. Just like that, the call quickly ends. Si-chan silently stares at his phone. In his head, he's seriously questioning it. Why Kaesong of all places? What crazy scheme is this guy plotting now? Alright, you and I need a quick history lesson. When Gates appeared, isolated North Korea was practically forced to open its doors for outside help. That specific place? Kaesong City. Access is completely unlimited there, and honestly, if you have the power to actually clear a dungeon, you can do whatever the heck you want. Because of that rule, the Kaesong Special Zone instantly became an absolute den for players with huge criminal records. The entire city was quickly swallowed up by pure greed. Scene shift to Kaesong. Night falls and heavy darkness covers everything. A completely busted old bus rattles loudly down a super empty road. Right now, Woojin is wearing a disguise, totally faking being terrified of the nasty thug standing right in front of his face. So Hoon arrogantly asks the skinny guy, "This is the very first time I've seen you around. Just starting out your career as a backpack kid?" He pretends to be totally clueless. A backpack? The thug explains it. Yeah, basically like a useless scarecrow who just follows along to carry all the dungeon loot back home. Woojin acts terrified, nervously pushing up his glasses while cold sweat literally pours down his face. No, not at all. So Hoon smirks hard, sounding super confident. Come on, don't even try to deny it. Everyone here can tell. Honestly, you definitely don't look like a violent assault guy wandering out here. Did you totally scam someone out of cash? Don't hide it. We're all in the exact same boat here. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The guy scoffs at our MC, calling him a newbie, bragging that everyone here is a hardcore criminal or worse. These thugs dodge the law just because they have that shiny player title. So Hun smirks, adding that it is ridiculously convenient. With this identity, making a little cash is all you need to completely flip your life around. Being a player is absolutely epic. Anyway, he asks our boy how he ended up in this dump. Our guy plays the tragic hero card, claiming his most trusted friend betrayed him. The thug eats up Kim Gujin's sob story like popcorn. He laughs about the betrayal, saying he has no clue who the backstabber is, but bets our guy is absolutely fuming. A second later, So Hun turns around and walks off, tossing back a super fake offer to help if needed. Kim Gujin's eyes turn dead cold, matching his totally villainous mood. Oh yeah, someone is going to pay the ultimate price for crossing him. Meanwhile, the thug sits in the corner tapping on his phone, flashing this incredibly punchable, totally sleazy smirk. His screen lights up with a text asking about the pack mules. He lazily types back that no one looks suspicious, so they can just use them and toss them out later. Soon enough, their ride finally hits the destination. The tires screech loudly against the dirt, echoing everywhere, before the grumpy driver starts screaming his lungs out. End of the line. Get out. At the exact same time over at Sechan's office, Lena is practically yelling that they are in North Korea. Sechan just rubs his massive belly, picking his teeth. Going there seriously? That absolute freak really only does the craziest things imaginable. That place is literally crawling with psycho thugs and absolute maniacs. So what exactly is he expecting to find in a totally lawless wasteland? Sechan stares at this ridiculously long receipt in his hand, his face turning bright red with pure anger. Total lunatic. He points a finger straight across the room, screaming his head off. You absolute jerk, you showed up right at dinner just to crash my meal. He frowns, sounding super annoyed about the whole thing. Did you forget Kim Gujin mentioning something about splitting that rare spiky snakeskin loot? Se-chan completely panics, instantly dropping his tough guy act. Wait, since when did Kim Gujin head over there? Lena just rolls her eyes. Stop dodging the question, old man. Only guilty people change the subject like that. Se-chan tries playing it cool, but he is literally sweating bullets right now. Why on earth did he pick right now to go there? This is beyond inconvenient, because that guy is currently hanging around that exact spot. Wait, who exactly are we talking about here? His face turns completely deadpan. There is a literal monster out there who makes Kim Gujin look like a joke. Se-chan jumps back in, guessing the guy has probably hit level 50 by now. And honestly, at that insane level, absolutely nobody can touch him. He really hopes he is wrong about this, because if those two absolute units cross paths this early in the game, it is going to be a total disaster. Lena straight up refuses to believe this and fires right back. Stop bluffing, dude. There is no way someone is a bigger psycho than Kim Gujin. If a guy like that existed, I would definitely know about him. Give me a name. He stays totally calm. Trust me, you have heard it before. Suzuki Achi, the Messiah Guild's loyal attack dog. Right at that exact second over in the city, Suzuki Achi is on a call, promising to prep things immediately. Lee Min looks totally stressed out, asking the boss what went wrong. Suzuki calmly drops the news. The queen wants them handling their next big target. The lackey looks completely lost, wondering who the next unlucky victim is. Suddenly, the angry driver's voice booms from the background. Furious, he tells everyone to get the heck out. Suzuki growls the name. Kim Gujin. The lackey is totally confused, saying the name sounds completely random. Suzuki gets serious. She literally ordered us to stay on high alert, meaning this dude is definitely no joke. The lackey just flashes this gross, totally fake smile. Honestly, you and I know how these villain groups operate. Orders are orders, right? He reminds everyone about the new kill command, demanding they blitz through this dungeon super fast so they can start hunting this guy down. Alright, cool. So what is the status on the pack mules? The overseer basically gave the all-clear 0 issues reported. They are greenlit to stick to the original plan. Suzuki wastes no time telling them to move. So get moving and prep everything. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin has been eavesdropping on this entire chat, staring them down without even blinking once. Suzuki, what an absolute joke running into you here. If this was the old Kim Gujin, he would have totally avoided this guy like the actual plague. So many wild thoughts are rushing through our guy's head right now. This dude is basically a rabid attack dog, ready to wreck anything for the Messiah Guild. But once this psycho hits level 100, his hunting grounds get massively restricted because his level is just way too high. He figures that is exactly why the Messiah Guild needs a shiny new attack dog, someone to handle all their super dirty laundry for them. This is a wild little secret he only found out way later. Without that limitation, that absolute scumbag never would have shown his face to recruit him directly. Underestimating a guy like Suzuki is just pure stupidity. For all we know, Park might have already handed over Lancelot's legendary ring to this freak. If things keep going down this path, this dude is going to mutate into an absolute, totally unstoppable monster. Kim Gujin locks onto his new goal, shutting this disaster down while he still has the chance. Alright, time to storm the dungeon. Deep inside the dungeon, the system's next crazy quest pops up right on cue: defeat the red orc to advance. But meanwhile, in another dark corner, fresh blood goes flying everywhere alongside some seriously horrifying, agonizing screams echoing in the shadows. Hearing those brutal screams, Suzuki Achi completely loses his cool. What on earth was that? His lackey is literally shaking with fear, screaming that some random pack mule just zeroed their guy and bolted. Sweating out of his mind, he begs the captain for orders. Are we officially chasing this guy down? Suzuki stares directly at the cold, dead body, his face completely twisting up. Whoever did this got a brutal one-hit kill, striking the fatal spot perfectly. He turns the poor guy's head around, thinking to himself, this dude is clearly no rookie when it comes to killing. Sensing things are about to get incredibly messy, Suzuki Achi barks out a sudden order. Stop whatever you are doing, boys, and wipe out the rest of those baggage carriers. Lim bows respectfully. Understood loud and clear, Captain. Instantly, one guy pulls a sword straight out of his inventory. The cold blade perfectly catches that creepy, dim dungeon lighting we all love. Another thug summons his weapon, gripping it tight and ready to swing. And just like that, a third guy grabs his wickedly sharp axe. The cold steel flashes in the dark. Oh yeah, things are about to get violently out of hand in here. Without missing a beat, they completely surround the poor baggage carriers, stepping closer with pure murder in their eyes. So-hun starts stuttering in total panic. Wait, what is going on? What are you doing? We are just the luggage guys. We do not even have any weapons on us. Calm down now. But before he can even finish his sentence, his body gets sliced up a dozen times. We literally signed a contract. Blood sprays everywhere as the rest of the crew watches in absolute pure terror. Another guy completely loses his mind and starts screaming. Run for your lives. But spoiler alert, it is totally hopeless. Brutal massacre kicks off, painting the entire dungeon floor blood red. The horrific sound of steel clashing echoes through the dungeon, mixing with screams to create a suffocating, chaotic nightmare of a scene. In no time at all, the ground is completely littered with bodies, blood pooling everywhere. Honestly, a perfectly horrifying sight. He struts over to Suzuki Achi. All done here, boss, so can we finally split up and hunt this guy down? But Suzuki Achi replies coldly. He ran away after taking out just one person, which means he wants to play guerrilla warfare. He is entirely alone. If we split up now, he will definitely pick us off one by one. His little scheme is incredibly obvious. Are you seriously trying to fall for it? Suzuki Achi sets the next goal. First, we need more intel on him. But suddenly a massive crash echoes. You and I both know what that means. He quickly looks over. Seeing the absolute unit of a monster standing right in front of him, Suzuki Achi freezes completely. A golem? He puts the pieces together. So his constellation must be the emissary of hell. Suzuki Achi quickly guesses the trick. Without a proper sacrifice, there is no way he can summon his minions. So this giant blockhead is highly likely just a decoy to stall for time. Figuring this out, he instantly barks out new orders. Change of plans, boys. We are going straight after him. But first, we have to deal with this annoying golem. Instantly, the system pops up. Skill activated. Imprisonment of the Guardian of the Spring of Wisdom. Jun Shish's magic flares up brightly, and thick vines immediately burst out of the ground, shooting forward like lightning. They quickly wrap around the golem's massive arms, holding it firmly in place so his buddies can easily set up their next wave of attacks. Following Suzuki Achi's sharp warning, his loyal lackeys swiftly swap out their gear. Golems have insane resistance to light physical damage, so everyone switches to the heavy hitters. He screams out, "These things are not dangerous at all. Just aim straight for their legs and bring them down." The minions go absolutely crazy, smashing the golem's legs without giving it a single chance to fight back. From his hiding spot, Kim Gujin watches the scene and genuinely has to applaud them. They know exactly how to swap weapons for the situation, and their teamwork is actually pretty flawless. Plus, they know precisely where the weak spots are. In a flash, both of the golem's legs are completely shattered. Kim leaps up nimbly, getting perfectly ready to deliver the final crushing blow. He raises his weapon high, aiming right for the golem's head. Boom! A massive explosion shakes the room, completely obliterating the monster's head and kicking up a huge cloud of dust that totally blinds everyone. Suddenly, a harsh, piercing sound slices through the air. Jun Shish wonders in pure confusion, what was that noise? Out of nowhere, an arrow shoots toward him at absolute breakneck speed. In a split second, it is mere inches from his face. Jun Shish's heart basically stops completely. But right at that heart-stopping moment, Suzuki Achi swoops in, deflecting the arrow and saving his clumsy healer from a very spiky death. Jun Shish is still terrified, face pale. Stutter, sorry, Captain. Suzuki Achi scolds him angrily. Do not get careless just because he is fighting solo. Right now, Suzuki Achi's mind is racing. This guy aimed straight for the healer while the whole squad was distracted by the golem. He is seriously intrigued. This guy is not just familiar with this combat style, he is incredibly skilled, packing both insane ranged attacks and summoning powers. Who the heck is this bastard? But wait, you and I know things are about to escalate. Suddenly, a panicked voice makes Suzuki Achi whip around. Seeing a massive dark wave rushing at them, Kim screams in absolute panic. Who is that? Are those other players? Where did they even come from? I thought we were the only ones inside this dungeon. Lim instantly draws his bow. I will hold them off. Get into formation now. The arrow tears through the wind, flying forward like a literal streak of lightning. Right at that exact moment, the system chimes in cheerfully. Silent Hunter's skill activated, multi-shot. Immediately, the arrow explodes right from Lim's hand, splitting into countless tiny arrows that zip straight toward the terrifying dark mass ahead. They shriek through the air, drawing sharp, deadly curves right at the creeping shadows. But when the arrows actually hit, they just phase right through, like flying into completely empty space. The dark mass does not even try to dodge, just letting every single arrow pass straight through its body. Alright, you and I are watching pure madness here. Lee Manhwa's jaw drops. These lunatics charge straight in instead of dodging. The skeleton's red armor glows like crazy, totally blinding them through the thick black smoke. It seriously looks like an unstoppable fireball in the dark. Suddenly, one just speed blitzes right up to his face. Lemon Min completely freaks out, screaming about the skeletons. A huge sword slams down. He tries leaning away, but bro is just too slow to dodge it all. Yup, that sword slices right across Lemon's face, leaving some fresh blood dripping down. He instantly leaps backward, desperately trying to keep a super safe distance from this crazy overpowered skeleton monster. Wiping the blood off his face, Lemon is totally shook. Since when do boring old skeletons move with this much crazy agility? The battle goes absolutely feral right here. Both sides just violently clash into each other, and the loud metal scraping sounds are honestly deafening. Kim Jun stubbornly fights back, mentally swearing at these annoyingly broken mobs. Since the skeletons do not care about taking damage, their relentless attacks are just way too overwhelmingly dominant right now. He is grinding his teeth in pure rage. Seriously, he has never fought a basic skeleton with this level of insane combat skill. Suzuki Achi quickly flexes his executioner skill, unleashing some crazy holy light attack. Razor-sharp glowing blades erupt everywhere, violently sweeping through the skeleton and literally hacking its bony body into a million tiny jagged pieces. He thinks to himself, wait a second, these skeletons are totally copying their master's moves. Suzuki Achi mutters under his breath, meaning whoever actually summoned these annoying things must be insanely overpowered. The fight is still ridiculously fierce, basically a complete deadlock. He tells himself, if we keep dragging this out, we are totally cooked. The sword swings out once again, instantly slicing a skeleton right in half. This clutch move saves Kim Jun from a super deadly close call. He wildly spins around in total shock, absolutely speechless. Captain Suzuki Achi angrily barks out, you guys seriously need to stop underestimating these dumb skeletons. Treat them like high-level veteran players and literally go all out. He reminds everyone that since they wear heavy armor, just aim straight for the gaps. Totally big brain move. He firmly shouts back, understood, Captain. Kim Jun jumps right back into the fight, screaming loudly. Did everyone hear the boss? From now on, focus all attacks directly on their armor joints. He flawlessly throws out a rapid series of fancy slashes, deadpan accurately targeting every single critical weak spot on those annoying skeletons. Absolute perfection. The teammates backing him up instantly get serious and start following his orders. Suzuki Achi suddenly leaps, soaring right through the middle of the chaotic dust. A completely ice-cold thought pops into his head. I can vaguely feel that the summoner is totally hiding somewhere in the middle of this crazy battlefield. Before that thought even finishes, Suzuki Achi's eyes literally light up as he spots something super weird. If I can just eliminate the sneaky player who actually summoned these boneheads. Stick with me here, guys. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, one very unusual figure is just standing totally still, completely ignoring the crazy fight. He happily cheers in his own mind. Gotcha, Suzuki Achi immediately slams on his brakes. His boots skid hard against the dirt, totally kicking up massive trails of thick dust behind him. Suzuki Achi launches himself like a fired rocket, diving straight toward the enemy. In literally just a blink, he is already blocking the guy's path, his ice-cold eyes absolutely overflowing with deadly intent. A ruthless sword strike chops down, tearing through the air with a horrific sound, like he is literally slicing reality in half. Suzuki Achi stands there looking ridiculously epic, like a legendary swordsman finishing a flawless combo. But completely defying his expectations, they're absolutely zero-pained groaning from his supposedly dead target. Plot twist! Right before Suzuki Achi's eyes, there is literally just a torn cape cut in half. The torn fabric slowly flutters to the ground, revealing someone just standing perfectly still. He is totally dumbfounded, his eyes going ridiculously wide. Wait, a skull mask? Suzuki Achi secretly guesses, wait, is this guy the famous spiky snake hunter Ajax Ivanov? An unlucky skeleton crashes down hard, its skull completely shattering into dust. Kim Jun quickly reports to Suzuki that only 2 skeletons are left standing on the field. But then he totally spots Gujin disguised as Isaac, a blonde dude rocking a skull mask, famously known as Isaac Ivan, the legendary spiky snake hunter himself. Kim Jun is super confused. Isn't this dude a huge fan of the Savior Guild? Why the heck is he even chilling out here? Gujin turns his head, calculating his next epic move. Yup, time for plan B. He immediately bails, taking one big and one small skeleton right along with him. Suzuki Achi frowns, realizing this setup feels super sketchy. Retreating? Trying to drain our stamina, huh? He is literally a necromancer, so giving this dude any extra time to properly prepare is going to be a ridiculously massive disadvantage for us. Kim Jun angrily complains. Bro, he literally killed 4 of our guys already. What in the world are we still waiting for? Let's chase him. Suzuki firmly rejects the idea. No way. While we still have zero clue about his shady master plan, we absolutely cannot afford to act recklessly. Kim Jun completely ignores him, instantly rushing straight ahead. Waiting is totally for losers anyway. That guy is obviously super exhausted by now. Suzuki starts calculating. If we just play this smart, chasing him after he loses all his summoned minions is honestly a highly logical choice. However, he totally hesitates. What if summoning random skeletons isn't even his actual hidden trump card? Realizing the danger, he screams, "Stop right there, it's a trap." The second he says that, bright light explodes and a crazy loud booming sound erupts from exactly where Kim Jun ran. That is literally Gujin's insane signature skill, casting the explosive power of the Hell Messenger. A super thick cloud of black smoke completely swallows up Suzuki, Lemon, and Junich. They cover their faces, acting extremely cautious. Seriously, what the heck is up with this freaky smoke? Suzuki commands them to stay hyper-focused right now. Our vision is totally blocked, meaning we literally cannot predict whatever insane nonsense is about to happen next. Through the hazy mist, a shadowy figure slowly stumbles out. Oh man, it is Kim Jun. That massive explosion absolutely wrecked him, leaving him covered in crazy injuries. Alright guys, strap in. He groans his apology, then the system blares. Poison detected, buddy. Internal and external damage. Kim coughs up literal black blood. Suzuki spots it immediately, his alarms going off. Black blood, yikes. Junshish rushes over like a hero, screaming he will heal him, but Suzuki throws a hand up, stopping him right in his tracks. Too late, his blood is totally black. Junshish stares, completely shocked. Captain Kim cannot even stand anymore, just totally collapsing to the hard dirt. Black goo oozes from his face. He is shaking like a leaf, begging, "It is just a scratch, I am fine, heal me already, please." Total denial, honestly. Running on pure adrenaline, Kim sprints back toward his squad. I refuse to die like some useless side character. Yeah, about that. Spoiler alert, he does. A cold flash of light rips through the air. Suzuki just swung his blade with zero hesitation. Suzuki literally sends his own minion to the afterlife. Watching Kim drop dead, he furiously recalculates all his intel. Since when does Isaac Ivanov use crazy toxic poison attacks? Especially a poison so stupidly strong it just insta-killed his subordinate like it was absolutely nothing. Suzuki wonders why he hit it until now. Then a massive light bulb goes off in his head. Wait. Lehman feels a sting on his face. Pure black blood starts dripping. The other squad members? Yeah, they are oozing black sludge too. Lehman finally realizes something is super sketchy. I blamed the explosion, but why is this freaky red fog not fading away? Suddenly, Suzuki gets an alert. His Lancelot ring activates heavy poison resistance. He screams, "It is poison! Get out of that fog right now!" Way too late, pal. Junshich gets dizzy, wobbling like crazy. Oh snap, we are so screwed. The system politely informs him he is poisoned, slowly draining his health points down to 0. It is not just him. Everyone without poison resistance starts dropping dead like flies over there. Suzuki finally connects the dots. The toxic fog was a brilliant trap to totally wreck his guild's defenses. Sneaky, right? Right on cue, skeleton soldiers ambush him from behind. Suzuki glares back, completely ready to smash them. But the skeletons literally ignore him, just casually walking right past him like he is invisible. He realizes they are targeting his dying minions, not him, and Suzuki totally guesses what is coming next. If they are busy over there, that means... He spins around and boom, Gujin disguised as Isaac is right there. Blades clash loud and heavy. In a split second, they exchange a crazy number of wild strikes. They leap back to a safe distance. Suddenly, a special notification pops up. The Holy Crown Executioner is enjoying this epic show. Suzuki blinks shocked. A constellation message? Wow. Same for Gujin. The emissary of hell is entertained too. He carefully pops a massive power booster. This guy is way smarter than big dumb Jiangju. Gujin originally planned to distract and one-shot him. One mistake and it is game over. He activates the necklace skill, the Sun Blessing. Now here is where it gets crazy. Over at Se-chan's office, one floor stays lit up late. Jisoo reports they found Kim Gujin, exactly inside that dungeon. Se-chan goes, wait, he is actually fighting Suzuki. He scratches his chin, thinking hard. If that is true, he is aiming for the Messiah Guild. Gujin would make an insane ally. Assuming he comes back alive, of course. Jisoo waits for orders, so what now? San tells Secretary Lee to use that thing. She hesitates, double-checking his bold choice. He nods. Yep, the legendary Pharaoh's power she spent months grinding away to finally track down. Serious stuff. Back in the dungeon, Suzuki's crew are officially dirt naps. Gujin collapses, totally exhausted. His last big skeleton just got chopped into absolute confetti by Suzuki. He glares at our boy, asking coldly, just us now, got any more cheap tricks left? Blood drips from Gujin's mouth. He stacked the Sun Blessing, and the power gap is still this insanely huge, unbelievable. Suzuki is way stronger than he remembered. Gujin is covered in nasty gashes, bleeding out everywhere. He regrets acting so cocky, thinking he could solo Suzuki, but the guy actually starts praising him. You are the very first kid to push me this hard. Major props. But you probably noticed, right? You lost way too much blood. This fight is basically over. The system warns Suzuki about poison again. His Lancelot ring actively blocks the blood poison. He stares down at his glowing ring. Without this shiny toy, he would be 6 feet under with his crew. I am hitting my limit too, he thinks. Suzuki steps up slowly, super cautious. If he loses more blood, he is definitely going down. He swings his blade high, ready to end it. Right before the strike, Gujin's life flashes past. Yang Wanan totally warned him. Because his blood is literally toxic, getting seriously injured, blood transfusions and surgeries are basically a complete no-go. So Secretary Kim tossed him a little something. The big boss actually prepped this specifically for him. Yang Wan told Gujin that once he levels up and gets insanely strong, this tiny thing probably won't do much at all. But until then, it could totally save his life. Gujin stares at the crusty, yellowed paper on the table. Right now, this random memory is straight up acting as his ultimate lifesaver. His eyes snap wide open, remembering the exact skill he scored back then. Without a second thought, Gujin charges forward with absolutely everything he has left. This completely insane move catches Suzuki off guard, like a corner dog finally biting back, right? No weapons for Gujin. He literally just jams his bare hand right into Suzuki's open wound. The system instantly triggers the Hell Messenger blood drain skill. Suzuki's blood violently rips out, swirls like a crazy tornado, and forcefully absorbs straight into Gujin's body. The massive shock from suddenly losing so much blood sends Suzuki Achi instantly crashing backward. But honestly, they are both totally at their limits, completely exhausted and hitting the dirt. Suzuki gets hit with a brutal system warning. Massive blood loss, all stats dropping fast. Meanwhile, Gujin is casually regenerating his health. A sick red aura starts swirling completely around his body. Alright, let's see this. 5% health restored, bleeding stopped. Getting his second wind, Gujin just casually walks right over to the guy. A guy like you should be smart enough to see Lee Se-jun's true twisted colors. So, are you seriously still planning to follow that jerk? The old man forces a pathetic little laugh. Mr. Isaac Ivan, what was even the point of you attacking us? Everyone claims this messed up world is finally ending, but I think differently. Gujin just stands there quietly, listening to him totally ramble on. With such insane power, us players completely dominating the world is the real way to beat this game. Honestly, that sounds incredibly stupid and totally goes against all basic logic. Our boy has zero interest in his villain monologue, so he just casually strips the shiny ring right off Suzuki Achi's finger. Lancelot's ring, legendary tier baby, a totally mythical top-tier item that was originally gifted directly to Lancelot by the famous Lady of the Lake. This bad boy protects its user from literally every nasty status effect out there, like crazy poisoning, dark curses, and totally losing your mind. Plus, equipping it gives you a sweet 100 magic power and absolute debuff resistance. The second Suzuki loses the ring, a brutal system alert drops. Lancelot's ring effect is completely gone. You are officially poisoned, and your resistance stats are absolutely tanking from massive blood loss. Game over. Gujin just coldly states, truth and logic only belong to the strong, so just accept that you are dying right here by my hands. The deadly poison violently seeps into his system along with the massive blood loss. Suzuki violently coughs up blood in pure agony. Finally, in the creepy, dark dungeon forest, only his fading coughs echo as the system pings Gujin with a brand new notification. Eye of Anubis unlocked. The dungeon is totally cleared out and a lone figure casually strolls outside. The massive gate slowly vanishes into thin air. Stepping outside in his totally slick disguise, Gujin suddenly notices something waiting right up ahead. Military officers and two giant armored trucks are literally parked there to welcome him. A serious-looking dude hands over a walkie-talkie, basically saying, "Been waiting for you, take this right now." From the walkie-talkie, some guy is just laughing like an absolute maniac. Dude, that is wild. You actually took down the legendary Suzuki Achi? Don't even try to bluff and say you accidentally killed him without knowing who he was. Gujin coldly replies, what is the big deal about squashing one of the Salvation Society's trained attack dogs? Hearing such an insanely arrogant flex, Si-chan is literally speechless for a second and doesn't know what to say. He stays totally silent for a moment before replying, no problem, but I honestly did not expect you to go this huge. At first, I seriously just thought you were some weird, eccentric client. I totally get your point now. This time it is Gujin's turn to stay dead silent, but whatever, Si-chan just keeps right on yapping anyway. Honestly speaking, my crew shares the exact same goal as you, so hey, whenever you get back, how about we actually meet up and talk some real business? Gujin smoothly takes off his dark glasses, quietly listening to Si-chan's totally unexpected proposal. This is super sensitive stuff, so we really need to meet face to face. Talking over walkie-talkies forever is just a terrible idea. Our boy casually agrees. Yeah, alright. I have absolutely zero reason to object, as long as our main goal is crushing that annoying Salvation Society. Meanwhile, at the gloomy city cemetery, with morning dew still dripping off the leaves, a woman steps up to a memorial locker. Looking totally heartbroken, Jisoo slowly opens one of the small doors. Inside sits an urn, resting right next to an old nostalgic photo of Jisoo from her high school days. She just purses her lips, totally lost in her own heavy thoughts. Jisoo does not say a single word. She just stands there silently before quickly walking away. Now, you and I need to check out the dungeon. It is pitch black until massive flames violently erupt, lighting up everything. Suddenly, someone blows a loud whistle with absolute panic. The piercing whistle violently echoes everywhere. The terrified hunters hear it and immediately start screaming, "That is the retreat signal. Everyone, fall back right now." But guess what? There is always that one crazy guy. A lone shadow completely ignores the retreat, walking straight toward the raging, roaring flames instead. This absolute unit of a guy is slowly walking forward with zero fear. Yep, it is Gina. His eyes are burning with crazy determination as he dramatically mutters, "Spashima." A shiny gold ring on his hand starts wildly glowing. He suddenly flashes back to an insane conversation he had with Gujin. Wait, you seriously want me to hold off that huge firefox? Are you actually crazy? Gujin completely roasted him back then. What, getting scared? You literally have an immortal body, but you're afraid of a little heat? Gina got totally defensive. Heck no. I am totally not scared. I just want to know if this reckless plan is even gonna work. Gujin just chilled out and tossed a weird object right at him. Look, you literally just need to stall that thing for 5 seconds. I will absolutely handle all the rest. Oh, and take this thing too. Alright, you and I are diving into pure madness. Gina instinctively catches the thrown item. System alert. Lancelot's ring acquired. Our guy just stares at his hand, totally clueless. What the heck is this gold ring? Woojin casually tells him to keep it for self-defense. Gina's overactive imagination runs wild and he completely freaks himself out. What are you trying to say? Are you proposing? Hey, I totally respect your life choices, bro. But Woojin is so not in the mood for his dramatic nonsense. He turns to leave and snaps back. Quit your whining. Clean your ears out and listen. That is Lancelot's ring. It blocks all those nasty negative status effects, but if you catch fire, you are on your own. Hearing this absolute joke, Gina cannot help but completely lose his mind. Then what the heck is the point? Woojin shoots back a warning. If that giant fox's fire actually triggers some crazy debuff, this little piece of jewelry will literally save your life. Remember, this is an A+ ranked dungeon, buddy. Gina instantly gets cold feet, sweating like crazy. The kind of nightmare zone where absolutely anything goes wrong. Woojin promised to buy him an epic, all-you-can-eat fancy dinner if he could just pin that firefox down for 5 seconds. You better keep your promise, you jerk. Making up his mind, Gina instantly launches himself forward, screaming insults at the top of his lungs. Die, trash. He sprints straight at the firefox. The massive beast charges right back at him. The beast totally misses its bite. Gina uses the chance to grab its neck. For their first date, he gives the giant fox a super aggressive, overly tight hug. Shockingly, the giant monster hates being choked. It throws its massive head back and roars in pure rage. Its eyes glow like crazy, pouring out scorching flames, and suddenly its whole body ignites. Gina starts seriously regretting his life choices. The fire erupts instantly, and he screams out in absolute agony. The brutal system chimes in. Firefox flames inflicted the shadow curse. You are now blind. Thank goodness for that shiny ring. Woojin tossed him. Another epic alert pops up. Lancelot's ring activated, completely resisting that super nasty shadow curse effect. Gina just grits his teeth and wrestles the fiery beast. I will hold this thing forever and eat until you go totally bankrupt, you absolute cheapskate. Boom, the blazing flames erupt completely out of control. Is our reckless hero actually going to survive this? Meanwhile, Woojin pulls out a wicked new weapon. Blood Aura. Skill requirements, Hell's Messenger class, level 1 or higher. This crazy skill is officially ready to go. Rank D. You can literally forge a lethal weapon using your own blood. The weapon type completely scales based on the user's crazy personal stats. To cut his buddy's painful roast session short, Woojin blasts off from his spot like an absolute rocket. Holding that insane blood aura spear, he sprints straight at the monster. Even wrapped in flames that melt everything, Gina gritted his teeth and choked that beast. The giant fox opens its jaws to scream, totally clueless that Woojin was waiting exactly for this fatal moment. Back outside, a fresh newspaper violently hits the office desk. The front page screams dungeon news. The Japanese government just officially greenlit the Messiah Guild's huge dungeon raid. That savage A+ rank Firefox dungeon now belongs entirely to them. Here's where you and I connect the dots. C-Chan is not amused. He quietly breaks it down. Letting the Messiah Guild snatch an A+ dungeon means those sketchy guys definitely have serious blackmail on the Japanese government. He rubs his chin. Ever since Isaac Ivanov crashed the party, the Messiah Guild has been making way more aggressive moves. They probably have serious dirt on Japan, China, and the US. Just then, Ju kicks open the office door. Good morning. C-Chan casually turns to look at his badass assistant. You made it? His eyes scan Ju from head to toe, and suddenly he notices something super suspicious. The assistant's normally spotless high heels are totally caked in nasty mud and dry grass. Ju ignores it and instantly plops down right at her work desk. I will fix that annoying report you demanded yesterday. Just give me a second. C-Chan walks over to his own desk and grabs his boring little desktop calendar. Hey, no rush. It is not even official work hours yet. Just chill out. He stares directly at the crazy marked date on his calendar. Today is Secretary Lee's actual birthday. He feels totally guilty for zoning out and ignoring the time. She probably just rushed all the way back from that crazy place. C-Chan raises an eyebrow, plotting inside his head. I definitely need to throw Secretary Lee a wild birthday surprise. So he grins and tells her, we are doing steak for lunch. Ju gives him a weird look. Seriously? You were actually paying for once, boss? Did you find another cheap discount coupon or just lose your mind? C-Chan's pride takes a massive hit. He explodes. Hey, what kind of awful guy do you think I am? She offers zero explanation. No comment. Later that night at the Korean International Airport, 2 shadowy figures casually drag their heavy luggage outside. Gina is still completely traumatized, thinking if Woojin had not handed over Lancelot's ring, I would definitely be dead meat right now. He stares at Woojin walking ahead. Who would have guessed that stupid foxfire could trigger such an insane status effect? Having just survived a literal trial by fire, Gina totally worships Woojin now. The crazy bastard actually calculated everything perfectly and came insanely prepared. Remembering that terrifying system alert still gives him the absolute creeps. The Firefox flames just dropped the shadow curse on you, and now you are completely blind. Gina grinds his teeth in pure frustration. He totally thought he was finally catching up to him, but honestly, Suddenly, the guy up ahead drops a bomb. Let us just go our separate ways. Gina violently grabs Woojin's shoulder. What do you mean separate ways? Did you conveniently forget your little promise? Woojin turns around, acting completely clueless. Promise? Gina smirks like an absolute winner. You swore if I pinned that huge fox for 5 seconds, you would buy me a feast. Woojin shrugs. True, but let's be real here. You only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. Alright, you and I both know this rigged game is making Gina absolutely lose her mind. Playing dirty now, huh? 50 seconds, easily. Who does this guy think he is, talking so big? Gina furiously drags her luggage right after him. Hey, you sneaky little rat, where do you think you are running off to? Woojin stands his ground. 4.9 seconds. Gina finally caves. Fine, 5.9, just do not back out on the bet, you absolute jerk. Woojin entirely ignores her, completely sticking to 4.9. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a guy is reading the morning paper. The massive headline, Isaac Ivanov successfully clears the Firefox dungeon. And who is this mysterious reader? None other than Park Young-won himself. He dramatically sighs, admitting Isaac is truly amazing. At first, he genuinely thought the guy was just some fame-hungry clown. He looks across the table. What do you think about him? Woojin casually nods in agreement. Right at that epic moment, Secretary Kim comes rushing frantically into the room. Chairman, I have an urgent report. But noticing he has company over, she awkwardly hesitates. Oh, since you have a guest right now, I can just come back later. Woojin side-eyes her, totally wondering what has her so spooked and rushed. Young-won just casually waves it off. It is totally fine, just tell me what is going on. Secretary Kim drops the massive bomb. Johann Georg, the guy they were desperately trying to recruit lately, just officially joined the Messiah Guild. Hearing that, he absolutely slams his paper onto the table. The Messiah Guild? Secretary Kim explains they moved one step faster, heavily banking on Johann's massive influence across the whole of Europe. Meanwhile, Woojin sinks deep into his own thoughts. Johann Georg and the Messiah Guild are already teaming up? He remembers they were absolutely not supposed to join forces for a long time. Wait, did him brutally wiping out Suzuki actually fast-forward the entire timeline? He seriously needs to monitor this wild situation and adjust his master plan accordingly. Over on the other side, Young-won dramatically sighs. He totally wanted to use Johann to spy on the Messiah Guild, but now the guy is officially a bitter enemy. Crossing his arms, he decides they just have to launch Plan B. Suddenly, Woojin casually chimes in with a sneaky little idea. If that is the case, what about that Isaac Ivanov guy you were literally just hyping up? Young-won lightly frowns. Recruiting Isaac to their side would be totally legendary, but they have absolutely zero intel on the mysterious guy, so it will definitely not be easy at all. Secretary Kim quickly jumps in, sharing hot rumors that Isaac has been frequently showing up at the underground black market lately. Apparently, he is constantly hunting down a rare Skeleton Knight skill scroll. Young-won notes how insane that effort is. That skill is incredibly rare. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly chuckles. So the great Isaac actively wants the Skeleton Knight skill. He smirks like a supervillain. This whole situation is actually playing out way better than expected. Woojin also hides a sneaky smile. And between us, he definitely got exactly what he wanted. That night, the bright moon heavily shines down on the massive Messiah Guild headquarters building. A dark figure stands admiring the moon right by the window as Shinhai nervously steps up. Suzuki is dead, along with every single one of his loyal subordinates. The guy at the window coldly asks without even flinching. And the factory? She bows her head. The factory is entirely destroyed, wiped completely off the map with zero traces left. Seijin barely hides his boiling, terrifying fury. So who is the bold idiot, daring to challenge us so boldly? Knowing he is absolutely furious, her entire body literally trembles while answering. A source says one of Park Young-won's sneaky goons was caught using a fake identity nearby. It sounds totally wild, but I honestly think Park Young-won orchestrated this entire brutal attack against us. Sejun violently turns around. And how exactly are you handling this huge mess? Shinhai bows like a little kid caught stealing candy. If you mean the Park Young-won situation, she stammers super carefully. I have already aggressively launched our retaliation plan. It will happen very soon. Meanwhile, Young-won happily puts his pen down to sign a contract. He has zero clue he is getting totally played, and his dumb little scheme against the Messiah Guild will absolutely be the complete end of him. Finishing her sentence, she dramatically flips on the cool 3D meeting screen. There is one more thing. Pointing her hand right at the screen, she explains they formally recruited this exact guy to carefully shadow Isaac. She introduces him as a wildly ambitious player who has already rapidly expanded his terrifying power all over Europe. His constellation is the Envoy of Hell, and his absolute signature move is the Skeleton Soldier. Basically, this overpowered guy can summon a ridiculous amount of skeleton soldiers, literally creating an entire undead army on the spot. No matter how incredibly strong his enemies are, they are absolutely helpless before his massive army. Players who have witnessed this nightmare literally dub him the Underworld King. He is a guy who constantly rolls up on a bone horse with his spooky skeleton troop. Johann Georg, a super edgy blonde dude rocking a massive burn scar over his right eye. Shinhai sits back down on the chair to spill the rest of the tea. They decided to join hands with Johann instead of that super mysterious Isaac guy. Why? Because his wild ambition makes him extremely easy to control since his goals are incredibly obvious. She admits feeling pretty hesitant, even though Isaac publicly claimed to the media that he has total goodwill towards their guild. But honestly, thanks to him, they already lost way too much stuff. So using Johann to shadow Isaac is just the perfect backup plan in the absolute worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Sejun creeps right up and grabs her shoulder, completely jump scaring her out of nowhere. He gives her shoulder a terrifyingly light squeeze. Exactly right. Huge ambition makes people super easy to control. She totally panics, nervously glancing at Sejun while literally sweating actual buckets right now. Standing perfectly in the shadows, Sejun looks 1,000 times more terrifying than his usual polite, handsome image. He mutters super darkly, "Underworld King, huh?" He fiercely glares at Johan's hooded picture. I actually like that name. Then Sejun casually walks out, dropping one final warning. You and I both know she is screwed. This is your absolute last chance. Hearing that, Shinhai mentally crumbles on the spot, looking like she just received a literal, unavoidable death sentence. Let us jump right into the corporate drama. Yong-won steps out of the convention center. Outside, Secretary Kim is already waiting like a loyal guard dog by the car. The car speeds off, slicing straight through the night. Yong-won hops in, resting his chin on his hand, trapped in deep thought. Secretary Kim notices the heavy silence and drops the big question. Boss, what is wrong? Did the negotiations with the Vanguard Guild go completely off the rails or something? Oh, he looks brooding. But no, the deal actually went totally fine. Yong-won breaks it down. Those Vanguard guys have been drooling over the South Korean market forever. But since they are rivals, their massive egos would never let them bow down to the Salvation Guild just to get a foot in the door. So making a sweet deal with us was totally their best play. Secretary Kim gets this, but seeing his boss stressed to the max, he offers to shoulder some of that heavy burden. Teaming up with one of the top 5 global guilds gives us a massive edge to keep the Salvation Guild from growing totally out of control. Is there something else seriously bugging you right now? He taps his fingers against the window. In this brutal world, absolutely nothing comes for free. At the end of the day, he is a sly fox with a bad feeling. If someone eagerly hands you a free gift, there is always a sneaky trap attached. Yong-won rests his chin, staring out into the dark night. He secretly calculates that if Vanguard tries to play him, he will flip the script and totally wreck them using their own precious reputation. Mind made up, he orders Kim Gujin summoned to the headquarters tomorrow morning. Next morning, at Phoenix Guild headquarters, someone yells in shock, "Wait, the Vanguard Guild?" That voice belongs to Gujin, who looks super annoyed. He complains, "So from now on, I have to actually work with those stuck-up Vanguard guys?" Yong-won just wags his index finger. Nope, not working with them. We are just using them as bodyguards while we safely grind levels. He drops the bomb that they enter the dungeon in 2 days, so you better gear up right now. Gujin can only sigh and agree. Meeting over, our guy steps into the elevator heading down. Leaving Phoenix Guild behind, Gujin thinks it over. To keep Salvation Guild in check, there is honestly no other choice but pulling in a third party. But this grand scheme feels a little too flashy, right? There is simply no way Park Yong-won would actually plot something this insanely crazy. He chuckles, holding his flashy red vest. Teaming up with a massive American guild, absolute wild stuff. As for Vanguard right now, based on how everything is looking, there is a super high chance Vanguard and Salvation have already secretly teamed up behind our backs. Gujin whips out his phone and dials Osei-chan. But hey, wild guessing gets you nowhere. He really needs to gather some solid info first. Stick with me, because a few days later, things get wild near a creepy abandoned factory by the gate. Inside the waiting room, Gujin sits quietly in the corner. Meanwhile, the other members are whispering away, super hyped to finally meet the big Vanguard Guild. Rumor has it they actually sent out one of their absolute strongest members this time. Hanbil is practically vibrating with excitement. Having them as bodyguards for this raid? Talk about a ridiculously lucky break for us. Being in Park Yong-won's personal guard is just awesome. Right as he says that, the door clicks open. Jemmy steps into the room, flashing a slick smile. Sorry about that. These endless meetings are a real drag. Pleasure to meet you all. I am Jemmy Kim from Vanguard Guild's legal team. Grab a seat, everyone. I have a few quick announcements. He kicks off the briefing with Gujin's squad. So Vanguard Guild will do whatever it takes to keep you safe. Jemmy flips open the official contract. We are laying down a few strict terms and expect your total cooperation here. From this moment on, you will not enter the dungeon unless a Vanguard member is actively escorting you. And once inside the dungeon, he warns with a harsh glare, do absolutely nothing. Hanbil stands up, totally confused by this. Wait a second, what do you mean do nothing? Jemmy just casually points right at the Phoenix and Vanguard joint contract. You guys are clearly just confused here. The single purpose written in this contract is to safely level you all up. There is literally zero mention of guaranteeing any basic rights or freedom for your team. He condescendingly pats Hanbil on the shoulder. So what I am saying is definitely not friendly advice. If you break these rules, things will get incredibly messy for both of us. He forcibly shoves him back down into his seat. So sit down and shut up. Let me make this crystal clear. Jemmy raises an arrogant eyebrow. Do not even dream of fighting in there. Just stay quiet and let my guild spoon feed you. Wrapping up his villain speech, he smirks. Now, if anyone has objections, speak up. I will personally tell Park Yong-won the contract is void because you refuse to cooperate. Seeing zero pushback from the room, he looks smug and heads for the door. So we all agree then. We hit the dungeon in exactly 30 minutes. Sitting back, Gujin coldly pieces together the enemy's real hidden strategy. So they really want to control Park Yong-won's people under the excuse of supervision. Right on cue, his phone buzzes. He stands up to answer. Yeah, Kim Gujin speaking. How can I help you? The guy on the other end drops a serious warning. The whole plan needs a massive change. Sei-chan, holding documents, tells him to absolutely avoid entering that dungeon. I did some digging, and it looks like Salvation and Vanguard are secretly working together, exactly like you guessed. He shares the intel, and honestly, you and I both know the Salvation Guild is acting extremely suspicious lately. But teaming up with America's biggest guild? Yeah, that's sketchy. You and I both know our boy needs to dig way deeper to see if they're bribing a few rogues or hijacking the whole guild. This whole situation screams massive conspiracy. Seichan pitches a brilliantly lazy idea. Why not just ditch that awful dungeon? I can easily find you a much safer one. Gujin just chuckles. Dude, you're seriously underestimating me right now. Classic overpowered teen energy right there. He side-eyes the grumbling crew, whispering into the phone like an absolute edgelord. Gotta enter the tiger den to catch the cubs, man. Si-chan totally flips out, screaming, are you completely insane? Walking straight into a trap is pure suicide. Gujin just laughs off the panic. Bro, if I wasn't up for wild risks, we wouldn't even be having this chat. I can't really talk now anyway. Just know these shady dudes are definitely plotting something super weird together. Seichan totally buys it. Fair enough, we need a fresh plan fast. Gujin immediately jumps on this chance to drop his demands. I just need two things. First, hand over literally every piece of dirt you have on this frontier guild, and do it yesterday. Second, clean up my inevitable mess. Hearing these wild demands, Seichan goes dead silent for a solid second. Finally, the guy laughs. All right, fine. If you're that dead set on playing hero, go nuts. I'll sweep up whatever absolute chaos you leave behind. Suddenly, their cozy little spot lights up like a rave. 1 second later, the system dings. Level up. The whole squad just sits there in stunned silence. Then Jun turns to Gunwoo. Wait, did you seriously just level up again? The dude sighs like life is so hard. Yeah, twice actually. He lets out this massive yawn and complains, this is literally our third dungeon, and I still can't get used to just sitting around doing absolutely nothing all day. He quickly adds on, hey, it's not the worst gig, right? We literally get paid to just chill out and relax. Plus, these raids wrap up super fast anyway. At this rate, we'll be officially raiding dungeons with the legendary Park Young-won in absolutely no time. Gunwoo totally knows the gossip. Oh yeah, I heard Park Young-won is gearing up for his 6th week of raiding as we speak. Jun sounds totally shocked. Wait, for real? But they haven't even dropped an official announcement yet. Gunwoo quickly explains, sure, no official post yet, but word on the street is they're already scouting out all the elite members. Hearing this juicy intel, Gujin starts putting the pieces together. The Frontier Guild is definitely rushing their raids to outplay Park Young-won. Their sketchy little plot gets way easier to pull off the second that guy steps inside a dungeon. A hot minute later, the system status window pops up again, flashing a shiny dungeon cleared message. Getting the alert, Gunwoo hops right up. Stretching his arms with a dramatic sigh, he mutters, finally over? Right on cue, Sam Oliver stomps over, totally glaring. Did I ever give you permission to stand up and move around? Gunwoo pulls a totally fake friendly smile. Bro, what do you mean? The clear notification literally just popped. We are totally done here. Ji-hoon casually chimes in. Yeah man, we should all just get along. Why do you gotta act so super bossy? But the guy immediately claps back. Do not get it twisted, kids. We are absolutely not here to play besties. Let me spell it out. Inside this dungeon, you don't breathe or do a single thing without our strict permission. That mega arrogant flex makes Gujin shoot him the most toxic death glare ever. Now stick with me here. Cut to the next morning. Seichan is hanging out, answering a spicy call from our boy. Being forced to sit still by those losers must have seriously ticked you off, right? But Park Young-won is a total beast. He's so super guarded that those sketchy goons haven't even dared to pull anything funny. Though, chances are they are getting their opening real soon. Park Young-won must be losing his mind waiting. The dude just dropped a press release way earlier than I ever expected. Saying that, Seichan literally slams a newspaper onto the desk. The bold headline reads, Park Young-won challenges the 6th floor dungeon once again. On the flip side of the call, Gujin hits back with absolute conviction. Getting that solid foundation set up fast is crucial. It's so wildly important that the guy really had zero other choices left anyway. Right then, someone hands Seichan a fresh report, but he just keeps yapping on the phone. The exact second Park Young-won steps into a dungeon, those frontier dogs will totally show their true ugly colors. But honestly, you'll definitely handle it without me even saying a word. Gujin, missing a little context, just bluntly questions him. Wait, so what about the juicy intel I asked for? Seichan answers right back while casually flipping through the report. Relax, man, you'll have it by tomorrow. And trust me, it's gonna be super spicy. Cut to a totally random street scene where city workers are just casually trimming trees. Scene shifts back to Gujin, just glaring at his visitor with massive annoyance. It takes him a solid minute before he finally speaks up. I totally thought Mr. Oh Seichan was showing up today. Ju ducks her head, super awkwardly dodging the question. Long time no see, Mr. Kim. In her head, she flashes back to Seichan's crazy strict orders. I absolutely must meet Kim Gujin face to face at least once. Secretary Lee, you got something to say? Ju had just straight up told him, I can totally go to the meeting tomorrow instead. That totally threw the guy off balance. Wait, what? You are actually going? She repeated it back with absolutely crazy determination. Yeah, this mission is super important to me too. So Seichan just completely dodged him. Back to reality, Ju scrambles for a totally fake excuse to tell Gujin. So sorry, the boss literally had an absolute emergency at the last second. After saying that, she nervously digs through her stylish bag. A few seconds later, Ju yanks out a thick stack of papers. Take a look at this. The wild plan goes down exactly as we scheduled. I get it. Our boy Kim Gujin sighs, quickly scanning the documents. His jaw drops. Get this, guys. This isn't just a list of the Salvation Guild's heavy hitters. It exposes every sketchy guild they are buddy-buddy with. Meanwhile, Jisoo is stressing out. She chugs some coffee just to calm her raging nerves. A second later, she spills all the juicy intel right to our guy. Alright, pay attention here. The Salvation Guild hasn't just sneaked into the Vanguard Guild. They have completely infected the top 5 guilds worldwide. Obviously, we need to chop off their lackeys first. Right on cue, she glances outside at a random landscaper casually trimming the bushes. Bam, they just chopped the whole tree down. Gujin turns to her. You mean we should start by snipping off the branches first? She nods deadpan. Bingo, that is literally our only shot at surviving this insane mess. Then she slides him another thick envelope. As for your paycheck, this should definitely cover it. Gujin peeks inside and practically chokes on air. Jisoo gives him a smug little warning. The dirt inside that folder? Totally priceless, my dude. We are talking a full list of Salvation Guild weapons and every suspected rat inside the top 5 guilds. It even leaks the exact legendary gear those sneaky spies are packing. Our boy smirks. Oh yeah, that is a massive payday right there, way more than enough. He dives back into the files. A few minutes later, he pauses. Sam Oliver, the guy rocking Percival's legendary spear. Gujin suddenly pictures that dude's absolutely punchable face. Wait a minute, Sam Oliver is my personal stalker. I knew the name, but holding Percival's spear, that is wild. Right then, Gujin decides to ask Jisoo for a huge solid. Pass a message to the super busy boss Osei-chan. She blinks, totally confused. Wait, what? He taps Sam Oliver's mugshot. I need to place an order exactly like last time. Jisoo stares, practically shouting back. Like last time? Jump to later that night. Sam Oliver is totally spacing out, so Do-yoon snaps at him. Yo, Sam, you listening? I have been asking you all night. How many targets are we dropping today? Why are you zoning out so hard, man? Sam quickly backpedals. My bad, just overthinking. We only have 1 target today. The other 4? Kill them or spare them, whatever works. Do-yoon immediately starts roasting him. Wait, seriously? Only 1 single target today? I thought you were sweating over a massive workload. Teaming up with you is awesome. They don't call you Red Sam for nothing. You are one lucky punk. Sam smirks, agreeing. Yeah, I heard other squads have to wipe out 4 to 7 guys today. But inside, Sam is stressing. He thought he was lucky too, right until the moment Director Naomi pulled him into her office. He suddenly gets a nasty flashback to that chat with Naomi. She was flipping through some creepy files and said, since Park Young-won is busy raiding a dungeon, we execute the plan today. Sam stared her down and asked straight up, Director, that is definitely not the only reason you called me here, is it? Naomi did not even blink. Spot on. Are you taking good care of Percival's spear? Wait, what? That Kim Gujin kid you are stalking? He is number 1 on our hit list. Every other guild tried to assassinate him and failed miserably. We didn't lend you that legendary spear just to look cool, you idiot. Got it? That threat completely pissed him off. Now Sam is gritting his teeth, swearing to pull this off no matter what. After all this hard work, there is no way he is losing that spear. Moments later, he screams the order to breach the dungeon. Boom, the system window instantly pops up. Survive for 4 agonizing days to unlock the next floor. Reading that, our boy Kim Gujin just casually side-eyes Sam Oliver. Damn it, a survival quest. If this absolute clown senses anything and runs, I will be stuck playing tag with him for 4 whole days. And if he somehow survives to floor 2, things get messy. So these rats plan to ambush our boy on floor 1? We are about to see some fireworks. Do-yoon sneaks up and whispers to Sam. Yo, when do we make our move? Sam whispers back. No need to rush, we keep it clean. Isolate the target, fake a tragic accident, and take him out. Suddenly, a loud voice shatters the tension. Hey, where are you going? They turn around, watching someone call Kim Gujin. Our guy doesn't say a word, just glares. That icy death stare alone makes Sam Oliver start sweating bullets. Sam completely panics and screams his order. Grab him now. When nobody moves a muscle, he starts frantically yelling at them. What are you waiting for? Chase him. Hyungu angrily curses. Damn it, in a literal flash, their entire squad gets completely surrounded. Ji-hoon is completely lost. What the heck is going on? Jeon-woo has absolutely zero clue, just shrugging it off. Maybe that punk Kim Gujin is running to the bathroom? Honestly, aside from it being super stuffy, this situation is practically perfect for us. The vibe instantly turns deadly. While they are chatting, some menacing dude holding a massive spear casually steps up. Alright, watch this. Our guy just made his move. The whole squad immediately chased after him, screaming their heads off. Where did that little rat go? Hyungu was practically foaming at the mouth. They completely lost track of him. The thick forest made it impossible to see anything past a few feet. Total nightmare. Hyon Run started yelling out the world's worst idea. Should we split up and look? Obviously, assuming he hadn't gone far. Classic rookie mistake right there. The guy spun around, totally blasting him. Are you insane? This is a survival mission literally crawling with deadly monsters. Going solo is basically a massive death wish for us. He clicked his tongue, super annoyed. So what's the plan then? Hyungu quickly threw an idea out there. Fall back first. We definitely need to run this by Sam. He just blurted out exactly what was on his mind. That little punk. Don't tell me he figured out our plan and bolted. He laughed out loud, sounding completely in denial about the whole thing. Yeah, right, no way that happened. The second they left, Kim Gujin dropped straight down from the tree. Then, boom, he pulled up his system menu. Kim Win whipped out a ring, keeping a close eye on the area. Couldn't test this out earlier since those guys were glued to me. But finally, it's showtime. He thought back to his last crazy fight. This was the legendary loot he scored from the A+ rank Firefox dungeon. Big deal stuff. The ultimate tier ring. The system immediately flashed all the insane stats for this beauty. Ultimate tier ring. Legendary rarity. 0 level requirement. It literally hands you the power to shatter your own limits. The value? Totally off the charts. Now get a load of its wild effects. Equip this bad boy and every single skill levels up by 1 broken. Ultimate tier ring equipped. Bam. All skills boosted. Blood drain went up a level. Corpse explosion up a level. He is basically hacking the game at this point. Blood aura went up a level. And his skeleton soldier skill? Up a level too. His skeleton soldier skill just smashed right through to S rank. The new effect? He can summon a skeleton soldier simply by sacrificing the corpse of any monster he has beaten. Get this extra effect. He can now summon skeletons using the bodies of literally any monster he runs into. Gujin looked super smug. He told himself, finally I can start summoning a brand new type of skeleton soldier. While he was geeking out over the stats, a whole wolf pack rolled up. With his insane senses, Gujin noticed them instantly. Watching them creep closer, he just smirked to himself. Perfect timing. Let's test out a brand new strategy, shall we? Talk about extreme confidence. Cut to the clueless squad. After searching everywhere and finding 0 trace of him, they started stressing out. Did that coward seriously run? Man, this is a total mess. Run yelled at the top of his lungs toward Sam Oliver. Hey Sam, did our info get leaked somehow? Or wait, do we have a literal traitor sitting right here among us? Because how else does this even happen? Sam wasn't buying that garbage. He shut it down instantly. If our plan got leaked, he would have called for backup instead of just pulling a vanishing act. Actually, if he knew, he wouldn't have showed up at all. Hunggu looked visibly stressed out and whined. So what do we do now? Are we supposed to just stand here until he shows his face? Sam Oliver quickly tried to cool the guy down. Chill out, man. Since we are stuck here, we just play by the survival mission rules. There's 0 reason to waste our energy fighting random monsters out here. Just keep it quiet and track him. Then someone asked, wait, did you wipe them all out already? He answered super casually. When things go off script, you gotta erase the evidence before it all blows up in your face. Let's move before the monsters catch a whiff of this blood. Brutal. A little bit later on the move, Sam Oliver kept aggressively overthinking things in his head. Director Naomi's intel was spot on. This dude is definitely no pushover. But honestly, no matter how hard I try, this whole situation makes 0 logical sense right now. A few seconds later, he spotted a dead monster right in their path. Totally spooked, he mumbled to himself, wait, is that a dead monster lying over there? Is this crazy guy actually hunting monsters while running for his life? Sam Oliver started sweating bullets, suddenly panicking as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Don't tell me. But right then, a massive explosion rocked the area. Dust instantly swallowed them up, and Sam Oliver suddenly realized exactly how badly they screwed up. Now everything was crystal clear to him. They were the ones actually getting hunted. He quickly screamed at the top of his lungs. Looks like we walked straight into a trap. Get ready to fight now. Durun took a nasty hit and started screaming. Damn it, Sam, I got hit, heal me right now. But Sam saw what was stepping out of the dust, and he was sweating buckets. He stared in pure, unadulterated terror, asking himself, a skeleton soldier? And right on cue, a massive, earth-shattering roar blasted through the air. Hunggu was absolutely losing his mind now. Damn it, do something already. I can't see a single thing through this stupid dust. And literally a second later, bam, he got launched flying backward like a rag doll. Seeing Hunggu drop with a giant arrow sticking out of his chest, Sam Oliver officially hit the panic button. Oh, come on. At this rate, we are all getting wiped before we even throw a punch. Looking absolutely furious, he slammed his staff straight into the dirt, desperately casting a massive wind wall. It was the signature skill of the silent hunter. But moments later, the skeleton soldier charged right through, launching a crazy attack at him. But Sam Oliver actually had decent reflexes. He spotted it coming from behind. Now that he knew where it was hiding, he threw himself headfirst into a wild brawl with the skeleton soldier. Yeah, that didn't last long. The skeleton soldier totally overpowered him, knocking him backward. Sam was fuming, especially since his precious staff got chopped clean in half. Having 0 options left, Sam tossed the broken staff into the dirt. He glared at the skeleton soldier with pure rage, muttering to himself, I really didn't want to use this right now. Then, Sam Oliver dramatically whipped out the Spear of Paravan. Epic. Right on cue, the system drops the stats. Percival's Spear, legendary tier, usable from level 1 and up. Not too shabby for a shiny stick. Base physical damage is 255. It belonged to an actual Knight of the Round Table, and any wounds it causes? Yeah, they do not heal easily. Plus, damage scales with level gives a massive 30% boost to base hits and casually ignores armor. Absolutely broken. Hiding behind a tree, our boy Gujin sizes up the situation. He instantly recognizes it. Percival's Spear, the 3rd legendary gear from the Round Table collection. Gujin knows this weapon all too well. He already threw down with another player who used the exact same spear before. Thanks to that insane armor-piercing buff, even unique tier shields would get shredded like wet paper against it. Worse yet, those nasty wounds lock out your healing for a solid chunk of time. Realizing the danger, Gujin's eyes go dead serious. Time to stop messing around. Gujin quickly casts a spell, plotting his next crazy move in total silence. But a few minutes later, Sam Oliver is standing there, looking completely clueless at the scene unfolding. All the skeleton soldiers suddenly back away, leaving the guy super confused. He scratches his head, wondering why the undead fan club is retreating all at once. A second later, boom, a giant bone monster crashes the party. Sam tenses up instantly. Oh, and get this, the skeletal beast is shaped exactly like a massive wolf. And right now, it is staring daggers straight into his soul. Sam can barely track its movements and starts cursing under his breath. He is totally freaking out over its insane speed. The bone wolf is just sprinting around like an absolute blur. Desperate, this dude just starts spamming attacks, completely baffled. He really thought he was the fast one in this fight. Even going at his absolute max speed, Sam is just hitting thin air, not a single scratch on the wolf. He is grinding his teeth in pure unfiltered rage. Backed into a corner, he decides to play bait. He figures his only shot is waiting for the beast to lunge directly into his strike zone. With Percival's spear in hand, one solid hit is all he needs. Sure enough, the skeleton wolf stops dodging and charges right at Sam's face. The guy is sweating bullets, screaming in his own head as the monster closes in. Sam instantly triggers his finishing move, the Silent Hunter's strike. He launches himself forward, throwing his entire body weight into the attack. His deadly spear tip zeroes in on the bone wolf. But nope, the beast casually sidesteps the attack. Sam is completely mind-blown. He cannot believe it just dodged. Even on the second attempt, the skeleton slips right past his weapon like it's nothing. Now Sam is boiling mad. A mere skeleton embarrassing him, but that anger turns to pure terror in a heartbeat. The wolf suddenly lunges and sinks its massive teeth right into his arm. Sam completely flips out, realizing this wild animal actually read his attack moves perfectly. After biting down, the beast literally tosses him into the air. Gujin cuts his connection, and the system instantly chimes in. Connection severed. Gujin casually observes the messy fight, noting that despite having terrifying fangs and sharp claws, beast skeletons really aren't any stronger than the human ones. Human skeleton summons can freely wield all sorts of nasty weapons like swords, bows, and heavy axes since they walk on two legs, something beasts obviously cannot pull off. But honestly, you and I know the trade-off here. Human skeletons are way too clunky to ever match the absolutely insane agility of a four-legged beast darting around the battlefield. Right now, Sam is pinned to the dirt, and the wolf refuses to let his arm go. Face twisting in pain, he grits his teeth. Damn it. He refuses to die here. Even if he loses an arm, he figures if he can just grab Percival's spear, he still has a solid chance to win. Reaching out desperately to reclaim his shiny weapon, someone else casually strolls right up to him. Perfect timing. The second he spots Kim Gujin, Sam totally loses his mind. Meanwhile, our boy simply picks up the legendary spear, mocking him. A god-tier weapon is completely useless if you can't even hit your target, buddy. I really don't know why you targeted me, but at this point, chatting about it seems pretty pointless. Sensing his immediate incoming doom, Sam desperately starts yelling out a pathetic bargain. Wait, I was just forced to follow orders. Spare my life, and I swear I'll cooperate with you completely. I will tell you absolutely everything I know. Besides, if you kill me, the entire Vanguard Guild becomes your enemy. Can you really handle that kind of fallout? Hearing this threat, Gujin just gives a cold little smile. Now, let's jump over to Naomi's side. Jeremy Kim bursts into the room, loudly announcing that a massive disaster just went down. Naomi, totally unbothered, calmly asks what this so-called major issue even is. Panting and completely panicking, he insists she has to look at this right now. Naomi plugs the flash drive straight into her computer. Jeremy rapidly reports the grim situation at hand. Every single agent guarding our gate entrance got completely wiped out, but the real shocker is the actual culprit's identity. Before he can finish, loud voices blast from the video feed. Stop him! Block that bastard right now! What the hell are you doing? Naomi stares at the footage, watching two agents desperately firing their guns forward. Seconds later, Sam Oliver drops out of nowhere and effortlessly takes down both of the shooters in a blink. Jeremy loudly confirms the rogue attacker is definitely Sam Oliver. Naomi cannot believe her own eyes, internally screaming to herself, what on earth is actually happening right now? Why would he do this? Was she too harsh on him? Then through the speakers, she hears Sam say, Hey Kim Gujin, it's all done. Absolute chills, right? You and I are watching absolute chaos. She demands he keep his promise, shaking with pure unfiltered rage. The guy beside her just throws gas on the fire, shocked that Sam Oliver betrayed them. She completely ignores his rambling, silently losing her absolute mind with pure sweaty panic. This is so bad. Why Kim Woo-jin of all people? If he leaks what Sam knows about her, it is literally game over for her entire career. She decides she has to crush them herself before they completely ruin her. Cut to a sketchy car parked on the street. Inside, Lee Jin-ah is chilling like a supervillain. He casually says everything is totally cleaned up and there is nothing to sweat about. Sam Oliver looks super smug about it. He agrees, saying the current job is officially wrapped, so it is time for the next crazy step. Hearing this, Lee Jin-ah gets super suspicious and asks what he is plotting next. Since they just poked the Pioneer Guild like a sleeping bear, shouldn't he literally lay low and hide? Right on cue, the guy just casually peels off his face. Surprise? It was our boy Kim Woo-jin wearing a Sam mask the whole time. Woo-jin honestly agrees, saying a dungeon is exactly the absolute best place to lay low right now. Woo-jin thinks back to his previous chat with Ju. What the heck? He told her he wanted to place the exact same order as last time. She was super annoyed about it. She begged him not to ask for it, but Woo-jin was totally stubborn and demanded the item from her anyway. The Sam Oliver mask. Back in the present, he is hyped. He whips out his phone and says there is a perfect spot to conquer down on the second floor of the dungeon. He tells Jin-ah to brace himself. Jin-ah aggressively points at his own face, screaming in pure shock. Me? Why the heck would I go? I do not even need to hide, man. Woo-jin totally ignores his freakout and just makes a phone call instead. He announces himself and asks if the Pioneer Guild made a move yet. On the line, Se-chan bluntly tells him there is absolutely zero action happening so far. It looks like director Naomi wants to handle this entire mess secretly without telling her big bosses. Woojin hates that idea. If she keeps it quiet, they cannot expose the entire Pioneer Guild for being fully involved in this massive shady scheme. Sachan is torn. He admits it is super hard to prove, but Naomi's spell might actually be the exact Messiah Guild spy they have been hunting for this whole time. Woojin suddenly remembers Sam Oliver and starts putting the dark pieces together in his head. The Pioneer Guild is a top 5 global powerhouse. It seems the Messiah Guild has not even scratched the surface of their deepest, darkest roots just yet. Even Sam's memories had zero info on the executive board except for Naomi. A second later, Sachan officially admits a pretty huge game-changing problem on his end. Things went completely off the rails because Sam betrayed them. Director Naomi will desperately try to fix this disaster before Park Yong-won gets back into the picture. If Park Yong-won finds out, this whole situation is going to get insanely ugly very fast. He tells Woojin to hide well. Meanwhile, you and I are going to watch Sachan perfectly bait Naomi's spell using the fake Sam Oliver identity. Woojin casually drops his plan on Sachan, saying he was already planning to crash a dungeon anyway. Sachan sounds totally caught off guard by this reckless move. Oh really? Have you picked a specific dungeon yet? Woojin boldly tells the guy straight up that of course he already has one in mind. It is an A+ ranked dungeon in Taiwan called the Blood Battle Forest. Hearing that absolute madness, Sachan makes a sour face and yells out in total disbelief. Why pick that death trap? That specific dungeon already has 23 massive failed clearing attempts on record. Since Woojin has the phone on speaker, Jin-ah hears literally everything. He is physically shaking, grinding his teeth, and wondering if this absolute maniac wants to drag him into a total suicide mission. Meanwhile, Sachan is still protesting the idea loudly. Does Woojin even realize the legendary Messiah Guild already failed this nightmare dungeon 4 times, and literally every single other major guild just gave up entirely? In the end, our crazy guy just whispers quietly. He knows. Woojin secretly calculates everything. Even before his massive time travel regression, this brutal dungeon had never actually been beaten by anyone. If his memory is right, the real failure count hits 43. So many elite players tried to challenge it, but every single one of them crashed and burned. Eventually, a huge chunk of Taiwan got overrun by monsters because nobody could stop the nightmare horde from spilling out of that massive open gate. Because the gate has a strict level cap, even Lee Si-jun from the Messiah Guild could not do a single thing about it. Woojin knows he cannot clear it either if he passes level 60, but maybe there is some epic loot inside to help his war against the Messiah Guild. To crush the Messiah Guild, the info he has right now just is not enough. Finally, Sachan just gives up and sighs in total, utter defeat. He knows Woojin's stubborn personality. No matter how much he tries to stop him, he is going anyway. Jin-ah looks super stressed, mentally cheering for Sachan to win the argument. No, please do not give up. But Sachan's next words drag poor Jin-ah straight down the dark road of total, absolute, crushing despair. Fine, let us just go crazy this one time. Hearing that, Jin-ah can only mentally curse. Ignoring the panic, Sachan asks a very serious question. What does he think his actual odds of winning are? Woojin is brutally honest, saying theoretically, it is literally less than 10%. Sachan secretly pouts, assuming the kid means a 10% chance of failure, but then he laughs and says a 10% chance is more than enough. Jin-ah turns into actual solid stone. He is crying inside, thinking they only have a 10% chance to survive. His mind completely blanked out, missing the rest of the entire conversation entirely. Now listen up. You and I are getting to the best part. Woojin claims with Percival's spear, he can easily dominate the second floor. Sachan agrees to help out. Sure, he will arrange it. Using the Isaac Ivanov fake identity will make this whole insane plan incredibly simple. Alright guys, strap in. Kim Woojin just dropped a wild proposition. Why don't we weaponize public opinion to squeeze some sweet gear out of the Messiah Guild? Absolute menace. I mean, even the high and mighty Messiah Guild face planted in this gate. Why on earth should our boys work for free, right? By the next morning, the internet is literally exploding. News about our guy is blowing up every single front page and timeline with the craziest headlines. The big scoop? Isaac Ivanov's next target is a brutal 2-floor Taiwanese dungeon known as the Blood War Ice Forest. Can the legendary Isaac Ivanov actually conquer a cursed nightmare zone that already wiped out 23 different expedition teams? The suspense is killing us. Get this. Isaac straight up demands gear support from the Messiah Guild. Will those arrogant jerks actually answer his call? If they cave and agree, it'll literally be the first time in history. He is challenging a dungeon the Messiah Guild spectacularly failed. What will their public relations team even say? And man, the online comment section is an absolute dumpster fire right now. What the heck? Demanding stuff from the Messiah Guild? Is this dude insane? But then they remember, oh wait, it's Isaac Ivanov, he literally saved them before, so whatever. The Messiah Guild is super busy grinding dungeons anyway, so they are definitely going to throw him some epic support. No way they would ever reject him, right? This is about saving the world, guys. Obviously, the heroic Messiah Guild will be thrilled to help. Sarcasm level maximum. Meanwhile, some shady mystery villain scrolls through his phone, practically drooling as he thinks. So Isaac Ivanov is really walking right into that Taiwanese death trap, huh? Jackpot. We absolutely cannot miss this golden opportunity. But out in the real world, everyone is just furiously debating whether the Messiah Guild will actually sponsor our boy Isaac. Spoiler alert. The Messiah Guild caves and promises Isaac a fancy unique tier item. Naturally, the entire internet loses its collective mind over the drama. Osa-chan reads the news, flashing a sly little smirk. Not bad at all, but our big lug Lee Jin-ah is standing right there, completely confused and immediately protesting. What? How is this not bad? Jin-ah yells. They are giving us one measly unique item. What are we supposed to do with that? They should be handing over legendary gear, man. We are literally about to clear a nightmare dungeon that their supposedly elite squad totally choked on and failed. Se-chan doesn't even flinch. He just lowers his voice, explaining smoothly, Bro, you really don't get it? This isn't just a simple transaction. With the world watching, the Messiah Guild is literally forced to cough up an insanely expensive item just to protect their fragile little egos. But here is the real genius part. This sets a precedent. Jin-ah just blinks, his brain clearly loading slowly. A precedent? What the heck do you mean by that? Right on cue, Jisoo struts in dragging a suitcase. It means exactly what it sounds like, genius. The literal market price for clearing a 2-floor A+ dungeon that the Messiah Guild failed is now one unique item. So if someone miraculously clears an even harder dungeon for them later, they won't be able to just cheap out and pay with a basic unique item anymore. Jin-ah gasps, looking completely mind-blown as the gears finally click. Oh snap, now I totally get it. You are saying that from here on out, we can straight up extort legendary gear just by sweeping up the 3-floor and higher dungeons that those Messiah Guild losers totally failed at. Se-chan slow claps, absolutely loving her big brain energy. Spot on, as expected from the brilliant Secretary Lee, you always know exactly what is up. One sentence and even meathead Jin-ah gets it. Anyway, here is the beautifully fabricated travel route for Sam Oliver, plus all our sweet little expense reports. Jisoo flips open her files and immediately drops the full tactical report right onto his desk. We did exactly what you asked, boss. We purposefully leaked clues so the Frontier Guild tracks down Sam Oliver's fake route. This little prank is going to save us so much time. Se-chan practically beams with evil joy. Awesome work, guys. Guess we should hit the road soon, huh? Then he glances at the suitcase, looking totally confused. Wait, Secretary Lee, are you going on a field trip today? Jisoo just smirks, shoving the suitcase straight into Jin-ah's chest. Se-chan points at our buff boy, rolling his eyes hard. Are you kidding me right now? Why would Secretary Lee go? You, my dense friend Jin-ah, are the one flying to the Taiwanese dungeon. Jin-ah literally shrieks in pure panic. What? Like, right freaking now. Cut to later that night, Jin-ah is tossing a classified file onto Woo-jin's table. Target, the terrifying Blood War Ice Forest. The specs, 2 brutal floors. Difficulty level is straight up A+. Maximum player capacity, 80 people. Level 60 or under. Clear condition, just survive and crush the hostile aggressors hiding in the frozen woods. Clear rewards? Check the massive list. Jin-ah leans back, dripping with heavy sarcasm. Man, look at us. We have really got some insane flex power in this business, huh? After the Messiah Guild crashed and burned, literally nobody dared to touch this place. But you say one single word and bam, a massive crowd instantly signs up to raid it. Do you not find that totally hilarious? Woo-jin just chuckles darkly, gently tossing the document onto the table. Actually, most of these eager participants are players from the exact same guilds that already failed this horrible dungeon. From the outside, it looks super noble, like they are coming to avenge their fallen comrades. But trust me, not everyone joining this party has pure hero intentions. Think about the math. 80 players max, failed 23 times. That means the shiny, expensive gear of nearly 2,000 dead players is just buried under that ice. There definitely has to be at least one legendary item down there. I bet you, a bunch of these greedy rats care way more about looting corpses than actually clearing the objective. Suddenly, Secretary Choi bursts into the room like a nervous wreck. Please get your gear ready, sir. We have exactly 1 hour before entering the dungeon. Woo-jin does not even say a word. He just gives a lazy hand wave and stands up. The stressed guy immediately scrambles over, asking, Mr. Ivanov, do you need something? Watching Woo-jin lean in to whisper into Choi's ear, Jin-ah literally starts sweating bullets, internally screaming, oh no, this absolute psycho. What insane plot is he hatching now? 3 seconds later, the secretary shrieks in pure horror. What? You are going to do that yourself? Woo-jin just smirks and casually strolls out the door. You and I both know, this dungeon raid is about to turn into an absolute massacre. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos. Naomi furiously slams her desk. She screams, what do you mean all our leads just magically vanished? Jemmy stands right there, awkwardly trying to explain the mess to Naomi based on what they saw. It is super obvious Sam Oliver has some crazy strong backup. Even our top-tier intelligence team cannot track his location at all. She is totally shocked by this news. Backup? That is so annoying. Gritting her teeth, she starts barking out orders like a total boss. Do whatever it takes to pinpoint the exact locations of Sam and Kim Woo-jin. If you cannot catch them, then just eliminate them both. Naomi is dead set on stopping him. She absolutely refuses to let them meet Pong Wonyan. Bright and early next morning, Jisoo barges into Se-chan's office. We have a problem. Se-chan looks totally confused and asks what the issue is. Jisoo just sighs and says, I think you better see this yourself. Jisoo shows Se-chan a wild video about a totally unexpected speech made by the legendary Isaac Ivanov over in Taiwan. But get this, the guy standing at the podium is actually Kim Woo-jin. Secretary Choi is right there translating. I will translate Isaac Ivanov's official statement. Thank you all so much for joining this massive raid. I am truly honored to be working alongside everyone here. However, I only have one single goal in mind right now, and that is ending this mess to save the world. I will do absolutely anything. So do not even think about getting in my way. Jisoo quickly asks Se-chan for his opinion. Seriously, what should we do now? This crazy stunt was definitely not in the plan. Blocking the video is impossible since it already went super viral globally. He is so mad he grinds his teeth. This guy will not forgive anyone who bothers him. This is straight up an open declaration of war. This dude seriously knows how to hunt his prey. Now here is where you and I dive straight into the crowded dungeon. Yoon-kook yells out loudly, "Do not get in his way." What the heck, does he think we are just dead weight holding him back?
Sajang quickly chimes in, saying that if it is Isaac, it totally makes sense because his skill level is just completely out of this world. Yoon-kook aggressively snaps back, "How are you so sure?" So he honestly replies, "Dude, I saw it with my own 2 eyes at the Fire Lake dungeon." Words literally cannot even describe the absolute madness. Next time, just look for yourself, they are absolute monsters. Up ahead, Lee Jin-ah looks super annoyed and angrily whispers to our main guy, "Hey, Kim Woo-jin, why on earth did you do that? Literally everyone is staring at us right now because of your totally unnecessary, edgy provocation." Kim Woo-jin stays completely chill. Some idiots just cannot be convinced with nice, gentle words alone. He glances over at the crowd, whispering back, especially those greedy scavengers who only came here to loot the gear off of dead players. The only way to deal with trash like that is to flex absolute power and utterly crush their spirits. Right after that, Kim Woo-jin summons a skeleton. The system chimes in. "You've summoned a skeleton soldier." He gently pats the bony guy on its head. At the exact same time, the other skeleton soldiers are already busy working. Kim Woo-jin then whispers to Lee Jin-ah, ensuring nobody dares to act up. Boss Kim sees this ridiculous scene and internally freaks out. Wait, is this the legendary skeleton soldier from all those crazy Isaac rumors? This is absolute insanity. I have to grab that gear before he even notices. Making up his mind, the big guy loudly barks an order. "Move out, let us search over there before it gets dark." Night falls super fast. They light a campfire and rest in the spooky woods. They just cannot stop gossiping. Isaac Ivanov is a literal monster. Even after seeing it with my own eyes, I still cannot believe this nonsense. When he told us to stay out of his way, I was super salty, but now I totally get it. Told you, man. Jumping in to help would honestly just trip him up. Then Jay turns to Boss Kim and asks, "Boss, we have been searching this place all day long, but we only found 2 dead bodies of the players who came down here." The boss theorizes. At first, I thought maybe some rival guild stole the loot, but after looking around all day, I have come to a totally different galaxy brain conclusion. Even though the first floor has a ton of monsters, I haven't seen a single strong one. In other words, players above level 50 probably did not die here. The shiny loot we want is definitely hiding up on the 2nd floor. He quickly shares his big crazy theory. So Van Gogh's necklace is totally hiding on floor 2. Before he finishes his sentence, Chan-ho suddenly shushes everyone. "Shush, keep quiet." A second later, he randomly leaps high into the air. This crazy ninja move from Chan-ho immediately grabs everyone's attention. He actually spots a creepy skeleton chilling right on a tree branch. Chan-ho stands up there looking around confused. "I swear I heard a weird noise coming from right here. Did I just imagine things?" Next, he kicks the skull aside, grumbling, "What is with this random skeleton?" Down below, Boss Kim looks super confused. "Hey, what is going on up there?" Chan-ho quickly jumps back down, casually carrying the skeleton, and says, "Sorry, it was probably just this dumb thing rattling in the wind." Then he totally tosses it at a tree. The boss ignores it and keeps plotting. "We absolutely have to secure that gear for the Kunlun Guild, even if that means fighting everyone." Plot twist, that random skeleton was actually Kim Woo-jin's secret minion. Our guy smirks, realizing his brilliant little spy trick worked perfectly. Thanks to that, I just scored some super juicy intel. Van Gogh's necklace, huh? I seriously do not remember anything about this specific item. Now stick with me here. If China's massive Kunlun Guild actually sent a team for it, this is huge. With that, he cuts the connection and the system confirms his epic move. "Alright, you and I are back." Kim Gujin grabs some loot, muttering to himself. "This definitely is not your basic trash drop." Watching the item literally fade into thin air right before his eyes, our boy gets super confused and starts thinking hard. Who cares about the stats? He absolutely needs to snatch Van Gogh's necklace. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-ah starts totally freaking out and violently screams at him. "Damn it, this is taking way too much time. Do not tell me we are the only ones actually fighting while those other losers are out here just goofing off." Gujin basically confirms his buddy's wild theory. Yep, those guys are totally just a bunch of greedy hyenas drooling over the sweet treasure left by the dead. Lee Jin-ah grabs his head, looking totally defeated, and replies, "I actually thought having tons of players meant less work, but nope, we are literally hard carrying this entire squad. Seriously, when do I finally get a break?" Gujin casually drops a sweet hint. "Once we hit floor 2, we will finally get some time to chill out." Hearing that, Lee Jin-ah instantly lights up. "Wait, really? Since when are you so freaking nice?" But in classic fashion, our guy stays completely silent. Bam! The system loudly announces they have officially entered floor 2 of the dungeon, and the second they step in, a massive windstorm violently smacks them. Hanbu absolutely hates this brutal weather, aggressively grumbling to himself. "Holy crap, this 2nd floor is way colder than anybody could have ever expected." Jungkook is literally vibrating from the icy chill, whining super loudly. "My arms and legs are completely frozen solid. How are we even supposed to fight like this?" Boss Kim is also feeling incredibly miserable, muttering under his frosty breath. The temperature is ridiculously low, sure, but these intense shivers, that is not just the cold, man. That is pure horrifying fear radiating off some monster. Even Lee Jina is shaking violently, nervously whispering to Gujin about this absolute terror. Fear? That is literally impossible, dude. I do not see a single monster anywhere around us. There is absolutely zero chance a basic floor 2 dungeon holds a monster leaking out this much insane, terrifying energy. It just makes no sense. Gujin keeps it completely real with him. Honestly, this whole situation might be way harder than expected. Meanwhile, Gujin is going full battle nerd in his head. A living body will straight up paralyze when it gets hit by the overwhelming terror radiating from a high-tier beast. It might not last very long, but in a totally life or death fight, one single slip-up basically means an instant game over. Being on the second floor means it cannot possibly be a dragon. But besides dragons, what other monsters actually use this kind of fear magic? Now, you and I gotta wonder, is there seriously a boss so ridiculously overpowered that we feel its dark aura from miles away? Insane. A little later, Mike confidently speaks up. My squad is gonna push ahead and scout the surrounding area right now. The squad instantly agrees, acting all heroic. Yeah, let us check the area first. Watching these guys totally ditch them, Lee Jina tilts his head, completely weirded out, and mutters. Out my foot, they are totally just out hunting for the best loot. What a bunch of thirsty hyenas. He immediately turns and nudges Gujin to hurry up. Dude, you really gonna let them bail like that? Won't that completely wreck our fighting power? Gujin literally could not care less, just shrugging it off. Who even cares? Guys like that are totally useless in a real fight anyway. It is way better to just plan things out and honestly pretend they do not even exist. Hearing that, Gina totally agrees. Fair enough, you are right. Gujin then drops the order, let us move out too. Scene cut. The whole gang starts creeping deeper into this creepy frozen forest. After digging around for a bit, Chanho yells out loudly, "Boss, absolutely nothing here." Boss Kim instantly barks right back. "This dead body is empty too, keep moving somewhere else." But get this, someone is totally spying on them right now, lurking like an absolute creep behind a massive tree. It is Mike. Looking super annoyed, he realizes some rival players are beating them to the punch. We seriously gotta speed things up. In a total flash, Mike sprints back to his squad, screaming at them to start checking the drops. Following his command, everyone instantly rips open their glowing system windows to scan. And when they finally hit the jackpot, Jungkook starts screaming, "Captain, we literally just found a massive pile of sweet gear. Look at this, Taeyang scored some too. It is everywhere." But seeing all this crazy loot just makes Mike super suspicious and utterly confused. Wait, those guys completely ignored all this rare gear? They must be hunting for something absolutely insane. Who the heck are these people anyway? He loudly barks orders at his squad. "Alright, just scoop up all that loot. There is a high chance more vultures are already moving ahead of us. Move your butts as fast as humanly possible, guys. We are absolutely not getting robbed of the best prizes today." Cut back over to Lee Jina, who is glaring at Kim Gujin with total disappointment. Watching him literally grope another fresh corpse, Jina gets pissed and rants internally. This huge hypocrite was just trashing those loot-hungry hyenas a minute ago. Now he is out here literally digging through random dead bodies himself? The system chimes in, the eye of Anubis is officially closing. But hey, our boy Gujin actually managed to find something pretty decent this time. Finally, a dead member of the legendary Kowloon Guild. The fiercely loyal comrades who literally bled and died with this guy ended up falling out west. He aggressively waves Lee Jina over. "Hey, this way, just follow me." Looking completely annoyed and reluctant, Jina still quickly hurries after his crazy friend. And when he sees Gujin instantly drop to loot yet another corpse, Jina aggressively grinds his teeth. Son of... What the heck is this crazy bastard actually planning right now? They keep moving super fast, but yep, Gujin pauses again for another dead body. Stick with me here. Gujin finally triggers the skill, and the system flashes wild. The Eye of Anubis is ripping wide open. Alright, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. Boss Kim is completely surrounded by monsters and losing his mind. He screams, "Why is this crazy beast in a 2-floor dungeon? Totally unfair, everyone just run for it." In the end, only he is left behind playing solo hero against the monster. Over its deafening roars, Boss Kim actually manages to land a hit and draw some blood. Meanwhile, a ring suddenly slips out. And of course, with perfect comedic timing, it lands right smack onto the monster's giant horn. But one sloppy move and boom, the monster absolutely launches him backward. Boss Kim faceplants hard right into the freezing snow. Still dizzy and seeing stars, he stares at the monster and mutters with serious regret, "The legendary treasure of the Kowloon Guild. The Van Gogh necklace, I definitely need to warn my bros." Cut over to our main guy, Kim Gujin, closing his glowing eye. The game system instantly confirms the Eye of Anubis is deactivating. Inside his head, Kim Gujin just smirks and thinks, "I got enough intel." Lee Jina stomps right up to him, looking super annoyed and starts shouting, "Look, I don't care how incredibly overpowered that gear is. How can you just disrespect the dead like that, man? Seriously, I have been trying to hold my temper this entire time." Kim Gujin suddenly calls out his name real calm. That just makes Lee Jina even madder. He yells, "What, did I say something wrong here?" Even a greedy guy like Sean. Even guys who love free loot would never act this cold. Kim Gujin just smirks and quietly drops a compliment. "You are actually pretty kind-hearted." That random praise totally short-circuits Lee Jina's angry brain. He just stands there completely frozen, blurting out a very confused huh in surprise. Meanwhile, Kim Gujin just casually builds up a quick stone grave. Then he finally starts explaining his master plan to his confused buddy. Alright, listen up. I will break down the strategy before this boss fight starts. Gina is still trying to process everything. Wait, what plan? Before he can even react, Kim Gujin pops his magic. In a flash, a giant saber-toothed wolf skeleton materializes out of thin air, completely terrifying Gina. The system interface pops up with an alert. The saber-toothed wolf has officially been summoned as an undead skeleton soldier. Nina instantly drops the whole tough guy act. He gets super friendly with stars in his eyes and asks, "Bro, can I ride this thing?" Gujin agrees. Obviously. Hopping right onto the bone wolf's back, Gina looks like a kid on Christmas. This is awesome. When did you even prep this? Then Gujin hands over the legendary spear of Percival. Gina grips the weapon, absolutely refusing to believe his own eyes. I honestly thought you could only summon basic human skeletons. Wait, what is this spear? The game system immediately drops the crazy stats. Spear of Percival. Legendary tier weapon. It only requires level 1 to equip, but packs a whopping 255 physical attack damage. This is the exact epic spear once wielded by Percival, a legendary knight of the Round Table. Wounds from this thing barely heal. Physical damage scales up with your level, adds a sweet 30% base attack boost, and completely shreds through enemy armor. Now, you and I gotta see this. Gina points straight at the spear, looking super stressed. Please don't tell me your whole plan is making me ride the skeleton and charge the boss. Kim Gujin just smirks and fires back. Wow, you figured it out before I even had to explain. He casually strolls off into the freezing snow, leaving poor Gina just sitting there on his brand new skeleton wolf ride. Back with Boss Kim, he suddenly hears one of his lackeys screaming out in absolute panic. Boss, you need to see this. It is super weird. Boss Kim rushes over to check out what is going on. Wait, is this a dead player's grave? The guy gives his brilliant opinion. It doesn't look like anyone from our guild, but we should probably dig it up just for the loot, right? That extremely greedy suggestion actually makes Boss Kim stop and think hard. But surprisingly, he tells the crew to chill. Why waste our precious energy if it is not one of our bros? Makes sense. The three of them quickly ditch the area. Deep inside the freezing forest, Gina's incredibly shocked voice echoes out loud. Wait, a horned minotaur? A second later, he is already stressing. That is not going to be an easy fight, man. Its skin is way too thick for regular weapons to even scratch it. Gujin just stays super chill. The much bigger issue here is that this monster is already hunting players. Gina's jaw basically drops. Wait, what? What kind of insane nightmare logic is that? Gujin slowly starts dropping some heavy game lore. Look, when a dungeon raid completely fails, did you know all the dead monsters just respawn right back to full health? But here is the crazy catch. The beasts that actually survived the initial raid learn from that combat experience, leveling up to be way smarter and deadlier. Sure, surviving multiple player wipeouts is extremely rare in these games, but there are always those absolutely terrifying exceptions. Ni, the boss monster. Taking a dramatic 2-second pause, Gujin drops the bomb. This dungeon was never cleared. That means the boss has been farming combat experience off every single failed player raid. His voice gets real dark. Somewhere along the line, this big guy figured out that players love to crowd around dead bodies for the loot. So he is using dead bodies as bait now. Exactly, we are dealing with a boss that has survived 23 entire raids. Hearing all this wild info, Gina's brain is basically frying. He stammers out, "Are you absolutely positive the main boss is a horned minotaur? Can a minotaur even flex an aura that heavy? You've literally never even seen it, so how the heck are you so confident about this?"
Gujin just shrugs, totally unbothered. Dude, I literally paused hunting just to farm all this intel, remember? Gina feels like an idiot and awkwardly fires back. Oh, is that it? I honestly just thought you were playing pretend as a scavenger this whole time. Gina just sighs to himself. Stick around, folks, because honestly, even if he stared at the clues, he still has absolutely no idea what is going on. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. Deep in this freezing snow forest, one of Mike's squad members suddenly yells out in total excitement. He tells the boss to hurry over and look. Why? Because the place is completely littered with player bodies. Hearing this, the rest of the greedy crew happily runs over. They think they just hit the absolute jackpot today. But Mike, he is on high alert. The boss instantly realizes that something about this entire setup feels completely wrong. Think about it. Dead bodies just do not naturally pile up perfectly in one single spot like this. And if some other scavengers gathered them here, there is zero chance they would leave all the shiny loot behind untouched. Plus, the blood trails look incredibly sketchy. It honestly looks like these poor guys were brutally dragged here from somewhere else. In an instant, the horrible truth finally clicks in his brain. Could it really be? Mike sprints forward and screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to stop. He screams that it is an obvious trap. His clueless squad members just stare back in total confusion. A trap? What is the boss talking about? What is happening here? Meanwhile, a wave of absolute, unexplainable dread suddenly crashes down on them. A second later, the confused squad member is completely shocked to realize his own body simply cannot move. Feeling an insanely terrifying power rushing straight at him, he starts violently panicking in his head. What in the world is staring right at him? Just like Mike predicted, one of the nearby guys gets instantly wiped out right on the spot. The rest of the crew gets brutally blasted away in a flash. Seeing this madness, the last standing guy just shakes uncontrollably from the overwhelming pressure. Completely terrified, he slowly dares to glance over his own shoulder. And exactly what does this doomed guy see? The monstrous Ngo looking absolutely furious and raising his massive weapon high into the freezing cold air. Without hesitation, the beast violently smashes its weapon straight down, absolutely crushing the guy into tiny pieces. Even after taking out so many players, crazy old No Ingu still does not look completely satisfied. Its eyes are literally glowing with insane bloodlust. Suddenly, from right behind Gongu, Mike rapidly charges in to launch a desperate sneak attack. He tears through the wind, his insanely sharp sword fully ready to strike. But the second he lands and finishes his flashy move, Mike looks absolutely terrified and completely shocked. Turns out he did not even scratch the giant monster at all. Instead, Mike just casually watches his own precious sword snap right in half. He aggressively grinds his teeth together in absolute panic. How could a rare unique tier sword just shatter so ridiculously easily like cheap glass? Right at that very moment, that same invisible wave of pure dread washes over him. Mike angrily tells himself no way, he refuses to die such a pathetic and meaningless death here. Meanwhile, from way back, both Gujin and Gina have finally noticed the massive presence of Nongu. They instantly sprint forward at an absolutely mind-blowing and ridiculous speed. But they are way too late, because Ngongu has already bathed in Mike's blood. The beast then aggressively tosses his ruined body away like a piece of useless trash. Now here's where you and I see the real pros step up. Gujin calmly watches this horrific scene and simply tells Gina to stick exactly to their pre-planned strategy. Gina nervously grits his teeth. He swears under his breath, wondering if this crazy plan will actually work out. But right after complaining, the brave dude charges straight at Ngo. He loudly yells out to get the monster's full attention. With absolute pure determination, Gina keeps sprinting headfirst into what looks like total danger. Seeing this, Ngonungu furiously gathers its terrifying strength. The very next second, it explodes with raw dark energy and launches a brutal attack. The monster's dark magic instantly swallows Gina entirely. That same unexplainable dread tries to crash down on him again, but thankfully, Lot's special ring magically chases all of that nasty fear away. Luckily, Gina came totally prepared to defend himself. Watching Lot's shiny ring do its magic, he has to admit the thing is actually pretty incredibly awesome. The terrible shivering and panic completely vanish from his body. But right before he can even celebrate his total emotional victory, Gina suddenly notices something going horribly wrong. Turns out, his trusty mount is suddenly showing major signs of not cooperating. Why in the world is this stubborn animal suddenly refusing to listen to him right now? He totally panics, wondering why it is moving on its own. Wait a minute, this insane speed is bringing them way too close. The next second, the crazy mount dashes forward like an absolute lightning bolt, completely ignoring Gina's screaming terror. Because the animal is moving so incredibly fast, massive Gonungu totally misses its powerful strike. While the big dumb beast clumsily looks around for him, Gina is already positioned right behind No Engu's massive back. Suddenly, Gujin's voice actually echoes right from the moving mount, telling it to just charge in and hold on tight. His unexpected presence there leaves Gina completely and utterly baffled. Say what? Wait, are you seriously controlling this animal? Was that not insanely dangerous? Keep pulling stunts like this and I will literally die. Even while Gina keeps loudly complaining, Gujin just continues making the mount zip everywhere to perfectly distract the big boss. Before he even realizes it, Gina is brought directly up close and personal with Ngongu. Taking full advantage of this golden chance, he viciously stabs his sharp spear straight into the beast. This ridiculous sight totally confuses Gina. He wonders how Ngongu's supposedly tough body gets pierced as easily as soft pudding. Meanwhile, the monster's insane healing ability starts dropping incredibly fast. Seeing this awesome result, Gina quickly asks for the next step. Okay, the shiny items are cool and all, but poking it like this is seriously going to take forever, right? When are those creepy skeleton guys finally going to join the fight? Gujin simply replies with his usual icy calm tone. He says just give the beast 10 more nasty wounds like that one. Then he will know exactly how to end this. The blood weapon skill activates, requiring a true representative of the dark world. The requirement is literally just level 1 or higher. This incredibly sneaky C-rank skill can forge deadly weapons directly from a test subject's own blood. Depending on the unfortunate victim's actual power, it can create all sorts of insanely crazy weapons. Suddenly, back in the quiet freezing forest, a massive booming sound violently shatters the peace. Turns out, Big Boss Kim is out here desperately trying to survive against an absolutely mind-blowing, crushing pressure. The tough guy is totally stunned in his own mind. If he is constantly getting blasted by this insane force, does this mean the ultimate boss monster attack has already started? Things are moving way too fast, so Boss Kim knows he really needs to hustle right now. The very next second, his guy Chan Ho loudly screams out that they finally found it. He tells everyone to quickly look at this crazy discovery. They finally found the secret password of the Koluan Guild. Following his voice, some super weird text magically appears. Go find the Kunlun item in the West. This secret code completely baffles Boss Kim. I mean the West? Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this clueless guy struggle. There is literally nothing out there. Well, while he hurts his brain thinking, let us cut to the real action. Gujin and Gina are absolutely wrecking the massive monster Ngongu, whose strength is dropping like a rock. Under Gujin's relentless and crazy attacks, the massive beast is basically running on fumes. Gonungu's resistance completely tanks. And to make things worse, that nasty blood poison is rapidly spreading through its entire giant body. Gina stares in absolute awe. Percival's spear is actually insane, he shouts. I cannot believe it just sliced right through that thick monster hide like a hot knife through butter. Hyped out of his mind, he adds, if we combine this spear with the blood poison skill, literally nobody in this dungeon can touch us. Hearing that excited rant, Gujin just stays super chill. Maybe that works for the second floor of this dungeon, he calmly replies. But inside, our main guy is doing the math. The third floor has way nastier monsters lurking around, and this trick alone just will not cut it. Plus, if they want to crush the absolute worst boss monster, they need serious power. Right on cue, the system flashes a sweet notification. Target eliminated. He just unlocked the epic Violent Hunter of the Frozen Forest achievement. Oh, things are getting good. The representative of the Dark World hands over a mysterious catalog scroll. Gujin casually holds his epic reward, not even realizing how broken it is yet, just barely glancing over. Gina practically loses his mind. A golden light scroll? Wait, you got a premium reward from the sponsor again? The text on that glowing paper finally pops up. Berserker class condition unlocked, strictly for the chosen representative of the Dark World. The level requirement is 20 or higher to activate this skill. The lucky target who receives this sponsor-created ability gets the following insane buff. All stats boosted by 20%, but health drains over time. Reading that crazy trade-off, Gina immediately starts screaming his head off. This is completely unfair. What the heck is my sponsor even doing right now? I worked my butt off out here, so why do I get absolutely nothing at all? Is my own sponsor seriously playing favorites against me right now? What is this garbage? So depressing. These cheap sponsors are impossible to change. While Gina continues throwing a total temper tantrum, Gujin just ignores him, casually grabbing the bracelet off the monster horn. Bam, he just secured Pangu's bracelet. Night falls, and outside the dungeon, a bunch of random hunters are gossiping nonstop around Gujin's super fancy car. They actually cleared the dungeon, the boss is dead, and the legendary guy drives that sweet ride. They cheer happily like total fanboys. Taiwan is finally saved. We have freedom again. But watching this joyful scene makes Chan-ho sweat buckets of pure anxiety. What does he do now? They actually left the dungeon without grabbing Pangu's mythical bracelet. If that crazy overpowered item falls into some random dude's hands, it is going to be a totally massive disaster. Boss Kim is also starting to realize that this situation just became dangerously out of control. Right now, their only pathetic option is reporting to the guild and waiting around. Thinking about losing a literal legendary tier item in that dungeon makes him instantly fall into a very dark, stressed-out silence. Would the big shots at the Kunlun Guild seriously leave coded clues for their lower-level brothers to decode? So naturally, if you do not know the exact secret code, finding Pangu's bracelet is basically an impossible pipe dream. But if some incredibly lucky fool actually managed to bring it out of that dungeon, let us pray it was not that absolute monster Isaac. Well, tough luck for Boss Kim, because that insanely precious treasure just landed right in Gujin's lap. Check this out. Pangu's bracelet, a literal legendary tier item usable from level 1. Worn by ancient giants, this bad boy is packed with the supreme power of perfect harmony. Its effect completely deletes the ring limit on your equipped arm, but there is a huge catch: you absolutely cannot take off any ring once you put it on. Reading those completely broken stats, Gujin smiles like a kid in a candy store. Who knew the system was hiding such totally overpowered loot? Finally, a massive power-up advantage before hitting the terrifying third floor. Normally, players are strictly limited to using just 5 pieces of jewelry: 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 measly bracelets. Even if you try to stack more bling, the system purely restricts the magic effects to that hard limit. But Pangu's legendary bracelet, it completely shatters the balance, literally breaking the fundamental rules of the entire system itself. It allows the crazy magic effects from rings worn on all 5 fingers to work perfectly at the same time. The only brutal downside is that rings locked in with Pangu's bracelet can never, ever come off. Basically, this glitchy item merges the equipment slots of both hands together, making your ring choices super permanent. Pro players usually swap out rings constantly to match different battle strategies. So, fully grasping the permanent catch of this wild bracelet, Gujin suddenly gets incredibly cautious. Big decisions ahead. From this exact moment on, he really has to think 10 steps ahead before sliding any new ring onto his fingers. Sitting right next to him, Gina gets super curious. Yo, why is your face looking so dead serious right now? Did you accidentally mess something up or what? Snapping out of it, Gujin slowly replies, Nah, I was just doing some heavy thinking. But before he can even finish his sentence, his phone starts loudly buzzing. I am listening, tell me. On the other side of the line, Sei Chan sounds completely panicked and breathless. How are you guys holding up physically? Can you hop on a flight back to the country right this second? Despite the rush, Gujin's tone stays totally chill. Yeah, we can. Why, what is going on? Sechan quickly drops the bomb. That guy has returned. Sitting in his office, his voice turns deadly serious. He explains that while Taiwan is fine, back home in Korea, absolute chaos is currently breaking out. Massive news headlines are screaming about the return of that legendary man, previously hyped up by Isaac Ivanov. Hearing this, Gujin immediately connects the dots. You and I both know who this means. Is the infamous Pong 1 finally making his wild comeback? You and I are jumping right into the madness. Just as our boy guessed, the old man confirmed, oh yeah, this completely flips Park Young-won's reputation upside down. Pausing for like 2 whole seconds, Gujin just casually replied, yeah, I got it. I am heading out right now. The better Young-won's reputation gets, the stronger the meat shield he becomes for Gujin. And the exact second he hung up with Sei-chan, Gina excitedly cut in with the best idea ever. We made it all the way to Taiwan, so we are definitely eating something, right? Are we talking Xiaolongbao or Lu Rufan? But in a flash, Gujin dumped ice water on those beautiful dreams. Nope, we are flying straight back to South Korea right now. Gujin's absolute ruthlessness left poor Gina completely dumbfounded. Wait, what did you just say? Even after boarding the flight, he was so salty he just had to scream about it. We literally flew all the way here, and you are telling me I cannot eat a single Taiwanese dish? Sounding like a tired old dad, Gujin just sighed. Just eat the plain food. Fast forward to the next morning at a ridiculously massive mansion. Inside, Yongwan was narrowing his eyes, trying to look super dangerous. Furious, he snapped. So the Fran Guild actually has the guts to mess with me, Park Yongwan? Gujin, cool as a cucumber, just replied, yep. A second later, he lowered his voice, adding the drama. I barely survived that mess. I was too injured to even move properly. And honestly, I had absolutely no idea who I could even trust anymore. Meanwhile, our boy Park Yongwan had just been hiding out in the dungeon, completely clueless, just waiting around. Right at that moment, Secretary Kim walked in clutching a thick stack of documents. She quickly handed them over to Yongwan and started explaining the situation. This is the officially confirmed report, completely based on Kim Gujin's own testimony from the day the accident went down. Even though the massive fire basically destroyed all the physical evidence, the other survivors who entered the dungeon backed him up. They swear the Francia Guild started the whole fight and attacked us first. Of course, those Fran Guild cowards are claiming it was just a simple little accident. After hearing this ridiculous excuse, Yongwan raged in his own head. Those absolute punks, pulling off this kind of sneaky garbage the second he turned his back on them. A moment later, Yongwan declared with total confidence, those rats are definitely trying to suppress our power and take control. Sitting right across from him, Gujin asked in a soft, innocent voice, so, what exactly is our next move here? With a voice dripping with super dramatic villain energy, he ordered, we make them pay dearly for daring to touch my stuff, which means I need you to handle a very special little job for me. The exact moment Yongwan finished acting tough, Secretary Kim dragged in a seriously heavy suitcase. Then boom, scene change. We cut to Se-chan flashing his perfectly white teeth in a massive grin. That huge, goofy smile left Gina with so many question marks. How are you grinning like a lunatic this early in the morning? Even so, Se-chan just kept laughing and answered, because I just successfully ripped off our rivals for a massive haul. Hearing that, Gina grumbled in total frustration. That rival is literally Park Yong-won. How on earth are we ever supposed to get back the skills you handed over to him? I mean, sure, cash is great and all, but did you completely forget how much of a nightmare finding Skeleton Knight was? Now, this is where you and I realize Se-chan is a total genius. Acting like he expected that complaint, he cheered, do not sweat it. The guy getting our stuff back is already inside Park Yong-won's office. That crazy news instantly shocked Gina. Wait a second, what are you even talking about? A moment later, the gears finally turned in Gina's head and he lunged forward in a total panic. Wait, no way, is it? Se-chan just kept smiling without a word. Back at Yongwan's flashy mansion, Gujin gently pushed the door open and stepped outside. Gripping that super heavy suitcase from earlier, he casually strolled right out of the fancy house. Immediately after, Gujin whipped out his phone like a secret agent. Turns out he was making a highly suspicious call. Yeah, it is Kim Gujin. From the other end of the line, a super thrilled voice rang out. Alright, did that little mission wrap up smoothly? Gujin instantly fired back his answer. Yep, I just got the skeleton skill back. The old guy actually told me to hand it straight over to Isaac. Meanwhile, as Yongwan was looking at the newspaper, Secretary Kim's voice suddenly echoed through the room. I will contact you later. I need to report this to the director right now. Yes, thanks for your hard work. The very next second, Yongwan curiously asked, was that Kim Gujin? Hanging up the phone, she quickly hit him with the update. Yes, sir. He successfully delivered the skill book to Isaac. He also nervously asked how his life is going to play out from here on. Hearing this, Yongwan calmly acted like an evil mastermind. He is definitely a sharp kid. Thanks to Isaac showing up, he is probably terrified that his own position is crumbling away. The massive newspaper headline clearly showed the Phoenix Guild officially promised full, unrestricted support to Isaac. His tone was completely dripping with scheming arrogance. Well, the kid worked pretty hard, so let us just throw him a bone. Let him debut in a 3-story dungeon. A basic C rank is totally enough. Just toss him in with the rookie squad, give him decent backup, and he will happily waltz right into it. If not, we will just dangle another shiny carrot in front of him. Then, bam, we cut to the Phoenix Guild base where Jae-hong's super curious voice chimed in. So what exactly is his name? Minho instantly fired back, it is Kim Gujin. Without even a single second of thought, she started completely roasting him. Just hearing the name Kim Gujin makes me think of some pathetic, super weak little loser. In a flash, he totally shot down Jae-hong's wild assumptions. Actually, the rumors say his abilities are seriously not bad at all. He cleared a few nasty dungeons just to get officially recruited by Sir Yong-wan, you know. But Jae-hong of the Phoenix Guild instantly rejected that logic. If his actual skills were really that amazing, why would he not just clear dungeons by himself? That is exactly why we are forced to babysit him through this basic 3-story dungeon. You and I can tell she could not stop her total tantrum. Oh my gosh, so annoying, but I bet Hong will go completely crazy. Alright, you and I are about to see some drama. Minho softly tells her to chill out because the boss gave orders, but obviously she completely ignores his advice. She literally growls, complaining that unless Park Yong-won actually becomes the big guild master, Our guild politics are a total joke right now. Whatever, I am totally jumping ship to the Salvation Guild anyway. So tell me, what exactly is Kim Gujin's aura and ability? Minho finally speaks up. His aura represents the literal dark world, and his main skill is some super creepy blood poison magic. Yeah, that sounds totally safe, right? But get this, that blood poison completely wrecks his allies too. That is exactly why our edgy boy still works totally solo. Jaeon Hong immediately yells back, wait, what, blood poison magic? He cannot even summon a cool skeleton army like certain other people? He slowly replies that outside of that nasty poison magic, literally nobody has ever seen him use any other skills. She gets even more furious. So he is completely useless and just a massive burden? That is just incredibly annoying to deal with. While she is busy throwing a massive tantrum, Gujin's ride finally rolls up to the scene. When is that annoying kid showing up anyway? Minho spots the approaching vehicle right away. There he is, she aggressively criticizes, showing up dead last as usual. But the moment she turns her head, her eyes just pop wide open in absolute shock. From her perspective, she is literally thinking, who on earth still drives around in such an ancient piece of junk? But then, she quietly admits his thrifty spirit is actually kind of respectable, so she decides to completely let it slide. That weird flex leaves Minho totally speechless. Talk about being stingy. Suddenly, the system pops up, hunt 1,000 monsters to advance to the next floor. Reading this, Gujin just thinks to himself, a 3-floor dungeon, but they still give tutorials for C rank? Park Young-won cares too much, so he has no choice, even though this feels like a massive waste of time. Jaeon Hong yells out loudly, hey, you said this is your first time clearing a 3-floor dungeon, right? Well, there is absolutely nothing you can even do here. She drops her voice into a totally dark threat, so shut your mouth and follow my orders. Otherwise, bird or mouse, I will gladly crush them all myself. Let us catch a few monsters first, just to see what kind of power you are actually hiding. Completely ignoring her toxic attitude, Gujin casually asks how many monsters he needs to catch. His ice-cold calmness honestly just makes her want to punch something. Just look at this kid actually talking back to her face. Realistically speaking, do you even think you can pull this off? Just keep fighting until you literally collapse. Gujin smoothly replies back, I just need a little bit of time to prepare. The very next second, she just spins around and mutters, whatever, just do whatever the heck you want then. Her super obvious discrimination just makes him smirk internally. Truly fascinating. The next morning at Si-chan's office, Gina finally breaks the silence to speak up. I heard Kim Gujin actually entered another dungeon again. Yep, another one totally packed with ghosts. This insanely relaxed attitude from her makes him snap and say, hey Gina, seriously. Stop slacking off around here and go focus on leveling up already. Hearing this nagging, Gina just lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. I really do not want to. Honestly, without that guy around, I can finally just kick back and relax. Do you have any idea how completely exhausting tagging along with him is? Se-chan instantly fires back. Do not you always complain when you lack a decent teammate? Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive breaking news alert blows up on his phone. Seeing this panic, Gina quickly grabs her phone to check it out. Looks like Ju just got the exact same terrifying alert. Right on the screen, big red letters flash clearly. Emergency notification. Dungeon Damage Management Room. At 1633, a completely unidentified monster somehow managed to break out of a dungeon in the nearby area. Multiple buildings have completely collapsed into rubble, and the massive damage is literally still ongoing. So all citizens should evacuate immediately. Reading this crazy alert, he asks out loud, where exactly is this dungeon located? Are disasters like this honestly still happening these days? The last breakout was literally years ago, and the Salvation Guild handles that stuff. Before Gina can even finish, Se-chan gnashes his teeth, wildly gesturing at the absolute idiot. And that is when he finally realizes he totally messed up his words. Now you and I know this is bad. In a flash, he turns to check Ju's reaction. She just sits dead silent at her desk, her hand gripping that phone painfully tight. Suddenly, a super dark memory from her old high school days flashes violently right through her mind. Sitting in class, Ju is just resting her chin looking bored, her name tag stuck to the desk. Suddenly, all her classmates practically throw the windows open to look outside. An absolutely deafening boom from far away grabs every student's attention. Turns out, the massive high-rise building right across from their school just literally exploded into flames. This horrific scene instantly burns into Ju's eyes, sending her into a state of absolute uncontrollable panic. Completely unable to hold it back, she lets out a totally agonizing, gut-wrenching scream. Snapping back to reality, Ju is still just blankly staring at the tragic news alert. A second later, she just shoots up from her chair. I am stepping out for a bit. Leaving her computer screen glowing bright, Ju rushes out the door in a panic. On her desk, a framed photo of her and Jisoo just sits there. The loud slam of the door instantly makes Gina grab her head in pure heavy guilt. Se-chan frustratedly scolds the clueless guy. Dude, when she is literally sitting right here, you really need to watch your loud mouth. He completely stammers. Man, I honestly had no idea. But wait, did not you mention before that you knew her dad? What kind of person was he exactly? Suddenly, he gets super quiet at that question. Stick around, guys, because the ghosts of the past are about to resurface big time. Alright, buckle up. Se-chan leans in, super suspicious. You actually made that choice? We surviving this? Jin just flashes a reckless winning smile. Dude, saying there is zero risk is a straight-up lie, he says. But what else can we even do? This country is literally where our family lives, right? So we just have to eat the risk and go all in, obviously. I have to build a world where my little girl can just walk to school totally safely. But yeah, those wholesome vibes do not last. Si-chan's completely pale face screams that reality is actually incredibly brutal. He remembers Jin Woo passing away so quietly. Honestly, the guy was a total fool, completely addicted to doing the absolute hardest work and spoiling his daughter. Inside the dungeon, Jian Hong stands like an absolute boss on top of a crushed orc demon. She totally figures that since it is a C-rank dungeon, there is no way any monsters here will actually be a real headache. At this insane pace, she will breeze through the second floor tomorrow with zero issues. But then Minho suddenly he comes absolutely sprinting over in a complete panic. Captain, you gotta come see the absolute mess Kim Woo-jin just caused. Just hearing Woo-jin's name makes her roll her eyes extremely hard. Why are you freaking out? Did the guy beg for prep time and still fail to catch a single monster? She asks, as Minho just panics even harder. No, that is not it at all. He definitely did something crazy out there. Look, just get over here and see this for yourself, okay? Jaeon Hong is incredibly suspicious. Like, why the drama? She tells him to lead the way, but once she gets there, her eyes fly completely wide open. What in the world? He said he needed extra time just to set up these incredibly basic traps. Well, A for effort, I guess. But seriously, these traps are barely gonna scratch a monster. No way they actually deal any kind of serious heavy damage. What on earth is Kim Woo-jin actually thinking? Up in a high tree, Jeon Hong and Minho are chillin', watching his entire absolutely wild setup unfold. And then Woo-jin literally feels it happening. Right on cue, an orc demon steps perfectly into his sketchy little trap. The very next second, his hidden weapons totally pop off. The monster immediately takes a hit and starts screaming its lungs out in pure agony. Even so, Jeon Hong mentally roasts him. Is this complete idiot literally begging to get himself killed or what? How are these incredibly basic traps supposed to hold up if a massive horde of monsters swarms him? Minho stops her from jumping in. Wait, Captain, Kim Woo-jin probably has a solid plan. That just makes her snap. Does he look like a guy with a plan? If Kim Woo-jin dies here, how is Park Young-won going to deal with us? Minho simply points over and says, just look right over there. Following his pointing finger, a whole squad of orc demons gets lured straight into Woo-jin's trap. This completely insane scene makes Jeon Hong visibly stress out. Holy crap, how did that many monsters show up so incredibly fast? It is way too late to jump down and save him now. But totally wrecking her expectations, Woo-jin just smirks with absolute confidence. In a literal flash, he channels his energy and unleashes his raw power. Then the Emissary of the Underworld skill activates. The blood mist totally drops, and the demons instantly get hit by blood poison. Woo-jin's toxic smoke spreads absolutely everywhere. The demons take one breath, their jaws drop, and in a single second, they hit the dirt and are completely wiped out. Jaeon Hong's face is pure, unfiltered panic. He hid blood poison arts inside a blood mist? You can actually weaponize poison like that? We are totally fanboying with Minho right now. This is literally the most unique battle I have ever witnessed. But then, he turns totally pale, realizing something insane. Wait, did this crazy kid just figure out how to nuke 100 monsters all at once? She stays quiet, just thinking to herself, wow, Kim Woo-jin is actually impressive. Jaeon Hong's eyes are practically glowing. No wonder Park Young-won loves this kid. She has to recruit him immediately. Down below, Woo-jin casually whips out a bottle to collect the toxic mist. Strolling through the absolute mountain of crushed demons, he notes that the blood mist skill definitely burns way more blood poison than he expected. The Emissary of the Underworld is seriously applauding your insane skills right now. Your blood mist skill literally just leveled up. The Emissary's blood drain skill activates immediately, perfectly restoring his stamina on the fly. Woo-jin mentally high-fives himself. Thank goodness for blood drain, because now every single time he spams that skill, he gets a massive refill. Seeing this, Hong quickly gives an order. Hey you, go find Kim Woo-jin immediately and deliver my message. Minho is totally confused. Wait, like right now? What message? Hearing that, she snaps right back. What else could I possibly say? We literally just watched his unbelievably epic fight. Am I supposed to tell him he failed? No way, that kid completely smashed the test. A little while later, Jaeon Hong walks right up to Woo-jin. Look, Kim Woo-jin, my bad for totally underestimating you. You are insanely good. I have literally never seen anyone use the blood poison skill that perfectly. If we actually team up, we will not just graduate the 3rd floor. We are going to completely conquer this whole dungeon. So seriously, you need to join my team. Without missing his 10 million won. That is my poison usage fee, he claims. Can you believe this guy? She instantly explodes. What? A usage fee? He just smoothly explains, hey, my blood poison is basically a completely limited edition premium item. If I am burning my own personal items to clear this dungeon, obviously the squad needs to cover the cost at my completely ridiculous rate, right? Let's kick this off, guys. Plus, blood is literally collateral, so paying that much is completely justified. Hong's voice echoes, absolutely dripping with pure rage. Yeah, I admit it. If someone hands over blood that's precious like liquid gold, obviously we have to pay up. She is fuming. She throws a hand up. Fine, 3 million. And our guy Woo-jin just calmly mutters, wow, the absolute disrespect in this haggling. Fine, I will drop it by 100,000. 9.9 million. Hong instantly snaps back, screaming, great, then I will be super generous and bump it up to 3.1. He does not back down at all. 9.8. Refusing to take the loss, she shoots right back. 3.2 million. Minho is just watching this absolute circus, thinking, okay, our commander being cheap is totally normal, but why is this Kim Woo-jin guy so insanely petty too? Woo-jin keeps pushing it. 9.7. Hong loses her mind, screaming, 3.3. Next morning, boom, a massive sound echoes straight through the dungeon. The system suddenly chimes in, announcing they just bagged a black stealth demon. Watching them work, Gujin has to admit it. The Firebird Guild, they are seriously trained. Their teamwork is honestly way smoother than he ever expected. Hong completely calculated this. She figured out their hunting speed skyrockets if they actually use the poison right. You gotta respect it. Her leadership is totally top tier. High up in the trees, Hong is just aggressively screeching. Hey, are you still being cheap with that poison? Fine, I will buy it for 7.3 million. Hearing that, Wu Jin suddenly connects the dots. Wait, is her crazy good leadership literally just motivated by her absolutely ridiculous obsession with saving money? Time to move to the next floor. The system drops a brutal warning, 6 days to survive. Completely dropping her greedy attitude, Hong gets dead serious. This is the final stretch, guys. You all know survival missions are absolutely crawling with monsters, so do not mess around. We need to be insanely careful. We just have to survive these 6 days. Make sure you all push hard and actually level up. Plus, thanks to a certain unexpected major expense, we literally have to grind for extra loot while we are stuck in here. The absolute second she says that, her entire squad collectively thinks, wow, so incredibly cheap. But pushing through the cringe, Minho speaks up with a solid plan. Commander, we will go scout ahead, figure out exactly how many monsters are out there, and just map out the whole surrounding area while we are at it. Hong immediately gives the green light. Alright, just watch your backs. A second later, the rustling sound of the entire crew splitting up echoes everywhere. The scouts are jumping through the canopy, scanning literally every single corner of this dense forest, but after turning up completely empty, they quickly dash off to another spot. On the flip side, the other guys are finding absolutely zero monsters. This forest is way too quiet. The creepy silence really gets Minho stressing out over the vibe. Something is massively wrong here. It is literally a survival mission, so where are all the enemies? Plus, the actual size of this dungeon feels incredibly tiny. Okay, pay attention to this pivot. Suddenly, he yells out to the crew, hold up, everyone fall back and regroup right now. One of the guys randomly stumbles across this absolutely massive footprint. I have literally zero idea what made this, but looking at the sheer size, there is no way in hell this belongs to your average everyday mob. Minho starts putting the terrifying pieces together. Wait, do not tell me this survival mission isn't about fighting off massive hordes of weak monsters. What if we just have to survive being hunted by one insane boss monster for 6 straight days? His teammate totally freaks out, screaming, "A lone survivor scenario?" Without missing a beat, Minho screams right back at him. This is completely unhinged. This specific kind of mission is infinitely worse than a standard siege. The survival rate is basically 0 if we mess up. We need to warn the commander immediately. But check this out, the exact second those two run off, a super creepy cave just magically appears right next to that giant footprint. Yeah, exactly what you were thinking. Deep inside that darkness, a pair of incredibly savage eyes just snaps open. Cut back to Hong, speaking way too calmly. So you are telling me this is a pure hunted-style survival run? Minho nods frantically. Yeah, plus the entire layout of this dungeon is super weird. The actual map is insanely tiny compared to regular spots. Honestly, it is shaped just like an island perfectly trapped by massive dead-end cliffs. He starts frantically drawing a map in the dirt. If we end up running for our lives, we absolutely cannot get backed into those sheer cliffs. Hearing this, Hong just zones out into hardcore planning mode. They literally have Wu Jin's toxic blood on hand, so theoretically, hunting this boss should be a breeze. But to make sure her entire squad actually makes it out alive, they definitely need to dodge a full-blown war. Making the call, she yells out to the crew. We have zero idea what kind of absolute nightmare this boss is, so our main priority is dodging it completely. We are putting literally everything we have into just surviving this. The exact moment those words leave her mouth, a deafening crash suddenly explodes in the distance. Hong instantly whips her head around. Even Wu Jin stops and completely locks onto the noise, because out of nowhere, this massive white beast just casually drops in. The whole team completely loses their minds, screaming in absolute panic. A white beast? They are literally staring in total disbelief. Minho is fully freaking out. Why the heck is that insane monster spawning in a C-rank zone? But Hong snaps back into commander mode in a split second. Everybody scatter right now. Before they even move, she is already drawing her bow, aiming dead at the creature. Boom. Her arrow launches forward like a literal lightning bolt, but this crazy white beast doesn't even care, just violently roaring as it charges straight ahead. She pins it with 5 arrows at the exact same time. At first, the damage looks like absolutely nothing to this tank. But within seconds, that wild poison from the arrowheads violently spreads through its entire body. Hong fiercely locks her eyes onto the struggling beast. Let me tell you a secret. No matter how ridiculously overpowered its healing factor is, taking a pure hit of Wu Jin's poison, yeah, it is absolutely game over. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. The second she finishes speaking, that crazy white furball just shakes off the arrows. Zero hesitation, the thing aggressively charges right at Jaeon Hong like it is totally furious. While she is running for her life from this psycho weasel, our captain is seriously wondering just how much damage Kim Gujin's poison is actually going to do to this beast. Was the dose of poison way too small? Like, she clearly saw that nasty stuff spreading right where the arrow originally hit the target. This wild game of tag quickly catches Gujin's attention from up above. He is sitting there wondering, wow, Jaeon Hong is really trying her absolute best as the team captain, huh? Should he actually step in and help out? After all, this entire dungeon is basically his personal stage to show off his true value to Park Young-won. A bit later, the squad finally ditches the beast and takes cover under this massive ancient tree. The very next second, Hong whips out a whistle in a total panic. Right after blowing it, she yells out, "Is everyone safe and sound right now? Did anybody get hurt?" The rest of the crew answers back in perfect unison. Nope, the whole squad is completely fine. Hong suddenly realizes something though. Oh, thank goodness. Wait a minute, where is Kim Gujin? Gujin's super chill voice just echoes out. "I am right here. What is up?" Without missing a single beat, she tells him, "We are probably going to need to increase the dose of that blood poison we agreed on. Are you cool with that?" He instantly fires back, "Yeah, I am down to help, but I have one condition. Let us chat over there for a second." Looking totally suspicious, Hong starts questioning his whole vibe. "Please do not tell me you are using this to jack up your price." Hearing that, Gujin shuts it down instantly. Not at all. From a distance, Minho is super curious. What the heck are those two talking about over there? Meanwhile, back with Hong, she is stuttering a bit. But honestly, reading her worried mind like an open book, Gujin totally gets serious. "This involves literally everyone's lives here, so I know making this choice is not exactly a walk in the park for you. I will fully back you up even if you totally ignore my battle plan. But look at us right now. Whether we try to hunt that thing down or just run away, at least 4 people are definitely getting hurt today." The second he finishes dropping facts, he focuses insane power right into his fingertips. In just a flash, a super sharp arrow forms straight out of his bare hand. The awesome blood aura skill of the Hell Messenger is officially activated. He calmly drops the bomb. "I basically condensed my own blood to make this bad boy. Using this is way better than dipping normal arrows in poison." After thinking about it, Hong totally glares at him. "You better remember this. If my teammates die because of your crazy plan, I am going to end you." Gripping that bag of creepy blood arrows, she spins around to address the crew. "All right, we are going over the battle plan right now." A little while later, Kim Bum and Chanung are totally hyped up and ready to fight. Suddenly, Kim Bum starts sweating buckets out of nowhere. Are we seriously sure doing it this way is okay? Even though Chanung is absolutely terrified too, he tries to play it cool. "Hey, the captain said to dodge and not fight it head on. If we actually want to boost our survival chances, there is literally no other choice here. Just trust the boss this one time." And right on cue, that psycho white monster finds them exactly like they wanted. Talk about crazy timing. Both of them scream out at the exact same time, "Let us do this." The tough warrior's provoke skill activates instantly. The second that beast spots Kim Bum and Chanung, it absolutely loses its mind and lunges right at them. But they are not letting it get closer. The rest of the squad quickly unleashes their moves. The smokescreen skill of the Knowledge Spring Manager is fired off, covering everything in a total haze. A second later, they pull a total 180 and run away exactly as planned. Go, go, move before that stupid jerk sees us. Watching from up high, Gujin is chilling like a villain. Time to get ready, guys. Honestly though, Hong still does not fully trust this dude at all. She looks super skeptical. "Wait, you are using a smokescreen? Do you not realize this stupid weasel actually has fire resistance?" Gujin just smirks and replies, "Obviously I know that. I am definitely not using the smokescreen to do actual damage to it. I am literally just using this thing to blind the heck out of it. We literally just need to stall long enough so everyone can land a few solid scratches on its body." While he is busy explaining his genius, Hong spots the perfect opening. "This is it, guys." She instantly draws back her bow and fires that arrow. Her arrows slice right through the thick smoke, stabbing straight into that crazy white monster. Minho watches this and is totally hyped. Man, she is the captain for a reason. Its old wounds are not even healed, and boom, she lands another flawless shot. Seeing the epic hit, Hong is literally glowing with pride. Absolutely flawless shot. Gujin quietly praises her in his own head. Okay, her combat skills are really not too bad at all. Here is where you and I see the real magic. That blood aura arrowhead melts straight into the open wound and gets totally absorbed. So even if that stupid thing heals the scratch, it cannot stop the deadly poison anymore. Meanwhile, Kim Bum and Chanung are still down there playing defense. The tough warrior's provoke skill is popping off again, and the rest of the awesome squad is doing the exact same thing. The Knowledge Spring Manager hits another epic smokescreen. Off the side, Minho and another teammate are just blasting the white beast, trying to completely shatter its focus during the chaos. Everything is playing out exactly like the script, and our boy Gujin is extremely satisfied. This totally brainless weasel, by the time it finally figures out it is taking the exact same hits over and over again, it is basically game over. Before he even finishes that thought, the blood poison totally takes over the beast's entire body. Stick around with me, guys. The giant monster totally crashes down with a massive epic thud. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. The system flashes. White Weasel Hunter achievement unlocked. Jaeon Hong's eyes are practically sparkling with pure shock. Did we seriously just pull that off without a single scratch? Yup, the notification says it all. White Weasel Hunter achievement secured. The Messenger of Hell literally hands over a piece of its power. Boom. Blood aura skill leveled up just like that. Gujin's insane brain and crazy strength have Jaeon Hong totally baffled. She's staring at him thinking, what exactly are you? Meanwhile, he's totally chilling. He brushes it off. Save the chatter for outside. Oh, and by the way, your team used my blood poison 217 times. You better pay up once we leave. Jaeon Hong's face goes totally blank at that terrifying bill. Wait, what? She can hardly believe they actually cleared the dungeon. cut over to Yongwan. The guy is aggressively tapping his desk like a madman. A second later, he drops his voice, asking the real questions. Are you seriously saying you'll compensate us for this mess? Obviously, nothing buys back the lives of the guild members we lost today, but hey, go ahead and make your pitch. Nami does not even answer him. She just sinks straight into deep thought. Right at this exact moment, over at the Phoenix Guild press conference, reporters are desperately waving their hands. Finally, one eager journalist jumps up to speak. Rumor has it the 3-floor C-plus dungeon suddenly spawned a wild white weasel. How on earth did your whole squad clear a survival mission without a single person taking damage? Jaeon Hong does not miss a beat and calmly answers. She claims this epic result happened because every single team member perfectly did their job. But she drops a major bomb. If they did not have Kim Gujin and his blood poison skill, this entire raid would have totally failed. Hearing that spicy detail, the reporters completely lose their minds. Wait, so you are telling us your team used blood poison to catch that white weasel? Who the heck is Kim Gujin? Miss Jane Hong, please give us just a little more time. In a flash, Gujin's name blows up across every major headline. Using poison to hunt monsters? This crazy hunter just invented a totally new way to raid. Phoenix Guild's newest young ace, Kim Gujin, rocking blood poison as his main weapon. Meanwhile, down in the parking lot, we hear his voice ring out. Yep, Kim Gujin speaking. So how is that proposal looking? On the other end of the line, Seichin gives him a quick update. He admits he purposefully leaked the secret intel to Park Yongwan about Isaac wanting to raid the deadly Forest of Souls. We have to wait and see how that actually plays out. After a 2-second pause, he anxiously asks the burning question. Now you and I might be wondering the same thing here. Is this seriously a good idea? Why use a Russian foreigner's identity to raid an American dungeon? Gujin slowly breaks it down for him. If I wanted to go in as someone other than Isaac, I would not need to use Park Yongwan at all. Realizing this guy is way too confident in his wild master plan, Si-chan immediately fires back a warning. But you already know this, man. Even the Messiah Guild has only managed to enter American dungeons a few times. America right now does not need anyone's help. Ever since the world flipped upside down, all the heavy hitter players rushed straight to the States. With things looking like this, getting into that dungeon is going to be insanely difficult. Still, Gujin stays cool as ice, saying he already knows that. Right as he says that, he catches the sound of footsteps echoing through the parking garage. What a wild coincidence. It is Nami and her assistant walking in. Sechin's voice continues, noting that Park Yongwan currently has Naomi's spell totally backed into a corner. Honestly, I think the Frontier Guild will approve it no matter what happens. However, I have no clue if the third faction allied with the Frontier Guild will even allow an outsider to crash their party. Hearing this, Gujin totally catches the main point. Are you talking about the Great One Guild? He confidently confirms it in his own head. Gujin has no idea how the Great One Guild will react, but the big picture is definitely going to swing in his favor. No matter what, that door is going to swing wide open. Slapping over to Yongwan, he angrily smashes the dungeon report down onto his desk. Then Yongwan gets dead serious, demanding to know if the details in this insane report are actually correct. Secretary Kim quickly answers him. Every single player involved in the raid has already confirmed it, sir. The contents of this report are completely 100% true. That answer instantly throws him into deep thought. He has not even debuted properly, and he already hunted a white weasel? She keeps going, dropping another bomb. Even though Jeon Hong was the commander, Kim Gujin was the actual mastermind behind the strategy. Yongwan asks in total confusion. With Jeon Hong's notoriously nasty temper, she actually listened to him? Without hiding a single thing, Secretary Kim replies in a flat tone. Yes, and the wildest part is she actually paid Kim Gujin extra cash, an extra fee specifically just for using his crazy blood poison. After hearing the whole crazy story, he smirks like he is absolutely hooked. Listen, I knew that kid was not simple from day one, but I never expected him to be this wild. This guy is actually pretty fun, right? If I knew, I would have hyped him up way sooner. It is definitely not too late to start treating him like VIP now, is it? Weighing his options, Yongwan demands to know exactly where Kim Gujin is. She quickly replies that he just arrived and is heading up right now. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears, he mutters. Boom, we jump straight over to the Great One Guild study room for our next scene. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the drama, Carrie's voice echoed out. Even if our Great One Guild teams up, we literally cannot clear the Forest of Souls. And now this Russian guy, Isaac Ivanov, says he wants to clear this exact dungeon? Cry Rana, the Great One Guild master, asked for opinions. Hearing this nonsense, David immediately lost his mind and started shouting. Are we seriously handing over a dungeon that all our top national guilds completely failed to clear to some random foreign guy? This is absolute garbage. It completely destroys our national pride right now. Harry quickly jumped in to back him up on this. Who knows what the heck those Vanguard Guild guys are thinking, agreeing to this garbage so fast. Look, even though the government is asking for our opinion, I think we absolutely need to protest this whole mess. Hasn't the government been constantly rejecting our own requests to retry it? Ignoring their massive whining, Cry calmly spoke up. Why are all of you getting so triggered right now? The whole reason those boring government suits blocked our retry from the very start wasn't because they doubted our epic fighting skills, but rather, weren't they just totally terrified of the massive casualties our national guilds would take during the raid? Honestly, this situation is totally perfect. We can easily use this guy as a giant excuse to finally get the government's official approval. And honestly, we should use this chance to make a massive scene. Whether it is some random Russian nobody who just showed up out of nowhere, or some secret third-party faction, just tell every single one of them to join the raid. Her completely insane logic left one of the guild members looking totally confused. What the heck do you actually mean by that? Flashing a completely evil smirk, Cry excitedly explained, "We are going to offer a legendary reward that absolutely everyone wants for this raid, like the Ring of King Arthur." Without a single second of hesitation, David furiously slammed the table. "Absolutely not. Did you completely forget the massive price we paid just to get that item?" Already having a sneaky master plan ready, she smoothly brushed it off. "Come on, calm down. I literally just told you we are making this a huge deal. I never said I was giving it away for free." Anyway, cutting back to Gujin in his car. Inside the ride, he curiously asked a question. "What is this?" Gina slowly explained the situation. "Brosa-chan told me to hand this over to you. He said this crazy skill perfectly matches your style. It is literally the Book of the Dead or something super edgy like that. You can store your skeleton soldiers inside it. I totally told him you would not even need it, but he forced me to deliver it anyway." Hearing this ridiculous rant, Gujin just flashed a dark smirk. "No, this is actually incredibly useful. Tell the boss for me that I will absolutely put this to good use. The number of skeleton soldiers you can store in this creepy book is actually limited." Holding the instruction paper, he seriously thought about it. Gujin always knew a day would come where he would face a completely overpowered enemy in a massive war of numbers. Well, now Gujin could actually fix that massive problem using this awesome item. Right then, the paper's totally epic text popped up. "Pharaoh's power. The learning condition? You must be an emissary of hell. Level requirement is just level 1 or higher. The wild effect allows using absolutely anything dead as a sacrifice." While Gujin was deep in thought, Gina just kept annoyingly bothering him without stopping. "Hey Kim Gujin, are you even listening to me right now? I literally just asked if you can actually clear this crazy Forest of Souls dungeon. Two of the top 5 biggest guilds in the entire world, the Vanguard and Great One guilds, actually teamed up for that dungeon and still completely failed. Plus it is called the Forest of Souls, so annoying undead monsters will definitely appear. Is that not a massive disadvantage for your skills? Because you literally cannot use undead monsters as sacrifices to summon your skeleton army." With a completely unbothered expression, Gujin just pointed right at his face and coldly replied, "I already considered that stupid disadvantage. Besides, are you not the frontline meat shield dealing with the undead anyway?" Hearing this, Gina instantly started sweating bullets. "Wait, what?" The very next second, his phone started buzzing. Gujin quickly answered the call, completely ignoring his partner's absolute outrage. Kim Gujin speaking. "Do we have a final decision yet?" On the other line, Se-chan replied that the US government finally agreed, but a really annoying problem just popped up. Totally confused, he asked. "What kind of problem?" In a flash, the boss explained that it looks like we are not the only ones going in. Right now, literally any guild that wants a piece of the action can join this raid. And one more wild thing, whichever guild contributes the most will receive a legendary tier item as a reward. Hearing this insane news, Gujin started calculating his next move. Are they actually doing this because they are completely confident the item will just fall right back into their own guild's hands anyway? What is the item anyway? Se-chan dropped the bomb. The Ring of King Arthur. Guys, you and I both know this news is about to break the internet instantly. The brutal Forest of Souls, a completely nightmare dungeon that even the US completely failed to conquer. The massive chance to conquer that gate has finally opened. Isaac Ivanov will absolutely clear the Forest of Souls, fully backed by the legendary Park Yong-won. The Great One Guild has officially offered the Ring of King Arthur as the ultimate reward. The Savior Guild also dramatically announced their participation. It is the Forest of Souls, a massive war of pride between the biggest guilds. Who is actually going to become the master of King Arthur's ring? That exact same night, Gujin and Gina's private flight took off into the dark sky. They quickly touched down in San Francisco, totally ready for chaos. Bright and early the next morning, Gujin and Gina were chilling in the Makos Guild waiting room. Inside, Gina was loudly chewing his food, looking incredibly curious. "Alright, are you and I seeing this? The Great One Guild totally wants to trash this dungeon. If not, why even gamble King Arthur's ring on this?" Across the way, Gujin coolly fires back. "Nah, they're just trying to trigger us right now. These arrogant guys actually think the shiny loot is already theirs. Classic overconfidence." Hearing this galaxy brain take, his buddy straight up busts a gut laughing. "So they literally think you're a total nobody?" While Gina is busy mocking him, Gujin starts crunching the numbers. No way. The Great One Guild doesn't just casually sleep on their enemies like total rookies. And they definitely aren't completely brainless idiots who pick fights for zero reason. Obviously, they are packing some crazy secret weapon. He absolutely needs to dig up the actual source of that cocky attitude. Night hits the Great One Guild base. Harry slowly confirms that Captain Ellis Han and the whole squad just breached the dungeon limits. But is flexing like this actually smart? Not that anyone doubts Ellis's insane combat skills. Still, gambling King Arthur's literal ring is a massive, super risky flex. The Guildmaster's wild choice has everyone whispering behind his back. But Carrie, zero stress whatsoever. "You guys clearly missed the memo. I said we put up King Arthur's ring as the prize, right? But I never said we wouldn't use the actual ring first." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, things get super pitch black. All the rival guilds gather up. Ellis announces, "Looks like everyone finally showed. I'm Ellis Hayton from the Great One Guild. Before we wreck this dungeon, let's lay down some totally boring ground rules. 2 seconds later, Gina completely loses his mind. What agreement? Forget peaceful teamwork. Let's just brawl. Gujin calmly shoots him down. Every floor cleared tracks who did the most damage. We actually have to prioritize our monster kills, dude. Honestly, this just scrambles his brain more. Merit rankings? Bro, just smash everything moving. What's this teamwork garbage? What's your big plan anyway? Just scouting the first floor like we said? After a long look, he slowly admits the race is officially on, and the ultimate trump cards are dropping. The Great One Guild included, obviously. Boom, system notification pops for the Shadow Realm rep. Pharaoh's dark power is fully unleashed. You can totally use raw monsters as sacrifices. A wild skeleton warrior spawns off in the distance. Other players start panicking. They're rushing the spawn point. What do we do? Elis smirks proudly. If these scrubs are speeding ahead, we definitely can't just chill here. System chimes again. You equipped King Arthur's ring. You equipped Merlin's staff. Thanks to that legendary staff, your magic stats just went completely through the roof. The hidden Arthurian legend condition has officially been locked and loaded. The set effect of King Arthur's legend is live. This ring completely buffs the entire round table squad. In a flash, her energy levels completely max out. Gujin's sneaky skeleton warrior spots this absolute madness from the shadows. Fully charged up, Ellis drops the hammer. Why wait around for the second floor anyway? Let's flex on them right now. Time to show these losers who truly rules this dungeon. Watching this insane flex, Gujin silently figures it out. So this is their big secret? No wonder Henry was acting smug. Just like I thought, they abused King Arthur's ring. But honestly, nobody guessed Ellis was secretly rocking Merlin's staff too. Merlin's staff is this crazy legendary item tied to Parson He, the guy who commanded the actual Knights of the Round Table. But here's the kicker. She didn't even own it originally. You and I both know the truth. The item actually moved from Elis to Parson He. The Savior and Great One guilds are definitely scheming together. Snagging it before the handoff would be absolutely massive. That's way smarter than just blindly rushing the Savior guild like an idiot. Seeing Gujin totally zoning out, Gina aggressively snaps him back. Yo, are you even listening? Still analyzing stats on floor 1. The next second, Gujin instantly pivots the entire master plan. Muttering to himself, Gujin coldly declares they absolutely cannot let Great One steal the spotlight anymore. They have both legendary artifacts, so it's total war from here. A blazing campfire suddenly lights up the super creepy forest. Heavy footsteps echo from the dark. Surprise, it's Ellis casting some ridiculously flashy magic. The listener skill activates, summoning a literal fire spirit. Blazing infernos instantly trap the clueless monsters. Bam, they get completely deleted by her flames. Joe stands by, looking totally fanboyish. Too overpowered. This easily clears floor 4, let alone 3. Right on cue, a weird sound interrupts him. John let out a sudden gasp. Isaac Ivanov just politely nodded hello. John's face was pure shock. They finally met. Meanwhile, Ellis was literally a walking question mark. Weren't they supposed to be winning? Stick with me, it gets wild. Right then, the system alarm blared. Skill of the underworld representative activated. The insane power of the Pharaoh was unleashed. Unprocessed monsters can now be used as sacrifices. Bam, the skeleton warriors have been officially summoned. Seeing this absolute disrespect, John totally lost his mind and yelled, "Is this jerk seriously ordering those bony goons to steal our kills?" Ellis quickly threw her arm out. "Hey, chill out. Do not fall for his stupid little provocation trap. What is our score?" The screen flashed. First place Great One 1502, Salvation 1134, Frontier 1131, Moko's 753. Seeing that sweet score, John smirked. We are still totally dominating. Nothing to sweat about. This Isaac dude is totally basic. Those rumors were pure garbage anyway. Still, Ellis stayed on high alert. Let us maintain this fast pace and hit the next zone right now. Totally ignoring her little plan, Gujin smirked to himself. Speed means absolutely nothing here. Pure hunting skills easily beat running fast, especially since those losers lack the insane weapons we have. Hearing his crazy strategy, Gina furiously ground her teeth together. Making me a meat shield again? Gujin smirked, provoking her. We are the only guild using this trick. Because of you. Are you scared? Just as expected, that cheap trick worked flawlessly. Who would back down? Fine, let us do this crazy plan. You would be totally dead without me, but you better buy me an epic meal after we clear this. As Gina stormed off, he smirked. Perfect. Time to crank up our hunting speed. Boom, the skeleton knights were summoned. The news blew up everywhere. Frontier Guild dropped a wild $2 million bet on clearing the Forest of Death. The Salvation Guild's rare items practically became his personal high-stakes betting chessboard inside the Forest of Death. Back in the office, Se-chan was hyped. With all this crazy media attention, other guilds are throwing down bets too. It is a game of winners and losers anyway. Who knows what will happen? Secretary, what are Isaac's current odds? Jisoo quickly answered. They shot up 3.28 times. Also, boss, look at this. Great One just leaked Illis's epic dungeon items. Hearing that spicy news, he leaned in completely curious. What kind of items? Totally predicting his hype, she smirked. King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. That insane flex instantly sent shockwaves right through him. He screamed, "What?" Using overpowered items in a basic dungeon like this. Do they think they are raiding some crazy 5 or 6 floor boss zone? Hold up, those two form a complete set piece. The next second, Se-chan was screaming his lungs out. Secretary, cancel my entire bet. Jisoo stayed completely deadpan. Too late, bets are totally locked in. In a flash, he finally realized the dirty little scheme Great One pulled. Great One. Can those absolute scumbags ever play fair for once in their lives? He started praying to literally every god out there. Sweating buckets, she just sighed. In this crazy world, only cold hard cash is reliable. Rankings dropped. First place Mokos, 5,704. Second place Great One, 5,690. Salvation, 4,908. Frontier, 4,605. Seeing those ridiculous numbers, Ellis ground her teeth in pure anger. How the heck did those losers pass them? Was it their gear? Literally nothing beats the overpowered combo of King Arthur's ring and Merlin's magic staff. Looking up from way across the room, Gujin caught her shooting him a highly suspicious glare. Elis marched right over. Impressive stuff. What is your secret? Gujin hit her with fake humbleness. Oh, it was purely just good luck. That instantly pissed her off. This Kagin stayed quiet, just smirking inside his own head. It was all thanks to Lena and her immortal body. Raw power means nothing if you cannot gather monsters efficiently. Running between zones just wastes time. All they had to do was bait fresh monster swarms straight into our active battle zone. Because of that brilliant trick, we just focus on pure combat. Man, beating them like this must seriously be destroying their fragile egos. Gujin smirked confidently. By the way, why not just hand King Arthur's ring over to me right now? Ellis was completely blindsided. What? Gujin just casually shrugged. We are basically done clearing this dungeon anyway. Handing it over early changes nothing. Plus, doing it now means we can actually help your Great One Guild cut back on your embarrassing losses. She fired right back. Awfully confident, aren't we? Gujin practically radiated pure smugness. Overpowered items totally belong to the strongest players. That is the only logical way to boost our dungeon clear rates, right? Ellis was not having it and snapped back. Are you seriously implying that you are stronger than me? Gujin kept his cool. I am just saying if a way stronger player showed up, I would hand over my gear for the greater good. His smug attitude totally triggered her. You are overestimating yourself over one petty bet. Are you seeing this tension, guys? You really shouldn't be flexing this hard. Ellis snapped, spinning right on her heel to storm off. Because let us be real, you and I know the Great One Guild expects all the glory today. Watching from a distance, our sneaky guy Jay just smirks. In his head, the bloodier they fight, the better. That is the only way his Vanguard Guild gets a shot. If these top players just exhaust each other, he would absolutely love that. Cut to the action. Ellis is roasting a massive wave of monsters with blazing red fire. Her buddy John is swinging hard too. The rest of her squad is going totally wild. Honestly, Gujin running his mouth earlier completely fired up her competitive side. She is raging. Her magic attacks are way more brutal now. Any poor monster caught lacking nearby? Yeah, they are getting deep fried in her flames instantly. The raging inferno just keeps spreading like crazy in every direction. Once they finally wipe out the monster horde, her hyped squad starts chatting. A second later, she pauses the victory lap to ask for a quick score update. Checking the stats, John completely freezes up. Captain, about that. He looks totally stressed out. Our rank has not moved up at all. In fact, the gap between us and the Makoas Guild is literally getting worse. Ellis instantly snaps back, completely offended. What kind of trash are you saying? Do you even know how to read the screen? But then her own eyes bug out. This makes zero sense. She literally just spammed every fire attack she had, so why are they losing? Suddenly, John starts yelling in complete shock and panic. The scout squad just got back. She immediately screams at them. What the heck is going on over at Isaac's side? Seriously, what kind of crazy stuff is happening over there? The scout is sweating bullets and just stammers out 50. His constant stuttering is making her lose her mind. 50 what? They already had over 10,000 points earlier. The guy looks like he just watched a straight-up horror movie. His face is totally pale. No, you do not get it. There are 50 skeleton soldiers out there, and those bone bros are hitting harder than actual pro players. Smash cut over to our boy Gujin. Skeleton summon. Total failure right here. Reading the system error, he clicks his tongue. Is my current mana pool seriously capped out already? Then a super shiny text box pops up. Skeleton enhancement. Rank a skill unlocked. It massively beefs up the power of every summoned skeleton. Higher skill rank means straight up boosting their raw strength by 50%. Plus, the maximum number of bone soldiers he can summon scales with his level. Chugging down a healing potion, Gujin mentally calculates his next wild move. He needs to spam other skills soon, so he better start hoarding that magic juice. Ding, the system announces his magic power is fully juiced up again. Without breaking a sweat, Gujin casually throws a look over his shoulder. Oh, you and I are gonna love this. An entire legion of skeleton warriors is literally kneeling behind him. Suddenly, crazy loud footsteps break the silence. It is Gina, totally out of breath and cursing up a storm. But hey, he actually pulled off his mission, kiting a massive monster swarm straight toward Gujin. Seeing his bait arrive, Gujin hits a villainous smirk. Gotta hand it to him. His timing is absolutely flawless today. He slaps on his mask and the system instantly flashes. Link established with the skeleton army. Let's go. In a split second, the badass skeleton knight charges straight into the chaos. He has literally been waiting for this exact moment. Gujin flashes the most arrogant smirk ever. Then, boom! Massive, ground-shaking explosions start rocking the area, officially kicking off this absolute bloodbath. The Envoy of Hell just dropped the insanely toxic corpse explosion skill. The skeleton knight is looking menacing as heck, totally refusing to let anyone steal its spotlight. The ugly monsters roar back, jaws wide open like they want a crunchy bone snack. But plot twist, with one single swing, the skeleton knight absolutely deletes a huge chunk of the mob. Even after that massacre, these brainless mobs just keep blindly charging forward. The corpse explosion activates again, and just like that, kaboom! A completely terrifying blast straight up vaporizes every single monster in the blast radius. Game over. Gujin and Gina watch their scoreboard points skyrocket like crazy. Floor 1 is officially cleared. After the dust settles, the final rankings are completely locked in. First place goes to macOS with over 23,000. Second is Great One breaking 20,000. Third is Salvation. And Vanguard sits in fourth. Seeing this absolute blowout, Ellis finally speaks up. Well guys, looking at this insane scoreboard, fighting over scraps is totally pointless now. Does anybody here actually object to Isaac Ivanov getting the first shot at the boss? Immediately, the rival guilds chime in. The rules are the rules, so let us just stick to them. The Salvation Guild is totally cool with it too. Meanwhile, our schemer Jay is having a total mental crisis. He never expected Ellis to take an L here. Guess it is time to draft up an evil plan B. This was definitely not on his bingo card, but Jay is absolutely not letting King Arthur's legendary ring slip through his greasy fingers. Switching gears, Ellis gives some genuine respect. I completely underestimated you out there. You earning that #1 spot? I respect it completely. Gujin shakes her hand coolly saying thanks. But before he can even flex, she cuts him right off. We still have to clear floor 2. Do not forget, if you mess this up, my guild is snatching that boss kill instantly. Teleporting straight up to floor 2. The glowing system chimes in, catch the elusive earth turtle to advance. But literally 5 seconds into this new zone, all the other guild players start whining non-stop. Are you kidding me? What is this garbage? You and I can barely see a thing through this insanely thick fog. How will they survive? Alright, strap in guys, we're hunting underground monsters. Their constant whining totally ticks Ellis off, so she just snaps. Everyone fan out and start searching right now. Absolute boss energy. Suddenly, Jackson's super sketchy voice creeps out from the thick fog. Whoa there, Ellis. Maybe relax that face of yours a little bit. You are literally terrifying me right now. She does not hold back at all. Get lost, I am absolutely not in the mood for jokes. Jackson flashes this incredibly fake smile that he probably thinks looks charming. Oh, come on now. I only came over here because I want to make a totally serious offer. Do you want to team up with us for this massive dungeon raid or what? Red One and our Vanguard crew totally used to work together back in the day. Sure, that time was a total epic fail, but don't you think we shouldn't just hand over America's precious treasure to some random Russian dude? Hearing this garbage, Ellis lowers her voice and shoots back. Team up with you? Really? What is your exact plan here? Jackson immediately starts spilling his super villainous scheme. Crazy things happen inside dungeons all the time, right? Totally unpredictable stuff. Like, imagine fighting the main boss, and suddenly a massive herd of monsters totally ambushes you from behind. Ellis immediately shouts him down. What? No matter what you say, playing dirty like that is just pathetic. Still, this guy desperately tries to win her over. Look, Ellis, you need a serious reality check. This is definitely not the time to play the moral high ground. If King Arthur's ring actually gets stolen, a simple interrogation will be the least of our problems. You know we are completely running out of time before the second floor raid starts. Acting like he totally has Ellis cornered, Jackson gives a super sleazy laugh. You better think really hard about this. Ellis lets out this incredibly tired sigh. She is just so done. Did you honestly think I would go, wow, thank you so much? Jackson gets super defensive and snaps back. Hey, so you are completely fine with just handing the ring over to that Russian dude? What exactly is your plan if that Russian guy actually beats the boss? Already seeing right through his pathetic little scheme, she totally calls him out. If my team gets the priority right to fight the boss, aren't you just going to pull that exact same dirty trick on us? Jackson stubbornly keeps pushing his luck. Well, I am definitely not denying that part. But looking at our current situation, if we just join forces, before he can even finish his sentence, Ellis completely shuts him down. I am going to pretend this conversation never happened. But seriously, if you ever try to get in our way later, I will absolutely destroy you. While these two are literally bickering, a system alert suddenly pops up. The Earth Turtle has been destroyed. Ellis throws her eyes wide open in pure shock. What the heck? Even Jackson is completely losing his mind. You have successfully cleared the second floor. Over with Gujin's crew, that giant Earth Turtle got completely wiped out in seconds. Meanwhile, Gina is over there panting like an absolute dog. He literally cannot take it anymore and collapses straight onto the dirt. Seeing this pathetic display, Gujin casually checks in. Hey, you good? Gina totally snaps back at him. My ribs are literally about to shatter into pieces. Right after that, he just starts screaming. Would you be fine if you were me? Damn it, only a total legend like me could even survive this absolute nightmare. Seriously, any other guy would have died like 100 times already. 100 times. Then the magic system interface flashes up. Blessing of the River Stick skill has been fully activated. Your physical stamina has been completely restored. Epic gamer moment right there. Chewing his food aggressively to get his energy back, Gina starts complaining again. Thanks to raiding with you, my River Stick's blessing skill totally leveled up 3 whole times. Do you have any idea how much I had to suffer to jump 3 whole levels at once? Why exactly are you rushing like a madman anyway? Don't we already have the absolute priority right for this dungeon boss? With the most chill tone ever, Gujin simply replies, because giving our enemies the free time and luxury to set up their little traps is just a massive waste. Moving on down, you and I have officially reached floor 3, but suddenly this crazy dangerous aura just smashes right into them out of absolutely nowhere. Right as the other guilds step onto the 3rd floor, a super creepy pair of eyes flashes in the distance. The other members are totally freaking out right now. What in the world is going on? Who actually managed to kill the Earth Turtle? We have zero clue. We didn't even hear who found the stupid thing first. Right at that moment, a Great One Guild member grabs his nose in pure disgust. What is this absolutely putrid smell? The fog down here is way worse than floor 2. Ellis quickly catches a whiff of this incredibly toxic garbage scent too. Even Jackson is gagging. While all the guild members are totally panicking, the system drops a brutal alert. Black fog is now continuously draining your life force. Yikes. The power of Apophis has been fully activated. Suddenly, Gina is totally blown away by his system interface. You are immune to the black fog poison. Lancelot's ring has triggered a massive resistance against the toxic gas. The very next second, he whips his head around, staring at Gujin with heavy suspicion. Don't even tell me this crazy guy actually predicted all of this. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Ellis's squad members are holding their heads in dizzy agony. This is so unfair. We just got here and we're already poisoned by this nasty fog. She urgently yells out orders. Everyone, just chill out. Drink your antidote potions first. Gulping down the antidote potion, Ellis dives deep into thought. Even though she kind of saw this coming and prepped for it, their stash of antidote potions is definitely not going to last them forever. Half a day tops. Stick with me because at this rate, the whole army might get wiped out by poison before even seeing a monster. Major yikes. Alright, watch this. He chugs the antidote, clearing that nasty poison status. Looks like temporary immunity is locked in. Enter Jay, strolling over with a total vibe check. Yeah, things are looking way worse than I thought. We can survive maybe half a day. How about you guys, Elise sighs. Yeah, same depressing story over here. Like he was waiting for that exact cue, the dude smoothly drops his trap. We are totally out of time. So that sweet offer I made earlier, you really should reconsider. This chance only drops once. Seriously, are you just gonna sit there and politely wait to totally lose? You seriously expect your totally exhausted squad to actually beat the boss like this? While Elise is literally sweating bullets in this epic mess, a sudden voice completely crashes the stressful party. Isaac is already making moves. Suddenly, Jay's sneaky little warning echoes right inside Elise's head. If Isaac pulls this off, that precious ring gets totally snatched from her. And hey, even if the guy completely fails, they will have wasted so much time that only her team ends up utterly screwed. Talk about a lose-lose situation right there. A hot second later, Elise finally cracks under the pressure. Yep, she literally has zero other options here. Without missing a single beat, Jay showers her with praise. Good job, totally a genius choice. He flashes the absolute smajest, most villainous grin you have ever seen. Boom, just like that, Jay's squad is one step closer to snagging King Arthur's ring. Oh well, super sorry about your luck, Elise. Remember that sob story about their antidote only lasting half a day? Yeah, complete and utter garbage. Dude was totally lying. His crew actually has enough juice to survive a full 24 hours. Now the clock is completely working in favor of the super sneaky Vanguard Guild. Meanwhile, way over in the distance, a pair of super creepy dark hooves are totally revving up for a brawl, and right behind them, some freaky zombie hand just bursts out of the dirt. Gina spots this horror movie scene instantly. Trying to be a total menace, Durahan rips his mouth wide open and absolutely shrieks.